right now. Like, he's got BKB Diffusal, has nothing to buff up his armor. Corrosive Haze is just doing so much work. And you're starting to melt. Like, this Butterfly on Jackie is nice. It might boost his durability. I don't know if that's going to be enough. I still feel like you've got a lot more issues with handling IYD when it comes down to that core versus core, and you've got to watch out for that.
Abed, top lane, he's on the chase for Q. Have another Astral Step with the Dust Out, does catch him in the Yules, and with the Aether Remnant, gives him a bit of trash talk on the way out. Very nice play there from Abed once again, and he's so dangerous on these kind of heroes. Meanwhile, Jackie is going for a fight onto In Your Dream, but that Butterfly in Your Dream means Jackie can't even hit him. He's trying to run, but they have the clear out from their Drow Ranger. This Aghanim Scepter is just paying off so much for In Your Dream this game.
Oh, it really is. It's just causing all sorts of havoc for Jackie, and he's farming well considering the situation. He's number 2 in net worth, but it's really not, it's not doing it. Like, now he's going to need that MKB we've been talking about. We haven't seen Masaros work his way up onto Ricky. He's not been able to isolate out Jackie's Drow, our Drow here by IYD. So I'm not sure what the answer is anymore. Perhaps they play the high ground. They've got good AoE control. With a Pit Kisses, that just doesn't feel like it's enough. Look at IYD. Look at that range.
That's huge. They just can't defend. I mean, Fearless, he drops the Pit of Malice and he catches out Abed. Mortimer's Kisses out with the smoke screen, but the 4 staffs are going to mean Abed gets himself out of there, and he's feeling confident, Abed. Tombstone will be dropped a bit preemptively here from March as they do start getting onto the racks, and now Cuckoo jumping straight in, does catch out Q. The cookie is there, but Q is going to die to March on the Undying. Into Masaros, he's very low. They dive in, but Masaros BKB's up and back into Abed. He's been rooted in place, but he will dissimulate. Pit of Malice there, but another good 4-star out. And In Your Dream kills off Boombill with the split shot. Another kill for our Drow, a 15k net worth lead. And 2 racks is down for MG.Trust. I mean, at this point, Jackie, he's just going to go for a Divine, and it looks like that is going to be the game plan.
Oh, man. It's just going to take way too long, and you can't solve this issue with IYD. How do you rip it into him with everyone else standing behind him?
That's a really good question, John. Kind of what I was going to ask you. Cuckoo gonna go in. They force out the buyback. Masaros, he'll go in with the tricks of the trade. Jackie gonna follow up. Sunray is gonna be there to make sure Cuckoo does stay healthy. And apologies, by the way, I said 2 racks is down, but they are only 1 racks down, so it's not that big of a deal yet for Motivate. But the net worth lead is gonna be a huge problem, and they are gonna go after that next Roshan.
Ooh,
and this
God,
one
it just melts.
Has the Aghanim's Blessing as well, John. They will give it over to Cuckoo, so he gets his puddles now. That is going to mean Cuckoo is that much more sustainable in these team fights.
Yeah, he's just going to be able to run around. The durability has always been an issue for MG.Trust. That's even worse now if they want to set their eyes for Cuckoo. Should shift out of queuing out this Ag still, but Cuckoo still got it lined up. We'll see what he does opt for next. They even have another Shivas as well out on Zephyr. So you've got all the farm in the world, and they see Q.
They do. Q. He's going to go Scepter up, but Abed should have enough to chase him down. Does get the Yule Scepter off. Q has no more lead charges, so he is just definitely gone. Another nice play there from Among Us. Abed already on to the next. He goes to the other side of the map, having a look to see if he can find anyone else. This Void Spirit just so mobile right now. Even has the spider legs up. That's going to make it just that much harder to control Abed. Jackie, all he can do is just send illusions in. Hope for the best. That's really it.
Yeah, it's not smooth going here for MG.Trust. Like you mentioned, Abed, he's at 7-0-17 on that Void Spirit. He's just been on a massive run. No punishment coming out from that laning phase. We really expected plays would maybe pit into Arrow, but because of the tri lane, They just never got that early movement out, and it all stems from that laning phase. From the tri lane they forced up top, to the matchup, to the hero they got out for Fearless, and it's all biting them in the bum right now as their bot tier 3 is going to be chipped away.
Once again, nice tombstone placement there. But the Snapfire will jump in. Still Cuckoo is also going to jump in straight onto Boombill. Does take him out. The tombstone survives through all of that. Arrow is going to be out onto Arbit, but they don't have the follow-up for him. He's going to be fine to 4-staff out, and that bottom Rax, it's going to melt so darn quick as Arbit. He's jumped back in now. Onto that Mirana. Split shot out Q with the Ghost Scepter. Not going to survive. Seppa had the damage onto Fearless now. He's also just trying to get out. He cannot though. Arbit, he's out of control. He's jumping
Jackie
back in, but here comes Jackie. Jackie needs to try and get something out of this. He's going to try with that Divine Rapier onto Arbit, but he is just going to be able to walk away.
Dire's middle barracks.
And that is one range racks away from Megas now. But Pit of Malice is going to be dropped. They've got Arbit in there. He's rooted in place, so Jackie will rush him. But the X drop, the Sunray's down. They get the PL. Divine on the deck, and they call it. GG has been called Among Us. They do manage to take game number 1 in this best of 3 upper bracket final. With a 43k net worth lead at the end, John. A very dominant performance here from Among Us.
Yeah, they play it perfectly. We thought the Drow into Ricky was a bit confident. Looks like it wasn't. Yeah, IYD just has a fantastic game. Abed goes 9-0-20 at the end. How ridiculous is that? His Void Spirit just completely uncontested. I think MG.Trust had some issues in their draft. I'd say give Fearless something he can dance with. The Underlord is great. It's stable, but they had nothing to play around. Like, you couldn't really expect Masaros to be your setup as well. So something has to change with that draft, but Among Us, they look fantastic in that game 1.
Well, with that, of course, John, for the viewers out there, don't forget to cast your Monster MVP vote. It is bts.gg/Monster MVP. Very important to get your votes in, and you can do it right now if you wish, or you can wait till the series does end. Speaking of series, though, John, there is potentially still 2 games to go, so we're going to go to a short break, and after that break, we are going to go back to the panel to discuss what happened in this game number 1.
Welcome back to the Monster Energy Dota Summit 13, where we have seen Among Us come out on top in this game number 1 upper bracket final versus MG.Trust. Seemed like they had some cute going on there on MG.Trust. It was like, yo, what if we just had 5 heroes who could make Drow Ranger's life hell? And then Among Us were like, yeah, that's cool, but what are you going to do about the other 4 heroes? How are you ever going to get to the Drow Ranger? And ultimately, you know, it was pretty straightforward for Among Us, surprisingly so.
Yeah, I think they got to that last pick, saw this PL, and was like, you know, this is the dream PL game. It counters, like, every single hero on the Among Us side except for maybe the Void Spirit. Jackie, he's a level 25 Master Tier PL. They were like, sweet, let's do it. Easy draft. Great 10th pick. Problem is, you have a Riki offlane. You have an Underlord mid. You have 2 supports you don't initiate. They're kind of like follow-up initiations. Who's going to start a fight? Who's going to make plays? Underlord, all of his roots get very easily countered by, you know, a Force Staff. You can still use items while you're rooted. You can just get out of the pit. So it just felt like they didn't have a well-rounded draft, even though PL was seemingly the perfect pick.
I think it was like so depressing, that final fight. And granted, by that point the game was already over, but when PL finally has the rapier, he's got all his items, he rushes in, and then like literally like a katana through like butter. He just gets destroyed. And there's something in my heart that warms a little bit seeing the Drow Ranger, Aghanim's, Mjolnir come back. You know, that's a fun build. It's really cool. So I'm happy to see that win.
Highly situational, and I think against a Phantom Lancer is definitely the situation for it. Especially like such an early pickup of the Scepter as well, but it was because she had so much frontline in front of her. March on the Undying, I think, my BTS.GG / Monster MVP personally speaking, because in that tri-lane it was fantastic. The consistent heals coming throughout to make sure that, I mean, between him and the Phoenix, there was no way that you were ever going to bring this Drow Ranger down to critical HP, but that'll be it for this first game, post-game analysis. We're going to jump to a quick break. When we return, game number 2, hopefully eventually game number 3 here at the Monster Energy Dota Summit 13. We are back here in the bunker. Ow.
You just love banging that thing.
I do. I haven't gone for the knuckle
Slap.
option this time. Welcome back. Yeah, MG.Trust dropping a game versus Among Us, so they're not going to be able to replicate their group stage performance. But all things considered, I don't know. I liked their draft. I liked the direction that they were going. If they won, I could have just as easily saw myself in the postgame being like, of course they won. They had answers for the Supernova with the supports. They had answers for the Drow Ranger with the cores. Easiest game of their life. Not the case, but I love the creativity nonetheless.
Yeah, it's very easy to be like, oh, it didn't work for XYZ reason when it doesn't work, but we'd be saying how it was a great draft if it had worked. So.
That's just the way it always is in Dota, And then, if it didn't work and, you're playing in the game, it's also not your fault. It's somebody else's fault. That's
Of
the
course.
other caveat to it.
That's why Dota's a great game.
Yeah.
You only
Easy.
win. You either win because of yourself or you lose because of your teammates.
Yeah. It's perfect.
Yeah, there's that one all-chat quote that was like, I think it's your fault, because if it's not your fault, it's my fault, and I don't like that.
Yeah. That's life. Oh.
Incoming draft? Calibrated for me? Game number 2.
Let's do it.
All right.
Tidehunter, Faceless Void, rather, banned out for Among Us, and Phoenix and Undying, 2 respect bans by MG.Trust, and Q gets his hands on his Tiny.
Okay. I mean, they got to be game planning for the March IO because that has typically been the opener when it's in the pool. And Tiny, a decent first option. Burst damage. You got to be able to blow people up to prevent the IO healing and sustain.
So the question is, do they go for the gyro again? I'm a little bit hesitant on it with the Tiny already there. I feel like there's some burst potential before I was able to get there and heal up.
Yeah. It's also pretty cool, the Tiny, theoretically, if there's an IO gyro sieging high ground, you blink in, you toss back, IO,
Right.
you just break the tether, or you put that hero so far out of position, IO can't really save them. So it does have some nice tools to deal with an IO.
Yeah, and MG.Trust had to have known that this was happening, so they came into this draft with an idea, how are we going to beat an IO draft? The answer is a toss back and maybe an Ice Blast, so you can't even heal your tether target.
That's terrifying.
Ancient Apparition?
Not
Haven't heard of this
popular,
hero.
not popular in our region, but popular somewhat so in other regions. Not excessively so.
Okay.
Again, it seems to be situational, like against alchemists or other
IOs.
heal-oriented hero IOs. Although usually other regions are not letting IO go through, and or they're just completely ignored because also other regions are not as IO proficient. But if there was a chance for an AA to be useful, I would say IO's a strong candidate to counter.
And now, any hero that gets gone on by Tiny is probably dead if the AA is nearby. It's just so much damage so quickly. I don't even know what to really do to deal with that then. Maybe you need to get Aeon discs or something on people later.
This is where you can't really go for I think gyro type carries personally.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think you need a carry that is just doesn't care as much about Ice Blast and it doesn't rely on the sustain from an IO. And Spectre is just naturally tanky. You're not worried about Ice Blast compared to heroes that require lifesteal or IO heals gyro and I don't know, trolls and stuff.
The trade-off is that Spectre also cannot take much advantage of having an IO on her team, so
For sure.
you're going to have basically the same item build that you always do. You don't get to skip an item because you have an IO. You are probably going to be less over-leveled because you're going to have an IO following you around, which is Spectre usually likes to be left alone a little bit, so it's a trade-off, but when you're up against an AA, you have to plan accordingly.
Yeah, I think it's very much there's a ton of global potential, and this kind of says they're going to get a different IO partner from the
Oh,
offlane.
yeah, that's true.
Because ultimately you've got Haunt and then Relocate. Just pick some kind of offlaner that utilizes the Relocate.
And I think Bristle's the one that stands out to me as the March classic. That's a combo that he's been drafting for a long time. You could do a dual lane like that.
Haven't seen it in a while. It doesn't bring stuns to the table, but I think you could make up for that with Abbots here in the mid lane.
Mhm.
But I would be a little concerned about the lack of stuns.
And Bristle also kind of falls victim to Ice Blast,
Yeah.
mitigating a lot of his potential.
He's going to build a pipe. He'll be fine. The other one that kind of stands out could be maybe Batrider. IO Batrider, I feel like, is a pretty nasty combo in the lane as well. But for now, at least just covering that Spectre, banging out the Viper. Probably going to see the Necrophos get gone as well. And then they'll have one more left over. Leaf Stealer banned. They might let Necro through. Necro seems dangerous to let through with an Ice Blast and a Tiny on board as well.
Yeah, where do they look to go? Mars gets banned out by I'm confused why their name is Motivade.
Yeah, so
Okay,
like
I've been
in the
questioning
client
that.
it says Motivade.
I had to double check
I checked
Wikipedia.
Wikipedia.
Okay,
It said
you did too.
motivate.
Did they typo it in game, do you think?
It may be just like a
Maybe
I
it's
don't
like,
know, like a-
mode evade.
a Thai interpretation of motivate.
It's mode evade. That's what's going on here. They're evading things.
Yeah, I was kind of confused with that. And then also like I think Wikipedia occasionally puts motive, but I think it's just like the shorthand so they can fit it into like a cell or something like that. So I was like
Lemonade, like motivate.
motivate lemonade.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I could see it.
But
Well, they got juiced in game number 1, let me tell you.
Hey, like that. Gotta put a little sugar in there. It's too sour otherwise. Alright, what the hell are you getting rid of? Get rid of Necro? Don't worry about it? Get something else? Just the Legion. It is the bat. Alright.
You mentioned this as an option, and it comes out with one of the several of the counters already banned out.
Yeah, Abaddon, Oracle still availabilities, but both of those are support oriented, and you kind of already have your 4/5.
It's just like full global potential from Among Us. Boots of Travel, Batrider, Spectre Haunt, Relocate.
Let's get a Zeus mid.
Sounds a bit suspect.
Well, they
But-
are Among Us.
Yeah, right?
Yeah. I mean, the good old Dota 1 or even early Dota 2 full global strats with Nature's Prophet,
Oh,
Zeus,
yeah.
Spectre. That would occasionally come out.
I feel like you have like this one thing on the side of Motivate that's like big old burst, kill one person. On the other side, it's kind of like this amorphous, okay, a good laning partner, a really strong late game carry, but the late game carry kind of matches up weird with the IO. So all in all, I feel like there's a more well-defined draft going on with Motivate, and Among Us so far, I'm not seeing the synergy yet. It's like they have to pick this Batrider because they need an IO partner, so that way they can make use of IO. So it feels like the draft has more potential to go off the rails a little bit.
Although, in game 1, Motivate did have a hard counter strat, so to speak, but it was also kind of one-dimensional in that regard.
Yeah.
Whereas Among Us may have a little bit more flexibility beyond just, yeah, sure, they need an IO partner, but, you know, Spectre's just a top-tier carry in general. Global potential, and they pick up an Abaddon on MG.Trust, so where does that leave these 3 heroes in terms of 3, 4, 5? We're looking then still for a Q Tiny and maybe a 3-position Abaddon, or what's going on?
I would go 3 Abaddon. That sounds good to me. I think Abba doesn't work as a 4. Like, Abba AA support to it just sounds bad. I think you can play Abba as a 5, but you've got the AA, so I would look towards just giving Abba some farm priority.
10 seconds remaining.
Well, Soros does play some weird offlaners. Could see a 3.
What?
Spicy pick.
Okay.
Good against Batrider.
Yeah.
Great against Spectre.
But is Slark a good hero?
I was surprised that we haven't been seeing more of it given the popularity of Spectre. I thought that it's, again, not a very top-tier hero right now, Slark, but you can excuse it whenever you have someone that you're really good against, like Spectre.
5 seconds remaining.
And in this situation, you have 2 heroes that you're really good against. So in the lane, you're not going to have to worry at all about Batrider. And even pre-Silver Edge, you're pretty great against Spectre.
Wonder if they end up running this mid against the... I guess that they just wanted as an answer to the Batrider run, probably.
No, they have 2 purges, so Abaddon could go in a side lane. They could run the Slark mid against Void Spirit. It's a possibility.
And at this point, if you're Among Us, that last pick, you're thinking, okay, have we got tools to deal with and beat a Slark? If not, what's the hero? Because Bloodseeker, Lesh both get banned out. Two of the better options against the Slark.
10 seconds.
Motivate
remaining.
needed a vision hero. They need to be able to be the ones opening the fight. And right now, against Batrider, it's going to be tough. I think that's with everything else in their draft. I think it's fine, but I think they need somebody that gives them vision, like a beast or a clock or something like that. But I don't know what's left that does that.
I think they're going to be looking for a mid laner.
10 seconds remaining.
But yeah, a vision-based mid laner would be nice.
5 seconds remaining.
I don't know if anything really fits the docket for that. Maybe they like switch Tiny to mid. I wouldn't mind that potentially.
Dire team pick.
Ooh, I like it.
Hmm.
Gives them some additional catch, another scaling core. Slark alone is just not going to carry games, though, so I think you do need, like, having a scaling mid is good with the Slark, particularly when you have such a
10
team-oriented
seconds
offlaner.
remaining.
I feel like we're going to see lanes move around a lot.
5
I think this
seconds
Batrider is going to try to follow people who are not the Abaddon or Slark around.
They
And
could consider Bat mid against Storm.
That's what I was
even,
thinking,
yeah.
but then you send Slark mid, and then Bat wants to go somewhere else, so... Oh, whoa.
Choose your
An
hero.
Abed Invoker? We'll have to wait and see. It could be a support Invoker as well.
It's
But no, it's an Abed Invoker.
Okay.
Support Void Spirit.
Well, Io does not really have much, like, exciting potential in this game, that's for sure. But, you know, you first phase it, and that's what will happen. MG.Trust definitely coming in with an idea against an Io strat, which is ultimately what we were hoping for, is that if you're going to let it through, you got to make sure you have a plan for it. And it seems like they were kind of scrapping together the parts of the plan as we were progressing. But which way are you leaning, gentlemen?
I'm going to go with Motivate. I think the Storm pick was really good, so I'll go with Motivate.Trust.
Lyrical?
If it's March and Cuckoo together, I'm going for Among Us. If it's not, then Motivate.Trust.
Okay. IO partners are going to be critical as we jump into game number 2 here at the Monster Energy Dota Summit 13 as we pass it over to a break, and then your casters MLP and John X Fire.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are straight into game 2 as there was no pauses, so you won't have to look at us, but you get to hear us. It's MLP Dota and John X Fire. John,
30
welcome back,
seconds
sir.
to battle.
Game number 2. Looks like there already is some pretty interesting things going on here in this mid lane as Masaros and Arbe just kind of staring each other down. A lot of pings are flying out. But I am going to take the time to ask you how you're feeling, sir.
I'm
Masaros
feeling-
will take 2 hits.
I'm feeling great. I love that little play from Masaros. He chops the trees and just kind of plays around trying to suss out the ward. It was an exciting game 1. You know, Among Us looked really good in game 1. We talked about the issues MG.Trust had. Now, you know, one focal point for me was really the Fearless hero. Just Underlord for Fearless was not something he could style on. He does have the Storm here, so we'll see if he can bring out the magic with the Storm. Among Us, though, they've got that Spectre with the IO. There's a lot of potential there. Once you start running, we know IYD loves the Spectre. He's been playing it a lot throughout groups. and it should make for a really flashy game number 2. You've got a lot of counter picks on MG.Trust. They just need to line up their shots in this game.
That they do. Because we'll have a quick look at the mid lane for now. Abed is up against Fearless. The Storm vs. Invoker matchup. You'd argue it should kind of be Fearless favored on this Storm, but Abed, he does tend to get very aggressive in terms of his harassment. And, well, for now, it looks like both are going to be just fine. Fearless taking a very small lead, but it'll be interesting to see who does come out on top of that mid lane.
Yeah, it's all down to how fast Fearless hits his tree force spike. Abed can sustain, but he doesn't have the best supports to rotate, right? Like, you've got this Zephyr Pause for Void Spirit, which drops really low.
Yeah, everyone's kind of dropping low across the map right now. But Zephyr, he'll be able to salve up. As we say that, back in the mid lane, Abed and Fearless also dropped very low. So they had a bit of a crack at each other while we were looking away. Fearless, of course, is about to hit that level 3 mark, which is a nice little spike in the laning phase for the Storm. So he does get that level 1 Vortex up. But Abed already pretty healthy, so it looks like Fearless probably won't be able to go for that kind of spike play.
Yeah, and again, for MG.Trust in this case, you've got better supports to rotate. We'll see if they'll get that space, because there's just so much action around the map. Up top, you've got Q with a toss back and March, and he's not looking healthy.
He doesn't have tether yet, John. He's still level 1. Went for the overpower, and Masaros is going to chase him down. Looking for that aphotic shield burst. It is not enough, though. It doesn't hit March. March is going to survive, and now
boy.
Masaros. He's deep in the tree line. They will not be able to find him. March chases him down for a bit, but thinks better of it. Masaros does get his way out. But very risky plays being made by both teams so far. Nobody is punished as of yet.
Yeah, it's a really awkward spot. You do get level 2 in Masaros, so they might look for something, but you're in a healthy spot if you're IYD. They've got this massive wave to clear out, so there's going to be some good EXP flowing. You have to watch Q's timing into his 2-tree spike. Once you've got Avalanche invested, you can kind of burst through that IO, so you do have to be cautious about that if you are March.
I do agree. All lanes going nice and passively for now. March going to go for a big, large camp pull and should be able to get it. Very nice pull there from March. Back into the mid lane, of course. Fearless is dominating the lane now. 20-8 in comparison to the 8-2 of Abed. And bot lane, they've caught out Boombell and he will go down. Nice play there. Out from Cuckoo and out from Zephyr. Q, meanwhile, kills off March at the top lane, so the IO does eventually die. It's a bit of a trade, but the first blood gold does go the way of Among Us.
Yeah, and they're happier with that. This is not a lane Cuckoo particularly enjoys too much. You talk about the Slark into Batrider, you know, he can just purge off the harassment that Cuckoo will pump out to the Napalm, so the fact that they do manage to isolate that support does give a lot here for Among Us. And Zephyr is already like level 3, so you can start looking for those power runes. We're reaching the 4-minute mark. It's going to be important for Abed to deny that off of Fearless as he does have his bottle up.
I don't think Abed has much of a choice here, though. Especially if he does spawn bot, and he does. Zephyr going to guard the haste rune. Abed is just going to try and get aggressive now onto Fearless. And Zephyr is going to rotate in. Fearless still in trouble. Aether Remnant going to lock him in place with a tornado. It's not enough yet, though.
Ooh.
Fearless, he'll turn around. He'll get the kill, and he walk away. Oh, and they did indeed blow it, John. I don't think that tornado was necessary. Meanwhile, down at the bot lane, Cuckoo does kill off Boombell, and Jackie gets Cuckoo.
Ooh, it's a lot of back and forth in the early game right now. MG.Trust going to be happy taking the kill lead 3-2. They managed to force rotations down to mid, which is easily punished. You've got this running start now for Fearless. He's going to be on track for really nice timing into his 6. And so once you have that ready, Fearless could make some plays onto Abed. The Invoker just does not hit as big of a spike at that point as well. So you've got to pace yourself here if you're Among Us. It is going to take more time for you to get some presence up early on, and they don't even manage to steal away these bounty runes and bots. So it's going to be an even start here, and that just keeps MG.Trust up above. They're just finding everything. They should start to get some stacks up for Fearless as well in that triangle. And once you have the Storm farming up, it's going to be a bit scary if Fearless gets off to really good timing into that Orchid.
I do agree. Still top of the last hits board is Fearless on that Storm. Jackie just second on the Slark, in fact, so Jackie's also having a very good time right now. Cuckoo has been unable to kill off the Slark because he can always just Dark Pack the sticky napalm off. The Slark is never really at risk of dying here to the Bat Rider, and speaking of, he does go now onto Cuckoo. Cold Feet is there with the slow out, but Cuckoo does manage to run out of range. Still Jackie. He's going to pop the Shadow Dance with the Dark Pack, looking for that Bat Rider, but it looks like Cuckoo is going to be able to fly away. Jackie, all he can do is get back to farm. Meanwhile, mid, however, Abed is going to get jumped on that Invoker. There's your Avalanche tossing Q. Will be able to take the kill on this Invoker and also gets the Courier of Abed. And that had Brown Boots and an Observer Ward on it. Very unfortunate there for our mid Invoker.
It's just been such a slow start, and it's down to these supports once more. Like, you've got this massive burst potential coming through for Q. Zephyr on his Void Spirit can maybe set up. It's just, there's probably not enough damage, and Fearless at 6, he's just going to dance here.
Well, he has a DD rune active as well, John. He's going to try to zap up, but EMP, Tornado, all going to be dropped. March even comes in, and Fearless, he does get overly aggressive. Does end up paying for it with his life. Thought he could get away with it with that DD rune, but it was just not the case. Well, top in your dream on the Spectres dropped very low. It's like Masteros has been applying some pressure there onto the Spectre. In your dream will bring out some Tangos as well as some phase boots for himself. But it is that stage where this Abaddon can be quite painful to lane against, as you can't really kill him. And speaking of, Q is going to come in now from the backside onto In Your Dream. However, mid lane, Fearless is also going to be in trouble. Looks like Fearless is going to get out scot-free, but that top lane, In Your Dream, is still being chased down, but he will also walk away. So both cores duking it out on either side of the map. And bot lane, Cuckoo now being chased. Does pop the Firefly, but Fearless is going to be around with the Vortex out. Onto that Bat Rider. He has the mana this time, and it looks like he will get the kill. But while that was happening, March ends up killing off Q up at the top lane.
Yeah, it's
My
just
goodness.
a bloodbath. It's an absolute bloodbath across each lane. MG.Trust is still pretty happy in this case, though. All their cores are finding better farm. This has been basically a free farm lane for Jackie, so he's off to a really good start on that Slark. He is rushing a Midas, but it is free farm although.
Yeah, he does use his one charges. Oh, Q's going to come in now with an Avalanche,
What's
but
the
Abed
bottle?
does survive. Boombill does go down, and Abed makes his way out.
Ooh,
I'm sorry, what was that
Man.
about a bottle, John?
Fearless left his bottle on the ground, I think, and I thought Zephyr was gonna grab it. I swear, if he just grabbed that bottle, that would have been such a huge cold swing taken away from Fearless. You got to be careful with that drop. Like, he was going for that refill play, but in the middle of a fight, it's probably not the best move.
Zip
Still,
in onto Abed. They want that Invoker, and Fearless, he does lose his mana. He does not avoid the EMP, and now they might just turn it onto Q. He was very low. The tier 1 hit's still going, but Abed, he won't have a Tornado. So he can't catch him out. It was on cooldown anyway. But this mid lane has been extremely explosive. But as you can see by the net worth and the XP graph that was just shown, it is favoring Motivate, and that is mostly due to the fact that Jackie is able to freely farm up on this Slark.
yeah, it's just been uncontested, and the panel talked about that lane a bit, but Bat Rider does not have a good time there. You've had Zephyr running around all over the map as well, and now Jackie's level 8. Cuckoo, for comparison, still is at 6. So you've got to be cautious about leaving Jackie alone like this. This has been sort of the downfall of a lot of teams up against MG.Trust, letting Jackie free farm. And you're not getting comparable farm out from IYD just yet, so you have to weigh those
top
chances.
lane.
And speaking of,
In Your Dream, Vortex up. Masteros does have a lot of damage out. Is it going to be enough? It is In Your Dream. He TP's out. He will die in his base. A very sad kind of death there for In Your Dream, as he was so close to making it out. Zephyr
Radiant's middle tower is under
fighting over the bounty runes, does get it. Bit of a cat fight between him and the AA. They'll be alright though. They'll get split up.
I mean, this slowdown for IYD is going to cost him. Like, the lineup of MG.Trust does want to run fast. They've got the Slark, which really just wants to man fight early on. The Midas is going to be flying out for Jackie really soon, so he's going to get even faster scaling coming in. In comparison, IYD is still saving up for that Blade Mail. So we're seeing that classic Blade Mail buildup that we've seen across the regions. And they've got to buy space out here among us. You know, right now they're sharing the jungle with Cuckoo. You've got Abed even taking out some camps as well. At some point, you need to consolidate that farm into IYD. And this is the issue of Among Us' draft. It takes a little bit longer to cook up and is a little bit greedier as well. So they're being punished. Top lane's just being shoved in by MG.Trust, and Among Us can't really shove anywhere else. They will defend.
They've got a lasso now on Cuckoo at least. But it's not going to amount to much. Cuckoo can't really get in range for a lasso. He loses the targets. While that's happening, Jackie does pick up a Midas. Which I'm not the biggest fan of on Slarks, John. These Midas build-ups, but it's a nice early Midas. They do also have March around the area, and they're just rotating more. Cuckoo's going to come down as the Bat Rider. They spot out Jackie, but they've got to watch out for that Dark Pact. It will purge off the lasso. They see him use it, but it is going to be off cooldown pretty darn fast. And for Among Us, I mean, the only play right now is to probably go for that bot tower, but mid lane, Zephyr has been caught out. He's going to be able to Astral away, though. Little play from Zephyr. Fearless is very low on mana, so he can't really go back in onto the Void Spirit. However, Toss is going to be there on the Siege Creep. Still won't be enough. He will survive through it, but the Ice Blast now going to be thrown. Zephyr, don't run backwards. He is going to avoid it. Zephyr.
Oh, Zephyr.
Jeez, giving us a heart attack over here.
Oh, he's living life on the edge. Now, that rotation out did allow Among Us to clear out that bot tier 1, but the top tier 1 of theirs fell as well to our Abaddon. So it's a straight tier 1 for tier 1 trade. Neither side's going to be too upset about it. The mid tier 1 here for Among Us did take a lot more damage in comparison, so that should open up the eventual push for MG.Trust. And again, they're just buying Jackie so much space. IYD is starting to catch up a bit, only 1k behind, does have the Blade Mail, so it's time to clear stacks with the IO, and this can go really fast when you do have the IO to heal you up, so you do have this flash farming now for IYD at the least.
Yeah, I mean, IYD's, rather in your dream, he's having a great old time. He wasn't, but now second in net worth. He's going to be able to try and come back on this Spectre, and as we know, with Spectres, they do generally take over the late game. Of course, against the Slark, who knows what can happen, because you can just steal more Essence Shift stacks away. But up until that point, we'll just wait and see what they do get up to with the Spectre. Abed, mid lane. It's going to be there onto Jackie, but he's going to pounce away. Cuckoo would love to land a lasso, but he does not have anything like a blink to catch Jackie by surprise. Gonna pop the Firefly, maybe catching out Fearless here on the Storm, but no, they do not get him. Fearless gonna be just fine. However, mid lane, Tornado is gonna be out onto Masaros. He doesn't have the borrow. No, he does now. The borrowed time is gonna be skilled up. And he's just gonna heal up, but they still jump back in with the Flame Break. Masaros is a bit of a sitting duck. It does go down. And your Dream seem to be very happy about that one, as he will return back to farming on this Spectre.
Yeah, he's just set to kind of play this passive game. The pressure's on MG.Trust to keep In Your Dream in check, which they've done a couple of times, but for the most part, they're trading farm really well. I do like what Jackie's doing here, though. Rushing into the Silver Edge. So he just wants a break, and once you've got that ready, then you take a lot of the durability away from that Spectre. In Your Dream's going to have to watch that timing. It's got to be really cautious. You need to play closely with your IO to ensure that you live through, but for the most part, you know, despite that rough start, Among Us are staying up there. It's just a 1k lead for MG.Trust, not massive by any means. They're going to need to start playing with these early spikes they're seeing themselves get. Like the Orchid for Fearless is flying out, so our Storm's going to have some silence, can instantly jump in and get some control, and that's going to be a massive issue for Among Us. If you can find something like, say, the March IO in the back with the Orchid, it should be relatively easy to blow up a hero like that and clean up the rest of the 4 heroes afterwards.
I do agree. Fearless, Orchid on the way on that courier now. You look to Fearless to get even more aggressive than he has been already. Jackie, how's he doing? Echo Saber, of course, like you said, into the Silver Edge to deal with in your dream. In your dream, meanwhile, just working towards the Manta. Pretty standard build up here for our Spectre. And nothing too out of the ordinary. It's like even Abed gonna just go for a Glimmer Cape build up on the Invoker. We've seen a lot more cores as of late going for that Glimmer Cape. He does have Ghost Walk, but I think the Glimmer Cape is still going to be quite nice to just have a secondary kind of invis as well as the magic resist it does provide you. Be very effective, especially up against Q and Fearless on the Tiny and Storm respectively. Overall, who would you say this game's currently favoring? I mean, I know there's a 1k net worth lead for Motivate, but the Spectre effect is surely still there.
Yeah, it's still in play there. I don't think either side has a big advantage right now. Like, MG.Trust has the slight lead, but they need to start capitalizing. It really depends on how fast they play once they pick up that Orchid. So they've got to make use of that power spike and kind of start running around, finding these pickoffs.
Zephyr.
Oh,
One angry cat.
meow. It is. Still.
Speaking of cats, John, wasn't too much cat jamming going on in the break. I was very upset to see it.
Yeah, the chat's just not feeling the jam right now. I'm not sure what's up. You got to let it out. No mods, no ban, guys. I mean, there
True.
might be a mod, but no bans, no bans. Just be nice. But spam
There's
it.
no
It's
mods,
good.
John. There's no mods. Don't worry about it. Just get out there and spam some cat jam. Have a bit of a dance, bit of a boogie. Nice and fun. Eosin. Learning to play as a support will make you a better carry player. Now, I want to read that. Learning to play as a carry will make you a better support player. Tell that to my SEA pubs, Eosin. Tell that to the Southeast Asian pub games and my teammates. Speaking of which, John, I guess while we are on a break, I can say yesterday I was very depressed. I told you and the viewers that I had lost 150 MMR. Gained it all back today, John. Got it all back.
Wow.
Don't you worry. We got there. I had to bring out the big boys. I busted out the Earth Spirit. I brought out the Clockwork, a bit of Bane as well, just as a pos 5. It's beautiful.
Even Wombo X combo giving us
Try
some
not
tips
to-
here.
Try not
see,
to
Mike,
dwell on your mistakes. Learn from them and move on. My
Yeah, Mike.
SEA teammates won't let me move on, John. They remind me of the mistake I made 1 minute into the game. All game.
That's exactly it. You know, Southeast Asian Dota in the pub scene is all about finding your inner peace, Mike. So you've got to practice that tenet of Buddhism if you can. Meditate a bit, learn some patience. Still, we are back in the game, so that patience has paid off. Both sides are ready to go, and we'll see if those spikes are going to be met by MG.Trust. You're still finding some good farm here from Among Us, and they do smoke up with their items, though, so they might find a big kill here.
Oh, I bet he just picked up that Midas as well. He hasn't got it yet. I believe it's on the courier, and they're going to zip straight in after him with the Orchid and the Ice Blast. Abed is going to die with a passive Midas in the courier. Not going to be happy about that one, but Zephyr does catch up Boom Bell, but it's not quite enough. Masaros keeps him alive. The Haunt is out. They're trying to chase the AA. It's just not enough, though. Fearless, he's still going into the Bat Rider. Now Cuckoo is going to die. Meanwhile, Jackie going after Zephyr does get the Void Spirit. And this is what I was worried about with this draft from Among Us. It's a Spectre draft with an Invoker Bat Rider. It can play very slow. In fact, I believe that's how they prefer to play it. And MG.Trust, they do the exact opposite. They don't like playing very slow.
Yeah, they're just playing with these items they've just picked up. I want to go back to your point with Abed's Midas, Mike, he lost his courier in the middle of that fight anyway.
Oh no.
So, yeah,
Oh.
minute and a half more. It's just sitting there. It's always painful when you just pick up that Midas and you can't use it. That's going to set them back a ton. And,
Oh, mid lane, Ice Blast is gonna land. No, yeah, it did on March. He might actually tick out to that. Cuckoo, meanwhile, trying to chase down Q, cannot get him. And March actually barely does survive. We'll be able to walk away.
Zephyr?
However, Jackie getting started onto Zephyr. He'll Astral Step, in fact, using both his charges just to make sure he gets out. But it looks like MG.Trust now are going to take over this dire side triangle. It's certainly going to be very good news for them.
yeah, I mean, they're shrinking the space where In Your Dream can farm. They've already got this really nice ward as well that wasn't spotted out by Among Us. So they know where In Your Dream's playing. They've got so much vision now without controlling the triangle as well. And Among Us, the game plan has to switch into sort of a stall mode. Right, like Cuckoo can't jump the back line without the blink. Maybe once you have the blink up, you can play with Zephyr jumping in as well. But In Your Dream is in a risky spot. He's got Yasha with that blade mail, but the break is very close to coming here for Jackie. So you need to be aware of this timing on the Slark. Just one part away from getting that full Silver Edge and some of your
Oh, and the
specialty
triangle
soft.
though, Q. Avalanche Toss blows up March with the Ice Blast. Arbed still look like he wanted to fight. Cuckoo looking for a lasso, but Fearless gets the Vortex off. He can just zip away from Cuckoo, and Arbed is going to die. Still Cuckoo, still trying for that lasso. Won't be able to get it. Masteros will chase him down anyway. Fearless, meanwhile, still alive as Q. Jumps back in for an Avalanche Toss. Cuckoo, very low, trying to fly away. Will make it out so far, but Fearless still fighting back. Just won't die. Lasso out now on Q. Trying to drag away this Tiny, but they have gone back onto In Your Dream. The Spectre's gonna die. Cuckoo does kill off the Tiny, but at what cost? Masteros on this Abaddon, John, he would not let his Storm die, and now they found out Zephyr. He was trying to go for a snipe onto Fearless. He cannot get it. Oh, Masteros, Abaddon. What a player.
Yep, it's keeping them alive for too long, and Among Us, they were just so scattered in that initiation. You saw how badly In Your Dream was kited around. He kept trying to chase, but he could not hold up. He's just too squishy right now as well to just tank through this damage. And he is very close to finishing the Manta, but that's going to coincide perfectly with his Silver Edge once more. And Jackie took that fight without. So you've got to be a bit scared here if you're IYD. He's 3 levels behind Jackie, and Jackie just does not care. He's down bot, pressuring out, and IYD just TP'd in. Now he has to walk away.
Well, In Your Dream, it's going to haunt. So they do find out Arbed. Fearless just solo kills him on the Storm apparently, but now Zephyr, 8th Remnant, going to lock Fearless down. They do get the Storm back. In Your Dream and Cuckoo looking for a bit more, but nobody is going to be in the Radiant Triangle. Still a pretty big pickup there from Among Us though, right? Like, you've finally got that Storm dead. Fearless probably not going to be very happy with that at all.
Yeah, they find a really nice kill. They have to be aware though that MG.Trust is smoking the back end. There is a
Jackie.
Silver Edge.
He's got a DD rune as well, John. Jackie gonna jump on with the Silver Edge. A lot of damage coming out. Jackie's still giving it back to himself, but it won't matter. Even March being tossed in. And how could we forget, John? Q Tiny, we saw this the other day. Those tossbacks last time around did win out the games for MG.Trust. And I wonder if Q's going to get it done again.
I mean, he's set to really do it for his team. They've already got this big lead. He's been really impactful with setting up for his team. They're going to get this Roche as well. It's scouted out, but too late. Just helps him out to clean up. And now Jackie has a second life on top of his insane regen from the Shadow Dance.
Jackie,
You've
use
got to
your
be
Midas,
cautious.
please. There you go. He had it on off cooldown for about a minute there, so I was a bit upset. It's all right.
Yeah.
I guess he was just doing what Arbed was doing with his Midas and the Courier. Meanwhile, Purple, top lane with Masteros. They're going to try and fight it out with March. March is going to drop, and now Q looking for another. We'll get an avalanche onto Cuckoo, but the toss back is going to be on Masteros. That is not what he wanted. However, they continue the chase. Masros running the long way around, but Cuckoo is going to be fine. So instead, they'll go into Zephyr, but Zephyr does TP out. He's just going to be fine as now Jackie is going to invade the dire jungle, but not going to find anyone. Just farming up. 8k net worth lead now for Motivate. Things going very well for the Radiant side.
Yeah, they've just got everything they could possibly ask for. Among Us still needs so much more to come in. Like, they've got this Glimmer Cape on Abed, but this is such an awkward invoker. You've got Midas, Glimmer Cape, Drums. Null, 2 nulls, that's it.
Fearless.
Oh.
It's gone on to Cuckoo, but zips a bit awkwardly and does not manage to catch him. Still, Jackie is maybe going to get the pounce off in time. No, he went for the double attack. Well, maybe didn't realize the TP was happening. Zephyr.
Oh.
Avalanche tossed out by Q. It is going to be enough with Boom Bell there, but now the turnaround with the EMP. Going to drain the mana of Q, but here comes Jackie. He'd love to jump on In Your Dream, but they're going to go onto March instead. Make sure that IO's dead, and March is going to drop. Damn it, Jackie, use that Midas. Use that Midas, sir. OCD's kicking in.
I mean, he's got a massive lead already. 13k net worth on Jackie. In Your Dream set 9.8. It's such a big deficit for something like the Spectre. In Your Dream does have his Manta style up. He's saving up for the Eye of Scotty next. That should help mitigate some of the healing coming through here for Jackie, but Jackie's just constantly on the hunt. He is trying to sniff out IYD, and they've got a ward here. He knows.
Dire's middle tower is
Jackie,
under
pounce. Going to be on point, but he doesn't have the break yet. He's going to have to wait for that one. Looks like he won't bother.
Radiant's
Does
top
force
tower
March to
is under
relocate on the IO just in case. And Jackie, he does go back into the invis and is going to chase down the IO, but March, quick pause out from our IO. On cue. He has a funny feeling, and of course on the right side of the map, we do have a team fight breaking out. Cuckoo and Boombell going at it. Boombell should drop, but is going to survive now as Cuckoo is the one to drop first. No, in fact, he doesn't. He does get away. Boombell's the one to go down. In Your Dream, Q, Avalanche Toss is there with the silent sound onto that Invoker Arbet. Is going to die. In Your Dream, however, going to keep up the fight. Chasing Q down, but it's not going to be enough as the Vortex will pull him back. Cuckoo, he does have a lasso. Jackie moving his way in. Will go on to Zephyr, but the Force Staff is going to save it. No, Q is there with an Avalanche Toss. Still Lasso is going to be now committed by Cuckoo onto the high ground. They do get the tiny kill. Invis again from Jackie. Cuckoo does have the sentry down though. Knows he's there. He's going to be able to force him back. They have spotted out In Your Dream, but they don't really have the mana to zip in on the Spectre. Motivate, I think they're being very careful not to throw this big lead away.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a massive lead in their end. They're not risking too much. They're just going to go for these
Fearless.
safe plays. The tier 2s are still up.
Top lane tried to go after Cuckoo. Doesn't quite get there though. Cuckoo is going to be able to blink out in time.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Fearless, he's way too low on mana to keep trying.
Dire's bottom tower is
Meanwhile, Jackie bot lane does take the tier 2 tower. However, Among Us are starting to posture in the Radiant Triangle. So there's 3 down towards the bot triangle. 3 from MG.Trust in the Dire Triangle. And Fearless is just in the middle, farming in the mid lane. So they have pinged out Q. Q's going to make his way out, and he's going to be fine. So nothing really comes out of this, as now Motivate are starting to kind of creep through the Dire jungle back into Arbed. Jackie has found him, and he's going to make the jump with an Ice Blast to fly out. It will connect Arbed. He's going to try and run. They would love another point of damage on Arbed. He's still ticking out to the Ice Blast passive, but I don't think it's going to be enough. And it's not. He does barely survive. Arbed is going to be all right. Jackie, his Aegis does expire while all that was happening, but now Fearless, mid lane, going to jump in onto Zephyr. He's going to catch out the Void Spirit. Sunstrike is going to connect, but it won't really mean anything.
It's still a not the biggest kill coming out for MG.Trust, but they're still in a
Jackie.
really good spot. Oh,
Bot lane, March, gonna tether away onto In Your Dream. He does have the relocate if he wants to commit it, but he's gonna go for the TP play out. Pounce, not gonna be on the mark. Jackie misses out that time around.
Has fallen.
Back up to the top dire jungle. Fearless going onto the Bat Rider now. In fact, no, make that Arbit. He wants the Invoker, but the relocate is going to be there from March. They will save the day. Is now Fearless. He's out of mana, but Q will toss him out. Is it going to be enough, though? Fearless, he's been cold snapped. He's trying to run. He'll zip. A huge avalanche there.
Oh,
out from
boy.
Q, and now Jackie back in Your Dream. They almost take him out. He does run, however. Jackie's on the chase, but the 8th, the Remnant, going to lock him down. They will not be able to keep up with Among Us there. They'll have to let them go. Ice Blast. Towards the fountain. Looks like it is probably going to be off the mark. Everyone's too healthy anyway. And so nobody dies.
yeah,
Dire's middle
just
tower
a
is
further
under
stall
attack.
for Among Us. They're not dropping any heroes, so I'll go.
Yeah, Jackie's playing on the edge here. He's very confident on this Slark right now, and I can't really blame him for that. Of course, they do have to play fast, right? Because you're getting to the point where In Your Dream, he's going to get an Eye of Skadi up soon.
Dire's middle
And
tower
once that
has
Skadi's
fallen.
up, life does become a little bit harder for Motivate.
Yeah, it's going to mitigate the healing you're getting out here with your Abaddon, with your Slark. It's going to give a lot more presence as well in terms of stats out for In Your Dream. So you have to watch that timing. I'd say the scaling from the other heroes aren't going too well. We talked about Abed. He does have a medallion, but this is really just basically feeling like a support invoker. He smoked up, but that was also caught out by this ward. So they've got to be a bit cautious. I don't really think they're going to find anything with that one.
Radiant are
Not only them, John, but Motivate might be the ones to pounce. Jackie. Sentry wards are placed by March at the right time. They do spot out Jackie. Thing is, Motivate still have that dire triangle high ground. So Among Us know they can't really go backwards anymore. Cuckoo might just try and start a fight as he got some vision over Fearless, but the Storm is going to zip away again. It's also getting to that point now where Fearless is working towards the Aghanim Scepter. Once that Axe is up, it is a very scary time from Among Us. So we've seen Fearless with that Axe before, just constantly getting mini black holes out. I'm not sure if Among Us will be able to deal with it.
Yeah, it's going to give so much more control towards the side of MG.Trust,
Dire's
and
middle tower
they
is
see
under attack.
Cuckoo up top.
Radiant's
Jackie.
bottom tower is under attack.
Still not using that Midas, Jackie, but Q is going to get an avalanche toss off with Fearless to zip in, and Boombo will take the kill. And now Jackie will commit the Midas. But they are by the T3 tower, John. And they will just get started, even without a creep wave. Who the hell cares? That tier 3 is just not going to survive this damage output. In fact, Q jumping in, looking for a toss back. In Your Dream, not going to cancel the TP. He'll get tossed back. In Your Dream.
What?
He wanted a man to dodge the toss, but Q got him anyway. He'll buy it back on Cuckoo now. Q, another great toss back onto March, but the lasso is there now. They have got the Tiny. He will survive for a bit. In Your Dream, haunting forward onto Masseros. They may be able to get the Abaddon, but they may just turn MG.Trust. A big Ice Blast there. Fearless going to jump in. Jackie onto Cuckoo. They'll get the die back. In Your Dream now in trouble. Zephyr also dying. They can't afford to die right now on the side of Among Us. They're trying to turn this one. Jackie back onto the Spectre. In Your Dream, very low. March trying to keep him alive. It is going to be just barely enough as Fearless is out of mana. That Ice Wall doing so much for this dire side, just holding back MG.Trust, but Jackie is not done yet. Back onto Zephyr, the Void Spirit, going to avoid him. They do get the kill. In Your Dream, how does he survive this? The Sunstrike, it connects on Masseros. Abed can't cancel the TP. What a team fight out from both these two teams. I thought it was going to be so bad for Among Us. They do have to commit 2 buybacks, and one of those was a dieback in the end by Cuckoo, but they do manage to hold the high ground and save those racks.
Yeah, it's a victory in the end for Among Us. They are still playing at huge deficit, but they hold on to their map for a bit longer. You're starting to see some of what they want to do line up. Like, they're getting the spells out, but Abed, the control's really good. MG.Trust are way too confident. They haven't gotten anything like a BKB in this game, so they're relying completely on a Photic Shield to get some of that control off, and even at that Dark Pact as well, which is sometimes not reliable. So you have to watch yourself if the spells fly up. Among Us, you should use this time to try to get some more flash farm in your dream. And because of the buyback, his Scotty's offset by just a bit, is going to get his second ultimate orb up, so he's got even more stats, but...
Oh, they found Zephyr. Ice Blast Avalanche Toss going to be more than enough. And look at that top outpost, John. Fearless. No, he doesn't see the Bat Rider. I thought he was TPing up because he saw Cuckoo, but Cuckoo currently is trying to juggle a gem in his inventory. He's going to be able to pick it up and just run. Even though it's a 15k net worth lead, I do still feel like this is a very close game, and Among Us, they do seem to have the kind of draft that can make a comeback this game number 2.
It's definitely a possibility when you have the Spectre. It's just such a late game beast, despite some of these counter picks, that it can overcome it. You've got the IO as well to cover your bases, to keep you healthy, and March has been fairly consistent for that. You know, he's got this repair kit out now as well, so when he does tether up, it is going to be a lot more regen flying through as well because of that. Just such a value item for an IO to find. And they're just playing the high ground well. They're not risking too much going outside their base. It's only in your dream farming forward. And I believe his Scotty's going to be coming out soon, and it is up. So he's got a ton more presence. As long as they avoid the break, they should be fine.
Fearless, gotta be careful. Cuckoo on the hunt, but he does spot them out in time. Would have been a massive pickup if they could have caught the storm. Look at Masaros.
Are under attack.
He's just so confident he can't die on this Abaddon. Just walk around. Do also scout out the Roshan. Jackie has gotten started. I believe the Sunstrike should have given vision over that. There is going to be a big smoke play here from Among Us, but do they have enough time? The Roshan already down to half HP. They're rushing over, but it's getting lower and lower as time goes on. They've got to be quick. Sunstrike will give vision. Cuckoo looking for the jump in. Does jump. It's a bit early. The Aegis Cuckoo. He does snatch it away. Jackie, you have to pounce out of there. It's not a great team fight now for the side of Motivate. Q's going to go down on the Tiny. Can they catch more Among Us? No, they cannot.
They left the cheese.
They left the cheese in the Roshan pit, but they got the Aegis. Cheese will go over to Masaros and the Courier, and they do give it over to Jackie. Still a very nice steal away from Cuckoo, and that is certainly going to keep them in the game and probably just defend another high ground attempt when Motivate do go for it.
Yeah, it's not going to be as safe as Motivate wants. The cheese is going to give them some leeway, but you have to remember the Scotty's already on hand here from In Your Dream to sort of mitigate that. So we'll have to see how MG.Trust plays. We need to see Fearless use his Ags up as well. Does have it ready to go. They've got a lot of opportunities to set up against Among Us. They can just jump in, get the control, but Among Us aren't giving them very clean angles. So it's been a lot of back and forth.
Oh, March, he relocated in. He wanted to go for the bounty rune. Oh, you gotta be careful with those kind of plays. He doesn't have buyback on the IO. I don't believe it's gonna be enough to force MG.Trust to go high ground, but the pings are starting to fly out. Maybe they will.
Yeah, it's that's the one big thing that keeps In Your Dream alive. Does give them an opportunity. I'm just wondering how March was worth 460 gold as the poorest hero on the map. That just seems a bit ridiculous to me. It's a bit strange, but
you're just a salty support, John. Fearless.
Oh.
Lasso is going to be out. They caught a big target. This Storm doesn't want to die like this, but Fearless does die. Still Q in with a big avalanche and the Ice Blast as well. Jackie going to try and fight. Abyssal out onto Arbet, but it's just not going to be enough yet. He'll Ghost Walk away. Back onto Zephyr. They might get the Void Spirit, and they do. But Jackie will have to settle with that, I believe. They do lose the Storm. Fearless, again, does not want to die like that. It's a lot of golden XP to go to the way of Among Us. And it puts MG.Trust in a weird situation. where they can't really try to force high ground, but they have smoked up. But the smoke is spotted. Masteros makes it very obvious. And your dream pops the blade mail preemptively. Everyone back into the base from Among Us. They are going to be okay. It looks like they are just both going to wait for their heroes to respawn.
Yeah, I mean, MG.Trust are just relying on that Ag Storm Spirit to really get that huge AoE control. They could open up with Q on the Tiny, but without the follow-up from the Storm, I think you're going to face some issues getting the numbers advantage on hand. So they're going to have to play it patiently. They still have the 18k lead. Just going to take a look at Dota Plus. It does still peg MG.Trust at 93% and Among Us at 7% chance to win. So still favoring MG.Trust in a big way here. With that lead they have, they've still got control on the map. They're still keeping Among Us in heavy check by locking them in that high ground and really stalling out the progression from these other heroes. It's really just turning into the In Your Dream game. And he's saving up for his BKB next. Once you've got that, he can stand in front and not care about the Storm.
Cuckoo with the Firefly. Looked like he wanted to try and make a jump. It would have actually been a pretty decent time to make that jump as well, because you had Fearless and Jackie who were quite far away from their team, but now they have rejoined. Looking at that top lane, Zephyr is going to be targeted, it looks like. Q does jump in, but misses out on the toss back, and Zephyr does jump back into him now. Just shots being fired. Zephyr just meowing in this defense.
Yeah.
MG.Trust just holding this low ground, being very patient, waiting for Among Us to try and make it out.
Yeah, I think they really got scared off by that last fight. Without an Aegis, they don't feel secure in the high ground. The Invoker does a lot of work in that space, although...
Okay, great toss back. He has caught out In Your Dream. He's going to try and blade mail and run. Fearless going to zip in with a Vortex down. It's only onto Zephyr. Arbed now just holding down Q, but the Force Staff is going to be there. Q is still very low, does go down, and now In Your Dream going to try and fight this one out, but Jackie is willing to man fight, or maybe not. A lasso's there. They've caught that Abaddon with the Vortex. Fearless catching all three of them with the mini black hole, and Jackie does kill off Cuckoo. In Your Dream, though, going back in. Fearless, he's out of mana. The Haunt is out. Jackie doesn't know who to focus right now. Fearless, he eats the cheese and will survive. Back on to Zephyr, but he does dissimulate and run away. Still Jackie. Now onto Arbed, trying to get that Invoker. The Force Staff is going to be good. Jackie, he'll pop the ulti and try to just survive through it and fight back. Can they go for the racks?
Dire's top barracks are
It looks like they're going to try. There's no buyback on Cuckoo. They'll put the repair kit down on the melee barracks. Fearless going to zip in again. Catches out March with the Vortex, and now Q with the Avalanche Toss and Ice Blast is going to be enough. They pop the drums. They're going to try and chase, but Masros holds them back. Fearless once again out of mana. Zephyr jumps in. Just a Resonant Pulse to try and clear the creep wave. Repair kit is still going, but now does wear off, but they do glyph up. Q looking for a toss back, doesn't quite get it yet. The Aether Remnant gonna lock him down, but Abyssal Blade not gonna be there with the Tornado, but he still gets him. The Dark Pact was out from Jackie. In Your Dream trying to fight Fearless. He zips back in with the Orca, but Jackie in big trouble. A nice two-man Vortex and a toss away onto Jackie. Into the Silver Edge. Back onto Masseros. That Abaddon is in a spot of danger right now. He has the borrowed time. Can he survive? There's a lasso to cancel the TP off. He is healing up nicely, but it looks like he has been left behind and should just go down. And he will, In Your Dream. Able to pick up a double kill for himself on the Spectre. A very prolonged team fight, and meanwhile, March being killed off by Fearless. Did he relocate again for the bounty roots?
Yeah. Yes, he did. He's just trying to be economic on the map. Still,
Jackie?
Among Us. Oh.
It's going to be all right. I thought maybe he would have pounced onto Arbed, but he didn't see him. He's going to be fine. You were saying, John.
Still, Among Us hold on to their melee racks up top. They only lose a range. They're in a really good spot. You've suddenly got a Satanic up on In Your Dream, so he doesn't care about the break. He can just stand there, get his HP back with the IO healing on top as well. It looks like there's a damage issue here for MG.Trust. Like, the amount of buildup you've got on Jackie is nice, but it doesn't feel like he's clearing out these heroes fast enough. And the burst damage you're getting out from Q isn't big enough either. And now there's a smoke opportunity here from
There
Among
he is,
Us.
and they see Q up that top lane. He's going to try and TP out quickly. Can he make it in time? He can. Even picks up the Aeon disc now on that Tiny. So basically a secondary life there for Q. Even the magic lamp out. So a lot of dispel there for Q now. He can kind of risk jumping in and being a bit more aggressive with those avalanche toss plays. And that is one of the big reasons why MG.Trust are getting so many positive trades in these team fights. But have a look at Cuckoo. He's staring them down on this Bat Rider. And Mizrun there. No sentries placed. They don't see him. Boombill gonna have his smoke broken. He realizes, but the lasso is gonna be out. They're gonna go straight after the AA first. That'll be Boombill gone without buyback. But Jackie gonna jump in. Big vortex out from Fearless, holding 3 of them down. They get the Abyssal Blade onto Cuckoo, and they'll get the kill onto March now. Fearless takes down another onto Arbed now. Jackie with the pounce. Arbed trying to survive with the Chaos Meteor. The Cataclysm, is it gonna be enough? Not quite. Nobody dies cause of it, but they're onto Masaros. The borrowed time gonna help him stay alive. He will try to run. They'll go onto Q instead. Just try and take down that Tiny, but Q will toss them back in onto Masaros. Masaros being left behind, probably will die, but Fearless gonna zip back in. He wants Arbed on that Invoker, and he will get him. Arbed buys back. And there is literally no buybacks left on this map, John. They are either all on cooldown or there is no gold for them.
Ooh, this
So
is
Roshan,
going to be a scary moment.
it's a 5v3 situation, but Among Us, they know that the buybacks are not there, so Motivate cannot fight for this Roshan.
Yeah,
And
it's
it is going to be a refresher shard out for the side of Among Us now, along with the Aegis and the Cheese.
Yeah, it's a big bounce back for Among Us. Like, they still drop a couple of bodies. They had to expend some buybacks, but they do secure that key Roche. Abed can now play with double Cataclysm down the line. They just don't have the best setup for it, but if they do manage to fight in that choke point, can really make a difference. Fearless tried to make use of his BKB charge, and
Well, they have jumped. Fearless, who is he caught out? It's going to be Kuko on the Bat Rider, but he BKB's up. He's going to be okay. Arbed, Tornado, going to be out onto Q. Jackie, actually caught out by that 8th Remnant, but does BKB now back onto that Invoker. They would love Arbed dead, but Jackie, who'll go onto Cuckoo instead on that Bat Rider. Will get one, but In Your Dream has killed off Q on the Tiny. In Your Dream, still moving forward, onto Jackie. Jackie, he does now have buyback gold, but he's in a spot of danger at the moment. He will Shadow Dance and try to run, but they are just going to continue chasing him down, so Masros will come back in. March in trouble, very low on the IO, does die. Now Fearless in with the Vortex, trying to make sure this Slark survives, but the double Cataclysm going to fly in. It's just not enough damage, however. Everyone survives. Boombill does finally drop, but in they go again. Fearless onto In Your Dream. The Spectre, he does have a secondary life. Jackie, he has Silver Edge in about 5 seconds. He just needs some time. They'll go with the 2-man Vortex back on the Spectre. Fearless, however, low on mana, needs to just rim it out of there, and he does. But Jackie now in trouble, trying to fight back. So many Essence Shift stacks taken by Jackie. He might get In Your Dream, but he does not. Zephyr gets a double kill, and he is down.
Is under attack.
But he does have buyback
Radiant's middle
on the
tower
Slark.
has fallen.
He will not pop it yet. But Among Us are slowly but surely making a pretty big comeback.
they really are. It's starting to line up here. Abed is landing his spells. Guess what he has as well for a tier 4, Mike? He's got a Spell Prism coming in. So everything you could ask for here for the Invoker and a bounce back, it's lining up. BKB's up as well. So now Abed can just focus on hammering out those spells. It's the control. Like, BKB can only last so long. Jackie's BKB is down to 8 seconds. It's still fairly long, but you know, the cooldown's killing them. These fights last for so long because of the sustain that they need another charge up. But it's not up. It's not ready at that time. And In Your Dream with his build-up is actually living a lot longer now. Rushing his Abyssal for control as well.
The funniest thing is he has so much more room to grow as well in that Spectre. He's just
Oh,
not
yeah.
done yet. The bash is coming out now, so once he has the Abyssal Blade up, the control just skyrockets for In Your Dream. He could just, I imagine he's going to ignore the Slark and go after Fearless or just the backline supports and make sure they get wiped out of the team fight before it even begins. He's just got 3.4k sitting there, but now Fearless does have a Bloodthorn up. Big item for him. And it looks like Jackie's working towards that Eye of Skadi, which I also think is going to be extremely important, especially up against all the healing March is providing on this IO. But you might be getting to that point where you start questioning whether MG.Trust are going to need a Divine Rapier, John. It just doesn't seem to be enough damage anymore for the Spectre.
No, it's not. Jackie, I mean, in a prolonged fight, you'd think the stacks would be enough, but it does fall flat. Still, they smoke around here. MG.Trust, maybe they find something.
Gonna try, running up to the triangle. Zephyr, he's gonna dissimulate straight off the bat. Cuckoo just gonna fly away, but Arbet getting Vortex up. Fearless does have the control. The Ice Blast to fly in, connecting on all four heroes. Fearless, he gets March, and the fight starts. It's just complete chaos here. Haunt in from In Your Dream. Arbet, Ghost Walk is gonna be enough. Fearless, he's out of mana. He's trying to run. Jackie, meanwhile, will hold them back in the backline. The lasso is out from Cuckoo, but the Vortex again from Fearless, holding all three of them down. Q's gonna jump in with the toss in. Zephyr, he's gonna just try and astral step away. The avalanche is out. Q, he will try and chase him down. Meanwhile, In Your Dream will just TP away, but they have at least caught Zephyr. John, there's no buybacks left on Among Us. They don't have one on Cuckoo. They don't have one on Arbit. They don't have one on March. Zephyr, he really doesn't want to die right now. Avalanche toss will not be enough. He will barely survive. But this could be it. I mean, if they realize they've got about a minute and a half without this Invoker or Batrider, they could decide to try and go for tier 4s.
Yeah, it's a massive opening, and they're going to go for the tier 3 set of racks down mid, but looks like they might be picking out those tier 4s.
Yeah.
We'll see if they can hold. They've got 3 heroes here.
Oh, Q, toss back In Your Dream. He's been stunned up by the Abyssal Blade, but they don't have the control yet. Still Fearless onto Zephyr with the Blood Right. They get the pos for Void Spirit. Jackie, he was pinging tier 4s, but it looks like they're going to go for the safer play. They'll go for Megas first. March relocating. Q jumping in. A great toss back again. March, he just used the tether. He can't get out of there. The Vortex again from Fearless, holding them all down. He'll get the IO. Still onto the tier 4s. The repair kit is there. It's In Your Dream against the world. He has Cuckoo up in 10 seconds. But how do you buy the time? It's 5v1 right now. Q's jumping in for the Avalanche toss. In Your Dream's in there trying to fight, but Jackie, he's onto the Ancient. He does not want this game to go the side of Among Us. The Ancient's too low. Jackie has the control. They will be able to get it to a game number 3. And what a game 2 it was between MG.Trust and Among Us. And I told you, John, I told you we'd be going to a game 3 for this upper bracket final. Here we are. Among Us and MG.Trust now in a best of 1 upper bracket final to decide who gets to go to the grand final.
Yeah, just amazing plays coming out from both sides. Among Us trying to stall out as long as possible for In Your Dream to get big enough. We saw Abed bounce back in with his Hags. Not quite enough though. MG.Trust, they had that early start. They bounce back in after a couple of awkward fights and do make it work still. We've got another game coming up, and before we get into that game, everyone, you can vote for your Monster MVP on bts.gg/Monster MVP. Vote for who you think is worthy of that for this series. We'd like to hear what you think, but that was just spectacular plays from both sides. And I can't wait for Game 3. Just, my God, these two teams are just insane against each other.
You love to see these kind of games, and yeah, Game 3 should be very explosive. Of course, we are going to take a short break, and after that break, we get to talk with the panel and see what they thought about this game number 2. See you again soon.
It's a question as old as time. How do you beat an IO draft? Many teams have thought and mulled it over, but it seems that MG.Trust may have found a solution. They let it go in the first phase. They snap up an AA. After that, it's just a matter of how do you counter out any other carry. How do you counter out a Spectre? Let's go with a Slark. How do you counter out a Batrider? Let's also go with a Slark and an Abaddon. MG.Trust, I gotta say, I was very impressed overall in their drafting and their play, worthy of a upper bracket final.
Absolutely. Very different approach to the draft, just going so heavy on the counter picks, but it paid off. It worked out really well here.
Yeah, I think that one of the most interesting things about this to me is like they didn't counter the IO completely necessarily. That definitely they did to some extent with the AA, but to me what it felt more like was they counted the potential gyrocopter, and then they had to switch up their draft and do something else, and then it's the Spectre, and then it's not a normal IO draft anymore. It's a different type of IO draft.
Yeah. Counter the IO draft by making it not an IO draft, it seems.
Yeah, exactly. And because of that, like it sort of it changed the entire dynamic where it wasn't as much like IO +1 sitting on the other side of the map constantly farming up, and then a bunch of other people make space. It was sort of this weird situation where Zephyr has to play a Void Spirit. He played really well. I was impressed. But at the end of the day, also Slark just got so freaking huge, and Jackie was just free to do whatever he wanted that game. So Slark, Midas, uncontested. You're going to have a bad time.
Yeah, and Fearless's Master Tier Storm Spirit, that Aghanim Scepter, I think at the very end was a game changer for sure. Making, like, there were so many clean setups from Vortex into Avalanche into Ice Blast that if they weren't able to execute it as well, I could have just as easily seen Among Us coming out with the victory, just because it's Spectre, at the end of the day, an extremely hard carry with a lot of heroes supporting her. Abed's Invoker, if he didn't get so stomped in the early game, would have probably been a much more intimidating force, which he still did a great job with the Ice Wall EMPs, but him losing his courier on the Midas, or Midas on the courier, and just getting so hassled in the early game was a rough turn of events for him. But we will now have a Game 3. Of course we'll have a Game 3. We're going to jump to a quick break, and when we return to the draft here at the Monster Energy Dota Summit 13. Let me calibrate the sensors. We got some James Bond technology. Beep boop bop bop. There we go. Activate the draft for me if you could.
Nice.
There we go. Among Us versus MG.Trust game number 3.
Can I just say something real quick?
Yeah.
Right before we came back, the music switched over, and it was the best like little preamble music that I think I've heard so far on the channel.
Oh, yeah.
It was some song called Get Funky or something like that. It was amazing. It was really, really good. Highly recommend you guys go listen to that one.
Are you ready to get funky?
Yes,
Okay,
always.
good.
It's Friday night. Let's do it. Let's go. Or
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
Saturday morning.
It's Saturday morning. I mean, it's still funky time.
It's Friday night in like Hawaii or something.
That's
maybe,
true.
you know?
I think so, maybe. These drafts are getting funky though. No IO ban.
They've figured it out. They know how to play against the IO.
No threat.
Tiny.
I mean, they could still pick it now, but
Well, it's interesting, right? Because Among Us are the ones that now have the opportunity. So they take Tiny, then it's Marana, now we got Mr. Mag. Feeling good about that. God, I actually really like that opening of Tiny Mag. There's like, some timing where they're going to need to sort of get through before the Blink Daggers are there, but once they're there, that's just like crazy team fight. It's going to be spooky.
yeah, after seeing Q's performance on the Tiny Eye, I'm once again reinvigorated with my passion for the hero and its capabilities, although they are both strength heroes that Among Us have, and so Timbersaw, always a great selection against that, although it is a lot of Magic Burst so far.
Yeah, it's Magic Burst, and they're theoretically strength heroes, but they're supports.
Yep.
So a very early Timber pick in some ways.
Definitely. Granted, it also means that there's like no harassment that they can do on a Timber, so he's just going to be like free to do whatever the hell he
10
wants,
seconds remaining.
which is kind of cool.
In the lane, at least.
Yeah, in the
Yeah.
lane. And then later on, he's just going to get
seconds
Avatos. I don't know. I wouldn't even mind seeing Among Us.
Dire team
They could
back.
switch it up, and I was thinking maybe they could do an
Radiant
AA
team
themselves,
back.
but probably not. They probably just want to keep the Magus 5. It's probably the best play. I don't know. We'll see.
Wow, and they're even like trying to protect this Timbersaw pick also, banning a Monkey King. You don't do that unless you're just really trying to enable a first phase pick
10
that's very
seconds
unconventional.
Play fast.
5
Take down
seconds
towers.
remaining.
Maybe we'll see the fabled Meteor Hammer Timbersaw.
Dire
be cool.
team bad.
Yeah, I'm not really thrilled yet with this Motivate Trust strategy.
Just put like the first two Timber in
Yeah,
general.
I,
It's surprising to see it like in like this big decisive game 3 that they
right.
10
like picking a
seconds
Timber by
remaining.
itself, not a huge shocker, but yeah, picking it this early on without a
5
clear
seconds
understanding of
remaining.
what you're playing it into seems very risky.
Because you can just get a lot of magic damage, and there's no flex potential for a Timber. He's gonna be either mid or offline, or at least
what you think.
he's a core.
That's what you think.
I mean, there's no such thing as support Timber.
Dire team pick.
There's no such thing, because it would have to be like a 5, because Moran is already also pretty much confirmed to be your 4.
And the way they're protecting with these bans,
Yeah.
it's going to be a core. And
Definitely.
So
I can dream.
percentage-based damage, magic damage, plenty of possibilities.
10
Could go for a
seconds
death
remaining.
prophet
Radiant
on
team
Among
pick.
Us.
The other thing is that they kind of need a hero out of the mid lane now on Among Us to build a Spirit Vessel. Because I don't think either of these heroes is going to build it. They're both going to get Blink Daggers. ET's a cool pick.
Yeah, ET's look very good across all regions. Just seems to be a pretty stable support to secure generally the safe lane. We're seeing the ET in, but can also play that forward position, the off lane, or depending on if you see a way Mirana can play the safe lane, which isn't usually the case.
Dire team pick.
I mean, it's still them wanting to play fast. They do get the IO.
So they're just going to IO Gyro now. Now they're
Yeah.
like, okay, they picked their supports. How are you going to pick an AA now?
Yep.
They can't AA anymore, so IO Gyro suddenly fits in again. Gyro's not a melee hero to empower, so maybe it's not Gyro, but Gyro is pretty good against the Timbersaw, which is why my first thought does go to the IO Gyro still.
Yeah, I would rather counter the Timber than get Empower. At the end of the day, you'll still get damage from Magnus, so who really cares? And your farm is going to be accelerated just because you have an IO on your team, so... Could also turn Mag into a core, theoretically.
Yeah, I don't mind that.
I think that's probably either, I mean, yeah, it's either Mag or Tiny. I kind of like Tiny Core more, because you can set up for like fights in the mid game more, and you're going to kind of need to be there to deal with the Timbersaw, which is another reason I kind of like Gyrocopter as an answer. If you want to run that with Among Us, and then, you know, you have an easy way to kill off the Timber at that point.
And no matter what, he's going to be in the... Well, if it's a side lane Mag core, toss into Skewer.
Hey.
Always a possibility.
Sounds like fun. Yeah, I think that they're a little bit flummoxed by this this IO pick here.
Yeah, they're taking a long time on this fourth pick of theirs. Are they theory crafting, doing a core Mirana and picking an AA or something?
Team pick.
No, they're gonna just kunka it up, get some team fight, a tanky mid laner, and something that can just kind of hold its own against a potential, you know, the relocate ganks and whatnot, where a boat can kind of turn things around.
10 seconds remaining.
Well, it could also be a Tiny 3 now I'm thinking
5
about it.
seconds
I wouldn't mind
remaining.
that either. And then just take another 4. Or I
Yeah.
guess Mag 4.
I feel like neither the Tiny nor Magnus is really an Abed hero.
Right.
Yeah.
Tiny is definitely more so the Abed hero, but I think most likely those are the 3 and 4 position. It's just kind of maybe unclear which is which. Magnus is a 4. We just haven't seen. Usually it's either Magnus Core or Magnus 5, and that's where I think Tiny might just be the 4. But you know, sometimes you just gotta mix up the drafts and roles based on the game in front of you. So it could be a game for a Magnus 4.
Radiant team ban.
Good answer to X. Good answer to Timbersaw with almost Magic Burst.
Dire team ban.
Not necessarily great against ET, since you have just so much natural armor that the natural order is a little bit irritating, but there's also not that much physical damage on the side of MG.Trust, so who really cares about losing armor?
Why Morphling over Gyro, do you guys think?
10 seconds remaining.
I think it's the X. I think Gyro would be too so you have to get a very early BKB, and that makes it awkward for an IO sometimes if your tether gets broken, so
Radiant team
I
ban.
think you can just get stuck to a Morphling a little bit more reliably against this Motivate draft.
Yeah, if there's like an X combo that hits onto him, you can strength farm with even if he gets hit by the arrow afterwards. It's fine. But yeah, it is weird taking it into the ET. That is a bit of a problem. Overall, like though,
5 seconds
just the way that
remaining.
these fights are going to work out right now for Among Us, you know, it's crazy synergy. Jump in, avalanche toss. You can just sort of keep the mag behind. Go for a you know, RP if things get a little bit too testy, but the E-Blade or even just an adaptive strike like secures the kill onto anybody. I feel like maybe not anybody. These are somewhat tanky heroes on MG.Trust at this point, so it could be a little bit of a switch up.
I'd be down for an Abed OD.
Yeah. You're against 3 melee heroes already. I mean, as soon as you see Timber, OD is always like at least in the past, like a consideration.
Mm-hmm.
They ban AM Drow. 2 heroes that are pretty good against OD.
Yeah.
Is there any way that this could be an Abed morph?
It seems it's definitely possible. I think Morph does okay versus Kunkka mid.
10 seconds. remaining.
I guess the question is, yeah, what safe lane are you looking at then? I
5
don't
seconds
like
remaining.
Gyro with Morph that much. I think it's just too greedy.
Radiant team picked.
Unless Morph gets an Ags. Well, I mean, that's also extremely greedy, but yeah.
I was thinking as like an answer, like a lane counter to the Timbersaw or something, like an Ursa maybe, which is like a dead hero, but secure Roche, play with Io.
I'd be okay with Ursa just in general, but yeah, it's kind of a dead hero.
5 seconds remaining.
But I do prefer a side lane morphing over a mid lane morphing.
Give me something good.
I feel they want some just more damage output here. Right now it's, you know, E-Blade Morphling timing is possible, the Tiny's is possible, but yeah, okay, Lina comes into play. Just that kill threat, that somebody that you go on with a Tiny combo or an RP is gonna die. Because here's like Kunkka and Timbersaw, they can tank up and just so they can survive a Tiny combo.
Right.
So Lina comes into play, probably
10
the mid
seconds
laner.
remaining.
Yeah. And a Yule's builder, so you do have at least one way to
5
deal with
seconds
X.
remaining.
Whoa.
Now select your hero.
Wow. What?
So still mid Kunkka, but right?
Probably.
yeah.
I mean,
I think
yeah,
so.
Jackie picks up the arc ward.
Okay, yeah. Masterus offlane Timber. Oh, Zephyr's gonna be playing the Lina. Abed is gonna be playing the Magnus.
Okay.
Mid lane Magnus versus mid lane Kunkka. That seems like a bad time for Magnus.
This is a really weird draft.
It's
I think
really
Magnus will do fine. He's Magnus.
yeah. He's melee though.
Yeah, he's got power.
I like how your justification is. He's Magnus. It's fine. Whatever.
it's Magnus.
I think
wrong
you use.
with
I
it?
think it's a boring lane where they probably trade farm.
Yeah, that's fair.
Maybe. I'm for Abed's hope. I think it is
Yeah.
because otherwise Kunkka could get out of control here. But this is it. It's game 3, deciding not elimination but upper bracket final here between MG.Trust and Among Us. We're gonna jump to a quick break, and when we return, your casters John Xfire and MLP.
Welcome back. We are here for game number 3 of this upper bracket finals between Among Us and, of course, MG.Trust Gaming. It's MLP Dota and John Xfire. John, we were talking about the draft. They gave Jackie the Arc Warden. We've seen this many, many times. How are you feeling about this for Among Us?
I think if they don't stop Jackie from hitting his timing on his Midas and then contesting his farm consistently, which is very hard, I think you're going to have issues. Now, you do have the relocate to play with to chase him down if you are active early on. My issue is Among Us' draft isn't particularly fast either, right? Like, you've got this Magnus mid. We know the timings that wants. We're talking about Blink, Echo Saber first, and then maybe something like the Silver Edge or at least a Shadow Blade before you start fighting. That's just what we see. You've got In Your Dream on a Morphling, which, you know, can kind of match an Arc Warden's pace, but shotgun timing has to be there. Quick, and it can play fast, but you don't necessarily want to. There's a lot of pressure here on Zephyr and Cuckoo, along with March, perhaps with some relocate plays with Cuckoo, to keep that pace down. So I think MG.Trust, they've got a really nice draft. Jackie's on a signature here of his. This is something MG.Trust falls back to when they want not a free win, but a better chance of winning as well. And I think MG.Trust, with this kind of draft, are very confident.
I'm sure they are, and of course, as we always say when we do have an Arc Warden, John, if everyone in the chat could please prepare their OS frogs, we are going to need them later on, I'm sure. So just have them warmed up, make sure you've tested them, make sure your OS frogs are working. So we do have an Arc Warden after all, and God knows what happens with this hero once it gets farmed up. So we'll see how it all pans out, though. Among Us, they do have a very intriguing draft. A Magnus draft without any kind of melee cause to buff up with the Empower. Of course, the bonus damage is still going to be very nice on your Morphling. And even the Tiny, for that matter, can be quite decent with the Empower. Looks like Arbit just saying, give me the Magnus. I'll be the right-click core. I'll be the control for the team. And we also know what Arbit can get done in this match. Should be a very explosive game.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I was saying that the Magnus timings are slow, but I'm trying to recall the last time we saw Abed Mag. He was in the same situation, right? He had no one to really empower. He was just playing at mid, but he made the play. So if you land those RPs, it can be big, but action up top already.
Yeah, there is. It's like everyone's going to be okay so far. Cuckoo is looking for, not looking for much, just trying to get some CS going. Because those Spark Wraiths are kind of infuriating to play against, and as we were talking about that, bot lane Q ends up getting first blood. March is the one to go down on the IO. He had a bit of a rough game last game around, and you kind of hope it's not going to be a repeat performance, but he is going to have to give away first blood here to motivate.
And you're already off to a really good start. You've got this Timbersaw lane that IYD has to deal with, so Masaros, with that first blood, probably feels a bit confident. You don't have to worry about the sustain from the IO for a bit. You can get your level 2 up, which is really the Timbersaw's nice spike to start applying harassment. And, you know, March has got to make the long walk forward. He was trying to TP home a while ago, so it has to waste some time and does TP now, but if he gets caught out again, he's going to walk a third time. So, gotta be cautious there with your positioning, March.
Well, it is a very tough kind of lane for the IO as well, right? Because the Whirling Death, it removes so much stats from March on that IO, and if Q lands an arrow, you're borderline just going to die if you're around half HP. So we'll see what he does get done. Of course, in the mid lane, you do have Fearless and Arbit, and Fearless, is he wearing those boots you get if you won Aghanim Scepter time trials?
I think so. It does look that way.
Yeah, he is, the Waterlogged boots, but Fearless has been skewered back into the tier 1 tower. Does eat a fairy pie, but a shockwave is going to drag him back. Arbed can't get in range to cancel off the salve. He's going to be alright. And I never realized Fearless had those Waterlogged boots. Very nice.
Looks like it was a gift, but very lucky for Fearless. He gets to dance around with that. Still, you can't rest easy in this lane for Abed, right? Like, he doesn't even have Empower. He's just playing with a Shockwave perfectly, playing with a Skewer. And if you do misstep here, there are ways for Abed to kind of dance around it. So we'll see what Fearless can get done. Still really even so far. 14-5 for Abed, 12-3 for Fearless. Gonna be down to those supports, and you do have this Mirana combo with Q, but he will need to make his way down there, perhaps for that 4-minute power.
Q. Well, he's taking a lot of damage here from March. March just keeps going forward for it. Q has a Fairy Fire, wants to try and play here with March. Doesn't have another arrow yet. They're going to man-fight this one out. Fairy Fire's being eaten. Q needs to leap away, but In Your Dream does come in for the waveform. And March, a very aggressive man-fight from a ball of light, John. But it does work out.
Yeah, I like the confidence, and that's gonna slow down Q just a bit. He'd love to have had level 3 by now, because we are approaching the 4-minute mark, but stuck at level 2, you might not be able to make the biggest plays with, say, an X arrow combo. You're still in a pretty good spot. Still up top, though, Jackie.
Yeah, LSA is going to land. Cuckoo gets a toss back onto Jackie. They know how important it is to try and shut this man down. Arrow, not going to connect on anyone from Among Us. They are just trying to run now as Q has rotated around. Zephyr is very low and does drop. And now Cuckoo, he's going to try and run away as well. With a nice toss back onto Q. It's like Cuckoo should be okay to run out of there. He's going to take a substantial amount of damage, but It's alright, he does have the bottle and a tango left. But they do manage to save Jackie, and they do kill off Zephyr.
Yeah, it's a good bounce back in for MG.Trust. On top of that, Fearless did manage to secure himself the bottle refill as well. So he does get the Arcane Rune for himself. Abed would have probably liked it. It's going to run empty for a bit, so he's not going to have as much presence. And Fearless can start to bully out that lane just a bit more. So you have to be cautious about that still. MG.Trust, they're shoving in their waves. They're getting this good start. They do overextend a bit.
Oh, Arrow connects onto Cuckoo. Just kind of flew by everyone, and Cuckoo is also going to get stomped up, but March is going to TP in and make sure Cuckoo does stay alive. Boombell, meanwhile, will just TP in the tree line. Q will run away with a creep wave and does take the bounty rune as well. So just forcing rotations out from Among Us so far. Too much else being done here. 1-2 between these two teams. This is probably still going to favor MG.Trust, because we know Jackie. He's just trying to rush the Midas right now. He already has the Gloves of Haste out, just needs the recipe. And he's looking kind of on track for it. His CS has suffered, but we all know what he wants.
Yeah, it's a straightforward time, although.
Yeah, March, caught out by Fearless, will also drop on the IO. It's his second death this game. Abed, of course, unable to help him out. We'll just get back to farming on the Magnus.
And this is one strength that MG.Trust does have on hand. Her rotation potential is a lot stronger. When you talk about the timings here for Among Us, it does take a little bit more farm for the cores to be ready to make that move out. Right, you're falling behind a bit in terms of the levels as well. Fearless is just applying the pressure he can get out with his nice spike on the Kunkka. And all Abed really needs to focus on is just farming himself, so it's going to be slower for a mid.
He's been fluxed up by Jackie. Arrow is going to connect as well, and that is just a free kill for Jackie. Happily take that one. Onto Zephyr, they try to get some damage out, but March, with the overpower, going to have enough to keep him safe. They will also realize Fearless made a rotation there on the Kunkka. He's just going to run back to the mid lane and keep contesting Abed on the mag. Everything is still going quite smoothly for both teams right now. Especially In Your Dream, by the way, who we haven't really talked about very much in the Morphling. But he is top of the CS board, and while Masaros is trying, there isn't really much kill potential here for Masaros. In Your Dream should always just be fine to survive on the Morph. And so he can just continue to free farm without really too much pressure being applied.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Top lane, Zephyr, fluxed up, Arrow does connect, and Zephyr, it's going to be another kill there for Jackie. Boombell and Q both just standing back and allowing Jackie to take another free kill for himself.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about Jackie not quite finding the last hits. If he finds 2 kills in that laning phase, though, still going to be very glad. That Midas we were mentioning looks set to come out in right around the 8-minute mark, and
Bot lane, In Your Dream, yeah, the boat came in, but In Your Dream just going to walk away from it. Fearless going to continue trying to apply pressure, but In Your Dream can just kind of juggle his strength. Unless he misclicks, he's not going to die here. March is just behind the tree line as top lane. Zephyr does kill off Boombell. So Boombell does drop. Nice little kill there from Zephyr. Back down to the bot lane, however. Masaros gets the T1 tower. In Your Dream, just still freely farming, ignoring everyone. But March can't really do that, and Fearless is going to be able to get the Tidebringer hit and connect with the kill. In Your Dream now may not be feeling so confident. He does get X'd up, trying to run. They have the Whirling Death available, so In Your Dream will just try to waveform away. Still trying to TP and does make it out, but top lane. Cuckoo does kill off Jackie, Q will kill off Cuckoo, and Zephyr will kill off Q. A complete mess up with that top lane.
yeah, they do find a big kill, though. They slow down Jackie just a bit. He was right on the cusp of buying out that Midas, but he's going to have to wait a couple of seconds more. So, it's not the biggest slowdown. You are still seeing Jackie lag behind. It's definitely a smoother start for Among Us' cores. You do have Fearless on this runaway start, though. So it's kind of offset by that. And you can see Fearless, he is rushing the Sanj up, perhaps looking for Heaven's Halberd down the line just to get a nice disarm out into her morph, or perhaps just holding on to the stat resist. We'll see what the plan there for Fearless is down the line. Among Us, they're playing the slower game now. They're trying to build up stacks. They do toss in.
No. Yeah, mid lane, toss in on Arbit, but he does not connect with the skewer. Looked like a free kill there, but just a quick miss, and Boombell is going to be able to walk himself out.
Dire's top
Back into
tower is
Cuckoo, in
under
fact,
attack.
but I think he's pretty confident he won't die to this Tiny. Still, Abed is following him down. Cuckoo, does he want to go for an avalanche toss? Not quite. Stomp will come out. Arrow is going to connect out from Q. March is going to be around to help, and RP is going to be committed by Abed on both heroes. Shockwave will get one. They'll chase down Q. He does not have any leap charges left. He's going to just run the old-fashioned way. Meanwhile, Jackie's still around the area, does just pick up his Midas, but Abed wants to try and take him out, does get his courier. Now the Shockwave connects. Jackie will bring out the Tempest Double, but how do you survive this one? He's just going to use both Midases and trying to fight back. He kills off Cuckoo, but he does die in the end. And I think for Jackie, he's just happy he got both Midases used up before he did go down. In fact, March is going to be X'd up by Fearless. Abed already TP'd away. Arrow is going to be there and Fearless does get himself a free kill now in the Kunkka.
Yeah, it's now a 6-9 here for Among Us and MG.Trust. Really nice number 2K lead for MG.Trust as well. And they are keeping eyes on Jackie. They're making the right plays. They're keeping him kind of locked in. But with his Midas up, I don't think he's going to care too much. It's about that time where we see MG.Trust just buy space out for Jackie. He's going to play in that jungle, spam out the Tempest Double occasionally to build farm up. Among Us are using this time well, though. They're farming up on Abed as well. Blink is almost there for our Magnus, and that should allow them to start playing him. If you're seeing IYD, he is saving up for the Manta buildup on his Mort. So he wants to play a bit more active early on, match that pace they want to get out, and we'll see if they can make it happen.
Lane, toss back on Fearless. That's a big pickup, and they do commit everything for it. A massive stomp out. Masteros might try to go in with the Earth Splitter. They do kill off Cuckoo. But Fearless not going to be happy about dying like that. Massive pick off there for Among Us. And now a relocate. Where are they going? Towards the bot lane. It's like March just wants Abed to farm more. Very nice little relocate out from March.
Under attack.
Yeah, just a little bit more efficiency being built up. That's one way for Among Us to match that pace. Oh.
Arrow connects onto March as he relocates back in, though.
Tower is under attack.
That's the unfortunate consequence, I suppose. And well, at least Abed did farm up to have that blink up now.
Yeah, they are taking hits in their mid-tier 1, but they do find a top tier 1 in exchange. So they need to defend this mid-tier 1. You don't want to lose that space. We know where MG.Trust wants to play, and they are kind of setting up at the back. They've still got the blink reveal left for Abed. You could try for an RP play.
They could. The smoke around. They want this blink reveal to go well. They don't want to aim down Masteros. He's going to be a bit too tanky to take out for now. They're going to head over to the bot lane where they know Jackie was. In fact, they ping out his exact location. They know he's rotated into the triangle. Abed spots him out. Smoke is broken. He'll just go in for the skewer back. He doesn't need the RP, it seems like. And with the avalanche toss, it will be enough. In fact, they even scout out some ancient stacks. But Fearless is going to rotate in with Masteros. They will try to chase them away from that. But while that's happening, Q in the mid lane does go down to In Your Dream, who appears to have been able to set up with an arrow of his own. And now they're onto the mid-tier 1 tower.
Yeah, it's the right game plan for Among Us. They're playing nicely with these spikes. They're keeping Jackie constantly under pressure, which is, again, very different from what we've seen other teams do against MG.Trust. So as long as our Arc Warden doesn't get the free farm, I think they're in a good spot, although they are going mid again.
Radiant's middle tower
They
is
are.
under attack.
I mean, the pressure has been applied onto their Arc Warden. I don't feel like they feel very safe right now, so they've got to buy some more time here. However, fight going to break out. Boat is thrown out by Fearless onto Cuckoo, and Masteros just jumping into the backlines. He wants March dead. They'll kill off Cuckoo first. The rest of Among Us look like they're just going to back off, but Masteros, he's not done. He will go deep and find March, while Abed will go for a skewer play back. He's run out of mana for the RP, though. Looks like he does not want to commit onto the Timber anyway. We'll just let it be. Nice couple pickups there from MG.Trust. Among Us, back to farming for them.
Yeah, and MG.Trust with that mid-tier 1 take have opened up that bot jungle. So they've got a spot to farm in. They're probably going to look to have Jackie run between the triangle and this bot jungle to maintain his farm. There is a ward here from Among Us, but it is going to fade, and they do get some D wards out. So MG.Trust just keeping that control in check. Among Us, we're still waiting for more, although they are lining up for the tier 2 bot, just keeping that pressure in the lanes. And Among Us are trying to avoid a fight. In Your Dream still saving up for the Manta. They haven't been able to use that Blink RP well just yet. The Echo Saber's coming out soon though. That's going to be a nice boon. MG.Trust doesn't care. They just want to poke these towers down and force a response out.
They do. They're going to try and do the same thing here Among Us. They're pushing in that mid tower and the top tier 2 tower. MG.Trust not really flinching though, are just going to continue onto that tier 2 bottom tower. Meanwhile, a creep skip here from Cuckoo and March. Using that relocate to stop this push, so they've got a TP back up top and try to take a fight, but the tier 2's already gone, and they are not going to be able to catch anyone out. Some great relocate plays being made here from March. Really just kind of negating the pressure that was being applied. They're going to try and fight anyway, but Q is kind of alone right now in this Mirana. Meanwhile, mid lane, Jackie with the Tempest double playing around. Not going to be able to catch out Cuckoo. Looks like the Among Us boys are very happy with the way that that tier 2 tower going down was, and I guess it's just time for them to back off now. Pressure's been applied.
Yeah, they're just going to keep this farm game up. They still are waiting for IYD to finish his first mid game item.
Oh, Abed misses the RP. Kook, Fearless now wants to go in for an X-Bone. Avalanche, no, toss won't be enough. LSA is there. They're trying to fight back Fearless. He is just so tanky with the boat rum. They do take down Arbit. Now the stop is there. Masros in with the Earth Splitter out from Boombell, and March is always going to be the first target. Will die as Fearless with that boat rum does survive. He will just run his way out.
Yeah, it's just a bit of a massive issue. When you don't land the RP, that's where all your team fights are riding on right now. That bot tier 2 does fall in the end as well. So MG.Trust are evening out that map control. They maintain the 3k lead on their side for net worth. And Jackie has now been left alone to farm. So he's still slightly behind in Your Dream. But this is an Arc Warden. This is the Jackie Arc Warden we're talking about. Won't take too long for him to catch up, close the gap. Already has the Maelstrom up here, Mike. And this is just the pace that Jackie likes. He's died 3 times, which is way worse than usual. But when you just leave him alone, fine. And Among Us, they need to play around their timings. Abed does have his Echo Saber up with a Blink RP. So there's some more damage coming through here. I think they've got to play around that next RP, maybe got a smoke out, catch at least one, and toss everything out, get a couple of kills, and try to keep that threat up. Maybe look at that mid-tier 1 as well to regain some map control here.
Abed just going to keep the pressure up towards that top lane. Fearless is going to be forced to TP in and try and defend, but he has X'd himself up, so he's going to make the return back down to the mid lane anyway. They do immediately smoke up in that mid lane.
Radiant are scanning.
Cuckoo might just show himself on this bot wave, and he will. And that might just spell his doom. Masaros going to show himself first. Cuckoo, he's X'd up. He really wants that Blink Dagger, but he just can't get to the point where he has enough gold for it. He's going to die again, Fearless. Able to take the kill on the Kunkka. And Among Us, they're trying to apply the pressure up that top lane, but it's just not enough.
It's not lining up in the same way. MG.Trust are confident enough with their burst damage, with their control, to get these plays out. We talked about Among Us kind of having to depend on their Lina and their Mac, and they've been taking the backseat for a bit. Again, they are keeping up in farm well enough. In Your Dream still number 1, but key items are flying in. The BKB and Fearless means that Lina's damage is not going to be coming out anymore. You're relying entirely on RP to keep this Fearless Kunkka in check now.
Masaros, RP committed. They get him mid-chains. Masaros might just die here. He's still a bit tanky, but the Avalanche tosses out, and In Your Dream gets in with the damage. Big pick up there for Among Us, and you were just talking about that, but that is something they just needed to do, is get that RP on cooldown, get a big kill, and they will immediately smoke up straight after. Problem is, I believe that was scouted out by an Observer Ward.
not going to lead to much. They don't have any good boards as well to give them information, so this is a blind walk around for Among Us. Oh, let's see, they might get intercepted here, but MG.Trust are just playing it right, playing in that jungle, and not really showing up here.
Well, they've got a DD on In Your Dream now, so at least you can get that tier 1 mid tower, and they will be able to get it. Without Masteros, it seems like they aren't confident to try and take a fight, so In Your Dream will happily just keep farming. Even taking the outpost away prior to that 20-minute mark, and they are going to try to rush and get that outpost back before that XP comes in. It won't matter anyway. The bottom outpost is controlled by the Dire, so it is still going to be an even split.
Balance the scale.
Still nice of Among Us to be able to take an outpost back before that 20-minute mark did hit, though. You don't want to fall behind an XP too much.
No, definitely not. They do manage to stall long enough that Cuckoo does have his blink. So now you do have your Tiny that can play with your Magnus as well. You've got additional burst on top of your Lina. And that should give you a couple of openings there if you do manage to find the right target. Now, Jackie is having this steady build-up, though. He's got his Hyperstone up, Mjolnir 700 gold off, and once you have that, well, what he's doing now is going to be 10 times worse. And I think Jackie is, again, just very happy with this place, although...
Toss back is very, very nice, but it's not going to be enough. Boombill, he survives, and Zephyr's the one to die. In Your Dream, going to rush forward, looking for an adaptive, does connect, but the raindrops going to save the day for Boombill. Arbed, Shockwave is off the mark. Masteros will go back in now, onto Arbed, but March is going to be there with the tether. Arrow flying in will not connect either. Motivate, they do not let back on the aggression, they just keep moving forward. Moonlight Shadow will be popped, they're going to be on the hunt now. Cuckoo got to be careful not to show himself down to that bot wave again. Meanwhile, Q has spotted out Arbed. Stomp is going to be there. It stomps in mid-skewer with the Earth Spitter to come out and the arrow. Arbed, he is a pretty big sitting duck right now and is going to die. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, X is going to be out. They caught In Your Dream, but he is going to be freed away for. So we do have a quick pause to come out now from Among Us. Perhaps some more FPS drop issues happening here for this Radiant side, but well, there's a lot more issues than that, John. They're currently 7k net worth behind. And Jackie has officially caught up on the Arc Warden now, taking the top spot on that net worth board. And this is kind of what you're afraid of if you're up against this hero in the late game.
I mean, you've got options for the Morphling. You do have to put so much work into it. It's just what the Arc Warden forces you to play like. I think the IO is going to simplify that process slightly, so March's relocate start to matter more and more as the game goes on. But they can't do anything about these pushes right now. They just stare at their tier 2 going down, and Jackie just gets it for free. And this is just him with Mjolnir. That's it. This is just the Arc Warden with just the Mjolnir, so this is still set to get worse as Jackie has a lot more room to grow. They have given In Your Dream some space to farm up, though. He has also been left uncontested this game. 3-0 right now. Scotty is going to be his next pickup. It's just not as fast. You just never farm as fast as an Arc Warden with 2 Midases. That's just it.
Yeah. No, you really don't. And, they'll just control the die triangle while Boombill may be caught out by In Your Dream, but the stomp from our Morphling does not connect. Got very low, but not low enough, and now the stomp will return back the way of In Your Dream, but in the Radiant Triangle, they are just forcing out the side of Among Us. Just pressuring them back, not allowing them to get any farm in. And so the only hero that's really farming at the moment is In Your Dream on the Morphling. That's it. Everyone else is kind of just stuck taking a camp or two. Arbed trying to contest here with Q, but clumsy in it, and Arrow is going to be there into the Chakram and the Earth Splitter. Arbed just trying to run away, and March will relocate him out, but the X-Pack is going to be on the IO. He was coming back anyway, but they'll bring him back sooner. Poor March.
Yeah, he's had a rough one every single time this IO. He's doing fine though. You know, he's buying space for his team. He's kind of getting them space to farm up. They will need to respond to this though. Big push. They've got RP, but Abed's on the wrong side of the map for that.
They are. high ground attempt is now out for MG.Trust. You cannot ignore this. I mean, Jackie's not that farmed up yet, but he still hits pretty hard, and with two of them, of course, it makes it that much easier. Did we mention, by the way, that Jackie found a grove bow, John?
Lovely, yeah. You gotta love it, right? Like, every time, Jackie just finds what he wants, and Grove Bow just simplifies that process into the high ground. Remember, he doesn't have something like Avenge here. He still has the ridiculous range and still the non-committal with the Tempest Double. And he's going to go into that Hurricane Park, so he's going to have more range, a way of porting himself around. Now, there is a smoke from Among Us. They still hold on to that RP, but they don't really find big targets yet.
It's important they do. I mean, they can't wait for this game. You know what's going to happen. I mean, they know. They don't want to play late game into an Arc Warden, even with the Morphling, but they're going to try and fight now. Masaros is in. Gets a bit of vision. That is not the target they want. However, Zephyr being caught out here with Cuckoo. The Laguna Fearless, and it did nothing. It literally did maybe 100 damage.
It's that run buff. It's really keeping Fearless up in front, really tanky. You've also got, you know, this disparity pass for Lena is behind, although.
Boombell's going to get caught. A nice pick off there from In Your Dream. But he's going to have to back off now. X-Back is there. Should be able to waveform away. Meanwhile, Arbed trying to skew onto Fearless. But the BKB is going to be out, and now here we go. The magnetic field is dropped. Arbed trying to run. He's forced the BKB to get out of here. This is what this hero does, John. It takes everything from you. Everything.
Oh, that's just disgusting. Jackie. It's just...
Oh, toss back. Masaros has been caught. Skewer is there from Arbed. They might get this Timber. No, Masaros is still alive. Pops the one charges, but there's a Laguna out. Zephyr, he'll get the kill. They need to chase for more. Cuckoo looking for a toss back. The boat, In Your Dream. He got relocated in. He will survive for now. Just trying to fight back. Arbed, meanwhile, Skewer in. Does catch out Q, and they will get the Marana. In for the fight back, though. MG.Trust, they want to try and turn this one around. The buyback is there from Masaros. They're going to engage now onto Arbed. He has an RP. He does not get it off in time. So In Your Dream, he'll fight back. He's disarmed at the moment, though. Back onto March. The IO is going to die. Jackie with the triple. Onto In Your Dream again. He doesn't have waveform for another 5 seconds. He's trying to strength morph, but he's in big trouble. He'll chain. It will not help. He will die. Masaros picks him up, and it might be time to start committing some buybacks. I don't think you can let this high ground go down.
No, you don't want it gone. It's 27 minutes in. This is when they're still fairly strong in Among Us, but they have no choice. It looks like they're not confident, even with a buyback flying through. And Jackie's just going to rip and tear. Like, if you don't contest, then what do you expect?
Out of position, does get the Yules off, but the Spark Wraith is going to be there, and Masaros blows him up. Now In Your Dream is in with Cuckoo. They still don't have Arbed, but they got Jackie. They got the big one. The Arc Warden's down. Masaros, meanwhile, killing off March. Fearless looking to turn back around onto In Your Dream. They won't have the damage without their Arc Warden, I don't believe. And with those buybacks, well, they are going to lose Cuckoo, but no, Arbed, a big RP out onto 3 heroes with the Shockwave and Skewer, but there's no follow-up to it. In Your Dream, he wasn't ready for that. He did not, or he couldn't waveform in. Fearless now, going to turn back around with the boat. Onto the Morphling. Do they have the control? In Your Dream, barely alive. March saving the day, healing him back up. Now they'll turn onto Boombell. The stomp is there. Boombell's very low, however. Trying to run away. Is being chased by an IO at the moment, but Boombell, he will finally go down to March. And MG.Trust, they are just forced to run away, but In Your Dream gets a big X off onto Fearless, who X's himself back to the high ground. In Your Dream now getting hit by a torrent. Masaros still around. In Your Dream tries for a random torrent. He does not connect, but they do successfully protect the high ground. They save their racks. All they'll lose is a tier 3 tower on the side of Among Us, and they might even get a Roshan.
Yeah, this is one thing that Among Us does really quick. They've got a good amount of right-click damage. They've got that power to play with, and they can absolutely melt the Rosh. So first Rosh of the game going to go their way. MG.Trust just not quick enough, but they might be able to scout it out.
Yeah, I bet pick up that Aegis. In your dream will take it, but the X is going to be up. They want to fight anyway. Zephyr trying to control up Jackie. Jackie's about to drop. He drops the magnetic field. He is not dead yet, but no, in your dream with the chain in. Does have enough. Jackie will die again. Now the arrow. Not going to be there on Arbet, but Masros out of position. Will chain away. The Earthsplitter's there, but in your dream and Cuckoo. Not done yet with the toss back. They'll get a tie back onto Masros. A big opening here from Among Us in this game number 3. They're looking confident now, John. They'll move into that tier 2 mid tower.
MG.Trust, their positioning is just a bit off. Like, you can't afford to have Jackie up in front like that. They were already a bit too late for the Roche. They still clump up to try and fight. And this is the punishment. The high ground now being sieged by Among Us. No buyback into his 2 heroes, Mike. It's going to be 3-on-5 for the siege.
That's a big problem. Glyph is out, but the side of Among Us, they know. They know the buybacks aren't there, and it's really only Fearless with Q and Boombill to defend. Disarm out to delay things, but they need at least another 15 seconds for Jackie to be up, and even then, I'm not sure if they're confident without Masseros. Midrax is definitely going down Among Us. Take the lead in this game number 3. Not really in terms of net worth, but in terms of objectives. And with that Aegis up on In Your Dream, they're going to turn back around now. If they kill off Jackie, this game could potentially be over. Fearless? Oh, they don't know. Jackie, he'll send the Tempest double down first. X is there on Zephyr, but Cuckoo in with the Avalanche toss and the Laguna. Fearless, though, survives through it. Q controlling up Cuckoo on that Tiny. He'll try to run away. So he'll be fine for now. A nice LSA out from Zephyr. The boat will be forced in, but Arbet, he's looking for an RP attempt. Where can he find one, though? He can't quite yet. He will be patient. Looks like that'll be enough. Among Us, a nice attempt to try and finish off the game, but they will not be given the opening. Still, they are making a comeback. They'll go back to farming and just be patient.
Yeah, it's down to MG.Trust now to play the perfect game. They need to get Jackie's positioning right. They need to get the split push going well. They have yet to find their own set of racks. So that's the next thing they should set out to do here with the Tempest doubles for Jackie, beyond just farming. They do have a Sight of Vice up now in Fearless. So they have additional control to come out to maybe pin down our Morphling. In Your Dream did not go for anything defensive. He only has the Manta style. So there is a moment of vulnerability there for the Morph. Can kind of lock him in, get the damage off. The sustain coming out from March is starting to be really annoying though. Like, there are no Spirit Vessel charges in Q anymore. So they have no way of mitigating it. They need to maybe find a pick off of MG.Trust's side to get a charge to kind of prevent that in the next fight, but Among Us is starting to be more disciplined. They've clumped up. They're not giving any openings to find those single target pickoffs, and if you look at the Dota Plus win probability, Mike, it was around 90% for MG.Trust. It's crashed down to 65 now. So that costing mistakes just swung it all the way back.
Oh, Jackie just can't afford to die 2 times in a row like that. He can't get that cocky quite yet. He does have an Eye of Skadi coming out soon on this Arc Warden, and maybe after that he can feel more confident, but he might need it right now, and he won't have buyback golds. They have smoked up on Among Us, but Masseros will cancel the smoke. Fearless is going to be targeted. He's going to be alright. Turning back around, looking for an X, does go on to March. Boat is there. Does connect. March trying to relocate out. Probably won't make it. He does tether. He's going to be alright for now. But no, he does go down to Fearless. Meanwhile, Arbet with a skewer back has caught Masseros. He drags him out of the team fight. But In Your Dream has been left behind. Trying to fight. Who are they going after now? The arrow there. Masseros still on the high ground there. But In Your Dream does kill off Q on the Mirana. On to Cuckoo though. The Tiny is very low. So Masseros and Fearless take him out. In Your Dream trying to run with the RP. Is out from Arbet. They've caught out Jackie again. Jackie though surviving the magnetic field won't be enough. He will die in the end. But they got Arbet. And Zephyr is also going to go down. It is only In Your Dream left. Zephyr is the only one with buyback on the Lina. But what can he do? He'll buy back. In Your Dream needs the help. He needs to dodge that arrow, but he cannot. He does get stunned up. He'll go down. 0 buybacks left on Among Us. but I don't believe they can actually go high ground without their Arc Warden.
No, that's the that's the saddest bit for MG.Trust. They managed to win a big fight. They go through 2 lives of that Morphling, and they cannot really get a good shove. Now, they will try. They know they have got a lot of time here. It's just not going to be that quick, but they should be able to find maybe the additional tier 3, maybe do some good damage on that melee Rax. We'll see. You do have Sepher back up. He's got March around to play with. Not too far off until Cuckoo and Abed are back up as well. So there's an opportunity here for Among Us to defend. And it's
John,
just
there's a
not
DD
the
rune.
fastest.
There's a DD rune down at that bot rune spot right now. Could be very valuable if MG.Trust do manage to pick it up on their Arc Warden. Mazros, he'll go back for a bit. Like he just wants to buy some clarities and keep himself up. They'll get a secondary Rax here. Fearless taking care of it. 2 Raxes up. Masaros, he's going for the tier 4 towers. Cuckoo misses the toss back. Gets arrowed up with the Yule Scepter setup and will not die. It's going to be alright for now. Nice relocate out from March. Once again saving the day, but they've got to protect these tier 4 towers. MG.Trust, are they going to be able to get it done? A toss back again onto Masaros. A skewer back into the fountain, but Masaros, he's too tanky. He's too tanky. They've got Cuckoo there on the tiny. He's going to die in your dream. Or rather, March. He was trying to help him out on the IO. 15 more seconds for In Your Dream will be back. They've got the RP up. Abed needs to commit at the Ancient. It's under attack right now. MG.Trust, they're not stopping. They're just going after objectives. Abed, he's getting his blink cancelled constantly. He's looking for an RP. He can't get one. They're too split up. That'll be MG.Trust. They win a 2-1 and make their way through to the grand final of the Monster Energy Summit 13. And this is a repeat, John. They did make it to the grand finals of the BTS Pro Series 3 just last month. And I don't think any of the viewers, when the Summit 13 first started, I don't think they believed MG.Trust would have been able to do it again, but they're in the grand finals.
Yeah, it's off the back of that Jackie Arc Warden. And he wasn't even there for that last fight for the most part. They sacrificed so much in Among Us to win out. They take their time way too slowly. We talk about the issues with the draft, right? They were waiting for Abed to kind of get his farm up with the Blink Echo. In Your Dream as well, and that Morphling went for the right-click build, but there was a preemptive disarm on Fearless as well. So a lot of back and forth there. Really tight game, but MG.Trust, I mean, that dive at the end, the skewer back couldn't even kill off for Timbersaw, just lining up there. And what a series on hand. Now, Among Us isn't out, but they're going to have to fight their way through that lower bracket now.
They definitely are, and well, they're going to be in the lower bracket final straight off the bat, so they're not going anywhere yet. It is going to be either Boom Esports or TNC Predator that are going to be matched up against them, and we're going to find out the winner of that series straight after this. But before we go to a short break, don't forget to put your MVP vote in. Of course, the Monster MVP. It is bts.gg/Monster MVP. John and I, we're going to go put our MVP votes in right now, of course, and I might just go for Masteros on that Timber, John. He was 13-3-9 and just seeming unkillable. Apart from that, though, we'll be back tomorrow. We're going to go to a short break and we'll see what the panel has to say about the upper bracket final we just went through.
Our first grand finalists here at the Monster Energy Dota Summit 13 Southeast Asia region, where MG.Trust, as you heard from the casters, will be making a repeat performance in a grand final appearance. It was the BTS Pro Series 3 previously, and now it is the Monster Energy Dota Summit that they are continuing the trend. I didn't see it coming, but our casters did. MLP and John Xfire mentioned Jackie Arkwarden, a force to be reckoned with, and it seemed like Among Us didn't really respect it as much. They were too busy focused on how excited they were to get their hands on an IO. Doesn't matter. MG.Trust pull out two strategies to beat out IO drafts, and it's a best time to do it. Upper bracket finals. They are now in the grand finals.
We've been sitting here, speculating how do you beat IO, and MG.Trust had the answers all along.
They knew what they need to do. You know the other thing?
Tell me.
BTS Pro Series 3.
Mm-hmm.
Monster Energy Dota Summit 13.
Mm-hmm.
Game number 3.
Oh my gosh.
It's all coming together.
Illuminati.
Amazing. I don't have anything else. I don't know.
Grand finals is if God help them if grand finals go to game 3.
I know, right?
Their opponents are screwed.
So the other thing that I really liked in that game, we'll talk about some more, I'm sure, but man, the Kunkka build, I thought it was super primo, A+ good. Halberd afterwards heading into the sheep stick. It's just like that draft, it felt like it was a little bit off to me, and it just needed that one hard lockdown stun, and once that happened, everything started to like really fall into place. It was getting a little bit testy in there around the 30-minute mark, but Kunkka killing it, and of course Jackie's just a monster.
Yeah, we'll have to see what you chose as your BTS.GG/monster MVP. For me, honestly, I'm kind of leaning Q.
Yeah.
I think his Tiny and his Murano were doing fantastic. The casters were leaning towards Masaros that Timber saw in the last game. Obviously, Jackie's Arkwarden and Fearless with the Kunkka, everyone. And then, of course, supports are always important, I guess, kind of. But we want to see who you chose as your MVP. It's good. Jackie, Masaros, Fearless, Q, and Boombell. Who's it gonna be? I'm fascinated.
Ba-da-bum.
Alert. Alert.
Tell us.
Fearless has been chosen.
Okay.
The mid laner, hell of a performance on the Storm Spirit. I'm sure we're going to see some highlights with that Aghanim Scepter. And again, like you mentioned, very creative Kunkka build coming out with the Scythe of Vice.
It's always mid laners. It's always carries. Give me the supports. I mean, he had a really good game, though. It's hard not to agree with this.
I was especially impressed with his Storm. There was like a number of times where I'm just like, I thought he was overextending because he was just using up more of his mana pool than you'd normally see a Storm do to go for kills, but he knew exactly what he was doing, and he really pushed the hero to the limit.
Yeah, overall, as you can see, I don't... who did he even play in Game 1? I don't think see any highlights from him in Game 1.
We don't talk about Game 1.
The Game 1 was only Among Us won that. This is not an Among Us highlight reel. This is a Motivate highlight reel.
Truth. Yeah, it was that I think it was a relatively early Aghanim Scepter for him as well, wasn't it? On the Storm, if I'm not mistaken.
But it seemed like that was just like a go-to build for him, much as how we were, well, at least I was questioning like a Gabby Aghanim Scepter on Phantom Assassin, but he was an Immortal level Storm Spirit player, and that's why I want to talk to an Immortal Master Tier Storm Spirit winner. Fearless, welcome to the bunker. You're not here yet, but...
Preemptive welcome.
Preemptive. I'm just bracing myself to make sure that he has the warm welcome.
When we talk to an MVP, it's, you can get a little bit heart fluttering. You got to be prepared. Try again.
All right, how about now? Fearless, say something if you can hear me. We got an incoming transmission from you. How's it going, my friend?
Fearless?
Need to calibrate.
Hello? You there? Buddy old pal?
Tick, tick.
Fearless?
Rip, rip, boop, boop, boop.
Oh, I'm sure it's working.
Beep, boop, beep, boop, bop, boop.
He walked away, apparently.
Wow, cool guys don't look at interviews.
He's just like, I don't need you guys. I'm out of here. That's amazing.
What does walk away even mean, though? How do you walk away from an interview?
I don't know.
Well,
but he did it.
That is the first.
That's the first.
He just like comes up. He's like,
shows
no,
up
no.
as no.
How do you even drop the mic before picking it up?
That's a Zen question
Well,
right there.
regardless, he was the MVP. He was the winner. He's the grand finalist. You know, he doesn't need to bother. We're just plebeians here in the bunker.
I'm just thinking that like he heard our voice and he's like, "Nah,
I don't want to do this.
I'm okay." Oh my god.
Wait, is he here now? Hello, Fearless. Any chance that you've returned to grace us with some of your wisdom?
Fearless?
I'm getting juked here. My man's playing Storm Spirit in the interviews.
This is like a hotbed sketch. He's like, "Yeah, we got an interview. I promise."
He ball lightninged in, vortexed me, and orchided me, and I'm silenced now.
Just absolutely stunned. Beautiful.
All right, well, he can just barge in if he decides to show up. Otherwise, we'll continue to sing his praises and MG.Trust praises as well. If you weren't watching the BTS Pro Series, then you got to put this Thai team on the map. This is Southeast Asia's new force to be reckoned with, and a repeat grand final performance. Before anyone even shows up to verse them, I'm already considering them my favorites.
Yeah, and it's now the fact that it's happened 2 tournaments in a row, because I feel like, there's been this history of teams, well, the 2 big teams in SCA, Fnatic and TNC, consistently being top 2, top 3 in the region, and then every now and then a Geek Fam or an Adroit would come in and do well in one tournament. But MG.Trust, back-to-back tournaments, grand finals result.
Impressive.
Consistency, yeah.
And I think that's like it's seen it in a lot of different ways too. There's nothing really that stands out as like an easy weakness for the team. So I like it.
Apparently you should be here. Fearless, are you with us? How are you doing? I was like, maybe if I try.
It's not happening. Guys, I don't think it's happening.
All right, I give up. We'll talk to him after he wins grand finals, I guess.
There you go.
But that'll be it for right now. But we're not done yet. We got to find out what's going to happen in the lower bracket. Are we going to a break? Or
Let's
so
see.
we may just. I don't know what the plan is.
Well,
Well.
I think that we have smart people behind the scenes. They'll guide us.
Okay.
And then figure out if we're gonna head to a quick break. But one thing I will say.
Tell me.
Just a little preamble for the series that we're gonna see. Boom versus TNC.
Mm-hmm.
I'm expecting fireworks. These
Okay.
teams are gonna be all chatting. These teams are gonna be tipping.
Yeah.
These teams are gonna be killing it.
Oh yeah, and these are teams that will want to fight a lot. I mean, Boom Makoto, his play style is just to brawl constantly. He's very flashy, and I think Armel is going to look to match it. So it should be a really fun series.
Awesome.
And then they will go up and face off against Among Us, which, we already saw TNC Among Us. It was a great series, but I kind of want to see what Boom's capable of versus Among Us. I actually don't know what their group stage matchup went, but still, we already saw give a TNC fresh
Among
chance. It was all right, now I'm being told that this thing is here again. Fearless. Hello, can you hear me?
Hello, guys. Hello.
Oh, well.
Yeah, hello.
Look who decides to show up.
Incoming transmission.
How you doing, man?
Just kidding. Thank you
I
so
was-
much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
I don't know if you saw it, but you were voted the MVP of that previous series, so congratulations. Hell of a performance. How do you feel coming into yet another grand finals at a Beyond the Summit event?
Did you say I got an MVP?
You got the MVP as voted by the community.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
No Mercedes.
Do I get a bench?
You
No.
know-
Maybe next time. Yeah.
All right.
But yeah, you were completely balling out of control. You had some cool builds, getting an Aghanims on the Storm and stuff. You feeling excited?
Yeah.
You feeling confident going into the grand finals?
Yeah, of course.
Nice.
It's what I've been waiting for. Another grand final.
Which team are you hoping to play in the grand finals out of the 3 remaining teams? TNC, Boom, or Among Us?
I would say TNC because we lost to them in the group stage, 2-0.
yeah.
So I want to have a rematch with them.
Well, I appreciate the revenge aspect. You don't want to go for the easy win yet again. You already beat everyone else. You want to face off against the one team that you have not played. Unfortunately, we gotta cut you short because we both have to watch this Boom TNC series that's coming up next. But congratulations on the MVP. Congratulations on grand finals, and hopefully we get a chance to talk to you again after you maybe win the grand finals.
Thank you.
That was Fearless, the BTS.GG/Monster MVP winner, but we got another game. We're just keeping the good times
Let's
rolling.
go.
Boom versus TNC, incoming draft. I hear it. Run the sirens.
And we're there.
We got 4 heroes on the lock right already.
I was just thinking, you know, I want more Dota. You know, the last series just ended. We got another one.
This
Back
one
to
we
back.
actually get to cast too. Get to hang out and watch the whole thing.
Nice.
That's right.
It's gonna be amazing. So cool things to start. Boom opening with a timber saw again. First phase timber saw.
Getting some inspiration from what just happened, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, do you guys like it? It's a little scary. I feel like into Snapfire at the start. Now they have Void too.
Yeah, Void was first phase banned
10
whenever
seconds remaining.
Motivate was able to get away with their Timber Saw, I'm pretty sure.
5 seconds
And that is a
remaining.
rough matchup for a Timber. Time dilation is just very, very irritating.
Oh god, yeah, it is.
So not as encouraged by this Timber, but, you know, I doubted it the first time as well, so who knows?
I'll just get like a Lotus or something. It'll be fine. Maybe Greaves. Greaves looks pretty good last game when the Timber picked it up.
True.
Seems to just like force a response from the other team. Like even if it doesn't end up being a perfect Timber game, it's just like, hey, they had to pick a hero or two that actually address it. You know, the Void alone isn't going to have enough damage to kill a Timber Saw, so it feels like TNC are still going to have to pick up some additional heroes that can threaten the Timber Saw.
Radiant team ban.
Alkban of all things.
Yeah, what the hell? What is with an Alkin CK ban?
I think these are heroes that maybe Boom targeted bans. I know at least there's been some Alchemist from them over the past month.
Okay.
But definitely
seconds remaining.
not the bans we've typically been seeing.
No, especially for carries. Like
5
Spectre's
seconds
still in the
remaining.
pool. That's not something that you usually see this late. Terrorblade, even though we haven't seen it in the past 2 days, in the first few days of this playoff series, it was very, very popular.
TNC
Spectre feels like it
Predators
could be a
turn to
nice
ban.
answer for this Void. I always feel like it's one of the better ones to throw in there because it's like, okay, you're just going to try and survive through the damage that's on the chrono. If you don't survive, like, you know, you're doing a lot of reflection damage back afterwards anyways, so it's okay. Pretty cool.
I've also liked the
10
Drow Ranger a
seconds
lot. The
remaining.
Venge is banned, but we've seen Drow played without the
5
Venge and it
seconds
still worked
remaining.
just fine.
Yeah, I certainly wouldn't mind it. Probably need to pick up some other defensive type of hero to pair together with it, but you'd want that
Yeah.
anyways, I think.
Yeah, we've
against
seen like the
Void.
Drow Clockwork lane that's been quite effective, but I think like, yeah, Clockwork and ET type hero for the safe lane. Undying was actually, you know, banned out, so not possible.
What else do they have? Next bans. Get rid of the Spectre. I don't want to see it anymore. There's been too much Spectre.
Yeah, and they seem primarily focused on carry bans, so the save heroes like Oracle or Shadow Demon versus a Chronosphere is probably going to have to be the answer for Boom, because they're just targeting carry picks so heavily in the bans from TNC.
It was Boom who
TNC
ran the
Predators
OD
turn
as
to
well
pick.
That's true.
against
Oh,
a
yeah.
Against
5
5
melee
melee
lineup, but
heroes.
you know, you go back far enough. That was one of the counters to Faceless Void at times.
True.
It's true.
Wow, they go for a Lich even though Grimstroke is already banned.
Yeah, man, they just want to throw it into the chrono.
They just like some good old-fashioned Lich.
Who likes good old-fashioned Lich?
I want old-fashioned Lich with the sacrifice.
It's true.
That was the best.
At least he can still get mana from
10
Sinister Gaze
seconds
now.
remaining.
Yeah. It's not the same, though.
It's not the same, I agree.
5 seconds
And then, like, the
remaining.
line Lich gonna have your mana is like... I mean, it makes a little sense now.
Now, but yeah, for a brief moment of time, it was like, I don't know about this.
I love Lich. It's a great hero.
Do you? though?
TNC
I'd find Lich to be. Alright, so they do get
Don't
one.
you dare finish that sentence.
I find Lich to be kind of amazing.
Yeah! There you go. Now we're with it.
No, but for real, why Lich? It's not that much magic damage, I don't think. Like, so it
10
doesn't really scare
seconds
Timbersaw off
remaining.
that much. It is an instant disable, though. I will give him that.
I think
5
for me,
seconds
it's
remaining.
often about the lane secure. Use strong laner like Frostblast level 1, and against a hero like Timbersaw, you want a lane secure that is primarily magic damage. So
Radiant team pick.
Okay.
Yeah, it could be kind of a cool little combo with the Void. Maybe you can punish that support whoever's with the Timbersaw. And they're going to take the Mars now. That is, again, a very scary lane that we've seen more than a few times of Snapfire Mars.
Mm-hmm.
And they're going into the Oracle,
10
though, so
seconds
at least
remaining.
there'll be some defense. But there won't be much aggressive potential, most likely,
5 seconds
from
remaining.
Boom.
Yeah, what did Boom have in mind? They've got the save from the Oracle, but I wonder if they are going for any kind of true Oracle pairing.
I mean, like a troll or a Huskar.
Troll, Husker, Death Prophet.
Death Prophet.
Yeah.
I think if you do want to take DP, you have to take it here. If you're Boom. And I actually really like that pick. I think that it fits like the theme of their draft. But no, they're just going to go for the Spectre we were talking about earlier. You probably don't get it on the second phase. I think you don't get DP here, though.
They could do Timber mid.
Yeah, that's true.
I think it's hard. I mean, you don't know your mid matchup yet, but if you pick something that can be flexible between lanes,
Right.
They'll get the final pick, though. Boom will get the final pick at the draft.
it's TNC with final pick.
I thought, so it'll be TNC ban, TNC ban, Boom pick, I thought.
Is the draft wrong with the arrows? If you
Oh,
look on the
right.
other
Oh,
you
we
can
do
just
have the
look over
arrows.
there.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at on
I
the
forgot we
other
had
screen.
arrows. Okay,
Yeah.
never mind. Yeah, okay. So, wait.
Unless it's visually wrong.
It says Boom pick.
Yeah.
And then last pick TNC. Are you guys ready to see another Underlord mid? I have a feeling that's going to be coming. You were hating on it.
I just I'm not ready. You know, to be honest, I've seen enough of it. I'm ready for that to leave the meta. It not to say it's bad. It's just like pick something a bit more interesting for the mid lane. You know.
It's like the mid matchup is like the marquee thing in Dota. You know, it's
Yeah.
what everybody loves to watch,
Here-
and it's just Firestorm.
It's like DK. DK is a boring mid laner, but at least he pressures the tower.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, somebody's going to rotate or this DK is going to take your tower. So it's like the boring farm mid hero, but it actually creates something.
Yeah.
Underlord, no, it doesn't have that. So it's like DK, but more boring.
Yeah. For what it's worth, both Mikoto and Armel, I'm sure, will be very disappointed if they have to pay a boring-ass hero
Yeah,
like
yeah.
that.
Mikoto is looking for something flashy.
Totally.
He's hoping for like one of the spirits, some kind of Monkey King type hero, something he was known for in the past.
Ooh.
5 seconds
Ember.
remaining.
Kodo Ember. Always pretty hype.
I think someone who can jump out of arena would be nice. So yeah, Ember would be nice. I don't really think you can go for the Death Prophet anymore now. I think she would struggle too much.
Nah, they got it. Go DP. Go DP. Why would she struggle? What would be the struggle?
She can't get out of arena, and she
Oh,
doesn't
yeah.
like really having to build BKB.
That's fair. I don't know. I just think that it, like paired with Oracle and having like a fast lineup, but no, they go the DK.
They get the DK. Oh no.
It's
DK
coming.
versus Underlord mid. Let's go. Let's get them both.
Is there potential for it to be a side lane DK and still a mid lane Timber?
Yeah. If there's a Timber
10
an
seconds
Underlord mid.
remaining.
I think that's because I think you were suggesting could Timber be mid, and I think the way you make it happen is have another hero that can flex between lanes. So if it's a good Timber matchup, you put it mid. If it's not, DK can lane mid against almost anyone. Could see a Viper.
Cool, it counters both of them though. Can break the Dragon Blood, can break reactive armor, which is not as devastating for. And it's going to be Mikoto mid on the DK. And then I'm guessing Viper mid?
FBZ Timber. It's such a classic.
Seen the odd Mars mid hero there, but yeah, definitely more natural that the Viper goes mid, and yes, that will be the case.
KP will take the offlane Mars. Alright, so I consider these to be pretty even drafts. I will say that, again, Viper into Spectre always feels like bad times. There's so many things to break for Armel, but at the same time, it's Viper, and Viper's not a great hero.
Yeah, I don't think they have great ways to like blow him up though this game, right? Like how do you kill the Viper easily? Like it has to be FBZ doing a lot of that damage onto him probably, and they don't really have great heroes to keep him in place. I guess if Makoto plays fast and gets like a blink dagger or something and just starts like hopping around and tailing people, that could be good.
All right, well, let's see if that's what we will transition into. We're going to jump to a quick break, and when we return, we will get more lower bracket action here in the Monster Energy Dota Summit 13. Welcome back to game number 1, Boom versus TNC.
Oh baby,
Lower bracket time.
it's happening.
It's happening.
I'm pretty excited. I think this game, it's sort of weird because there's a couple long cooldowns. I was hoping for like a super skirmishy one. I don't know if we're going to get that. It feels like it might be more of those like win huge fight than either like you can take the objective afterwards or you're just chilling. I don't know. We'll see how it goes.
It's not as brawly as I would have expected out of these two rosters. I can definitely agree with that. But whenever they do want to brawl, it will be long fights because both teams have relatively tanky cores. You've got Viper and Mars and Faceless Void on the side of TNC. These heroes do not get bursted down easily. And on the side of Boom, you've got Timbersaw, DK, and Spectre. Same type of situation. And then obviously the supports are more than happy to enable that. The Oracle on the side of Boom. And the Lich is still a big question mark for me. I don't know what the value is in a Lich that provides that, you know, most other supports don't provide. Really, the main thing I saw was that one Grimstroke Lich game with the Chain Frost combination. But
Right.
I don't know. We'll see.
The other thing that you could maybe see in this instance is going to be like keeping the heroes off of your towers a little bit more because they saw the Timbersaw early. They know that they want to pressure. And so you're going to have that Frost Shield there to keep the towers alive maybe a little bit longer than you would have otherwise had them come out. But, yeah, I don't know if that makes up for it. Like, if you're going to do that, maybe it's more worth it to get a tree, but maybe you need that extra bit of damage. So it's like kind of a halfway mark. I'm not sure. God, that was a lot of damage on Makoto.
Yeah. If you linger around in that Nether Toxin, it's going to hurt. Meanwhile, Armel takes a couple of tower shots, but...
Yeah, it happens to the best of us. Clearly. Looks like up top trying to set up for some pressure, maybe? Oh no, they're going to TP out. They had one person back behind the tower. And it's just going to be Hyde that's coming over to block the camp, so there won't be any pulls going on. And in the meantime, Gabby gain whatever farm he can against the FBZ Timbersaw.
You said this was a classic. Is this really a classic, or are you just saying that?
Is what a classic.
FBZ Timber?
Yeah, I think that it's one of his most played, at least.
Mm.
I don't have my phone on me right now, otherwise I would have looked up the stats. But I think he's... it's a phrase that I have used a lot, FBZ Timber.
It sounds familiar on the tongue.
Exactly.
Okay.
And I think the only way that that happens is if it's a Dota match. And
Tell me you're not at the grocery store and you're like, these FBZ Timbers look very ripe right now.
Must eat them. Yeah, no, it's not my what's going on here.
Also, if anyone's curious, currently Gods is defending our bunker. Heard some gunshots, heard some stabbing sounds, heard some dismemberment. I'm sure he's fine, but he should be back soon.
He seems like the type of person that could get down with it, you know?
Oh yeah, you see his wingspan? He's got that reach. Oh my, see? There's the alarm.
Intruder alert. Intruder alert.
Yeah, we've set up the perimeter, we've electrified the fences, we've got the Tesla coils set up, but even then sometimes defenses do get penetrated, and at the end of the day, the last line of defense is us.
As gods.
It's gods.
That's right.
Acts of gods.
You know, it's the Australian in them. That's what it is. They learn how to fight as children.
What other country has a rugby as one of their primary sports?
Yeah, it's true, right? It's the whole other thing. Man, whenever I hear these like longer extended Mars lines, it just like it takes me out of it for a second. You know what I mean? They're so good, and it's just like I want to hear more of what this person has to say.
We're gonna get another solid voice acting performance, hopefully, at the end of this month with another new hero.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Get
Is it
ready.
only one or is it two?
Valve's only promised one. But
Okay.
Who knows?
If they come out with two, that'd be pretty hype. They already have the voice acting for a certain Mr. Aghanim's, so that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. You know, they had that line for Starega or whatever his name is. You know, whenever
Starega the Ample.
yeah, and I was wondering, like, if there's going to be if Aghanim's does end up becoming like a hero that you can play, if there's going to be like a line where Tiny is actually his son or something.
Whoa.
You know what I mean?
Oh my god. Oh,
The lore.
I see what you've implied, and that troubles me deeply.
Well, I mean that's what Aghanim's was saying in his voice line.
You're not wrong.
Yeah. Starega Aghanim's the amorous. God, what a weirdo. Okay, that was a
Gods,
bizarre-
welcome back. We've been trying to find some way to keep things entertaining because it's been a slow laning phase. You have not missed a great deal while you were out defending us against the monsters.
Yeah, I thought. Oh,
Did you not get all of them?
I thought they were monsters. No, they were friendly. They
Okay,
they
okay.
just brought the latest Monster Energy shipment for the bunker.
I see.
Got it. That's the monster.
They heard we're running low, so we're good to go now. We're stocked up once again.
Thanks, monster.
Yeah, different kind of monster.
Got it. Well, you got back just in time for first blood.
Yeah, look, the teams were they were on board with it. They knew we needed like a 5-minute peace treaty, and they're ready to play now.
Okay, perfect. It's looking really, really even.
Yes. Although 5 minutes is about to drop, and no one is even near the bounty runes, kind of. I guess the top one might
That's
be
a hasted
contested.
Viper, though.
Oh, he's zooming.
Make a move. Get out of there, hide. This is my area.
All right, 4 bounty runes go the way of
That's
TNC, actually.
Yeah, he zones them away and then invades,
Oh, but
but
they lose
they
the
do give up the
Mars.
kill.
Worthwhile.
That's just vintage KP.
Yeah, getting 4 bounties is worth giving up a kill for. So.
Dire structures.
We have been seeing this Viper do like a good amount of damage to
boy.
Makoto. Like this is pretty. Is he dead? He's taking 5.
Quite, but close.
Oh, he has to fairy fire for it.
Yeah, and that Viper was just about to hit level 6 too. Oh, he's hit level 6. So
Ooh.
is he gonna skill up his ultimate here?
He's thinking about it.
I would assume you do. It does cost a chunk of mana, but he's got the bottle. He's got plenty of mana to use.
It's interesting because like with how much harassment you're able to do, is
Whoa.
Gabby just goes down.
Must have been an arrow.
Wow. Even still, they've been able to keep. Oh God.
God,
I haven't heard that line yet. I did. That just convinced me to play more Dire Tide.
I'm gonna go get Dire Tide. That's amazing.
Stun up onto Makoto. He's lingering in that Nether Toxin. Scream for dear life.
I can't believe that's in Dota.
It's a great.
So good.
I love it.
It is a game full of some horror creatures, so I guess it makes sense. But wow,
Arrow connects
Nice.
onto the void.
Sick.
He is dead, and he's going to have to walk a shame his way back. And a TP is canceled by the Viper, who did end up skilling up his ultimate.
Radiant
Look at this. Giant wave, catapult under tower.
Hyde heard us praising Q's Moran, and he's like, I can do better than that.
Yo,
Yo.
is under
everybody just keeps
This-
coming back
this
to
tower
die.
is very, very dead.
Frost shield is nice, but it's not nearly enough.
Jeez.
And that's just a lot of farm and XP missed out on at the tower there. That Void is going to be really suffering for that.
And that wasn't even like a DK Dragon Form rotation. That was just Mirana arrows after arrows.
I do always wonder at this point, like, is it worth it to keep going with FBZ? You know what I mean? Like, do you try and push a little bit for the tier 2? I always do, and then I die. But
For
you know,
mid lane
something.
Timbers, they can get away with it because they have such a heavy level advantage. Side lane Timbers, not really.
can dare to dream, but FBZ is probably just going to keep farming. And in spite of that, you know, it's still only like 800 gold between him and the Timbersaw on the Faceless Void.
Those bounty runes, luckily, balancing things out a little bit.
Right.
And meanwhile, Spectre's just jungling. She has all but abandoned the lane and letting Mars free farm, seeing as how all of her supports went up top. Mirana and Oracle are nowhere to be found, so Spectre's just keeping the safe farm.
Yeah, definitely feels like a trade-off where it's, hey, we took this tier 1 tower and caused a lot of problems with TNC, but Spectre has to go jungle, can't lane against the level 6 Mars with a potential rotation. And we'll see Mars pressuring the tier 1 tower a little bit here. Not with quite the same forte as Boom did in their push.
Yeah, it doesn't even have a
Radiant's
catapult.
bottom tower
Yeah,
is
but
under attack.
Viper's leaving, and DK is down to Dragon form, I would think, if the mid lane is left unattended.
Yeah, it's just-
Yep. It's going to be support duty time to defend this one, but yeah, I would imagine. Yeah, DK's popped the ultimate. He's just going to chip away this tower and also chip away.
Oh,
Tail into
Snapfire.
arrow.
dang.
It's a brutal combo.
Somebody needs to defend. This is a mid tower. Yeah, okay. Mars TP's in, and cannot afford to give this up, let alone take heavy damage on it is bad enough in itself.
They do end up taking bottom tower by TNC as well,
Okay,
but
He's getting
rotating
wrapped
in.
around on, yeah.
Oh, good positioning though. Like as soon as they see FBZ isn't there anymore, they recognize, okay, there's a chance here that, you know, they could be moving
Radiant's
over.
bottom tower is
They'll
under
back
attack.
out.
It's still a little rough for TNC. Like, they're rotating 2 cores and the support to the mid lane just to defend that tower. It is creating space for Gabby, but you don't feel like you're achieving much with these rotations. It's just all very reactive.
Yeah, because they can't push mid. They could just defend mid, that's it. Well, they smoke up.
Okay, that's a good way of using the time and the fact that you're grouped up together here. Because, yeah, I think they want to try find somewhere to use this Mars ultimate.
God, if they get either of these heroes, this is great.
Yep.
Radiant are scanning.
Well, I don't think they're going to.
Scan does miss, but that
Timber?
just means that they're not on the mid lane.
He's over here as well. They aren't underneath a ward, but Tim's
Nope.
is going to reveal himself there.
He is now, yeah.
Whoop.
Radiant's courier has
Oh, got the courier.
Like, okay. Well, they don't manage to get the bounty rune.
Dire's
Moonlight Shadow, are they going to try and fight this? Yeah, they drop down a ward immediately behind it and spot out FBZ, finding themselves this Mars, and they aren't going to stick around for the full kill. KP, he goes down. That was good.
Yeah, minimal commitment. Didn't have to haunt. If they had to haunt, then I would have said that would have been fine, but she's still able to hold on to that ultimate.
It's like it's what, TNC with 4 bounties again?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, they're making some clever moves around the bounty rune timings, but it has been Boom who've made just better moves otherwise, taking that top tier 1 tower, making the rotation towards mid that forced a response.
Do you think some of that's just inherent with their draft, though? Like, I feel like Timbersaw is so hard to deal with at these early levels.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you've got Timbersaw and you've got DK. They're heroes that force opponents to react, or if they don't react, they just lose towers, and losing a mid tier 1 tower at 10 minutes is not good.
Oh, another arrow. Didn't even need a tail setup.
They get it afterwards.
Very quick to retreat. Makoto didn't even want to get a cheeky right click on that tier 1 tower with his ulti. He will now with the backup, but definitely respecting the Mars arena.
I think the whole reason that Lich came there
Comes
mid
in.
is another arrow. Gonna
They're
land.
getting wrapped on though. There's a smoked up void behind them, but
Gotta be careful. Viper, lots of damage. Dreamless Cell jumps into it too. They already take down one, but they're gonna lose the Dragon Knight forward, and Snapfire ultimate going to work. They pop the ulti to save for the moment as Mars starts to drop lower and lower, and Gabby trying to chase. They've managed to find one stun. Still holding on to that Chronosphere. It looks like Dreamless Cell's gonna go down, and hits onto FBZ also. So a really good control there from TNC as they will lose 2 cores and possibly another. Chase down comes, but
Gabby's like, there's creeps, and then his teammate's like, guys, come on. We can hide. I don't think they know how many leap charges he had, and yeah, he still even got a third one to go, so.
Yeah, she's just wasting time.
Yeah, that was actually the right call from Gabby to start hitting some creeps there, even though I think his teammates were a bit more gung-ho to go for kills.
Not sure why Boom stuck around after the DK got caught so far away from the Oracle that False Promise could not save him. False Promise level 1 is garbage range, and while he was well positioned to stay outside of the arena, he just couldn't make his way to the DK. And then after that, they just stuck around. They knew Chrono was available, but Boom was still like, "Yeah, we could probably take this fight."
I don't know if they saw him. I'm not sure if they saw him coming in, but they might have missed that. But regardless, yeah, Gabby. Oh.
Oh! Was he TPing to an outpost?
He's TPing
Because
somewhere.
I felt like it was a little bit longer than 3 seconds, but maybe not.
He doesn't get it.
I'm just making sport out of wasting Gabby's time.
Gives him all.
Or Gabby making sport of wasting his leap charges.
There we go. Yeah.
I think you're probably a bit more accurate when it comes to a carry and a carry's time being used and a support's time being used.
Gabby is trying to get towards that KB. Oh no. Wait, he got away though?
Yep.
Nice. Gabby's on the case. He knows what's coming. Gets the farm, gets out of dodge.
Wow, yeah. That's like Spidey senses tingling.
Mm-hmm.
Gabby's definitely, I think, been the standout player for TNC this tournament.
Possibly even the standout carry player of this tournament, I think. I've yet to see like a subpar Gabby game.
And like he loses his tower at like 5 minutes and he's now top 2, right?
Yeah.
Like guy's just killing it.
Speaking of which, bounty runes might be coming up in 45 seconds.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Again, Lich is over nearby, trying to get some of that frost shield onto the towers, but looks like they're going to be able to get some really good damage onto that tier 2, down below half HP. And not really anything used afterwards. It's D-Ward. So, this 15-minute mark, next round of bounty runes coming up. It feels like Spectre's probably going to try and farm up using that blade mail and hitting ancients and all that good stuff. And the rest of the time, the Makoto and FBZ connection will just take tower after tower.
Yeah, I can see this game slowing down a bit. You know, Radiant's draft does just by nature kind of pressure towers if they want to, but they're not the best Roche-taking draft, so there isn't like this, hey, let's go objective to objective, take Roche, and then threaten high ground. They will be looking to take all these early towers and map control, but they're looking to do that to enable Spectre to farm up and become this late game threat. So both teams will be kind of gearing up for just hitting some more mid to late game timings here.
I really want Gabby to just queue up a Midas right now. That'd be the best.
I was just about to say how much I like this Void build. Why you gotta ruin it.
It's all in the eye of the beholder, Neil. It's the key. Invis looking for the wraparound. Sneaky, sneaky. Find themselves one. Whitemon gonna get jumped on right at the start, and Dreamless Cell secures that kill. Arrow is not able to connect. As Gabby still nearby. They have Chrono available. Arena's already down. And going to be saved by the Oracle for the moment. Still going to be taking a lot of damage there, the Spectre, but the chase horde comes for Armel. Gabby jumps forward. Chrono going to land now onto 2. The Spectre just sidesteps over to the other angle, and Armel going to drop eventually. So TNC losing 3 heroes. Gabby trying to back away.
Yeah, this might be a Blink Dragon Tail, so
They might get him.
yep.
Stun, chase down Chainfrost though, with the blade mail.
No, the gaze.
Oh my god, the damage! It's not enough though. They're able to back away with Makoto. He's still living for the moment. The chase though, and they managed to find the final touch, and the Mortimer's Kisses doing so much damage.
The fight just lasted too long.
Dreamocell, and they're screaming in pain as they bring down the Spectre.
They're not done yet, maybe. Gabby's got to be a little bit careful. The arrow coming in! Oh, no, Gabby!
Oh, but the save! Oh, it's not enough.
Oh.
And everybody's respawning again.
Yeah.
Get away! Run! Hide! Get out of there! It looks like the Timber Cell's going to go down as well. There is no savior.
Being chased. Well, the cookie a little bit off.
What are we watching?
The fight
Wait,
lost.
Hyde's back.
He's Hyde's dead too now. He's out of leap charges.
11 heroes died. As yeah, that's going to be another
Yeah,
one.
we're gonna need a team fight recap on that one. I don't know if it's gonna be able to
There better be
account for.
skulls on everyone.
Yeah.
Oh, Mars.
No, Mars.
So
Mars did not
Snapfire
die.
died twice
Yes.
Yeah.
because Snapfire. It was the Snapfire and somebody else who died, respawned, and then came back and won them the fight. The Lich, yeah, the Lich Chainfrost.
Mirana also died twice, I think.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So 12 heroes that ended up dying in that fight.
Mars is the only one. who
Mars
reigns
didn't die at
supreme.
all, right?
Nah.
Okay, so 9 heroes died. 2 of them died twice.
Yeah.
Well, no, the Mirana too. The Mirana died twice.
Yeah.
And the Lich died twice. And the Snapfire died twice?
I think Lich only died once, or did Lich die a second time?
Oh, wait, we can see. Good call.
So I saw one Lich. I saw two. I see 2 Lich deaths.
All right.
Well, whatever the case, still less than a 1K net worth advantage for
Yeah.
TNC after all that.
Who won that? I don't know.
I don't know. I think it's honestly very even. No BKBs were spent. Equally large cooldowns were spent on both sides.
I would say some slightly TNC favored because, yeah, in the end it was like, you know, Viper getting some cleanup kills and ending up top net worth. Like, looking at where like the key heroes are net worth wise after the fight.
You know who really won? The viewers.
Yeah.
That's who really won. This is the type of game that I was hoping, and we are very happy to see, I'm sure. Ooh, good TP out by Kez. Cute. To keep him alive. Is he living in the fountain? I think. Oh, wait, he didn't go to the fountain.
No,
What?
it's still fun.
Wow. What a player. The salve.
Double raindrop build.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Keeping the salve on the Oracle is so nice.
Oh yeah.
Radiant's top
Arguably
tower
the
is
best
under
shovel hero in the game, I would say.
Dire's bottom
It ends
tower
up being
is under
800 health over the course of the False Promise when you double it. And you're always going to get the full duration
Radiant's
as
top
long as you hit it
tower
on
is
them.
under attack.
Really, really good stuff.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
20-minute mark coming up now in just a moment. As we're going to take another little gander at these bounty runes. Looks like Boom should be able to find a couple of them. Over on this other side of the map.
Radiant's top tower
As
is
they
under
claim
attack.
one more tower.
Bottom tower has fallen.
FBZ top net worth right now for Boom.
And that Timber is indeed going to go for that Greaves to deal with the nuisance that is time dilation from Faceless Void.
Oh. Gonna
Radiant's
pop
middle
ulti right
tower
there to
is
farm
under
up some
attack.
Ancients as well. Okay.
Fairly passive play coming out once you start throwing dragon forms for farming, but I think the call for Boom is like, okay, that was a very chaotic fight that nobody really won. Let's make sure we win the next fight, which we want our Manta style, we want the BKB on Dragon Eye. Let's get our key items before we take the next big fight.
It's still been 25 kills in 20 minutes too,
Yeah.
so it's not like we're getting a super slow one. But yeah, Greaves already done. Wow. With the hood. He's super farmed.
And TNC themselves, they're going to have their next round of items before the fight. Looks like they're going BKBs on both Gabby and Armel, so double BKBs. They're going to be looking to make some plays themselves soon. I think the big challenge for TNC is just trying to make sure that the hero they go on actually dies playing against an Oracle, or that they can actually get on top of the Oracle to stop that false promise save from happening. The way they lose fights is if they throw too many spells on some kind of frontline DK or Timbersaw who just gets false promised.
Oh, and they get Dreamless. Oh, nice haunt. And Faceless Void farming on the other side.
He's not going to go for a chrono.
No.
Dire's bottom
So
tower
Mortimer's
is
Kisses
under
and
attack.
Arena use. But I guess haunt as well.
Yes.
Meantime, Spectre just keeps farming, getting towards that Manta. Should have it in just a little bit here.
Neither team is particularly good at taking Roche either, so they're just dancing around these fights, and there's no other objectives that you can really force. You just need to find a fight before you can start taking towers.
Yeah, even like the DK Timbersaw, they're good at taking towers early game, but mid game they're
Yeah.
not like. I mean, they do push, but they're not amazing pushers.
Sentry Ward down. They have Moonlight Shadow. but it looks like Boom aren't going to try and test their luck.
Yeah, I'd like to see TNC go for another move. I think when Arena's back, it's a much shorter cooldown than the Haunt. They can actually take a team fight because the only way Spectre can show up is if she's there already. So I think utilizing the long Haunt cooldown could be in their interests.
That sounds pretty good.
Not sure how many smokes they have left though. And yep, they've got one. That's
Okay.
the call. They've got all their ultimates. They're ready to go, and Spectre will not be able to haunt in. Makoto's just potentially going to get caught out here, but he's got the high ground.
He has Blink too.
Whoa.
Oh, turns for the stun.
With the BKB, arrow follow-up.
God, that's so much damage. He's just dead. Not the fight that they wanted to
he's-
take on TNC.
Looking for a Crone. The problem is here, now that they know that everyone's here, Spectre's just going to walk over because she doesn't have haunt, so TNC are going to be forced to fully get out.
Oh, and Whitemon. Oh, they missed the chains, but still the chase down coming from Hyde. Yule's Scepter lift up. Still have Chrono available if they want to use it, but the stun turn on to Gabby, taking down the rest of their team. Shamefrost doesn't bounce at anybody.
Yeah, they're just getting outplayed here in this team fight. TNC just kind of getting picked apart one by one. Tims will be the third casualty. At this point, they just need to make sure there's no more.
Goodness.
Dire's middle tower
Boom.
is under attack.
Making some really nice moves here.
Yeah, Makoto's positioning on the high ground there. Able to just... I mean, there's that insta-stun doesn't really exist, so he's always going to be able to get that BKB off, and then once they know where the Void is, they just make sure they don't group for a Chronosphere.
Right.
Yeah, it's so awkward for KP to initiate, because as soon as he arenas, then BKB is going to come out from Makoto, and he'll just walk out of it.
Gabby. Chasing. I mean, Oracle's right there. Can't do anything.
And the problem is, Makoto, he can get that instant initiation off that can prevent BKB with a Blink Dragon Tail, which leads into an arrow. And that's when KP, I mean, he hasn't got a BKB, but even if he does have a BKB, he can just straight up die. So, much harder for TNC to play these team fights, it feels like.
And elimination match, game number 1. And Boom so far looking pretty good. Still got to be wary. I mean, Void late game is just ridiculous. But some good stuff so far.
Wow, dagger on Oracle.
Wow, he can really position far back.
Yeah. Now, I don't know how you win fights easily as TNC now.
Dire are scanning.
They don't do well against these BKBs. Like, I feel like right now, Boom's BKBs are more impactful than TNC's.
Oh, they found the Viper. Oh my god, they destroyed him.
The old arena and walk out of your arena.
Tims is just going to die too. Look at these guys. Unbelievable. Whitemon's going to die one by one by one.
Middle tower
Yeah, I
is
mean,
under
this
attack.
DK Miranda just don't care about BKBs when they can just blink in and stun you instantly. And yeah, TNC's ability to take team fights is just really comes down to getting like a perfect Chronosphere, which Boom have not given any openings for.
To me, this speaks to what you were talking about before too. That Viper is a bad hero. You know?
Ah, yes.
I do recall this conversation.
The age-old,
Like,
good Viper game, but terrible Viper hero conundrum.
like you've got this Chronosphere, and they just have no damage to throw into it. And like Viper is just offering nothing, it feels like. Not that, you know, it's necessarily the player or anything, it's just the hero.
Yeah, I'm fully in the camp where, you know, Viper's kind of unpickable, and even he's still not even favored to win games where it's the perfect Viper game and he counters 3 heroes. It's still he still feels like a liability. He counters 3 heroes with break.
But I still don't know about it.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Can you imagine how Viper looks in a game where break isn't useful? Like,
Really rough.
maybe if they made break pierce BKB.
That would be way too good.
Well, and the thing too is like Viper's 25 ends up being really cool.
Dire's top tower
I think
is
that's
under
that
attack.
ability
With
is
the silence?
The silence is really hard to deal with,
Yeah.
but you have to get to 25, and even then, it's like, yeah, it's annoying, you know.
Yeah, everyone, I mean, 25 people have 4 staffs and BKBs too, though.
Right.
But, yeah, it's...
That 15 people have 4 staffs and BKBs,
Yeah.
which just
true.
makes this Viper
Dire's
so...
top tower has
Yeah, he's a
fallen.
liability for sure. That's
Yep.
the best way to describe it.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
6,000
attack.
gold lead at 27 minutes. everything right now coming up. Boom. Who they
Yep.
finding?
We did see the Offlane Viper game in CIS where we were super skeptical. It did lose, but it looked okay in the end.
Right.
Like
I stopped listening when you said it did lose.
it did lose, yes. Yeah, no, I think there's still some problems here with the Viper theory.
A little bit. Yeah, I don't know. It's like, at that point, you might as well just pick it in a support role, just if you're playing it only
If
for the
support,
break.
yeah, if support Viper was viable, he'd be a great hero.
Yeah.
Because that's literally the only reason you're picking him is for the break. His
Right.
lane dominance, like, he did well in the mid lane versus DK, sure. But lots of mid laners do well versus DK.
And he didn't shut down the DK
Yeah.
either.
Viper's the old Viper was the mid lane dominator. The Viper
Right.
nowadays
Yes.
doesn't actually crush mid 1v1 matchups.
For sure.
I miss that old Viper. You go like 4-4-0,
Yeah.
you know?
Face on keyboard and you'll probably win mid.
It's so good.
Wow.
Look at this guy.
You really want to push.
He just still sticks around.
Radiant's bottom tower
That's
is
crazy.
under attack.
Well, I mean, at this point, it's like...
I don't think Chain Frost is winning them any fights, so
Yeah.
I'm fine with it.
It's true. And, like, the real problem is that this game doesn't get easier, I don't think, for TNC.
Yeah. They at no point have any solution to a 5-second BKB. It's not even the 10-second BKBs that are issues. It's just the presence of a BKB in general.
You almost have Scotty done on the Spectre on top of Blade Mail Mantha. I missed that last time. Alright, FBZ comes back in, gonna take back
How
this
dare you
outpost.
take back your own outpost?
I mean, yeah, they had a bunch of heroes that they just can't do anything about it. Jump forward, stun.
Nice arrow.
Oh, wow. This might be, I don't know.
The G's.
Potentially, we'll see.
Yep.
Whitemon's going to be chased down here. Well, he gets hit, he gets killed. Dreamless Cell double kill. And it does not appear that they're leaving.
Nor should they.
There's just no place they can make.
No.
They
God. Timbersaw kills off the Viper again. Armel, no opportunity for him to do
There are
anything.
4 heroes in the arena, and they're like, all right, sweet.
What are you going to do about it?
I feel like we're also going to be repeating ourselves, but again, it's a draft without a reliable initiation, a stun that just loses because they can't make any plays. In this case, yeah, they've got two kind of initiations with Chrono and Mars Arena, but they're both big, long ulti cooldowns, and neither's like a instant stun kind of thing. Yeah.
Well, and that's, again, like, not that this was a huge part of it necessarily, but, like, I think that's why we've been seeing so many of the spirits, and that's why we've been seeing so many, all these other things.
Tiny,
Right.
Clockwork.
Clock, Rubik.
There's a reason these heroes
It's
are
just
getting
stuff.
banned out.
Even like some of like the Sand King type things have looked good at times.
Yeah, I like Sand King. I think that hero's better than it's getting picked. Oh my god.
He's dying to the illusions.
That's not good.
Jameson's got a minute and a half left on the Aegis. He doesn't even care.
Most of his team wasn't even really with him, but they're chasing now.
Oh.
Arrow. And they move on in. Broken, so no
I mean,
dispersion.
she wants to die. She wants mana back.
Get in there. Oh, White on real low. Break looking okay there. But, well, FBZ comes in the clutch and takes down the Lich. And that's about the end of it. Yeah, game is very hard for poor old TNC.
All right, so let me go back to the draft. What was the pick order for TNC? Snapfire and
Mirana
Void.
and
Snapfire Void was first phase, and I'm perfectly okay with that. Those are two fine heroes. Then second phase, Boom picked up the Timbersaw as their third pick, I believe.
Yes.
Oh no,
no,
they
it's
first phase
phase.
Timbersaw.
First phase Timber, yeah.
First phase
Mirana
Timber. Yeah, Mirana Timber, and then their third pick was the Oracle.
Yep.
And then
Then Spectre.
Spectre, and
it
then
was Lich Viper.
oh yeah, Lich. Stupid Lich.
Yeah, I don't think Lich was a good pick. Definitely don't think Viper was a good pick.
I'm trying to figure out like what the thought process was behind it. Like, I think Viper because there's so many things we can break.
Sure, I can excuse it.
Lich to me is like, okay, they're going to be pressuring our towers early with Timber Saw. We got Frost Shield, kind of, but we also need some damage. But I don't know.
He did max out Frost Shield.
Yeah.
It's hard for me to hate too much on the Lich pick because I feel like you just pick Lich for the same reason you pick Undying. It's like you're gonna give your carry a good lane.
Right.
But Undying's useful after 15 minutes.
Well, Undying is also a potential liability versus the Timbersaw.
I don't know if
Is
I'd
maybe
say
how they
he's
see it.
useful after 15 minutes either. Undying.
He's definitely useful after 15 minutes.
He's better. His Flesh Golem's better, but I don't know.
Flesh Golem's better, Tombstone's far better, and Soul Rip heals. Any hero that can heal is always useful after 15 minutes.
And Boom picked 2 cores that aren't like super heavy physical damage, so this Frost Shield has not been particularly useful against DK Spectre. If they went into like a super heavy physical damage core, then like you're maybe looking at this Frost Shield as being a bit more impactful.
Which I do believe Undying was Undying Grimstroke first phase banned by Boom.
Oh man, it's carrying the repair kit. Yes.
78.
8.5 with max reactive armor stacks.
Love to see it. It's got the CDR and the Spell Amp talent.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
MKB is going to be the pickup here, and I don't know. At least that's going to be some more damage. That's the other thing is like Void himself doesn't actually have that much damage on Gabby.
Oh man, and Tim's isn't even going for an Aghanim Scepter. He's going for a Vessel, so instant initiation won't even come from him.
Hide. Spots out. Snapfire. And
Doink.
follow-up stun. And you're done.
At least we weren't a what?
I don't know.
A bed?
Abed.
At least we weren't Abed.
Yeah, I think that's what he said.
That's what it sounded like.
A little bit of flame going
I would
on
like to
there.
be Abed in that situation.
A little bit. Found him. TP out. Can't get it. Oh, he's going Hex next on Timber. That's pretty cool. But yeah, TNC, defend high ground. Hopefully you can get into like, I guess like a Rapier or something for Void, and that's how you win this game maybe.
Yeah, they're kind of just in hope for the best. Let's sit back, go for maybe some Hail Mary smokes, or just wait for them to come high ground and hope for mistakes.
Radiant are scanning.
They need them grouped up for Chronosphere into Mortimer's Kisses with Nether Toxin on them.
While they haven't activated BKB.
Correct.
Because if that BKB is activated, all of that's off the table other than Chrono and right clicks.
And the Boom frontline heroes are just so goddamn tanky. Like, you smoke into them and suddenly you find a Timber DK and you're like, do I Chrono these guys? Like, can we kill them? I don't think so.
Yeah, that's why
Spectre? Like,
it's why you
DK?
need those,
It clipped our Mel, but I don't think it gave vision.
like, if you hit a Chrono on the 3 Boom cores, like, which ones actually die, even if they don't have BKB up?
No.
Oh my god.
Whoa.
Map hacks. Map hacks. BKB?
No TP. It clears the creep wave. Nice. Maximum efficiency.
That's what
Minus
you
the
do.
range creep.
Minus the range creep. He could have probably
80% efficiency.
could have squeezed in one more right click.
Yeah.
I think that was his like 10-second BKB, 9-second BKB.
Something like that. It's a good use for it though.
That was a 9-second BKB. Wow, KP.
Alright. So Dragonite is very big and ready to jump on people. FBZ grouping up with the rest of his team. I guess you could just wait for the next Roche.
Yeah. I don't think they have
Play.
to, but why not?
Yeah. Seems like the safe way to go.
35-minute bounties.
Oh, and I guess that they have in 2 minutes the next tier of neutral items too.
Yeah, it feels like Boom are just, they've got the whole map that they're farming, all their cores are progressing, the AC coming soon, whereas TNC are just getting little scraps here and there, so no rush to break high ground. Mentioned Roshan, bounties, neutral items, all these things coming up soon, or have just come up, so.
Mid lane, they're kind of grouping up like they want
Yeah.
to do something,
Can
but
catch. It feels like they're going to have to chrono and use all their ultimates, and that's to kill one hero. And then it's
And
like,
that's
okay,
that's if Oracle's not there.
yes, that too. And then it's like, even let's say if Oracle's not there and you kill that DK or Timbersaw, what next? Like, do you get an objective out of it? Do you get a Roshan out of it? Like, your lineup doesn't take Rosh, it doesn't push towers. And also, I'm pretty I feel like Boom could fight you 4 versus 5 when your ultimates are down. So, yeah, it just feels really tricky for TNC with how far behind they are.
And I always think about this, like, normally Timbersaw's like, okay, we can wait and he's going to fall off. They got a freaking Spectre, they have a really farm DK, and this Timber's crazy big. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know if it actually is going to fall off. I don't think it is.
Does not feel like it.
Smoke up is 5.
Too late.
No.
Do they turn around, or that's the awkward moment? We're smoked. Now what do we do?
Do we lose now or do we lose in 10 minutes?
I guess fight around this ward is kind of a cool idea. This feels like a last hurrah to me.
Yeah, it's a somewhat desperate idea, but it's one that may be one of their best bets. You got to do something a little bit out there to catch it by surprise. They're just charging at the Spectre. They see Spectre top, they're charging at him, but the smoke was
Oh, and Mirana saw, I think.
I'm not sure if she actually
I don't
saw.
think she
Yeah, I don't think
saw.
so.
It popped Tim's thing.
Oh,
Oh.
No.
Oh.
the Oz ping coming into play.
God. Yeah, the Australian thing. It's right. Oh, chase down now. Dreamless Cell's moving in after him.
This fight looks very discombobulated for TNC,
Oh my God.
which is a recipe for disaster.
Damage. Yeah, everything's falling apart. This is feeling incredibly difficult. Narmel's gonna die in his BKB.
So is Gabby.
Oh, the chase down comes through. 4 are dead. 1 more to
Diggy.
fall, and that should just be it. Unreal. All right, run away. Get out of there. Oracle's chasing him.
They've got buybacks, they've got Chrono, so they might not call it, but I think we know it, the viewers know it.
Mars knows it.
Yeah.
Dire's
This one,
structures are fortified.
this one's over.
Dire's
8,000.
bottom tower is under attack.
Is the potential dieback. The cookie was not enough to dodge the arrow, and the Viper
Void buys
goes
back.
down.
He could chrono 4 heroes.
And there we go.
There we go. That's what I like to see.
You set that up perfectly.
Just stop it. Stop time, please.
Wow, I was not expecting it to be so dramatically one-sided, but I also did not read the draft to be that dramatically one-sided, but as the game played out, I've got to say, Boom knew exactly what they were getting themselves into. What an excellent selection of heroes. First phase Timbersaw, yet again, goes unimpeded.
It's a scary hero.
Yeah, I mean, I think there just became too many heroes they had to address too. Like, there's this tanky DK in the mid lane that was just roaming around making all kinds of plays happen, and TNC just felt like they fell into the Viper trap. You pick this hero for the break, but they needed something more impactful out of their mid lane, or something that's, you know, a more Armel-like hero. Like, they needed that more explosive mid laner.
Well, we are going to jump to a quick break, but when we return, some more post-game analysis here at the Monster Energy Dota Summit 13. Welcome back to the Monster Energy Dota Summit 13, where we have started the process of elimination for TNC. They have dropped a game against a Boom Esports, and it ain't pretty. It was a draft loss, I would say. I mean, Boom played well. TNC did whatever they could, but their heroes were just not equipped to deal with the Boom draft.
Yeah, I feel like even if TNC had played better, because they definitely didn't play their draft as well as they could have, I don't think it would have affected the outcome too much. They made some decent rotations, smoke moves for bounty runes, tried to force some fights. They didn't find enough good fights. Like, I don't really ever feel like KP after hitting 6 found any kind of arena setups and kills. They had to get these fights pre-BKB, but Oracle just countered so much of what they were doing. Once Oracle's 6, it's like, how do you kill people?
Yeah, they went for that one attempt on Spectre up top, and she just reality'd the Faceless Void.
Yeah.
Right.
And then after that, everyone had BKBs on the side of Boom, so even if KP did get an arena set up, well, actually, it was just Makoto who had the BKB, but that's all they really needed.
Yeah, I felt like from the very get-go there was going to be a bit of a problem. FBZ took that tower really early on, and while Gabby was able to like sort of catch up a little bit on that Faceless Void, the inherent problem was just they didn't have damage, and they're playing into an Oracle. Like, that's how it goes. It's a problem.
This was the game they needed to bust out the OD. You're playing against 3 tanky melee cores. I'm like, what do you even pick? Like, the way they countered the Void was by picking DK, Timber, Spectre. 3 cores that, like, Void can never really kill by himself. He needs a ton of damage. They needed to get, like, an Invoker, an OD, something with crazy damage output if they want to be able to bring down any of these heroes.
Is the Timber respect ban worthy?
Maybe. It changes the whole draft. Like, it feels really hard to play into this hero always, so you only get 2 bans, but it might be worth considering. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I don't know. It feels bad banning a Timber first phase.
It's true.
I would like pick a Nyx or something, maybe. Is that crazy?
To actually lane against the Timber, or just to have in
Just
general?
to have in the game.
I don't think it gives you enough damage ever. Like, it doesn't.
Yeah.
You'll stun him for a little bit, and then Timber will come out of the stun and be like, okay, what did I miss?
I guess the thing is it feels like it makes Timber fall off harder once you get that damage. Like, his game becomes almost unplayable.
What I think they do need, and that Nyx could have given them, is just having a stun, having an initiation.
Yes.
They didn't have that hero to stun and initiate. They were relying on big ultimates to lock people down and initiate, which I don't think is enough in itself.
All right, well, we are going to jump to a quick break, and when we return, the draft for game number 2. You can hear the music, you can hear the drums, but I want to hear an alarm. Give me some abrasive sounds to bring us into the draft, if you don't mind.
Dire team pick.
That's what I'm talking about. And I heard a gunshot as well, which can only mean one thing. You are now free to enter the draft.
All right.
That was that right there, the little jingle sounded like something that starts like a
10
dystopian,
seconds
like
remaining.
welcome. You
Yeah,
must
that's
now
a-
eat your baby or something. You know what I mean? Like
I thought it sounded very cruise ship.
Jeez.
I was like, who'll
I
be?
thought it was game show-ish.
Oh,
too.
okay.
Yeah.
We all got different vibes out of it.
Yeah.
tsunami, come on down.
You just got yourself a game number 2.
Amazing. Yeah, that's good.
And Timbersaw indeed. First phase respect banned by TNC. Meanwhile, Boom replicate the same first phase bans. The Grimstroke Undying pick up an Elder Titan. And TNC, the Mirana, and the Snapfire.
I'm tired of Snapfire. This hero might be overrated. It might be.
The last, like, 4 Snapfires we've seen have either not cared about Aghanim Scepter or not made it to Aghanim Scepter.
Right.
Which is weird, because in the first, like, few days of the playoffs, they were all getting Ags, and very quickly.
TNC.
But I think they've been either dropping the farm priority, or they've changed their focus. I like Snapfire if she can get an Ags. Without it, I agree. Overrated.
I'm saying it. If TNC lose this game because of this Snapfire, actually no. If TNC lose this game,
It's cause of Snapfire.
it's because of Snapfire, and Snapfire is dead hero.
Okay.
Anybody that picks it is silly.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Especially, was it Live to Win?
Yes.
Their 20% win rate on Snapfire across like 18 or 19 games.
Yes, that was not encouraging.
Yeah. It's been, I think, the most picked hero of this tournament and probably many others, and it feels like it just hovers around that like 45 to high 40s win rate.
Mhm.
It's just like, let's just pick a Snapfire first too because it gives away nothing. It's flexible, but generally it's just a support role. But I'm kind of with you guys. I haven't been blown away by it, but I also don't think you're meant to be blown away by these first 2 pick supports and their impact on the game.
I don't know. Mirana's there, and I've been blown away by many a Mirana
True.
today, specifically. So, but I do agree that there is something to be said for a hero that you can pretty much pick in no matter what draft. You're always going to find a lane for it. You're always going to find a use for a stun.
Yeah. You're not going to get outdrafted because you pick Snapfire.
No.
The other thing is we've seen highlight plays from Miranas. I don't think we've seen highlight plays really from Snapfires necessarily in this tournament.
10
Like
seconds
occasionally you get a really good Mortimer's Kisses. Occasionally like somebody
5
overstays and then
seconds
just gets like scatter blasted in the face and they die. But like it's rare. Like how many times do like Miranas bait an entire team to like leap, just chase after them and then like leap away slowly? Or
Yeah. But it's
So-
like, is the measure of a hero's worth how highlight play worthy they are? Like, do you get highlight plays out of a DK, you know?
But I think that she also has those like non-highlight plays too, with like Moonlight Shadow and what that provides to
Yeah.
a game. So like I think she has both of it. She has the best of both worlds. Pick Mirana, not Sapphire.
They've got Mirana. They've got both.
They got both.
Not okay.
Just one they should have done, yeah.
They don't cancel each other out.
The thing I think we're seeing exposed a bit with Snapfire last game and in some of these games is just the lack of a reliable stun. Like, you've got Cookie, but it's this generally a follow-up stun or a skill-shotty stun that you can't rely on. Mirana's kind of the same way, but you can build the Yule Scepter to make it more reliable so that if they don't have BKB, they're going to get stunned. But yeah, you can't rely on Snapfire Cookie to like initiate when you smoke up as a team. You need somebody else to go first.
Totally.
And now you've got Snap Mirana. You have 2 heroes that kind of rely on somebody else to stun first or go in first.
A spirit, hopefully.
Yep.
I think that was what
Spirit
was
mids.
sorely lacking from TNC's draft in the previous series.
But they are playing against the Tidehunter, a hero that can shrug off many of those stuns.
Boom is like daring them to pick Faceless Void right now. You know, you just leave it open. You already have the Mirana. You already have the Snapfire. They're picking the Tidehunter. Like, just they're saying, "Come on, do it. Try it."
Drow gets banned. Yeah, one of the teams could have gone for that Venge Drow opener with Venge not banned.
That's
but
true.
That Venge Drow has seemed like one of the strongest openers right now. We've seen that across different regions and feels very hard to beat.
I don't know. I think some teams rate it like way higher than others.
Yeah.
It's like kind of the feeling of this patch where like some teams just think this is insane, and Others are not really doing it. All right, they didn't bait him into it. They just get rid of it.
Yeah, they banned Drow. The question you have to ask yourself is like, are we a cheese team or are we not a
Right.
cheese team? Some teams are just not cheese teams.
Do you think it's cheese to do Venge Drow?
Yeah, I think
Really?
Drow is cheese personally, but I mean less so than in the past. Like the old Drow was
Yeah.
more cheese, whereas like let's just have Drow with all these range heroes and Snowball.
Visage.
Yeah, Drow, Visage, Puck or something. Like
Yeah.
yeah, that's cheese.
To me, it feels it feels less like cheese than it used to be.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's what you're
It
saying.
is
yeah.
less than it used
right.
to be. But I think like if you look at Drow being used to the extreme, I look at like Viking. Like I think that their playstyle is like that cheesy style. Like
Got it.
And it's kind of, I think people hear cheese and they think like, oh, it means like they're doing
Rude.
something that's bad.
Like
It has like a
techies.
bad connotation. But like, I want to praise Viking. I think their strats and the way they play is super cool and creative because it's so strategic and it's not. They're not playing around the individual skill of like their mid or their carry player. They're like a very team-oriented playstyle.
Okay.
But they are a bit cheesy, and I think that's great.
Is Skywrath cheesy?
No.
Skywrath with ET
Is
is pretty
Skywrath
cool.
good? Yeah, with ET, there's potential.
It's like bursting
Yeah.
people up like crazy.
I would say cheese is like Visage strats, Drow strats, Last Big Broods,
Meepos.
Meepos.
Is Arc Warden cheesy?
Yeah. Ooh.
TNC
It changes the game a
Predators
bit, but I wouldn't say it's as cheesy.
Okay.
Techies?
Techies, yeah, but
Yeah,
if
it's cheese, but
how often do you see
yeah,
it?
it's just
If it's LGD, you see it. LGD or Techies pickers.
Have they been doing it?
Yeah, they've
Oh,
been doing
wow.
a lot.
new techies. The way techies is played these days is less cheesy. 'cause
That's true. It's almost like almost a team fighter.
Yeah, exactly. I actually
Right.
wouldn't consider techies these
5
days
seconds
as
remaining.
as cheesy, but similar to Drow, where it's not as cheesy as it used to be.
Right.
Well, they deny one cheese potential with the Terror Blade. I think that's more them stealing it away from TNC than Boom really wanting to play it that badly. But either way, it still fits in to the mold.
I don't think that they could have played it on TNC really with all the magic damage they have. I feel like it would have been scary. Maybe. I don't know.
Skywrath, I'm usually okay with, unless if I'm in lane. Lane against Skywrath as a Terror Blade sucks.
Right.
But after the laning phase ends, you're usually okay.
TNC Predators Templar Assassin.
TNC just going for some comfort picks. They get the RMLTA. Facing elimination, they're not messing around. They've got the insta-stun and initiation of a Vengeful Spirit,
Mm-hmm.
but no answers to TB, because I would not consider TA a
10
good pick to
seconds
deal with a TB in general, but it is a good pick to play fast-paced, take Roche, take objectives, and
remaining.
considering this is a core Venge, right? Probably.
It seems like it.
I would hope so.
If not, it's a core Snapfire, which
Oh boy.
doesn't sound terrible, but doesn't sound great.
Yeah, I'm thinking like Venge Mirana is the dual lane.
TNC
Venge could be, yeah,
Predators
offlane
turn
or
to
safe lane,
ban.
but probably offlane makes more sense.
Dire team ban.
Oh, yeah, you're thinking that it could be a Gabby Venge?
I do not think so, but it could be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That feels like it's a bad matchup against
Yeah.
TB too.
I think the Venge Mirana lane you mentioned makes most sense.
I don't know what carry you take now though for TNC. Like who do you want
10
to match up
seconds
against for
remaining.
the TB?
I think you're less focused on countering TP and more
5
trying to
seconds.
Win
synergize with your
fast.
draft. Yeah, like life. The idea of getting a life steal and having like an armlet deso and just hit buildings, take Roche, snowball. I think that is what you're thinking about. If it goes late game, you're like, well, crap, this wasn't the plan, but let's try and itemize for TB. But you don't. I don't think you can necessarily draft TB counters or
Okay.
like go all in on trying to counter TB now.
TNC
Jug is kind of a dead
Predators
hero,
turn
but
to
I would
ban.
like the idea of a Jug for TNC. Just a hero that does not require very many items, useful in pushes, and can come online early.
And they're the two BKB carries against like Tide, Skywrath, well, built-in BKB
Yeah.
carries.
You could do
10
like
seconds
safe lane
remaining.
DP. That'd be hype.
I think she may be too
5
cooldown
seconds
dependent.
remaining.
Exorcism.
Well, that's why TA's there for afterwards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's surprising they banned Drow when they went into Avenge TA, because I'm like, yeah, Drow would have been perfect, but they banned it themselves. What else can I get? Snapfire plus what? Void sounds too cooldown dependent, just doesn't synergize with the idea of kind of snowballing. Does give them some team fight, which they're kind of lacking.
Maybe a
that's fair.
Slark. Could be something. But that's again like not really
Yeah.
taking towers as much.
Troll's been kind of popular. Don't love the idea of Troll, but it seems okay-ish. Not really sure. Leshrac. So they do go for a hero to deal with TB, but also, so they deals with TB and fits the mold of
That's a great
Snowball and
pick.
taking towers.
Big fan of that pick.
It gets both.
So, KP, Venge.
Unclear.
and
Well, probably, but
Probably.
yeah. Because I guess Lesh could be 3 and Venge plays as a 1, but
It's true.
Venge
I
feels
feel-
more like the KP hero.
Yeah, and I think Lesh would get slapped around by a Skywrath a little bit too much in the lane. Okay, so DK picked up by Boom. And it's going to be mid. And it is indeed... Oh, KP Snapfire. Okay, so support Venge.
Alright.
I'm intrigued.
It's gonna be a lot of damage on the TB.
Which draft do you like, gods?
I'll go with TNC. I think they're going to play super fast, long cooldown on Tide ulti. TB needs time to come online. I think TNC can snowball this game.
Lyrical.
I think Boom. I think Makoto's gonna win mid, and then he's gonna take a tower.
All right.
And snowball from there.
TNC facing elimination here in this game number 2. Let's see if they can hold on to their tournament dreams here in the Monster Energy Dota Summit 13. Welcome back. Game number 2, Boom versus TNC.
I would like to give a quick shout out
Please do.
to Fearless. We
Okay.
interviewed him early today. I just saw his Twitter. He said, "I fear nothing, but the interview scared me."
Oh
no.
I feel bad.
I feel bad too.
I don't know if he heard us the first few times and, didn't want. Oh, hold that thought.
Yo, he got 5 heroes with that Astral. Too bad he's
Yeah.
dead.
Oh, the damn plus 100
Oh,
damage.
he's so fast. He's so
His
fast.
hat fell off. You see that? Oh no. I'm gonna go check out Fearless's Twitter now.
What is Fearless? What's the at? Gods? BTS Gods?
Fearless Dota? Fearless Dota 2?
Fearless Dota 2? I want the right
Fearless
one.
Dota 2.
Fearless Dota 2, all one,
Yeah.
all one thing?
Fearless Dota 2.
All
He
right.
only has 175 followers, so get in there, guys.
Please go follow at Fearless Dota 2. There we go. Dota 2 right there on the screen.
I wish we had more time to talk to him.
As did I.
We had to get into our next game because we were a bit behind schedule.
Our
so-
sincere apologies, Fearless, but we'll be kinder to you next time.
We were kind.
We were kind, but I think we may have intimidated him,
I'm
perhaps.
gonna retweet it. There we go.
The battle
Perfect.
begins.
Regardless, in terms of engagement, also don't forget to go to bts.gg/monstermvp to vote for your MVP. You saw how happy Fearless was that he made it.
Yeah.
He's like, Monster Can Mercedes. It's literally the same thing in terms of prestige.
He didn't sound nervous or scared at
No.
all.
Yeah, he
the second we
didn't.
found he won the MVP, he was like, "All right, where's my Benz?"
That's a lesson out there to everybody. Fake it till you make it. It's the most important thing.
Like how Skywrath is faking it as if he doesn't see this Mirana. He's like, oh, I don't know where Tim's is. JK, I've got a ward.
Get on.
And Tim's verifies it by drawing aggro.
Nice.
Clever.
Oh yeah, that's interesting as well.
Yeah.
Yes.
Radiant's courier has
Get
been
it.
killed.
Courier goes down. Stun off to the side. FBZ. Body blocked in. Is this man in trouble? You have another stun in a second, I think. 1 second, and gonna land an FBZ in the grave.
Yeah, the era of tri-lanes are back. We've seen this a lot in the Southeast Asia region. These tri-lanes just coming back into popularity.
I don't know if this one will stay a try. Well, actually, we're getting Kazcute stealing a creep wave from. Is that the bot lane creep wave? Where did he get this wave from?
Yeah, this, I believe, was the first wave.
But the first wave you can't steal until they meet the tower.
The first wave after that, right?
Oh, so the second wave.
Well, I think he...
But that's what's at the bot lane right now,
Didn't he
isn't it?
grab it from after the tower? Is what I mean?
Oh, did he?
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure either.
Because the Dire first wave got grabbed by, like, pulled aside by someone as well. It was all very odd.
Okay.
Well,
I don't know.
it's not from mid, so that's all that really matters. So it has to be from bot.
Yeah.
Look at the... it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I think I kind of agree. I'm not sure it'll stay a tri-lane versus tri-lane because I don't know if TB wants a 1v1 lane. It is against the Sapphire, which sounds actually alright.
Yeah, it's doable. Cause
Maybe the nukes at like level 2, 3, 4 start getting a bit too much.
But you have to get like in very, very close range to get like the real damage on the Scatterblast, and so yeah, he can just pop. Like he doesn't have to blow meta super early. Like, did he use meta? Can I get a click on the? Yeah, so he hasn't even had to use meta on the TB. Oh no, he did.
No, he didn't use it. I don't know what you're talking about.
The screen's bugged.
Yeah. Bug screen.
Beta game.
Bugs observer.
Yeah, but Shredder drops armor, and I mean, Dream of Soul's got armor for days.
It's bug. Thanks for bringing that up. It's on him.
Yeah, you see this
he's got the
Tide
kitty
Hunter
set.
cosmetic? The Dire Tide Shimmer? He looks like a Kunkka ghost.
He does. That one right there, that's going to be the new thing.
I'm ready. Once OG stop playing, that's the line they're
for
spamming.
sure.
Yeah.
This one looks pretty cool.
Yeah, the
too.
Skywrath set also looks sick.
It's like they're ghostly. Is that the whole idea?
No, it's the idea of Dire Tide, I
Actually,
believe.
they look a little bit more like almost what's it called? Like Frankenstein. You know?
But they're blue, not green.
They're kind of greenish.
Teal.
Yeah, it's like a tennis ball color.
What do you call the color that DK is? What do you call that color if you're referring to that player? Not the hero itself, but yeah, the player.
I call it gray because
Yeah.
in Warcraft 3 Dota it was gray.
Okay.
And it's still grayish, right?
So that's the old age lyrical. Do you ever refer to people by player color names?
No.
Okay.
Never. I'm not a fan of it. Noob.
Violent
Get out of there.
stabs.
Oh my god, these are
Whoa,
great.
These are great.
All right, well, they've definitely been playing a lot of Dire Tide. Yeah, I'm not a fan of like. It feels like it dehumanizes
That is
people.
true. That's why North American players do it.
Exactly.
Purple's
Blue.
throwing my lane.
Yeah. They're not worthy of being called by name or hero name or player
And
name.
even worse than that, it's like my purple player.
Oh yeah, that's
so
the
it's,
worst.
It's the possession that you own.
Yeah.
It's like, get out of here with that.
Yeah.
But that's what Aosin likes to do, so, you know.
I agree with you, Gabe. That's a really good stance to take on the issue.
Yeah? Thank you.
My blue sofa person. I don't really agree.
God.
My blue sofa panelist.
Oh, look, that range creep that's following him. It's got a vendetta. It's
Will they last hit?
Yeah, they get it. Oh, and they're trying to come on over and sneak these ones
Yeah,
away.
they want to get the D ward. They know it's up there. So yes, TB will get some help now with ET's rotation up here, which means TNC should have an edge down bottom unless they end up rotating heroes off the lane. Looks like Skywrath maybe leached some XP from the arrow there. Skywrath already level 2.5.
Yeah, he got, I think, solo for the ward XP stuff.
But that will be dual lanes once again. Over in the mid lane, DK absolutely crushing it. Dave, this is what you said might happen. If Makoto can win the lane, push the tower, TNC will be in some trouble.
Definitely. Silence down bottom. Already in a little bit more trouble is Gabby. TNC in some trouble. Ooh, wait a minute though. Turn around.
Salve does get cancelled, but he does stay alive.
Okay.
That's kind of cool. We don't often see the level 2 point in silence, I feel like, on Skywrath.
Yeah, especially if, like, I guess Gush.
Gush, and you amplify the concussive damage. It's
Yeah.
quite a lot of spell amp at level 1. Like,
Yeah.
it's definitely a value point for the spell amp.
Weird.
You can see there, FBZ was maybe waiting for a silence before using that Gush, but keeping them nice and low.
Everything's all spread out now. Even 2 different creep waves meet together. Whitemon's still just hiding off in the trees there while FBZ tries to farm up.
Surprise!
Chase.
Lightning just hit level 3.
Oof.
He didn't actually have use the third
Oh
skill
yeah,
point,
he
though.
didn't. Yeah, he ends up putting his second skill point in Split Earth, but gets the kill.
But this is something you mentioned might happen, is that Leshrac was going to have a rough time laning against the Skywrath.
Yeah. That does seem like it's something that could be a bit of an issue. And I guess that was, we were thinking about the Skywrath going against, or rather being against TB, just in general, but it's sort of a similar situation where, you know, if you step a bit too far forward, you can be punished.
Yeah, all these high armor heroes, Lesh with 5 base armor, don't like having to deal against these magic damage spammers.
Well, nonetheless, 4-minute mark coming in. Alright, trying to keep the pressure back. Full mana pool for the Sky.
Leshrac
Take it
not.
straight to the grave. Oh,
Yeah, Lesh wasn't in range for the chain stun, so didn't actually end up throwing a stun
and now
out on the
Whitemon
Skywrath.
might be dead.
Oh.
Nope.
Second Lightning Storm coming out. Just that one value point in Lightning Storm. I think it got buffed from 80 to 90 damage in
Yep.
a recent patch. So it's become more and more of a value point, and little buffs like that can make a difference.
And so it's really interesting, right? Skywrath, if you look at him, I think he went 0-2-1. And now this is like one of the most efficient mana-wise things that you can do and like combo it together with the Gush. But the downside is that the cooldown on Concussive Shot is super long, so you can't spam your spells.
Kind of, yeah, you play the lane very differently. With your first skill, you're just spamming, using up your entire mana pool, then feeding to a tower or something and coming back to lane. With this build, you're not running out of mana, like you say, and you're just looking to be aggressive when you have concussive, and when it's on cooldown, you have to play very passively.
Yeah, it's more built for kill attempts rather than harass.
And they will kill. First on the board for Boom.
Yeah, I think Whitemon just trying to go in, sneak a bounty rune or something, gets punished, but not a big deal for him. He was fairly low on health anyways and can come back to lane with some extra regen. May even consider a rotation towards this mid lane where the T1 tower is being pressured early on.
Yeah, Mirana successfully sniped out the siege creep though.
Good stuff. That's what we want to see from Tim's.
Definitely saves, yeah, a lot of damage on this tower.
It's crazy how that little thing
Ooh.
just makes all the difference. And Assault takes a nice little brunt of damage there from Snapfire, who's currently winning that lane a little bit.
Yeah, so Whitemon dying there, TP's down bottom, brings the items for the Leshrac, and I feel like this Venge Lesh a pretty potent killing combo at this point in the game. You can see there in the net worth, Lesh is having a pretty good time. Snapfire, top net worth, KP. Definitely wasn't a good lane for the TB, even when the support ET showed up, but there's plenty of jungle stacks to fall back to. Oh boy.
That is nutty. So, Dream of Cell just going to farm up now while Kezcute soaks up some XP as well.
Not the ideal hero to farm stacks with, but yeah, it's still the best farm he can get right now.
At a half duration. Let's make sure you can finish off the rest of these during it. But yeah, 1,000 gold leads so far for TNC, and they're cutting the wave up top also to get some extra pressure on. But it looks like they're also going to have a rotation over from that ET to stop the pressure coming in.
Yeah, they don't suspect anything about these stacks going on right now.
That's almost like the great part about doing it with a hero that you wouldn't consider a stack farmer. It's like there's just no threat of any rotation in there. I don't think, there's any idea that there's like triple and quadruple stacks going on.
Yeah, and you disappear for a little bit as a bristleback and everyone's like, hey, what's going on?
DK's here, Gab. I think Gabby, the second the DK shows up, Gabby's like, okay, you're on your own, Whitemon.
That was a Very bold TP.
Oh, he's got kisses.
Oh,
Yes,
no!
stand in melee range. You can't do anything.
God. Trying to get it with Starfall. Moment punch. Nice. Good play.
Radiant's
You still
bottom
get
tower is
a
under attack.
psychological victory for the ET there.
True.
Yeah. That's what you love to see. So Armel getting a little bit of me time, and in fact, bringing
Dire's
over
top tower is under attack.
Gabby there and going to call off the charge.
I like that. You just force TPs to be used or to go on cooldown. But Boom are pressuring other side lanes. DK bringing his next Dragon Form to use, taking this tier 1 bottom tower, which I believe will go down here because it doesn't look like TNC want to play this lane anymore. They're just
Dire's middle tower
focused
is
on
under
pressuring
attack.
and rotating elsewhere on the map.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
FBZ. Okay, it kind of reveals the fact they had a ward
Radiant's
there.
bottom
Yeah.
tower has fallen.
He's got one more. He can go back up the.
Oh, I like this. Yes.
A rare moment that you were happy you got bashed by Roche for the extra damage.
Wow.
Oh, Gabby did end up going bottom to the bottom tier 1 tower, but he's kind of paying the price here.
Oh,
Luckily,
raindrop.
Raindrop. Nice.
I don't know why he went down there though. I don't. Did he get a deny on the tower? Can I get a press enter? Find out what the tower
I
situation
believe
is?
so. But
Nope. Makoto got it.
all right.
Very interesting. I guess maybe just trying to soak up the leftover creeps that were down there. But regardless, very even game, very back and forth.
Yep.
Feels like both the Terrorblade and the TA are both getting the farm that they would want.
Yeah, it feels like Boom are going to be looking to just take all these tier 1 towers with Dragon Form, while TNC are looking to just farm up their key item timings, which is like Deso Blink on TA, Leshrac. I'm curious to see what Leshrac will go for.
I think he had Yule's queued up for the
Okay.
first item.
But yeah, fighting around these first couple item timings, and of course the Ags on Snapfire, which is typically what you rush on a core Snapfire. And then they're going to look to take team fights, take Roche with the Deso TA and snowball from there. But for now, it is Boom who have the greater ability to pressure with Ravage and Dragon Form.
Dire are scanning.
BZ might need to use it if he's not careful. It's a lot of damage from Armel. It looks like they spotted that smoke. So not going to be easy to find a kill here, but might also scare Boom back from trying to be in that area where they're head bottom.
Oh, Makoto may be screwed.
This be a good kill. He's getting closer and closer to that Blink Dagger.
Stun, stun. Done. And
Arrow. Wait,
Whoa.
did it time out?
It was too long range.
Oh.
And that was Mortimer's kisses too.
That is a rare mistake by
Oh,
Tim's.
KP is
Dire's
dead.
middle tower
That
under
is
attack.
really unfortunate.
Wow.
Big place. Do you think they needed all 4 heroes?
He goes from almost being like 600 gold away from his dagger to being 200 gold now
Oof.
on the DK. Jeez.
Yeah, that was a
Dire's top tower
pretty
is under attack.
costly mistake for TNC.
Yeah.
The game looks very different if they just kill the DK there, get out cleanly. Feels like they're going to hit their timing quicker. They're going to slow down Boom's timing. But now instead, Makoto's just going to get his Blink Dagger
Radiant's
somewhat
bottom tower
uncontested.
is under attack.
And Boom are going to be able to put a lot of pressure onto TNC. Looks like bottom lane, yeah. Venge. We'll set up for a Mirana kill.
Nicely played.
I doing some aggressive moves, probably just on some warding missions.
Bulwark in front of his cores
Dire's
too.
middle tower is under
Just
attack.
kind of what you want to see.
DK completes the dagger, although he blue dragon form to get that turnaround kill, so probably gonna chill out until the next dragon form is online.
Pretty close. There's 30 seconds. Who's ready to fight? Says Mr. Makoto. And I'm sure FBZ is saying he's good to go. He's got Ravage. They're even going to bring the TB. So they are ready to go with Metamorph. So if they get a kill or win a fight off of this, it's going to be a very quick and easy tier 1 tower.
KP is mega dead.
It's like a slight overcommitment, but they'll-
Well, they didn't ravage at least,
yeah.
so I think there's a threat of 2 tiers.
Yeah, they're gonna get the glyph back again.
Yeah, and I think when you see this for your TNC, you're just like, actually, we just even if we TP everyone, we're not defending this. It's going to be a slow roll of
Yeah.
TPs. They've got Ravage, they've got Meta, Dragon Form. The only thing they don't have is the Earth Splitter, so... The right call from TNC not to try and fight. They just don't have the team fight to match up to it.
Kodo trying to follow
The
here.
YOLO breathe fire.
Ooh, not gonna get it.
But I imagine we're going to see TNC look to play aggressive now that Metamorph and Dragon Form are going to be on cooldown.
Is under attack.
With these shapeshift ultimates, there's these periods of downtime that TNC can take advantage of.
It still is a little bit scary going into Ravage, definitely, but it should be okay. Fuel Scepter done for the Lesh.
Yeah, I think it's also a question of are TNC ready to go play aggressive while they're on cooldown, because I don't believe TA has Deso and Blake. I think it's just the Deso.
Right.
Leshrak still trying to farm up
He
his
just
key
finished
items.
his Yules, I
Okay.
think.
And how's KP doing? The Ag Scepter's been slowed down multiple times with these deaths. Like,
Yeah,
oh,
he's halfway there.
I feel like he would be probably just a couple hundred gold away for it. If
I
not
would
for,
think so.
If they'd killed the DK bottom, it would just
Definitely.
be, you know.
I'm mainly surprised how Leshrak is not doing so well.
Radiant are
Yeah.
He is very, very far behind.
We'll see how it ends up going. Tim's trying to get towards that Yules as well. BKB is the pickup for him eventually. I'm curious if he goes for bots first or not. But again, kind of just like a slow roll coming right now from Boom.
Yep.
Not really want to be aggressive yet. The next one.
Yeah, I think we'll see them group up again, maybe make another smoke play once their ultis are back online. TB may even look to join up with them, but that mid-tier 1 tower was like the big prize to claim, so I think TB may not even join the next smoke move just because it's like, okay, what's the key objective here? And I don't think there is like an immediate tower that you want to be taking. So it's TNC who will move first, smoking up, bypassing some wards here. Don't think you want to
Radiant's
take that
bottom
courier, but it
tower
does kind of
is under
reveal where
attack.
these heroes might be. Oh, Makoto.
Can you get him before he blinks?
Oh, they tried to
Oh,
stop him with the
goodness.
wave. They don't have the way to... They have an arrow to scout.
Oh,
Okay.
Well read.
Yeah.
nice. And there are heroes moving in. It's going to die, but
get
now
a
the rest of
second, yeah.
Boone is in the area.
Wait, did they not see Hyde?
Careful.
Yeah, Hyde is taking a very interesting path here.
Yeah, you kind of walked past. I'm surprised they didn't seem to notice him at first, but... Armel walks up into him. And they're going to TP top to get those bounty runes and probably just farm their next little item or two. The Blink Dagger on TA, the big one.
The prize is now.
Ooh, nice catch. There's a Moran arrow to follow this up as well. Lines it up
And
perfectly.
Wow.
Absolutely perfect.
So they get 3 kills out of it, 2 cores, the carry and the mid.
For nothing.
Yep.
Didn't have to spend Mortimer Kisses, didn't have to spend like a BKB or anything, and
Didn't give up 4 bounty runes. They managed to still get the 2 top ones.
yeah, and they may be able to Roche
Yeah.
with Deso TA and Wave.
It's looking very,
It is
very
ET.
good for TNC.
But-
Did they know?
And this is how they needed this game to play out, because I feel
Right.
like for their draft to win, it needs to be this kind of snowballing pick-off with Leshrak, TA getting Aegis. Their team fight and just overall lineup is weaker if they're not playing from ahead in terms of farm and
Oh,
like
no.
Aegis advantage.
Walking right into everybody. Ravage comes out, gonna land lots of magical damage as
arrow
well.
whiffs.
They dodge the arrow. Meanwhile, Metamorphosis comes out, but they got the Earth Splitter onto everybody. Swap pulls him in, takes 2 down.
Oh my god,
rather
TA
just
gets
1.
out.
As cute, just hugging in nice and close.
Oh, they put him to sleep. And now running down for the next round of battles. They take down Tim's and also gonna get KP.
Just overly ambitious going for Roshan.
How low it is.
They had low respawn timers, and none of the big ultimates were on cooldown on the boom side, so it was just a little bit too greedy by TNC.
I think
making the call for Roche.
It was too greedy for TA to solo it. If Lesh and Venge had committed in the pit, I feel like they could have had a pretty good... Oh, and Shredder also. Or actually, I don't know if Snapfire has any points in Shredder.
Okay.
Yeah, she doesn't. Okay, but her going solo was definitely not going to happen quickly enough.
Yeah. I think the fear is you have to have someone outside of the pit because you're
No,
playing
it's too
against...
suspicious otherwise.
Well, no, you're going to get, like... You have to have someone scouting, otherwise you get caught by like an ET Stomp or a
Oh,
Ravage, like,
right.
or you need really good vision. But even then, what if they're smoked up? So you need somebody to pop the smoke gank.
Mhm.
But
I mean, they only had one other hero in there with TA. You could have just had Snapfire out there. Or maybe
Yeah,
just had
yeah.
Revenge or whatever. But yeah, it's whatever the case was, really rough for TNC and a huge swing back. And now, if you lose another couple of heroes,
Wait, she got
Armel
cookied in?
trying to
That
go in and
was-
blow him up. That's
Yeah.
a cool play.
I mean, the problem for Boom is when their ulti's on cooldown, they aren't that strong, and TNC's taking advantage of it.
Moving in now.
Armel's gonna be careful.
ET looking for the stomp afterwards. Hits onto one. FBZ, as well as the meta coming out. Dream Cell doesn't have it.
Here's Gabby.
Oh, Yule
Whoa,
Scepter,
no.
not well timed.
Oh,
And able
the
to
mid
mid to
dodge.
dodge
Wow.
it. Still a lot of damage coming in onto Dream Cell as
He's
well as Kazku.
out of mana on the left track now, though, but he's got Edict still pulsing and bottle charges.
Yeah, it's not killing this TB. Well, not once nor twice.
Radiant's bottom tower
But
is under
Armel
Maybe with
still
the
went down.
Mirana's help, but I don't think they want to keep hunting. Lish, yeah, back to base, getting that mana back.
Really close to Aghanim Scepter soon for KP.
To me, that's the more surprising thing about the Roche is that they did it when Boom had all their ultimates. Like, and ultimately, this is still fairly early on. They respawn
Yeah.
quickly. I think the key for them to Roche is to either win a fight where Boom use their ultimates, or have a fight that is even or you lose, but make sure Ravage meta's on cooldown. That's when they're stronger. It's when these spells are on cooldown, and that's why that fight there goes pretty well for them. Is because there's no Dragon Form, there's no meta, there's no Ravage.
That BKB timing is going to be really important, it feels like.
Yeah. The game changes with TNC's BKBs. That's kind of, I think, their biggest power spike of the game. Late game, I think the swing goes back in Boom's favor with the TB and how well he scales, but the double BKB on Lesh TA with the Ags initiation on Snapfire is going to be TNC, where that's where they need to pull ahead.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
In the meantime, grouping up and trying to pressure up this top lane. See if they can take over this area, get the outpost.
Structures are fortified.
A lot of Radiant heroes in this dire jungle.
Both teams trying to take tier 2 towers here. It does look like Boom may get this tier 2 and outpost down bottom, whereas TNC haven't taken the tier 2 tower just yet.
Is under attack.
Moving in, and Gabby's there as well.
TP.
Rotations.
It's a Tidehunter, though. You can't really stop
Yeah.
him.
And Gabby's in trouble. Yeah, the swap
back
save.
out. Jump forward with the blink. Ravage going to connect onto 3, actually. But is there any more follow-up?
The Lesh gets out okay, it looks like. Well, for now.
No dust on him. But
Sentry
he walks into a
ward.
sentry.
Looks like he's going to be okay without the Dragon Form. And the
They-
bottom outpost
yeah,
was
they
not
didn't take
taken.
it.
Okay. TB. He's hitting creeps, you know.
Yeah, actually, yeah, TB didn't show. What the? Okay.
Well,
That's,
he didn't. So he didn't get it taken down in time. I saw him walking
Oh,
over. It was
okay.
like 55
Yeah.
seconds when it
Yeah.
went down. But yeah.
Yeah, he was left alone to push. That makes sense. That he didn't kill it fast enough to actually take the outpost.
Regardless, Ravage down now. Does leave kind of a nice opening for TNC.
Meta's
Yeah.
up, though, still.
Meta and Dragon Form will be up, but
They're doing a good job at staggering their high cooldowns.
and I think importantly, Makoto doesn't have BKB yet, so he's very vulnerable, as we're seeing here. Gets
Wow.
blown up. Doesn't have anything for the magic damage, and TNC will look to continue pressuring. They're pinging that top tier 2 tower. They want to finish it off. Tim's with his Yule Scepter, so that gives him a reliable initiation as well as the Venge until BKBs come into play for the dire side. And yes, the Ag Scepter. Z, as well as the Skyrith nearby. They're checking for wards, but
Dire's bottom
don't
tower
believe they
is
want to go
under
on the Tidehunter. Oh, Ammo did.
Oh, I almost got him. Well, Kazku just going to hold fort down up here.
A lot of deforesting happening up top.
Yeah.
Dire's top tower
You try
is
and hit
under
a stomp
attack.
here or something? I guess Armel still has blink, so
Dire's
he can't really
top
do
tower
that.
has fallen.
I'll just claim this outpost, I think, with second Roshan. I think the kind of key objective on TNC's mind, they kind of you just want to gear up and get your BKBs ready for that fight, but Boom will have the same idea. They get this very early BKB on the Terra Blade to kind of prepare themselves for these early fights.
And now, 22 minutes in, as the outpost is going to be taken over. It's sort of a battle of who pushes in the opposing safe lane harder.
Yeah. I don't think TNC will put too much effort into that bottom lane or bottom outpost for now.
What was Dragon Form activated for?
Farming, man.
Wow, was he using it to misclick?
Well, okay, so I guess he is getting close to his BKB, and to get to a quicker BKB, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know. Like if there was like an ancient stack or something.
Yeah.
But even that, it feels kind of risky just to use it casually when you
For
know
sure.
TNC's like they're smoked up now. They probably saw that Dragon Form.
He
if they're
took a
smoking
creep
here.
wave within it, so yeah.
I feel like it may have been a misclick because I don't think you want to be using Dragon Form there.
Well, he did complete his BKB and quick initiation on the Skywrath.
Yeah, he tanks the smoke gank, but the rest of TNC
Gobble up.
Oh, big play there, throwing out Gabby.
Nice.
And get in the kill.
Can they get any more? They've got a swap here potentially.
Slow.
FBZ, I think his blink's on cooldown. He gets hit by the lightning storm, so he gets swapped back in, but he is a tide. And yeah, KP had one idea, and Whitemon had another. He's a 5 position. He's not diving on top of a tide.
We can get him, guys. We can get him. Then
Hoping
what?
to catch TB here, but no such luck. Ancient's already been farmed up, and without Roshan, I'm not sure TNC will get any objectives off of this.
I think Makoto's like bluffing almost.
They want to fight. They've got the Ravage, yep.
My God, catches onto all 3 of them. The arrow comes out afterwards. That's a lot of damage, though, as they try and get Armel away. For the moment, Makoto just walking in
Armel
and
is,
beating the crap out of
ballsy.
him. Oh, no fear.
Both sides using BKBs and ultimates. I think this will favor TNC overall because they aren't reliant. Ooh!
Whoa!
Snap. He's just scouting Roshan now.
Of course.
He's penance for all the couriers he killed yesterday.
That's true.
But yeah, this should favor TNC because they're not cooldown reliant.
Yeah, and there's no objectives to claim. I would have thought for Dragon Form and meta you may be able to take a tier 2, but no one died.
Yep. TNC will be hoping for a nice fast Roche respawn, which we'll find out soon.
It is 16 seconds.
I think
This is the
that's
potential.
the minimum.
Oh,
yeah,
you're right.
Yeah, so we'll find out in 10 seconds time when it is.
Okay.
But unlikely they'll just look to fight because they're not going to expecting an instant Roche respawn. They're ready to go.
And all the cooldowns are down for Boom.
Yeah.
Middle of the road respawn.
So any kind of initiation that TNC can find here should favor them.
Gobble up.
Makoto playing very far up here.
Dire's bottom tower has been
Heard something flying.
Yep.
Gaz cute caught again.
Gabby
Dire's
could
bottom
be hunting
tower
for more here.
Oh, he's queuing up
This
the
Skywrath.
Aghanim's.
So he gets a bounty room, but can he get out? He's got a TP, and I think he will be fine here.
Shout out to Night Vision.
Everybody's building Ags these games. Got it on Lesh. Got it halfway done on Skywrath.
Yeah. The Leshag's,
Only viable in Dire Tider versus Illusion Heroes.
yes. Well,
It's
yes to the second part. I don't know about Dire Tide. Not sure if I can agree there.
Oh, Tim.
I'll defer to you.
I will say, people have been talking about it sort of making a comeback. It's been in a couple pro games, the Aghanim's on Lesh.
It's growing in popularity for sure,
Yeah.
but I still don't think. So some people are saying that it does insane single target damage. Obviously, if someone's isolated, because between Edict and just you don't have to sit around casting your lightning. But I don't feel like there are many opportunities where you will find someone isolated after you have an Aghanim Scepter, and you're probably going to kill them anyway.
Nice catch here, but the Blink Tide save.
Oh my
Ravage comes off. Makoto gets a chance to use his BKB because of it, and Boom's ready to fight. Their ultimate's back up now, and I think TNC has to be very careful. Gabby turns with his BKB. He's looking to just Nova people down.
Oh my god!
Nice
Whitemon!
play.
It's the 5 position Venge getting launched in. He's going to get himself 2. Gabby's there to back him up, and what a play coming in from TNC. They're not done yet. Gabby's going to be a little bit careful here. Has a defensive yield.
HP.
Didn't have a target.
God, they're just tearing him apart.
Yep.
Armel keeps the chase going as FBZ hoping to escape, but they hit their stun yet again.
Wow.
Just like that, 4 heroes just melt. Man, when Lesh is able to just sit there in front of everybody, it's like so much damage. We had fight recap real quick. How much damage was it that Lesh did in that fight? Yeah, 4,100.
Big DPS.
Dire team.
bottom tower is under attack.
Was a sick gobble up by KP though.
Launches in the Venge of all heroes.
Venge, go kill that DK.
Yeah.
Has fallen.
I just hear it getting launched. I was like, oh, he's going to be thrown in one of the cores. I was like, what the hell? That's a venge.
Get in there. Well,
And Roche is back now, but... And TNC they can just take Roche uncontested, I imagine, with the ultis down. That was meant to be a better fight for Boom, but they just couldn't get the kills during the BKBs.
Yeah.
They
Namely the
almost
Leshrac kill.
Yeah. They were used too defensively, almost.
Gabby's just farming away while they're taking Roche again. No big deal.
Sometimes the problem with the early BKB on TB, you got it after the Mantis, just there isn't damage output until he gets like another item or two. DK is not going to give you a lot of damage, and then you've got a Tide. So the damage output is kind of the big question mark for the Boom draft at this stage.
Right.
Feels like TB may need to wait for another item or two before Boom start fighting.
Sort of having this feeling that things could fall apart very rapidly for Boom. I mean, they already have to a large extent with the 7k gold lead, but...
Yeah. And, like, you know, Gabby's getting away, not even needing any armor items against his TB. He's got the casual plate mail queued up, but he's probably clicking this TB like, you know, there's nothing to be too afraid of just yet. I think he's going for a Scotty as well. Like, I get it's an amazing item and gives you good stats, but I feel like he needs, like, a Daedalus. Probably has his item right after Scotty to really be a true threat.
Otherwise, it's just tickling him. And by that point, you're going to have those plate mail items as well.
Yeah, 3 kind of defensive stat-based items when none of your other cores on your team do damage is tricky.
Tricky, huh?
Tricky. Questionable. I don't know. It's hard. He wants to stay alive. You know, he had to get the BKB early, I think, to fight and contest Roche.
Right.
The third item, Scotty, may be where he could have gone for a Daedalus first.
Well, TNC, as has been the case for today, you just have these games where it feels like it's one team that starts getting ahead and then there's no looking back. To see if Boom can come up with some type of response here and start to even this thing up a little bit.
I do think there is potential for Boom to turn it around, though. I think so far, initiation has been their biggest issue. Wow. Bonk.
See, somebody just get tossed in. It's so silly.
It's going to be close.
Z gets caught and killed.
And Dire's smoked up. They're going to have no Tide for this fight, and I don't even know if they want to fight. They were smoking for the bounty runes.
Oh, stun, blow
Nice.
up. Swap out. Live. Swap again. What a play.
Okay.
Jeez. And then the
He's still in
BKB,
trouble.
the runaway, he's in a lot of trouble,
The
but they bring
Scotty's
it in.
slow.
Yep.
Kescu dying for the rune, I respect it.
Oh, man, this is turning terrible for TNC.
Okay.
How does that happen?
They should be able to get her.
They use literally everything. And the Scotty slow yet again. Meanwhile, the chase down's going to come as they're throwing out Mortimer's kisses, but it's time to run.
They just caught TNC with their pants down. You know, they were split across. They had 2 heroes top, 3 bottom.
I don't know why TA came. She could have very easily not come to that fight.
Yeah, they probably should have just let the Venge and Lesh die. It was a scenario where you're just outnumbered, shouldn't be fighting.
That was really... And it's like using the BKB charge, using
Yeah.
the cheese.
Using the Aegis.
I think
Everything.
it was one of those things where I think TNC's eyes just lit up where it was like, oh, Whitemon made a sick play. He just saved the Lesh, allowed him to get the Yule's Cheese BKB off. Let's turn it now. We just made this sick play, but realistically, they were just too heavily outnumbered. TB just finished Scotty, and DK had his level 3 ulti form. They just couldn't fight into that.
Yeah, the slows between the Scotty and the Frost Breath that Lesh was crawling out of that secret shop.
This is the like real danger too, is that these heroes just take buildings so quickly afterwards. Although they are able to force them off of it for now, so they're just going to try and reestablish some map control. And I guess, I don't even know, I guess that's all they really need to do. Maybe get some more items.
Time to play for Roach number 3.
Hey.
Tier 3 neutral items signed to get picked up here. So a telescope on the Dire side. Not the best telescope game, but it's okay. I guess you got DK and TB with Shapeshift and Skyreth with the cast range.
Yeah, I think Skyreth is just going to hold it for the cast, his own cast range. I think Tide needs to get a gem, though, because one of their biggest win conditions, I suppose, for Boom is getting Blink Dragon Tail before any BKB reaction can come out on the Lesh or the TA. And I feel like all these traps lying around are making it very difficult for DK to sneak in for initiation.
Yeah, sounds like a pretty solid idea.
Added value playing against Mirana, so
Yeah.
Just can't give it up.
Tide's a big boy.
Oh, we got the axe.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
unfortunately, so his 20 talent is a decision between lightning slow and pulse nova damage, and obviously against a TB you want the nova damage, and then when you get an Ags, you're like, feel really good to get that slow duration though.
Yeah.
And then same thing for his 25. I actually don't know what he's going to do about his 25.
I think you kind of have to go Diabolic Edict, right? It's just so good.
Might it just depend on the state of the game where things are
Yeah.
at, because if you're playing on the back foot defensively, the Lightning Storm may just feel better for the team fights. It's going to be better in a team fight, whereas the Diabolic is just so good at pushing.
Smoke up.
Ags completed on Skyrath.
Where are we going?
ET would be a good kill, and a free kill, I think.
Awesome one out.
On FBZ, the arrow going to be off the mark here.
Lots of damage from the high ground from Hyde.
Dude,
Guys
all
who
these
could-
silences with the Ags.
Kodo. Just got the BKB in the front lines, gets the disarm off as well. They do lose the ET, and with the BKB wearing off, we'll see if TNC look to re-engage.
Whoa, Makoto just stands still for a
Tim's.
second.
They got his arrow.
Yep.
Chase, stun, lots
the
of damage
kisses.
from the kisses. Kodo has to do a little bit of fancy footwork there, buying some time.
Trap bricks. No, his blink is up. He just doesn't want to go.
I like this Axe queued up for DK, playing against heavy magic damage, and BKB is going to be 5-second BKB fairly soon, so he's going to be incredibly tanky in that dragon form.
It's 40% magic resistance, I think, something like that.
Believe so. Tsunami?
Let's find out. Doesn't say. I will look it up. 40% sounds high, but you may be right.
It's insane magic resist from memory, yeah.
Okay, let's see here.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Okay, so yes, it is 40%. Good call.
Hey!
30, it increases your DPS, your corrosive DOT to 30 from 20. Your splash AoE, or no, rather, your splash damage goes from 75% splash damage to 115. So your splash actually does more than your normal attack.
That's awesome.
Your slow goes from 40% to 60% on both attack speed and movement speed, and you get free pathing.
What a good Ags.
It's a great axe.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
But yeah, 40%.
He's definitely going to need it against this lineup.
Radiant's middle tower is
Tim's in
under
the
attack.
meantime pushing down bottom lane and getting it all the way to the tier 3s. And then running away. But they can maybe take this fight now with no Dragon Knight nearby. Looking for a swap now onto Hyde. Pulls it back in. Immediately into the waiting clutches of the rest of them. But two-shot this Skyrath mage here. Armel going to pop the BKB. Good timing there.
He's BKBing just to kill supports, and now he's in all sorts of trouble.
Oh, the gobble.
Luckily, KP's there to save his life.
What a player. But FBZ's still chasing.
Radiant's top
Ah,
tower
they won't be able to
is
get
under
him.
attack.
I think that's the tricky thing for the TA as this game drags, is that the BKB is going to be really short, and all he can really do during is maybe kill some of these supports unless they're focusing like all their attention on chain selling one of the dire cores.
Yeah, and once I imagine Aeon discs eventually come out on Boom, then you can't even reliably one-shot the supports anymore.
Are scanning.
I am starting to go in Boom's favor as the game is progressing. It's a 6k net worth advantage, kill advantage, but still, it feels like it's going to be hard for them to close out the game.
Kind of has that feeling like the damage is capping off
Yeah.
almost on
Which is very
TNC.
typical for Templar Assassin
Yeah.
lineups.
Yeah.
It's the TA problem, and kind of what we saw maybe happening with this game, where TNC need a snowball, but if it does go late, TB is going to be the ultimate carry of this game. And
True.
not even just TB, but DK and Tide, just they don't get really threatened by a TA.
Yeah. They fall off in terms of dealing damage, but they will just get increasingly tankier and tankier.
It doesn't feel like TNC have other heroes to make up for. Like, their supports aren't really doing any damage scaling into the late game, whereas Boom, you know, you got this Skyrath and ET.
Yeah.
These supports damage output-wise scale very well into the late game.
Even just experience-wise, like concussive global is going to be really irritating to deal with because again, it solves their vision issue on Boom, where they can
Right.
hopefully find initiation.
Yeah, it's really good stuff. But Boom just need to get through the scary period now. I think they might smoke up again, getting ready for next Roche.
Yeah.
2 minutes away.
Yeah, I think TNC have to get this third Roche, I think, to have a good chance of winning this game. And even if they get it, I think it's still like that kind of just keeps things even for them. If they somehow lose a fight and Boom gets Roshan, I think things start looking very grim for TNC.
Again, elimination on the line for TNC. If they lose this game, they would go out in 4th. And it would be Boom moving on the date against Among Us. So a lot on the line here.
$100,000 prize pool. Valve backed.
Hey. Well, Ninja Gear, the next tier of items starting to come out now.
I might give the Ninja Gear to like DK. Craggy on the Leshek. A knife found for Armel.
Craggy, this is definitely a hero that Craggy is amazing on.
Yeah.
And this game specifically, yeah.
I don't know if he'll give it up. Maybe for like a spell prism. Oh,
That's a great hero to open up the fight on.
bonk.
Roche respawning in 50 though, and that's when Venge will be back alive. That's the good news for TNC.
And Armel's getting close to 25 too. That's another big thing for him.
Oh yeah, Meld bashes.
This honestly might not be a terrible game for TA Ags, actually.
Yeah.
If you could cut waves and just keep dragging Boom all around the map, you may find an opening.
Radiant's top tower
I
is
think
under
it's
attack.
better than a lot of people talk about.
Yeah,
pretty cool.
for like 2 months ago, CIS was like first building
Yeah.
Ags on TA.
You'll have a hammer. I just wonder if TA is going to need like some super damage item, some kind of rapier or...
Yeah, the thing is that I think even if she keeps building damage, it's not going to solve their issue.
Yeah.
Right.
They're
That's-
just so tanky on Boom.
Yeah, the only damage item that could maybe do it is the rapier.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think the only other consideration is if you feel you're going to need a nullifier to deal with like support Aeon Disc later, but you don't want to preemptively build it. And there is the Spell Prism you mentioned as the only maybe consideration for replacing a Craggy.
Yeah.
We'll have an Arcane Room for the next fight, and uh-oh,
That is a problem.
dead Mirana.
110 seconds, no buyback.
Yeah. Right as TNC smoked up to try and take a fight, Mirana gets picked off. They still may look to initiate here, but they've been scouted out. The smoke popped, and the illusions see them. So, Boom probably should be able to get Roche.
Oh, absolutely everybody dropping them down, taking the kills. Gabby gotta run. Unreal. And one more.
That
Good
deserved
measure.
an eek.
Yeah.
Rapier on TB.
He's going through, and he's like, we just won the game.
Okay.
Let's pick up a
I think
rapier
they
to end this
might.
one.
They,
Leveler.
Why the hell not?
oh my god.
There's no buyback on 3 of these heroes.
I think this is
it's
it.
over.
Yeah.
TNC may not know it yet, but we see the writing on the wall, and
Oh my god. How are you just gonna get hit like that by that giant stomp and 4 heroes?
Oh my god.
Tower is under attack.
Get off my
that's
lawn.
one way to put an exclamation mark on a finish, as TNC can't do anything except type those
All right, quickly.
2 familiar letters.
Go to bts.gg/monstermvp and vote for Kazcute for single-handedly winning them a movement forward into this lower bracket
Wow.
and eliminating TNC.
TNC seemed shocked. You know, they didn't even
GG.
get it. Yeah,
Yeah.
They didn't GG until the throne was dead because they were just like, wait, we just lost. Like, what the hell?
yeah.
It felt like they were just speechless there.
I mean,
I'm speechless.
I think we're gonna take a look at the graph there in a second, but that was a quick drop off too. Like it was like, oh, then maybe just, bleh, and then it was over.
All right, well, we're going to jump to a quick break. Let that all process in the mind. Same thing with you at home. And please do go to bts.gg/monstermvp because that's the last game of the series. Now is the time to vote. Now is the time to find out who will be the winner. But we're going to go to a quick break, and when we return, more post-game analysis. Welcome back to the Monster Energy Dota Summit 13, where we have had yet another elimination. TNC will no longer be in contention as Boom Esports will move on and face off against Among Us tomorrow in the lower bracket final. But what a way to put a stamp on that series. It's 0 to 100 real quick, and yeah, good job.
Absolutely fantastic showing from Boom. I think TNC can only walk away feeling disappointed. I don't think they're going to be happy with a fourth place finish when they're meant to be, one of the top dogs in Southeast Asia. But really, testament to how strong SEA is that, Boom can just play this well.
Totally. Yeah, and I think that there was definitely a couple of things that just seemed a little bit off today for TNC. It didn't feel like the normal one that we were seeing. I'm not sure what it was exactly, but regardless, Boom's still looking very, very good and just really clean. And I don't know, tomorrow we got some great Dota. Southeast Asia. It's going to be hype.
We got any graphs that we can look at, or are we already past that point? I just don't want to revel in some of the numbers, but maybe not.
Oh yeah, I think we got some graphs.
Oh, we got graphs.
We always got graphs.
That's the graph.
Yeah, that's that moment. That's that moment.
15,000 net worth.
Oh my
Or
goodness.
no, the experience. Actually, the net worth was not that substantial, but the experience
Yeah.
lead was substantial.
It wasn't
were
like a
still-
rapier exchange
Yeah.
or anything like that.
They were still leading. When
They were.
when that went.
They
when that
they were
happened.
leading pretty much the entire game. Even at the end of the game, they were technically leading.
Yeah. Unreal. And Kezcute just hits the stomp of his life and
Yeah.
jump in afterwards.
I
Punish.
don't even know how he managed to get the spirit over there. I think he just must have had it on the high ground, and they were all retreating, walked up the stairs.
Yeah, it felt like they didn't even see the spirit themselves.
Oh.
Oh, we have a replay actually. I would love to take a peek at it because I'm very very curious how an Elder Titan could pull a ninja
Yeah.
move like that.
I'm not sure if we're gonna actually get to see.
All right, so let's see here. Oh,
so
so
he just
Spirit's
walked it
already
over.
walking up, and he's okay. Wow, wow.
He just caught him. I guess their eyes were on the Roshan pit and not the
Yeah.
spirit.
Oh.
For sure.
Absolutely devastating.
Yeah. And then feeling mighty Kurumatsu's. Tim somehow is doing a little trash talk at the end.
He was the one who said the whole. He was dead for like 100-something seconds. He was just watching. He was like, "Guys, what about that? What about that astral? You've learned nothing."
That's funny.
But props to Boom. They will be progressing forward. But which of the Boom players will we be giving the most props to for the BTS.GG/Monster MVP? Is it going to be Dreamacell, Mikoto, FBZ, Hyde, or Kezcute? That is to be determined by you.
And incoming, who is it? MVP.
It's Hyde, apparently.
Hyde.
Wow.
The Skyreth, the Mirana from Game 1, he had some amazing arrows in Game 1. He was the
Yeah.
Game 1 MVP.
For sure.
So no surprise. Well, some surprises. I think this is one of the rare support MVPs we're getting.
Yeah.
He was killing it on the Skywrath
Yeah.
too.
Partly because Mikoto, probably the fan favorite player, played DK 2 games in a row. Hard to get MVP when you're playing Dragon Knight. True. Which is good because we get some support recognition.
It's true. Yeah.
You love to see it.
Overall, well deserved. But again, we were proud of the entire team. I don't think there was any one player that was single-handedly carrying them. Good drafts in both games overall. And I'm pleased that they'll be facing a challenge against Among Us, although we have an interview actually with the MVP himself.
Oh my
I like it.
goodness.
We're getting the MVP.
Is it ready or
Hello?
hello, Hyde?
Hello, hello. Yeah, I'm here.
Welcome. Congratulations. I'm not sure if you heard the good news, my friend. You know, aside from the fact that you won, you have also been voted the MVP for the series by our viewers. Congratulations. Hell of a performance both games. How you feeling beating out against TNC?
Of course, I'm feeling really good right now because we never lose in the playoff.
Nice.
Yeah, you're in the lower bracket, but you're making quite a run for yourselves here. Among Us is next. Is this run just going to keep on going? Are you making it through to the grand finals? Where do you see this ending?
Yeah, I think we confidence about going to grand final. We have a good vibe right now. We confidence about our strategy and everyone is really good right.
You're feeling good. That's awesome. Speaking of feeling good, what was the energy like when Kezcute hit that big stomp outside of Roche and then like everything came out? What was that like? Was everybody yelling? Was everybody excited?
Yeah. FBC yelling like, go! I want to go right now.
That's awesome.
And then immediately everyone's like, yeah, let's just buy a rapier. Let's just end the game right now.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
It's crazy.
Yeah. Well, that's really cool. It's an exciting way to end it. Did you know that none of them had buyback?
We think they do. We respect them. So
Yeah.
we just need to see if they reaction or not.
Cool. Awesome. Well, lower bracket run for sure the whole way. When the group stage happened, you talked about this before when we did our interview that it was a little bit of disappointment. You feel like you found your footing right now. Was there is it just that like was there a change in mentality or was it like just getting back to playing more Dota again?
Yeah, I think we have a good concept right now. We talk a lot about Dota and Claire also help us a lot about it, and we confidence right now.
Yeah, you are not the first player to mention the influence of your coach, so glad to see that this is a full-on team effort. Well, congratulations yet again. Looking forward to seeing you tomorrow in the lower bracket finals and then possibly later on in the grand finals.
Yeah.
Congratulations yet again.
Thank you.
That was Hyde, the Monster Energy MVP. Surprising support MVP. I'm always happy to see it. Always happy to see even the support of the support, the coach getting some shout outs as well.
Yeah.
It's all around.
Yep. No, full team effort. And the way they draft and play, you can really see it. And I think that's where I would almost favor them against Among Us tomorrow, because I think they've got the full package. You know, they have the star power, but they also have the drafts, the preparation, and that kind of, you know, the coach influence coming into play as well. They're going to be prepared for that. I think Among Us, as this just like put together stack of players, they have a few heroes and style, like really just one style that's worked for them, and I think it's going to be a really tough matchup for Among Us.
Well, they've got a day to prepare for it, because that is going to be it for the Southeast Asia coverage. We will take a quick peek at where we are now. It has been a journey to get to this point. It has been a long group stage, and we are reaching the closing day of the playoffs, as you see here earlier today. MG.Trust 2-1ing Among Us, knocking them into the lower bracket, and now Boom Esports eliminating TNC in a lower bracket just filled with 2-0s, filled to the brim with 2-0 victories. Perhaps tomorrow we will have our first 2-1. But that is it for the Southeast Asia coverage. But we're not done yet. We are going to Europe after a quick break. It's going to be Liquid versus Brame. But I just want to give a shout out to that giant television screen next to you, this fridge next to you, and of course the MVP. Everything is all brought to us by Monster. A big shout out to our title sponsor, Monster Energy, for keeping us energized.
Yeah.
Yes.
Especially us here. We're working from 2 a.m., you know, until like 11 in the morning, doing the overnight stuff. Monster Energy coming up big.
So be sure to check out the No Surrender banner underneath. It's a video that we've got 2 videos now. It's first the Arteezy video, but now we've got an Insania video. It's sick production value, and it's all brought to you by Monster, and we appreciate that. And I appreciate all of you for watching. Stick around for more of the Monster Energy Dota Summit 13.
The thing I value the most at the end of the day is always going to be winning.
I thought that if I lose TI, my career was in jeopardy.
For me, at least, that fire has always come through when I needed it the most.
Because if I gave it my all and I didn't win, then that's all I can do.
If you don't feel that fire when you need it the most, you probably don't want to win.
Welcome back to the Monster Energy Dota Summit 13. Sunsfan Jenkins, BSJ.
Yeah, okay, he has 1 point, so I don't know. I understand him going on the Venge. Swap.
Oh my god, he's dying right there. And now they might lose FN if they're not careful.
They gotta kill FN quick or he's gonna kill them.
They get it? Oh my god, the double Spirit Siphon though. That's enough.
Yeah.
That keeps him alive. And now Shad moving over, but he's just gonna be punished too. Goes down.
Hey,
boom!
What's going on in this thread, guys?
Oh,
hype.
Have to see where they decide to go. Swap in, pulling to the DP, seeing if they can get that finish. The cookie out is not going to be there in time. Meanwhile, trying to take him down one by one by one.
Oh, what a splitter.
ILTW going to be silenced for the moment, trying to isolate and get the kill. Abyssal Blade down, going to be able to go for the Doppelganger out afterwards. Oh, the Sprout. Not actually working the way they wanted it to. And instead, they're going to turn lastly onto the Venge. And is this the fight they needed?
This is just GG, probably. Although Exorcism will be wearing off, which will maybe give Viking one last fight. But if Liftwin want to play it ultra safe, they just take the racks, back off, wait for another Roche. TW getting fairly low here. But,
Satanic.
Yeah.
Doesn't care all that much.
Oh,
you see? The Prince's Knife Hex.
Doppelganger away, and
That
he's turning onto him.
He's got no Satanic. He's actually dead.
Oh my god!
He doesn't buy that.
What?
Yeah.
They're leaving it for Drought? No.
Nah,
Venge has to take it.
Dangerous. Does he we know about the Fallen Sky.
They're going to scout it with the
Stone's
courier.
down. Fallen Sky hits onto him right at the start. The big ol' ulti's coming out from the big bad Zeus. Aegis on the deck. Can they get anything else afterwards? Look at Immersion beating the crap out of Shad. He's going to get dropped down very low. Dies. 4 dead. And just like that, Toby is also in trouble. They're blocking his path. Look at the Weapon Striders. Oh, that's so sick. But Rapier, I think, is on the deck now too, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Unfortunate.
I mean, Live to Win have been the way stronger team. The reason it just dragged this long is because they were playing it safe after losing their Rapier, but you can see how unstoppable this PL is in the last fight. And PL and Death Prophet. Like, they had 2 scariest carries in the late game.
Rampage.
Nicely done. And with DK having such good follow-up for the Blink stun initiation.
Shad.
Yeah.
Some trouble. Oh! Wait, what?
His team's coming.
Okay.
Whoa!
Whoa!
Fancy footwork. And now Rupture coming in. FN, he's going to be in some trouble. Aramis is going to rock up to the party.
Guys, again, they take down the Oracle.
FN will live, but his teammates not so lucky. And FN not completely out just yet, but yeah.
You got one last one. Oh no. Take the bounty rune, jump in, find the finish. Chrono afterwards, catching on to both of them. With that, just absolute domination. Toby able to find himself the Batrider yet again. Another kill. FN goes down. They're just falling apart. The big wraparound is coming. Can they get down Roshan time?
They did use Firefly. They may scout them coming in.
Catches the Bloodseeker right at the start, trying to turn this around. Chrono is going to land onto both of them. Isn't enough damage, though. They got the BKBs off. Trying to take down that bat, but Clockwork comes in to save his mid laner. He's going to catch that Laguna Blade afterwards. Still Boom beaten away, trying to take down one. Sapphire ultimate out as well. Shad chasing, not able to quite get that kill. 2 have already died on the side of Live to Win, and, well, ILTW left to his own devices in the end is going to pop as well.
That's not good. Yeah, I don't think he minds
What is happening?
Oh, the Lotus!
Jump back at him! The Chrono's going to be huge!
Yeah.
Afterwards, catches on to all of them, or just 2 of them.
Yeah, who needs it?
And one of his players is BKB, but that's fine. It was still huge.
Oh, there's the GG.
Yeah, they're done.
1-1 is what it's feeling like. It's not feeling like 13 because European region is just giving us close matches.
Up top. Some trouble.
Doesn't get a chance to salve up and
Trying to buy a little bit of space for his buddy.
they're gonna get
this
this kill, I think, but even, it's so expensive.
God, the stick. He's still taking a lot of
He
damage
has a
there.
blink.
One more punch.
Nice.
Oh my goodness.
That's one of those like kills. Like, is it really worth it?
Yeah, especially
Oh, this is looking sketchy.
Because we should be fine here.
They have that Blink Enigma
Sketchy
ready to
for-
go. Catches on to
They're
both
tanky,
of them.
though. I don't think they've got the damage.
And they have Ravage afterwards if they want to use it. Stunned out. Ravage connects onto both
no,
of them.
he didn't start
Gets the
shifting.
kill.
Yeah. More.
The other bad thing, or rather unfortunate thing about that is, well, first of all, oh my god. Ooh, black hole onto both of them? Not enough damage.
Yeah.
Not enough. Hand of God.
Oh, that LSA.
Heal.
Wow.
Big combo.
GG.
They're done.
Yep.
Absolutely. I mean, they had all buybacks, but they're just getting obliterated.
That was also like the perfect fight. The Inkswell detonated right after the black hole ended, so they would have been perma-stunned, but they go out not with a bang, but with a bit of a whimper here in game number 3. Viking, the favorites, surely, but obviously the invites as well. But after such a back and forth game 1 and game 2, not necessarily the ending we were hoping for in this game number 3.
Just for the setup and extra control, but once Drow Ranger gets 6, like, they should be very careful how they play this lane.
Yeah. Mid lane. Top lane is the action where they're diving on Celery. Celery's able to put the salve, turn around onto Sableye. Fisher will cancel the salve, but it won't kill Celery. Shad's able to turn, get the kill. Yeah, he's now one. Coming in from the high ground, Charlie. He's there with the wraparound. Could just drop it down on Boom, and he will. Straight in he goes. Onto the Void Spirit. Have they got the damage? They certainly do. Supreme able to slide in and across with the Ball Lightning. They take down Boom. Now with the numbers, NIP are ready to try and dive in potentially on this top lane. Viking, they've got the 3 of them. Can they hold off? Aramis rolls in straight away onto Sableye. They get the silence onto Supreme. Fisher from Era holds back both Celery and Aramis.
He might
Just
die.
that multi-shot nearly did. Nearly did take him out. Got to be careful, and they really wanted to try and push for it. They know they need some sort of desperate play to help themselves get back into this, but they can't finish for the rush. Charlie, let's see what sort of wraparound he can find. Toby on the high ground. He's going to have vision of this coming in. Charlie's going to jump in aggressively. Straight away, they're holding back with the rod. He pots the BKB. Doesn't drop the chrono quite yet onto the side. They get the catch on Celery. That's going to give room for Charlie to get over.
Needs to
get
buy
onto
back
the Shad
immediately.
Drow. They've got the control. Immediate follow-up there from the Snapfire. Kisses come out. They've taken out Shad. Buyback's coming in from the two of them. Charlie's up for the high ground, trying for the TP out, but they've got the Yules to cancel the TP. Remnant pulls him back in. Charlie is silenced once more. There's the Hex setup onto Charlie. Glimmer will buy time for him, but Aramis is able to get him with the stun. Charlie pots the BKB, jumps in aggressively on top of Shad. He's trying to bring down the Drow, but the swap's there. Celery takes him out to the side, and Shad just turns and shoots down Charlie as Charlie's out. Saberlight as well. NIP getting beat back to the fountain. He's going in for one final attempt here with the zip. Kiss is doing quite a bit of damage, but it's
Echo
not
hit
enough.
is ready. There it goes.
To what the plan is, because I feel like for the Terrorblade as well.
Lean
right?
up top. Lina dead.
Yeah, they're in. Supreme's gone. He's having a rough one this game. 2-5-1.
They're playing so aggressive right now.
Saberlight is going to skewer over. He's got the RP, but it's just down onto the one of them. Hawk comes in. Era's caught out by the stun. He's not even going to get the chance to pop his supernova. Saberlight tries to TP out, but he's dead before he gets anywhere close to chilling. To being, he's chilling. Okay, does get caught out by the stun. Put the meta.
There's the fear.
On this.
A lot of lag.
Boom. He's getting low. He's able to put the Bloodstone heal. Self-heals up. Boom's going to live for now. Saberlight gets the RP. It's a big one down onto the two of them, but Saberlight's dead. Charlie still holding the high ground. The BKB now coming to an end, but he's tearing through them. They've got the stun for the Chaos Bolt.
Under is available, plus Satanic.
He turns straight away onto Boom, brings his HP down low. The Egg's going to be successful. Celery cannot take it down. Charlie
gone.
Just tearing them all apart. They're struggling to kill this Terrorblade. Shad and Boom, they're trying to run back in upon him. Misha is taken out. Can they kill Charlie? Charlie's running. Boom, he's got another slow with the lightning. Stun connects. Shad's in.
They need
Charlie,
to kill him.
He's so low, but he's getting away. They'll send out the dagger. Misha did buy back for this, as Jakira's going to die a second time in this fight. Shad, he's in. He's going to get hexed. Straight away, they've got the hex, they've got the light striker right now, they've got the supernova. There's going to be a big stun coming into play. Shad's going to jump out with the Abyssal. They're trying to end it, but Shad's dead. He's dead. He's got buyback on the side. Toby's been caught up by the light striker where there's going to be a pause. There's going to be a pause. Shad, he's dropping the question marks. He's wiped away the tears. He's wiped away his fears. And now he's wiping away the dreams of NIP. As Viking, they could be on the verge of closing this. The damage here from Celery with his rapier. They've done it.
Viking.gg just defeated their enemy NIP 2-0 on the back of a CK Aghanim Scepter that brought everyone's FPS to a halt.
A new battle begins. And there is barely enough life-giving water. Barely enough clean and crisp air. The time has come to see who will survive and who will submit. Or should we say, summit. Let the contest begin.
And for some teams, the contest is just beginning, actually. Welcome back to the Monster Energy Dota Summit 13 European region, where we got Team Liquid versus Brame. Now, if you're just now tuning in, you're like, well, what? I mean, it's Team Liquid. I haven't seen them since ESL Germany. What's going on? The deal is they were directly invited, just like a Viking was. And so this is going to be their first showing here in the Monster Energy Dota Summit 13. Going up against Brame, who, if you're also not familiar with that team, is the Greeks. The Greeks who've reassembled, kind of taken some bits and pieces from elsewhere, and have had a bit of a journey here. As well, this is only the playoffs, but they had a group stage as well. Lost to NIP twice, but they beat 5men, which is why 5men is not in these playoffs. But yeah, really, Brame has only been tested against NIP in this tournament, and now they're being tested against the ESL 1 Germany 2020 champions.
And if you remember back in the day, the old team, when it was the old round of the Greeks, they also battled off in a single elimination bracket, and they were able to make it to
Boston
second place
Major.
in Boston Major. So maybe some more Magic's going to come in here for the underdogs.
Yeah, and there's no lower bracket. Liquid are the lower bracket kings, but this is simply single elimination.
It's like they're already in the low bracket. Is how they have to look at it. You know?
I mean, hopefully.
It's your every game is eliminations on the line for them.
That's true. That's what they need to look at it with. And if you're paying attention to the Monster Energy No Surrender, you know that Insania always feels that fire whenever it comes down to it.
Yeah, you learn from losing. He was saying you can only say that so much.
Yeah.
Losing kind of tears you down bit by bit.
Yeah,
so.
if you've only watched the teaser, you should watch the full video because he drops some big wisdom bombs there. You know, he's made this team with his friends, but at the end of the day, they still look at him as his Dota captain. I'm not doing it justice. You got to go check it out yourselves. Go watch it. It's links underneath the stream.
Yeah, so I mean, Liquid off of a big victory in ESL in Germany, taking down Team Secret, winning the finals against Na'Vi in very convincing fashion. Definitely favorites to win the tournament. They're going to have to go through Brame first, then one of the other two teams in the other match, which was the Live to Win? No, Live to Win were yesterday.
That was upper side of the bracket as well, I think.
So then the second match of the day, whoever that is.
I
There's two matches going on at once. So BTS 2.
BTS 2.
And then, of course, the grand finals tomorrow, which is where Viking GG they're already in the grand finals.
Yeah.
They're there. They're waiting. They're theoretically waiting for Liquid, but Liquid have to get there first.
I'm waiting for something too. I'm waiting for a draft, and I believe that's the sound.
The world is shaking.
Of 10 heroes.
About to be picked.
About to be picked. Liquid versus Brame.
I like the Brame logo.
Yeah, it seems much more professional than just like a stack.
Yeah.
Brame. At first I thought it was like an acronym. I think it's just the name. His name's Brame. Big Brame plays.
That's good.
That's good. If they stick around,
Hashtag
there
Big
we go.
Brame plays.
And it is showing there. The Lena banned out along with the Void Spirit. Lena banned first phase.
Lena is all the rage in Europe CIS. I think every series we're seeing it picked up. First two often flex into a support role every now and then, but even just played as a mid often.
5 seconds remaining.
These Europe CS teams love the hero, as well as Io, which is still in the pool. Io's been a hotly contested hero, particularly the CIS teams really enjoying them some Io. We've had a few interviews where one of the captains was like, yeah, they gave us Io. What were they thinking?
Right.
Yes, that's right.
The post guy, I think, said that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's like, I don't know.
He's like, we came in with a plan, and then Io was in the pool, so we changed our plan and picked Io, and the game was easy, you know? I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, and for Liquid, they also have core flex potential. Mike played it a little bit at Omega League, but they'll ban it out themselves, so no concerns there. What have Brame been up to? Let's find out. Other than losing to NIP twice. Because we have not gotten a chance to look at any Brame games, I believe.
Yeah, I think they've been playing the either off stream or on the later games. But yeah, cause I think with Brame, this is probably one of the first tournaments they played together as a team as well. So you mentioned about Liquid's debut here in Monster Energy Dota Summit. This is kind of Brame's debut, just period, as a team.
Right.
They did have to play through the group stage and the qualifiers.
They do like a lot of Bloodseeker. They have a 90% win rate with Phoenix.
Ooh.
Oh boy.
But Liquid are also no
going.
strangers to Phoenix, so
Yeah.
bit of a contention there. A lot of Invoker, a lot of Phantom Assassin. Really, the only thing that would be surprising that I see on this list is Medusa and Pugna seem to be in the Brame arsenal.
Yeah. And Bloodseeker was the source of a lot of controversy with BSJ and Jenkins fighting over what's viable. BSJ lost the bet about Bloodseeker winning a match.
Yeah, because we saw at least one Bloodseeker win ourselves.
I don't think that one counted. It had to be when they were working. But then
region.
Bloodseeker, sure enough, won a match, and I think they were asking the captains about whether it was good or not. I can't remember which team it was. I think maybe Vikings. So I think they were asking Celery about the hero, and Celery was basically saying, yeah, you know, it's good good against some heroes in some games, bad others. Brame seemed to think it's good every game, though, because they just first picked it saying nothing. Because that's what I find interesting, because, you know, Celery's basically saying it's, you know, kind of situational, but it is viable, it can be good. Brame just say it's first pick material.
So if you're talking about Phoenix, the big combo for a long time, this was in South America, and then I saw it briefly as well in Southeast Asia, and then it went away for a little bit, but was a CK with Phoenix. And you just get CK really big, you put a Sunray behind him, and you just go to town. And it was like winning every single game that I saw with it. Just these big, brawly strength cores that can't do much, and then you just heal them up behind with percentage-based stuff, and it's really nifty. So I wouldn't mind it.
I like how you can just instantly feel we're in a new region. Like, if we didn't see team names, if nobody told us we're moving to a new region, I think you'd be able to tell, because we just came over from doing 2 best-of-3s in Southeast Asia, and the picks are wildly different.
Okay,
I'll say that.
Let me also crunch some more numbers for you. They have picked a lot of CK. They don't play it as the carry.
Oh.
Yeah, they go like, is it Ag CK, right? We've seen an Ag CK in Europe quite a bit.
Well, it's roaming. Let me see what the item...
Roaming. I was thinking, I've seen like some offlane CK.
I believe
That's what Viking did.
So in one game, it only got a medallion, and then they won, actually.
Okay.
And then in another game, he got medallion, blink, Ags.
All right.
But it is I believe it's a 4-position CK.
All right, we'll see if that's what they go for. It
Me-
sounds good with Bloodseeker. Like in the laning stage.
Yeah.
Set up Blood right. Yeah.
But at the end of the day, you're going up against Koikva Lone Druid.
Right. Yes.
The Koikva Lone Druid.
As soon as I saw that, I'm like, I don't know what's going to happen the rest of the draft, but I think I'm going to predict Liquid to win. They've got Koikva Lone Druid. It's Team Liquid. They're heavy favorites regardless.
I feel like this is unnecessary. Why did they have to go to the Lone Druid already?
On,
At least take it easy on Brame a little bit.
Well, I don't even know really what you do against Lone Druid. Like, it feels like Lone Druid just does what he wants. Eventually, he ends up at your tier 3 tower, and then it's just gone.
Apparently, there are shortcomings to the hero, which is why no one else picks him. And yet, Liquid have somehow bypassed all those shortcomings because they always make it look unstoppable.
Yeah. One of the shortcomings is you need an amazing Lone Druid player.
Okay.
I think is a shortcoming for many teams.
True.
You know, there's only I think a handful of really proficient Lone Druid players out there.
It's pretty much just Koikva and Bulldog, I think, is how it goes.
Yeah.
I think it gets go a little bit lower on the other one.
No, like so Koikva's like
exactly.
Koikva,
Now you got what I was saying.
Koikva, Bulldog, everyone else. Yeah. You know, forget Matu and people like that.
Right,
No,
of course.
Asterisks.
Yeah.
It was for the taxes, and now...
Oh.
Taxes.
Something.
Sayori's talking about taxes, which those will be the casters for this game. It'll be Trent and Sayori.
I thought that was Will. I thought that was Blitz yelling about something.
No.
I was getting out casters, getting their quick input on the draft.
I would love to hear what they think about Willow, because this is the quintessential Liquid draft.
They've won some very memorable matches with this Dark Willow. This is going to be the Insania 5-position Rubik, I imagine.
Yeah.
One of the few teams that plays it in the 5 role. And Tiger's Dark Willow, absolutely iconic.
So they go Mars, maybe? I think with the next one.
That's what they used to do a lot of. The Mars with Willow. Like obviously old school synergy with the Terrorize with the Arena.
Grimstroke gets taken now. So,
okay,
interesting dynamic. You've got two different heroes that could be paired together with Inkswell. If they wanted to do a CK in the core role, or if they still just wanted to do it, then you could be position 5 and then take something like, you know, a Lifestealer or whatever afterwards. Oh no,
Lifestealer, Ember, Ricky as a fighting hero. There you go, Lyrical. You called it. A Mars.
I've never seen a draft where I'm like, oh, I know exactly who's playing every one of these heroes.
Do you think that's a downside?
Usually, but whenever you have Koikful Lone Druid, then it really doesn't matter.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm wondering about it. Like, to me, it feels like we're gonna play our style of Dota. You have to deal with it, which I think is a good mentality for a team that just won a big tournament. But at the same time, if you're Brame, you will have like researched and prepped for this, I think.
Yeah, often like most draft we're seeing from a lot of other teams, it's like you get to 3 or 4 picks in, and you're like they could do either A or B, and oftentimes there's a C option where they have a few heroes that can flex between different roles. You know, we've seen like Snapfire in that position a lot. Some of these cores that can play safe lane, mid, off lane. But yeah, Liquid, partly because of the players and just what they're known for, and also just because of the heroes they picked. It's a bit more telegraphed, but that is not necessarily a bad thing.
I'll take the Zeus for Brame, since they don't have last pick. Take something right now that you want, and then they can pick up either their carry or position 4 afterwards, if it is a position 4 CK.
Yeah. So I guess that is what they're proposing as an answer to Lone Druid.
Yeah.
Zeus.
Isn't an answer to Lone Druid? I mean, I don't think it's bad versus Lone Druid. I don't think it's a counter per se by any means.
I feel like it's almost even bad against Lone
okay.
Druid.
Sure. Yeah.
Because I don't know how you're going to run away from a bear very easily.
The one thing that I was thinking is that if you're playing at sort of the global-oriented strat, you find the Lone Druid himself, drop, you know, Nimbus on him, and then you have one other hero maybe that can get on top of him at that point. That would be my way of looking at it. Maybe like a Bloodseeker getting BKB at that point, then just coming up and swiping him a little bit.
Yeah, that's the problem, is that you have melees, so you're going to need BKBs, otherwise you're going to get Savage Roared away.
And Bloodseeker's going to run really far.
Yeah. I like the idea of just picking this heavy damage output hero to just be able to burst and blow people up. Like, you're going to be able to theoretically keep people in place with CK, with Inkswell stuns. You just needed some real burst damage. It deals with the Dark Willow. You can't just Shadow Realm away from lightning bolts. I think Zeus is a slightly underrated hero currently, and it's kind of on the rise in popularity and how well it's doing. Very hard to play, because it does feel like you need to be greedy. We're seeing, you know, that usually boots a travel build, so you have that kind of constant uptime ability to play the globally as well.
Well, last round of bans here.
Do you think they continue to leverage that global potential? Maybe a Spectre for Brame?
I would really like to see them pick the Phoenix, actually.
They do ban the Viper. Wait, you want Brame to pick Phoenix?
Yeah.
Oh, and do CK carry, you think?
Yeah. I mean, that's not necessarily what I think they're going to do, but I'd like to see that. I think that would work for a lineup, and go like third item Blink or something, and then just jump on the Lone Druid in the back line.
Definitely need a BKB cores, which could be CK in the carry role, but Liquid ban out the Spectre you mentioned, Tsunami, and it will be a Phantom Assassin. Evasion against Lone Druid. You can build MKB on the bear, but it's not. I mean, it's not a totally natural item build for the Lone Druid bear.
And a classic lane combination, Inkswell onto the PA. Not easy for a Mars to get out of that.
10 seconds remaining.
I think PA's kind of replaced the Ricky with the Grim. It just seems like a better hero than Ricky. Scales a lot better, carries games better.
Uh-oh. Spaghetti-o. Well, toss everything we just said out the window.
I was about to say, which one is Mickey playing? We're going to get Mickey on the Lone Druid.
Mickey Lone Druid, okay. Koikva, wow. Well,
I
take back what I said, where I knew exactly who's going to be playing what.
Liquid say, no, you guys don't know what you're talking about.
All right.
Yeah, that's a problem. This is a hard Zeus counter for the mid lane for the most part.
Yeah.
And I we saw like a team rotate Spectre to the mid lane to try to deal with a Brood, and it worked okay. I don't think you can do the same.
Yeah, PA is going to get sliced and diced, but we'll have to find out how the game pans out. We're going to jump to a quick break, and when we return, game number 1 here at the Monster Energy Dota Summit 13.
Hey there, Dota fans. We got game number 1 ready to rock and roll. A support CK here, Trent. How you feeling?
Yeah, we got mixed up a couple times that draft, right? Like, first off, they got the Lone Druid, which I feel like almost never happens for Liquid. So you know they're going to pick that thing up. And then you're thinking, okay, well, that's probably for Quick. Of course, it's hero. And then they just do the Liquid thing and still slap you with the Broodmother at the end. So that puts Mickey on the Lone Druid. And a tough situation here. I wasn't actually sure what they were going to do for the mid. They're sending Wish in. And I don't know. We'll see if Zeus can handle it these days. I imagine it's not going to be looking too hot for the hero.
Yeah, I'm in a similar camp. This is feeling a little bit like an outdraft for Liquid, if you ask me. A lot of comfort picks. Often during the draft, we remark about you can't sleep on the Brood with these guys. They're not afraid to pick it, and obviously they did. Plus, you've got Taiga on Dark Willow, combo with Mars. That's pretty good. Insania Rubik, something he's played quite a bit. I'm also a big-time hater on this support CK trend. I don't really understand what it's all about and how you make it look good. What is the secret to success for the support Chaos Knight?
So this is, at least in my assumption, going to be based primarily off of the Aghanim Scepter and basically taking a little bit of farm away from Skylark. So it's a Bloodseeker, so sure, he's going to do his thing in the laning stage of the Blood Right, help try and control it, get some farm up for himself, but then maybe that's going to open up a little bit more space on the side lanes for this CK. Like, he can do a little bit of ganking plays with the Chaos Bolt and the Reality Rift, but I imagine there will be some time on the side for CK to just try and hit some creeps through this early and mid game to try and get towards that Aghanims. And then you're going to have doubled Bloodseeker and doubled PA, which sounds pretty sweet.
Okay, so it is all about the farm priority. This isn't some super sacrificial support. The key is making sure he gets a little bit of net worth so that Aghanims comes out, because that's what makes this all worth it in the end.
It comes back every once in a while, the support CK, even before the Aghanims. I remember Fluff and stuff did it once for, I think it was Archon, maybe? They pulled it out at like a LAN. It was pretty badass.
I remember watching AUI do it 5 years ago in a game I cast. I think it's mostly looked rough, at least in the games that I've seen. It's challenging to execute with. The big issue, mana, right? As a support, you want to be throwing out that Chaos Bolt, and CK has big-time mana issues. I mean, do you buy Arcane
Big-time
boots?
issues for Spartan at bottom, too. He got really low there before turning.
Yeah, a lot of trading. Almost a first blood up top, and now Spartan hanging out low.
Yeah, I'm not sure what his previous items, like anything before Ags, will be. Like, what is your build-up?
Yeah.
I imagine not
like
very
Soul
much.
Ring, maybe? I think you need something. You can't afford to just keep chewing mangoes every time you want to pop a Chaos Bolt. But as you can see up top, he's walking back to well. Down bottom, First Blood, though, does fly onto Spartan as he gets caught by the combo. The Brambles into Spear. Easy peasy, Trent.
Yeah, he had just regen back up, too. And he just gets caught again by everything once more.
All right, so mid lane now. CK walks back to well, smokes up. Did go boots first, currently level 2, and looking for a potential gank mid. This is going to be a tall order, maybe just a warding expedition. I am going to tunnel vision a little bit on this CK trend. Very curious to see what his movements are in the first couple minutes. I mean, already we're off to a funky start here. What is going on?
Tiger's dead.
Okay, Tiger's dead, sorry.
Inkswell just chasing down during the Shadow Realm.
Another classic combo. Here's the wraparound, though. Uh-oh, they might actually find Koikba. Starts off with a stun, Reality Rift. This gank works out. That's a kill for Wish. Nicely done by the support CK.
That is exactly what you need in this kind of a lane, right? Like, sure, things are going to get worse, obviously, with a level stack up in Brood. Like, everyone knows that, like, early Brood's not the best. Pretty much in all facets. You don't have any way to really punish with the spawn spiderlings and the actual nuke damage. So, punishing now is the best thing you can do. Insania, by the way, is still just level 1 as he's doing another double stack here. Classic Liquid, am I right?
Oh,
Every game.
Stack Dodo. That's the name of it. They understand the efficiency point here. And, I mean, look at this. He's got a triple stack in each camp already at 3 minutes.
Mickey, though. Oh, the root! Not enough, though. Skylark gets the last hit. I mean, with it being a Bloodseeker, he was going to chase you down anyway, I suppose.
Yeah, I don't think there's any getting away from that one. TP is probably your only option against the Bloodseeker in the early game. But 3 triple stack camps at 3 minutes is impressive. You know, I know you were just memeing about it, but that really is another level of stacking efficiency.
Yeah. Yeah, they're into it. No doubt about that.
So 3-1, but small net worth edge for Liquid coming out of this laning phase. And despite, or well, I guess thanks to that kill mid, Zeus leading net worth right now.
If things don't go, like, very well for Liquid in this laning stage, they could actually be in trouble. Because you look at their heroes and you think, like, that little, like, if Brood, you know, starts a little bit behind, she's going to end up being pretty static as well. This is what you're worried about, though. Look at how many spiders that is.
Yeah,
they are not dying to you yet, Zeus.
Definitely going to be in trouble here. The Brambles also helping out. Koikba nearby, stunned up. They're actually going to need a little bit more. Wish on 16 HP. He actually survives. The hero GG branch, dude. That +1.
Gotta save you.
Wow.
Oh my god, that was so many spiders, though. I can't believe he left. I wonder how much gold he got there. I was too busy seeing if he was going to die.
That was insane. Boxy now, bottom lane, in big trouble. Focus, probably going to chase him down here, but nice spear. Connects with the stun. Now the Brambles come through, and Spartan, he'll be repelled.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
There's actually a shadow on there from Tiger, yeah, but he knew that Spartan was a little bit too close to the tree line for the fog. Plus, he's only level 2 still on Tiger. Jeez, the levels on the supports. They're giving a lot to the cores right now.
Skylark telekinesed back towards the tower, but Creep absorbing all the blows.
Bottom lane as well, they're jiving.
Oh, you're right. Focus in trouble, but who's going to fall first? It might actually be Boxy. Focus does end up going down. Spartan trying to pick up more, but Boxy, he gets the spear. He'll know his limits, and they find 2. A 2-for-1 in the end, though, as Boxy does fall to the creeps.
Yeah, that's okay, though. No XP given over. He'll take it.
Fair. But you're absolutely right. This Broodmother and the Lone Druid both might need to spend some time in the jungle and maybe not recovery farm, but not playing aggressive and pressuring the map, and that could present a big opportunity for Brame.
Oh, someone get gods. Mars has his item queued up.
Uh-oh. Koikba dies elsewhere as we're watching Insania up top. That was a Zeus ult, I think, that finished him off. So that's a 2-for-0 around the map. Dead bug.
So are we just doing this on every offlaner now? We just all building meteor hammers? Is that the new thing?
It's the hot-ish.
It's the hot ticket right now.
Mars Meteor Hammer. I mean, this is another one where you look at it and you go, oh, yeah. Spear, huh? Level 4, 2.8 seconds. Yeah,
but don't people usually just die in it anyway?
Yes. Mickey with the hard counter to the Bloodseeker. TP. Whoa. Zeus working the stacks now, though. He's stealing Insania's hard work. Insania comes over and says, Koikba, quickly, please, we must defend the stacks. But now they'll be punished even harder. Mickey's Bear adding into the fray, and maybe it's Wish that'll be punished. He'll go down. An overcommitment from the Radiant, although they do get Insania as the Bloodseeker dives the tower. Other side, the CK will be all right. He's actually going to continue fighting. Does drop the stun. Skylark comes in. Reality Rift connects with the Bloodright. But the cliff walking will keep Koikba okay.
Yeah, not going to be able to catch up with Bear there.
The Bloodseeker is a nice tool against the Broodmother if you can get her kind of low, though. I have to admit.
Yeah, and it's a classic tool with the Zeus, too, right? You get the Thunder God's Wrath into instant, like, thirst stacks for yourself.
Yep.
Things just kind of chilling. I mean, it's kind of recovery time for Koikba. It's like, I need to actually get my hero where I want to be right now because this Zeus is a little bit out of control, and now I've I mean, yeah, he died this time, but he is still well ahead of everyone else in this entire game. 400 gold ahead of his own Bloodseeker.
Yeah.
Now the PA even overtakes the Brute. So we've got 3 Radiant heroes leading.
The arena comes down, Zeus ult flies, and a lot of damage to both sides. Focus might go down first. Boxy also very low, and he'll be the first casualty. Now Focus recommits. He'll try to go in onto Insania. Meanwhile, they bring down Taiga, and that'll be a 3-0 as Brame slap him around down bottom. Now
They're
10-4.
smoking mid.
Yeah.
Like, they are not done. This is some serious hardcore aggression right now, and there's even a haste rune. Oh, this is too perfect. Can he save? Wish. Oh, the damage from the spiders. Oh, he's dead.
Uh-oh, Koikba, he's going to get turned on. The support CK Tread coming in the clutch. This is crazy, though. 11-5. This is exactly what you were talking about with this sort of a lineup. This is the momentum that Brame can absolutely capitalize on. Rimstroke's so good at enabling these cores, and honestly, the support CK, it's looking all right now. He's 0-0-6, hasn't died yet, and quite a bit of kill participation.
Yeah, and then they have a mid and a safe laner struggling on Liquid right now. I mean, Brood is top of the charts, but it's Brood. You know, she's top of her own team, but she wants to be like top in the game at this point. Maybe this diffusal into... does he go diffusal rain to BKB, or does he have to get like a halberd, I wonder? BKB sounds like you kind of need it, but then there's also the Aghanim. So like you want BKB, halberd, and Ags this game.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Probably diffusal Ags, I guess, and then use that to farm up your BKB while your team's farming to catch up for fights.
That sounds like the play, but I could understand if the BKB gets a little more prioritization. It's so good this game.
Well, they need a lot of items.
Do you like Focus going for the Battle Fury?
Dire's top tower is under
Yeah, I mean, what else would be the play? I guess like just a straight Deso style.
Yeah, that's
like
pretty
fighting
common.
And stuff. I don't know. I think the Battle Fury is the way to go here.
It is nice against the spiders, right? Gives you a really easy way to just jump in with Phantom Strike and cleave down a big pack of them.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Yeah, it's just solid farming too.
Yeah, I guess you know against Lone Druid Brood, chances are you're not going to close this out super fast, even if you go Deso. And you can still buy Desolator anyway and get all the benefits from it.
Tower is under attack.
I'm excited to see the Boxy Meteor Hammer. This is the first Mars game that I've seen with it, so will it have an impact? That's my big question.
Yeah, we just can't get away from it. What is that, like Tide and what was the other hero? Like 3 straight games of this now.
Who was the other hero?
Yeah, I don't
Because
remember.
it was a bunch of Tide games. We saw it at least twice. Oh shoot, was it? It wasn't Centaur.
No, but now I'm into that. Let's just pretend it was that.
Is that next?
Yeah.
All right, well, we got to smoke mid here. Insania, I think he's going to bite the bullet on this one. Nice telekinesis, actually. Will not be enough. The damage from Wish is too much. He's got that Aether Lens, so quite the reach on the Arc Lightning. How's
the main
Mickey
issue,
doing?
of course, just means it's delayed Blink Dagger, right?
Yeah.
But in a game like this, to be fair, he's gonna have I think there's pressure on him to set up a lot of the fights because he's a Broodmother and a Lone Druid. But I also think that the state of the game means that they're probably gonna want to be chilling a little bit anyway. So this Meteor Hammer might be him like ducking in the trees a couple times, trying to push some tier 1s, maybe trying to just keep the lanes going in their favor.
Well, it's a freebie mid. Spartan gets picked off by the spider. I keep
They're
calling
still
her a
working this
bug.
tower.
It's really an arachnid. Now in the bottom lane, seeing Arena come out. Defensive by Boxy, but it does end up setting up the kill on the CK. Now that was more of the classic support CK play I'm used to, Trent. The run in and just get turned on.
Yes, the feed.
Kind of an odd play. I guess they are going to get a deny on this tower. It's at 12 HP in the bottom lane. So Wish needs to get to work here. That was weird. I'm not sure what the game plan was for the CK running into the Willow Mars like that. Like, you know that's going to be a deadly combo.
He probably thought there was more TPs.
Or maybe the Zeus was going to TP faster, I guess.
Yeah, something like that. He
No,
actually didn't go for the deny.
They won't deny it, yeah. Peculiar.
Taiga's going. It's almost worth
He's
smoking for.
I think Taiga has the same reaction that we do right now. Like, they didn't deny it?
Yeah, Koikva just pinged it. Okay, so yeah, that's going to be free for him. But they're going to try and utilize that time and jump top. Say that, look, like, we see the Dark Willow down there. She's not going to want TP for this. They have a ward there too on Insania, so he's just dead.
Yep. They mistimed the stun combo, but doesn't matter. Still a free kill. Speaking of CK, going to be a medallion first item after the Tranquil Boots. So, good economic investment.
Really good.
You know, great for Roche, great for these single pickoffs, some minus armor synergy with the Reality Rift. Pretty cool.
It has lots of clarities too in the arcane ring. This is actually the best possible setup towards like farming to the eggs, I think.
Right, you get the
I like
Sage's
this.
Mask, you've got the infused raindrops, and arcane ring with clarities. This is a dream come true. Smoke up now for the Dire, though. They're going to head into Brame territory. Taiga already in the fray. Having some fun with Spartan here, and I think the Willow's going to win this battle, especially with the reinforcements on the way. Cursed Crown comes out.
They found someone else.
On the other side, it's the real fight. Koikva goes down, as does Taiga simultaneously. Insania very low. He also falls. A triple kill for Wish, and Skylark finishes off Boxy. Total disaster for Liquid. It's just Mickey left, and this lone druid, he drops a fear and goes right back to farming.
Man, that turnaround is just so brutal whenever they have that Thunder God's Wrath up like that and Wish is nearby.
Look at the damage in that team fight. They did 5.5k total. 4k of it was from the Zeus. That was all Wish.
For example, Mars took 500 damage from the static field because that was all Zeus in the tower range, right? It's crazy how much that passive stacks up.
Yeah.
Man, they all actually got obliterated by static field.
Things looking very rough for Team Liquid right now. And Trent, during this draft, I said, what's the deal with Lone Druid? I feel like the last few games I've seen this hero, he's not looked that good. And you said something like, Liquid's going to show you what makes it look good there, bud.
May I say my quote? I said, Liquid will pick it every time it's available to show that it's still broken.
Okay.
So if you want to know just how wrong I will appear to be.
I was going to give you some credit there and downplay it. But
no. In my defense, it's not Koikva playing it, so I'll take my out.
That is true. We were really framing that discussion around Koikva. But I mean, Mickey's not doing anything weird here. He's got Mask of Madness, MKB queued up. What's gone wrong with the Lone Druid? Because he's been consistently bottom of the cores. Now Mars has beat him to the punch, but it's been rough for this LD.
Well, he had a pressure lane, and he had a 5 Rubik, but they also do that intentionally whenever they pick the 5 Rubik, because Lone Druid can, like, handle himself in the lane, but he also didn't get, like, total free from, right? So then Rubik had all the triple stacks, but then the triple stacks got stolen, plus the triple stacks were more so for his mid, so he was basically relying on all the space created from the Broodmother this game, but the Brood didn't really end up making that much space. They still have a tier 1 tower in the mid lane at 15 minutes.
Okay.
So the lack of space created from the mid lane hasn't really opened up that giant like space for the Lone Druid to just go nuts and farm with this Mask of Madness and everything.
I see.
I would say that's probably the main issue.
It's the kind of draft where if you have the 60% of the map, it looks amazing because you have all this space to farm and heroes that can capitalize on it. But when
Insania spotted up top by that.
Is he going to get soloed by the CK? It certainly looks like it. All right, not soloed. The Zeus is there, but easy pickings. That's BOTs up on the Zeus now, so Wish feeling like he's everywhere.
And they're also smoking in down bottom, too. Right past this Dire Ward.
Spear comes out. TP from... Oh, no, sorry. That's the Meteor Hammer from Boxy. It does connect onto the PA, but he still dies. Not too effective that time. Taiga drops a Terrorize. Looking to make the great escape, and might just do so. Has that Shadow Realm coming up, so I think he's good.
I think the other thing that usually shows like the power of Lone Druid is when you have heroes that are like ready to pressure towers on the earlier end too, right? Like even Lone Druid just shows up with this Mask of Madness, like hit the tower a couple times because the team's creating space. Then he goes back to hitting Ancients. But once more, they couldn't really get that going with how this game's played out for them.
Yep.
All right, so is it Ags time on the CK now, or what's the play? I'm very curious. I really thought the Ags would be like instant after this, but he still hasn't queued it up.
Well, I don't know. There's this weird dynamic where they're winning so hard without it that it seems like there's not too much pressure. PA's farming really well. Zeus is farming really well. Both of them have their farming items now, so it just gets better from here.
He could debate a blink. I could see that.
Yeah.
Blink would
and
be
it's like a more
fine.
tangible impact at half the price.
Yeah.
That is tempting. Or do you just go for the Solar Crest? Is that crazy?
Well, the Ags is kind of cool because it would dispel like Savage Roar. It would get people out of the root. It would get people out of the root from Bramble Maze.
The dispel factor is huge.
It would get rid of the Terrorize. Man, the double fear dispel. Wow. Oh, nice blink from
totally right.
Oh, it wasn't a blink. Never mind. He just Missed.
Oh, they got him. Wish catches him with a lightning bolt. That's an arcane rune also. Free as they come. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, CK coming in onto Boxy, but Taiga's here. They've got support. Arena comes down. If Grim doesn't cancel this, he could be in trouble. But they'll just retreat. And I spoke too soon. Grimstroke will be just fine.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Mickey desperately trying to get this MKB, and a little more than halfway there. So he's making progress, but still a ways to go.
His item build was kind of predetermined this game. Doesn't really have any choice. Kind of similar to Koik as we were discussing. He did go for that BKB, which kind of seemed like the most logical one. He did also snag that neutral item as Focus hopped in there. Almost got it taken away from him.
I do really like Skylark's build, though, Trent. It's a little all over the place.
Taiga's stuck under a ward here between a Zeus, a CK, and a Bloodseeker.
Yep, the Atos coming into clutch, and he'll get zapped down. But Atos just a great, cheap utility item with a really easy build-up. Obvious synergy with Bloodright. He gets the Spirit Vessel. Not like a crazy good Spirit Vessel game, but just a great utility item to have. And with Bloodseeker, you're going to get a lot of kills generally, so a lot of charges. And now
it made it so that Koikva can't fight without BKB, right?
Yeah.
Spirit Vessel, like, destroys that hero.
Oh, I see. Okay. So it is a
He
decent
actually
Spirit
just
Vessel game.
died. Yeah.
Just like Brood. No BKB, she's dead.
Yeah.
That scary point where you look at PA and go, wow, all she has is a Battle Fury and she's still killing me. That never feels good, right?
Hey, the CK had a medallion. That's something. It's like she has a Deso.
Yeah, well, she's going to actually have a Deso in like 400 gold, so we're going to get to see
Imclaw too. Oh,
this
man.
live experiment here. Yeah.
Man, you know what I love is when I get Imclaw in a game, and then right after you get the Enchanted Quiver. I feel like I just upgrade. That's like the best feeling. It's like getting Diffusal Recipe 2 or something.
Yeah. Yeah, the Enchanted Quiver is low-key broken. That item's sick.
Little Thunder God's
Boxy.
Wrath to check things out.
Yeah,
and
well,
to find Boxy. God, these scouting Thunder God's Wrath have gotten them so many pickoffs.
Yeah.
They've never let Liquid stabilize.
There you go. I mean, it's also seeing the support Chaos Knight picked in tandem with some synergy. You've got this Grimstroke that can enable the CK as a ganking partner or just another stun that they can CC chain. Even right there, right? You throw the Chaos Bolt, you throw the Atos, you get a guaranteed Bloodright. It's just easy kills.
Well, at the very least, Liquid kept their outpost for 20 minutes. That's good.
Cheers to that.
They haven't lost the tier 2 yet. It's kind of looking like it might be heading that direction fairly soon, though, as I think they just lost all 4 bounties. Judging by the position of everyone on the map.
And they're also going to lose this double damage rune up top, I reckon, which is a bit scary in the hands of really anyone on the Radiant, as Deso is out on the Focus PA and BKB queued up next. So she is getting there. However, that is the BKB now on the Broodmother. So Koikva finally kind of in fighting shape. No Aghanims, as we discussed earlier, had to prioritize that BKB.
This is their chance. They have Blink, Arena, BKB on the Brood. This is get back in the game time right now.
Yep.
Oh, that's their hero. She just blinked too.
PA, perfect choice. Without a BKB, this should be a possible kill. She's down low. They need a bit more. The Meteor Hammer might actually just be enough. The Fear to boot, and she's down. Now more, though. They want to continue taking this fight. Koikva's still in, but Boxy's down. No follow-up on the Grimstroke ult. In fact, Spartan might get punished for this. He's all by his lonesome here in the mid lane. Very spread out. CK coming in. Will they be able to save Spartan? No. Now on the other side, Taiga in fairly deep, but still has a lot of support. There's the Phantasm, and it's down. Bedlam, pretty solid there. And I think this CK should be done for. Stun on the bear. Any other catch? No. Okay.
They didn't roar him on the... maybe the bear was silenced or something, was he?
Was it on cooldown? No.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
It's a 26-second cooldown, so it might have just come up before I clicked on him.
I also didn't see if he got caught in the blood right. It might have been that too. Because it was just a blood right, so.
Okay,
yeah.
Well, a nice movement for Liquid. Pretty good BKB reveal for Koikva. Maybe hoping for a little bit more, but it's a swing of momentum at the very least. Tier 1 tower down mid opens up the map just a bit more.
As long as they can just drop some wards here that stick. That would be huge for them because they
Yeah.
haven't really been able to get here. The
Double
stolen.
telekinesis. This is pretty sick. Now Zeus in big trouble. Wish is going to fall. Big shutdown streak. Bloodseeker also in trouble. That's a 2-0, and they might get more.
Both?
CK nearby. Boxy with the arena falls short.
Oh, I can't wait to see this fight recap. Tiger's going to have so much gold.
Spartan, though, he's also going to go down 3-0, Trent. Another good follow-up fight for Liquid, this time even
Like
without the
1300
BKB.
or something? 1,275 gold.
Jeez.
Oh my god.
I mean, to be fair, he did 2,500 damage in that fight, so it's
I
not
know,
like he
but,
didn't
like,
earn it.
Any other hero. It's
Yeah.
like, of course it's good on him, but...
Well,
that,
it kind of.
so much for your lone druid right now.
Isn't Willow notorious for being a support that does a lot of damage with, like, only a Yules and doesn't really need that much gold?
Yeah, but you don't hate getting, like, a blink or something.
Yeah, certainly.
Oh, hey, maybe Taiga eggs? Let's go.
I would
Doesn't
certainly,
have,
I think,
Bruce
like to
Ray.
have that gold on my lone druid right about now, who is still struggling to eclipse this PA despite these successful team fights.
Well, most importantly, it is success, and that is what they're finally getting for themselves here as they cross the river for the first time in ages and take a couple of fights.
Well, the MKB is out on the lone druid, so for the first time, they have this tool to really do some damage to the PA. That's big.
We've got Arena in one here as the Radiant smoke up. They're scouting for wards again, of course, trying to keep wards up versus Zeus. Got to get real crafty with them.
Let's see what they do with this smoke. Okay, Bloodseeker gonna break it to D-Ward. Question.
Yes, Mr. Shrewd.
Should Brood still get Aghanims 100%? Like, is that just an every game item? Or given that you've already skipped it for the BKB, do you just go for, like, Basher or MKB or something that lets you right-click a little bit better?
I am not a Brood player, so I don't actually know 100%. From my experience watching Broods, I would say they all pretty much just get the eggs.
Yeah, me too.
But-
In most of the games I've seen, but he doesn't even have it queued up, which is what's making me wonder here. And 1,800 gold in the bank, no point booster picked up.
I would like the Abyssal or MKB. That I would be okay with. I kind of see the merit to skipping the eggs in this case.
Boxy up top, sets it up, does still get off the Meteor Hammer. They'll trade 1 for 1 and make that a 1 for 2. Boxy and Insania both down. It's a double for focus. Not a great trade for Liquid. AKA, nice setup for Brame.
That's a hard call. You know, it must be worth it just for the movement speed limit. That seems kind of nice.
It's just so core to the hero. Removes limit, increases movement speed, and the web count goes from how much again?
I think it goes to 20 or something, doesn't it?
It's 8
I'll go
to 18.
Yeah.
So it more than doubles. Yeah, that's... It just allows you to not have to worry about where you are on the map. You have so many webs that you can just TP in anywhere and web it up pretty quickly.
You know this hero used to be invis all the time on webs?
Oh, yeah.
Like, what was
You're right.
that? What?
Stupid.
That was the worst.
He is going to commit for the Ags now. He's bought 2 pieces, so
Yeah, okay.
that answers that.
It's too good.
Good call by the Koikster.
Well, we'll see. We don't actually know. Oh, here's another ward. Oh, hey, punish him. Save the ward. Wow. Oh, no. The counter to the Meteor Hammer. It's the Nimbus.
Oh.
It's not the channel. He lived.
That's actually legit. Now they might
Like, why
turn
did
it.
you just right-click him and use bullet? Like, use your spells.
The Meteor Hammer gets you every time. I have been in that situation, Trent. You've got your Meteor Hammer. You feel like you're going to use it. And you know if you get it off, it's a guaranteed kill. But then the Nimbus gets you. Now into Roche we go. Bit of a bold move from Brame.
Yeah, but look how fast they do it with the CK reduction and the PA. He has
Yeah.
armor reduction 6 from the Reality Rift. He has the medallion for 5 more.
And
then they have a Deso.
But Dire, Team Liquid, moving into position. They are going to contest.
They have
Roche
Blink on
standing.
CK now, though. So Mickey could just die if he's not careful.
Mickey Bear
Ooh,
going
nice
down.
BKB.
In comes Focus. They're going to get this lone druid. Mickey's the first casualty. On the backside, Koikva trying to bring down Spartan. Greaves buy him a second, but still falls. Buyback pretty quick from Spartan there. Liquid now maybe out of gas. There's no buyback on the lone druid, and Quake's out of BKB. They've caught him. Stuns. He's dead. Focus. The king of this fight. He's going to move back into the pit.
Talk about a guy who has the right name.
Yeah.
That was amazing. Like, that was perfectly timed. The blink comes in from the Mars, just like, boom, instant BKB, waste that spear. Foxy thought he might have had him. And how about this blink as well as the clumsy net from CK? This is brutal. It is so much minus armor, and he's like an ogre right now, right? He's just not really worth dealing with because he has so much HP. But he's helping your PA just shred anybody.
Yeah, he's got 13 armor, and he did go for the blink, so just all this reach and catch, it's
He's
pretty
pulling
nasty.
people into Nimbus. The synergy is there.
Yeah, if you mouse over Reality Rift, you realize, yeah, that's pretty good for also pulling people back into Blood Rights, too.
Yeah,
not to mention
capture
he can...
range is 1,300 for your illusions. I remember looking that up the other day.
Oh,
Just so you know.
So, yeah, very synergistic. Definitely how you need to pick your support CK. I like it. Now, despite Insania's cosmetic win on this Rubik, been a tough game so far for the position 5 Rubik. Not a lot of great steals this game, actually.
Yeah, the Soulbind was by far his best steal.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, it's hard to get like Nimbus. It's hard to get.
It's a tough Rubik game.
Any of his Zeus and stuff.
That's as far as they go, at least.
Yeah, their spells really do kind of suck. Like CK's not great, PA's not great. Zeus is just hard to reach. Bloodseeker can be pretty good. Get a blood right.
I think Grimstroke's kind of hard to reach also. He's got the Aether Lens too, quite a bit of cast range. And a lot of spells to cover.
So Insania's going pipe.
Oh.
To go with his Essence Ring. That's interesting.
Just pure survival. So not even a tower trade, though. Liquid lose that tier 2 mid, and the tier 2 bottom stays standing. So Aegis, plenty of time left. I think 2 minutes. No, 3 minutes. Bowser's. 3 minutes on the Aegis. And still a 9-second BKB on PA, who I believe is flying out the Skull Basher.
Yes.
You know, speaking of throwbacks, I think back in the Dota 1, wasn't this Cranium Basher way back one, and they changed it to Skull?
I don't know. I didn't play Warcraft.
Google that.
I just miss the Ogre Club for the like the upside down Ogre axe. That was really funny. Bring back Ogre Club.
Yeah, man. The Ogre Club. The classic. Just Dota things. Yeah, Cranium Basher. That's a throwback.
Bashing craniums.
Way back when. It was a glove of ogre or gauntlets of ogre strength and a mithril hammer. Today you
Mithril
learned,
hammer
Trent.
still kicking. I did learn. Thank you. That you used to bash a lot of craniums. Defensive spear up top from boxes. He looks to retreat, but the Nimbus is there.
Oh,
but he
the
didn't
rupture.
TP yet.
Well, he knows better. There's no getting out of that one. The Atos was coming. It's just too much damage. Yeah, it's nice that we've still got some of the old school, really iconic Dota items that you know are never going to change. Like, BKB is always going to be BKB, you know? It'll continue to be tweaked and nerfed, but it's a fixture. It's a staple.
I remember not really getting what it was when I first started playing Dota.
Well, it only lasts like 10
is
seconds.
Is it like a chest of armor or something? Like, and I was like, oh, I see. It was like eyes or something.
Oh, Taiga. Oh, focus.
Yeah, I was
he
looking at
juices
Taiga
Insania.
Yeah.
Just destroys him. And TP out. No! Taiga gets caught. That's 2.
Running on the wall here. There's a minute left on this Aegis, but even if they don't get the fight, they'll of course have the cheese and likely continue to keep their map control. Oh, is this going to turn into one of those games for Liquid? They are... I watch a lot of their replays.
Yeah.
And it's really funny to watch their replays when they're losing in fast speed to see how stupidly effective they are at this side lane push with their heroes. It'll be like Taiga's like running down bottom and he kills a wave and they'll come and chase him and they'll watch him TP out. But before he's even TPing out, the next guy's already coming down the lane and is hiding in the trees and he's catching that next wave. Like they're so ready for that strat.
Oh, Foxy. Who's caught who here? Focus still has Aegis, though only for 10 seconds. Oh, that was close. Good timing, though. Knows his limit. Still has the BKB. Swaps in the cheese. Out comes the Soulbind. PA jumps forward. Rubik's down. And Boxy latches onto somebody else. Hello there, friend.
She's jumping down here on the Mickey.
Yep, she gets out, but the arena comes down. Mickey Bear. There's the cheese, but the Meteor Hammer, they kill Focus. That's a big one. They also get the CK. Liquid with a big fight. Skylark now on the retreat. Looks like he'll have the movement speed to get away. But Liquid, they commit hard to the PA. A lot of patience there, and it pays off. No buybacks used either.
The most Dota pub moment ever. Of this, the PA's up on the high ground. You're looking like, oh, nice. My PA's just like soloing them, and then suddenly they die, and then you all just start flaming the PA. Like, what were you even doing? Wait, how are you up on their high ground right now?
Yeah, well, then you realize
stuck and feared.
Most of that time was being dead and then respawn, waiting to respawn, and then getting crowd controlled. So
yeah,
cool. He did kill Rubik for whatever that's worth, but
one of those.
Well, now Barracks mid. There's no buyback available on the PA. Short gold right now. Koikfa pressing forward alongside the Bear. There's the Glyph. Now, safety structures on the side lanes. A tier 1 up top and a tier 2 down bottom. So at most, Liquid get one lane. And even so, Brame mounting a somewhat effective defense. Not going to save the melee. Oh, good Soulbind. That's going to help. They get the Bear, and now they're probably going to get the Druid as well. Boxy yucks a spear, but it's not going to be enough.
Another Rift here. Trying to catch him with the CK. He's got those tranquil boots. The spider legs are a little bit too fast. Boxy hiding.
All right, nice spot in the trees.
Oh, no.
Blinks out.
He
Okay.
blinked mid-pull. He didn't get the damage off.
Impressive. Spider legs up again. Up to the high ground we go. And lay TP canceled. Now he gets greedy. Oh, the B-man. The boxer. Oh, man. He was home free. Oh, that's a heartbreaker, man. He was doing it so well and then got too cocky. Like, I can just TP. They're not going to chase me after I uked them 3 times. Womp. Well, now
there.
right back the other way, dude. We're playing ping pong right now. Just hitting it back over the net, and they jump in. They juice Insania. No buyback. So this is a 5v4 if the Lone Druid buys back.
In classic Willow, though. She's going in the back line.
Not that much damage. Now on the other side, it's Boxy, stunned up. CK initiates and will be able to set up the kill. Now up on the high ground, they get to the Brood. Koikba in trouble, and Skylark gets a double. He does have a buyback, but the Mars does not. That was a dieback on the Mars, and Liquid looking like they're on their final leg here. No safety structures. This could be the final glyph as the siege continues.
A moment looking like they could perhaps claw their way back into it, but a melee rack ends up being far too expensive. And, I mean, Brame could just chill out and wait for the Roche.
Yeah, we'll see how much they want to commit here. Liquid need to be careful about staggering this fight. They do buy back on the Brood. Still no Mars for 50. They do end up getting the CK, and Taiga has to trade his life for it. Buyback on the CK to match, and it looks like Brame might want to stick around. They actually haven't gotten Barracks yet. Liquid holding on for now, but the Bear. No resummon for 40. BKB from Koikpa. Pressing out of the base, looking to get Spartan. Force Staff, Greaves. They actually save his life. Now Koikpa overextended. Stunned up, brought down. The Koikster's down for 2 minutes. Die back there. Taiga also sidelined. Insania shut down again. Another 1800 crit. And now I think this game ends. GG. Trent, my man. It's Brame. Game 1 in 36 minutes.
Oh, man. Coming into this, I mean, you got to expect Liquid 2-0. Right? These guys just won ESL 1 Germany. But at the same time, we had this discussion a little bit. It's just like, yeah, but they also just won ESL 1 Germany. So it's kind of like, you know, what are your expectations coming in? And then on the other side, Brame, they're coming hot out of those open qualifiers. I mean, they only made it 2-1 versus Imperial. They had to play against Midas Club, who are boot camping in Ukraine right now. So they have been grinding their way in here. And to get it to face up against Team Liquid and then take game 1, these guys are like, you've seen Spartan. This guy's literally like jumping through the roof right now, I'm sure.
Yeah, the guy's all energy. And
Yeah.
not even just win game one, but take a convincing win. I mean, they pulled ahead quickly. By 10 minutes, they were handily in control. By 25 minutes, the win probability was at like 95%. PA had pretty much a free game. She did die 3 times. Skylark, 9-1 in 14. It was just nonstop aggression from Brame, and they really snowballed this one. So we'll be intrigued to see if they can do it again. Yeah, this CK worked out so well. I can't even blame it, bud.
The gank mid, perfectly timed on the Broodmother, and then just constant control throughout the match. And yeah, I'm gonna say that's annoying Ogre pretty much. Instead of bloodlusting, he's doing minus armor, and he's just constantly stunning, and no one wanted to handle him.
It's Ogre with a reposition. So you lose the Bloodlust, but if you pick around being able to pull people into the Bloodright, pull people into the Thunder God's Wrath, or rather the Nimbus, you're doing stuff. You're cooking with gas. You're setting up kills. Big win out of Brame. Well, we're going to go to a break, send it back to our panel, and get their thoughts. But an exciting game one to start off this series.
Welcome back, Monster Energy Dota Summit 13, where Brame has taken a surprise Game 1 victory against Team Liquid, because, you know, sometimes the best thing about a Broodmother draft is also the worst thing about a Broodmother draft, and that it's a Broodmother draft.
I thought the best thing about a Broodmother draft is watching the Broodmother lose.
Yeah, sure.
You know?
Okay.
Who likes a Broodmother draft?
I gotta say, it is like the most quintessential Liquid thing ever, this team, to like absolutely dominate that last tournament and then like potentially be on the verge of being eliminated in their first match here. You know what I mean? That like perfectly epitomizes this team.
Against Brame.
Right. Well, but Brame also, like, this is a team that's got a bunch of talented players.
Sure.
They've got experience playing on the big stage in single elimination brackets. This is a real upset that's a possibility here.
I'm eager to see it because definitely not inspiring confidence in that game one. That was so Meteor Hammer Mars. That's an attempt at a thing.
I don't know if that thing is going to catch on.
No. Skepticism.
Yeah. Not fetch.
You know, Neil, you did not believe at all in the CK.
It's true.
You came back there, you were like, there's no way. And then they did it.
They did.
They made it happen.
CK got multiple rotations in the laning phase and remained relevant despite not ever getting an Aghanim Scepter. Provided initiation, provided control.
I was skeptical of it too, and I think you could see how it could potentially become a liability. He was like bottom net worth the entire game. Like he was 10th. He was below both Liquid supports. He was, theoretically he's the 4 position, but he has less farm than the Grimstroke because Grimstroke naturally is going to get to farm and push waves. But when you're playing ahead, I think it looks good and it's going to work because it sets up a lot of kills. And that's where I think Brave did a really good job of winning the lanes, playing fast tempo, and not giving a chance for the Brood plus Lone Druid to come online, which to me was perhaps the bigger problem, is that they picked these two heroes together. I feel like they kind of overlap in what they do, and they don't cover for each other's weaknesses very well.
That's a good point. Yeah, they're both Quake heroes.
Yeah.
Well, how are you going to do that? You got to pick one. Just pick one.
Yeah, you can't clone Quakefa.
I think that this is the type of thing that it's why you tune into these games. It's why you tune into Dota. It's why you love it, because anything can happen. Any particular game, any particular draft, doesn't matter who won.
Well, if I've learned anything from Insania and Monster Energy, no surrender. That's what I've been told. So we're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, Liquid versus Brame, game number 2 here at the Monster Energy Dota Summit 13.
The thing I value the most at the end of the day is always going to be winning.
I thought that if I lose TI, my career was in jeopardy.
For me, at least, that fire has always come through when I needed it the most.
Because if I gave it my all and I didn't win, then that's all I can do.
If you don't feel that fire when you need it the most, you probably don't want to win.
We are back here in the playoffs of the European region for the Monster Energy Dota Summit 13. And as we prefaced earlier, the Greeks are no stranger when it comes to playing some big names with elimination on the line. So why should it be any different here when you're playing at home in a pandemic in a bunker?
Don't hurt your hands.
Yeah, this time
You
I'm not
need
using my
that.
knuckles. My palm can take more abuse.
You need to be a gamer.
And Brame can take some abuse. They can look at Liquid on all of their best heroes, almost. Maybe Mike not the best on Lone Druid, but Korkva's no stranger to Broodmother. And then Willow, Rubik, Mars, those are all Liquid staples. And they look it right in the face and say, 1-0, no problem. So now what happens?
Liquid get 2-0 down.
Yeah.
Well, now Brame see if they can do it again. Yeah, that's the plan for Brame at least.
Okay.
I know. I imagine Liquid will do some tweaks. They're gonna say we had some ideas about how to draft and play this one. Let's just fine tune it a bit. They had big tournament win last week, and they're gonna be looking to shore things up here as they look for their second title in a row. And you know what that sound means.
It's draft time.
So I will say I'm a little concerned for Liquid, mainly because you go into that game number 1, you're like, we're going to play our style of Dota. But you did a little tweak at the end, right? You tried to throw a little caveat in there, which was the Broodmother and the Lone Druid. So I'm wondering if they just do like basically the same draft, but with Quakewa and Lone Druid, and then take a different safe lane. If this style that Brame is doing still is kind of an answer for that. They do decide to take out the CK right at the start, which I think is...
Wow.
It's given some respect. That's good.
Absolutely. Definitely them saying they thought it was a problem because it has been a repeated support pick for Brame and one they've had some success with. So,
do you guys have any lead on how you would pronounce the CK player's name?
Katoma?
I'm saying this because usually I will go back and check the VOD and everyone will be like, you moron. It's obviously Katoma or something like that. And so it's not so much a question for you guys. It'll be a question for those of you in chat. I'm more than happy to learn.
Yeah, we need to tune into the Russian stream for a few minutes and wait for them to say his name.
Yeah.
I've cast him before when he was on another tier 2 CIS team, or maybe a European team. I don't remember who it was, but I remember it's something like that.
Okay.
And then people are going to tell me in chat.
On Wikipedia, his name is Stominen1.
Stominen?
Okay.
That's a similar name. I guess that's what Wikipedia has it.
Okay.
His alternate ID is the one we're seeing here in game, according to Wikipedia. Nikolay Kalchev of Bulgaria.
Bulgarian player. Okay.
Yep.
Nice.
Good to know.
That's all I got. He doesn't have much else on his Wikipedia page.
We're writing history.
$4,168 career earnings.
That's already going to start getting bumped up because this is 100,000. Wait, is Europe also 100,000?
No, Europe are $50,000.
Oh, I mean, Europe, they get tournaments like every other weekend.
Yeah.
South America, the Americas and Southeast Asia, they need that Valve bump on the shoulder because otherwise, these Europeans out here, their wallets are getting fat.
Gotta say, by the way, production really appreciate having the hero thing right next to it. That's nice. It's a nice little touch.
Oh, yeah, so we can see all the heroes in the Dota 2s.
But they also have banned out Bloodseeker afterwards. So both of the heroes that were part of that vicious tri-lane up top, it was really hard for them to deal with that. I'm glad they take it out.
Yeah, I think you're versing a newer, younger team. It's basically make them play something different because they're just going to naturally have maybe a smaller hero pool, not as individuals, but as a team because they've been together less time. They're going to have just played less official matches, less scrims. So don't let them just get the same draft again. And that's what Liquid just banned 2 of the heroes that were first picked. But Io Slider, this duo has been fantastic all over the place. And Liquid going to double down. Willow, Mars once again.
We did see Io lose twice in Southeast Asia, though. So not as intimidating of a guaranteed first phase pick as it would be in maybe other patches. But doesn't seem like Liquid are changing their approach just because an Io is on the field.
Are we getting another Meteor Hammer?
I hope not. I really hope not.
So the other question I have is, do you think they would have taken CK if they just banned out Bloodseeker? Because I'm wondering if it would have been worth it to take out Bloodseeker IO and then You know what I mean?
In the CK games that they had run in the past, it wasn't necessarily paired with a Bloodseeker.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, interesting.
So they just like it as a 4 position.
All right.
Liquid's turn to ban.
And for what it's worth, that game also had no real use for the Aghanim Scepter on CK.
Right.
You get more PA illusions, which could be pretty good, and then Trent had mentioned that there are a couple of things worth dispelling, but it wasn't like a Luna or a Spectre or something like that.
Right.
So now we'll see some of these cores being targeted. The Zeus, the Spectre. Liquid just banning out the heroes from last game. Wish is known for playing the Zeus a lot. I've seen him play in the past on other teams, and Zeus was actually, he's one of the few players who's always enjoyed the hero. I'd say Grimstroke's looking pretty good for Liquid. You're playing against the IO, and you know, it's just a classic hero that Insania likes to play and plays very well.
Rubik, Oracle, Grimstroke, I think, is his like 3 most played heroes.
His Oracle gets banned out, so they are targeting Insania with at least one of the bans, not just banning out carries like most teams. Usually you get to the second phase and it's just like 6 carries get banned, or 6 mids if teams have already picked up carries.
You should take Lifestealer out of here if you're Liquid. That the Oracle ban, to me, it feels like it's more about like that single target. They don't want somebody to get saved. So like, you know, you get a Lifestealer and Fest Bomb, and then you pair that together with an IO or whatever. Like, there's a lot of ganking potential that can happen.
Yeah, it's nice to have that like Rage hero, BKB type hero against the Mars Arena too. You can just kind of rage out of it. That was at least what they did. Last game they banned, was it Lifestealer and Jug together?
Yeah, last phase of bans.
Jug could be good too, yeah, to sort of deal with the killing the Willow, because that's the one thing that he can do that Lifestealer doesn't have as much spin for the finish during the Shadow Realm. But they're going to take the Storm out of the pool. Send it back on over towards Liquid. It's very wide open, but you've got like already just tremendous team fight potential. I want to see if they do decide to go back for the Lone Druid again, since it's still in the pool. Like it feels like they're not afraid of it.
I find Starter to be pretty good against Lone Druid, though. Corrosive Haze on the Bear is very tough to deal with.
Yeah, I think the question for Brayman is what kind of physical damage cores are they looking to pay with Slardar? Definitely want something to benefit from that Corrosive Haze and also just, you know, the IO's tether partner. Like, once you get to the mid to late game.
Ooh. Liquid just loves their heroes that no one else plays.
Oh my god.
True Dota hipsters.
It's gonna happen.
There does seem to be an element with Liquid where it's like, okay, you know, we just want a big tournament. Let's look to try some of these other heroes and see how they work right now, you know, like...
It's the end of the patch, though.
True.
Yeah.
You've got 3 weeks of relevant information to gather.
But they're preparing for these heroes to get buffed.
Right.
You know, they're like, look, Dark Willow, surely getting buffed next patch. Coddle, these are unplayed supports. They're getting buffed. We're going to be ahead of the game. Start picking them now.
I think you're right. People like me are going to look at their Dota buff and be like, hey, they played it this month, November. Clearly 7.28 information.
Yep.
Unreal.
I do think that Coddle's actually pretty good, though. I think he's underrated. He's not a great lane support, but he will keep you in the game for a very, very long time, and Will-O-Wisp is still just as irritating of a teamfight ultimate as it's ever been. And with the Chakra Magic cooldown reduction, lots of God's Rebukes, lots of Whirling Axes.
10 seconds remaining.
Is like double Whirling Axe good?
No.
Okay.
But it is a thing.
It's better than single Whirling Axe.
Okay. That's fair. It's twice as good. Kind of.
Kind of, yeah. I don't know if it's twice as good, but it's better. It's definitely better.
The tiny pick, I think, is pretty hype. I think, I'm actually a little surprised that they just insta-pick Troll. Like, to me, I feel like Tiny actually makes Troll a little bit scared. Because you've got potential to just blow him up in the duration of an Avatos combo, depending upon what the mid is.
Radiant team back.
They do go for the Lifestealer. Like,
yeah. Scary combo. You mentioned the Infest Bombs, and then you've just got the Corrosive Haze to really amp up his damage.
I can't believe they got Tiny in the second phase. I guess maybe Europe just sort of values it differently. But this draft right now for Brame looks terrifying. And I'm not that afraid of Liquid's draft at all. I want to see what this last pick is that they pull together.
Well, if you're caught in like 1,000 radius circumference, no, 1,000 radius diameter, no, I'm using the word radius, 1,000 unit diameter, then Liquid looks really good.
Yeah?
If you get the Will-O-Wisp Arena, Terrorize, primo team fight material, you know, until Lifestealer presses Q and then just throws it all out the window.
You gotta get everyone in the circle. You know, everyone needs to be right in that circle, and Lifestealer needs to have his Q key removed from his keyboard.
Right.
Broodmother last ban. A lot of cheese they're banning out. Visage and Brood as the final bans for Brame.
Yeah.
They want Liquid to earn this victory.
Yeah, Liquid have had a lot of success with the mid Visage, which no one else is really playing right now. Curious to see what they feel like can be the answer for their 10th pick of this draft.
Can't see anything that like really. They go like Razor or something weird. I don't know.
Well,
Razor, I don't think Razor's very good.
No, I don't either. But
Okay.
I'm trying to figure out like
what's the Lifestealer counter.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's you need someone that can kind of survive or just not get caught by that kind of infest bomb combo.
Okay.
You don't have a good save, so not sure what that necessarily is.
In the mid lane, specifically.
Yeah. Right. Like maybe you're considering like the Morphling type heroes. Like ban Tinker, which is another Wish hero. He's a big Tinker spammer. It's decent against Troll, but I wouldn't consider this like a perfect Tinker game by any means. Maybe that's something Liquid have in mind for their last pick that doesn't want to play against Tinker.
10 seconds remaining.
Could it be a Koikfoot troll and they're looking for a Mike hero?
Yeah. Possible, definitely. I mean, if you see that you have a feasible matchup in the mid lane, you can play Troll there, or you can play Troll safe lane. Both work. And they go for just standard bread and butter Death Prophet. Objective taking, solid mid laner, matches up decently against most mids.
You can take advantage of Corrosive Haze for sure also.
Yeah.
So like part of me feels like they need something like Pango that can fight early, but it also needs to be able to like actually deal with them late game and have some damage.
Yeah, I feel like like usually you want to get like a magic damage mid when you've got the Troll safe lane, but I feel like some of the physical damage ones actually might work better when you're playing against this Lifestealer and stuff.
Yeah.
Like the TA type pick could work. The Lone Druid could still work. Like the Brood and Visage bans is more the physical damage heroes, so I think they have enough team fight and nuke damage coming from the supports and the Mars that just getting a secondary pseudo carry makes sense here.
Could do Mag.
Yeah, I don't mind it.
What about Clinks?
Yeah, I'm not sure if how good Clinks is after the nerf, but like theoretically this is a kind of game that you don't mind playing Clinks. Like Into the Slaughter is always a bit rough with the corrosive haze vision, but I think that enough will probably deter you from it.
Yeah. Probably just end up doing something like a Kunkka or something like that.
Yeah, Kunkka's nice and tanky. Lina, not tanky, but you're hoping you can just stay far enough back and never get caught by a Crush and Fest Bomb. Otherwise, you get deleted. Assuming it's mid Lina, and yes, Quick will be picking up the Lina. So a hero that can match up well, gets Death Prophet in lane, and then theoretically has physical damage against the Lifestealer in the late game.
I don't know. I think this is a 2-0. I think Brame might just take it. I really like their draft a lot.
If Boxy builds Meteor Hammer, I'm going to climb out of our bunker. And I'm going to accept my fate outside in the world. That's all I have to say.
But if he doesn't,
then if he
we're
doesn't,
going to game 3.
We might have a game 3. My life hangs in your balance, Boxy, and your tournament lives hang in the balance of these 5 heroes that Team Liquid have selected versus Brame. We're going to jump to a quick break, and when we return, Trent and Zyori will guide you through game number 2 here at the Monster Energy Dota Summit 13.
Hey, Dota fans, welcome back. We've got a pause loading into game number 2, but alas, we are moments away from its beginning. Trent, what are you thinking here? 2-0 for Brame, or are you feeling more like a game 3?
Well, we've seen the Coralina a little bit lately. We've seen good games and we've seen pretty bad games. We saw Mudgolems versus NIP. It was prioritized in like the first phase in this tournament, which is very interesting. And then it kind of slipped its way through to the later parts. But we also saw both the good and the bad of the hero, right? We saw the snowball possibilities and how strong the hero can be. And then we also saw where it felt like the hero just never got off the ground and just then got jumped on top of and killed every single match or every single like time a team fight occurred. Now in this case, I think they have a lot of space to help out this Lena between the arena as well as the Will-O-Wisp. So I'm expecting a fairly good game from Quakefa here.
You're definitely right. They've got a good supporting cast this go around, but I'm still a little nervous. I think it's overall a challenging hero to execute with in a core role, and you really do need to find kills in the early to mid game. You want to use that Laguna Blade pretty frequently. It's got a really short cooldown, and the best Lena games we've seen have been the ones where she's able to move and make those early rotations work. So we'll see if Quakefa can do it here. Definitely possible. I like this Coddle as well. I know we both balked a little bit when it got picked up, but remember, there was a time not too long ago when Coddle Mars was a lane combo similar to that Mars Phoenix that we used to see pretty regularly. So some great synergy there with the ultimates.
Yeah, its own kind of like double bubbles, and that's why you see Focus playing the Lifestealer this game and not the PA, despite them having the Slayer setup here, and you're just like, yo, come on, go Phantom Assassin. But
yeah,
free BKB of the Rage, pretty damn good versus this Liquid lineup, and I would say a total necessity, in fact.
Really good against the Mars. Yeah.
I liked how you called the Brame lineup just like super standard. I mean, this is like just some good heroes in their roles right now. Nothing too crazy. I mean, Liquid, you can almost say the same thing, but they've got a little bit of sauce, right? They've got this Willow again, who's not that common anymore. They have the Coddle, and then they have this Lena, who's been a bit temperamental as of late. Whereas Brame, a lot of these heroes are considered to be like pretty like safe right now.
Yes. Yeah, and synergy amongst them. You've got the Corrosive Haze on Slardar.
The amplified damage. Bring it back, Val. Cowards.
But obvious synergy with the Exorcism, that is physical damage, lets you take Roche, which is something you kind of want to do with Death Prophet pretty early anyway, and Wisp will really allow you to enable that Lifestealer even more. Sure, you've got Infest Bombs, but now you've got a Taxi service on top of that. So very straightforward game plan, play pretty fast, and as always, some pressure on this Tiny to make plays. This will be the position for Tiny, boots first, trying to get a pull here, and looks like he'll be successful. Insania getting a few love taps in. He also went boots first and maintains a solid movement speed edge, but no tools to prevent this from happening.
Coddle's so fast. Yeah, it's frustrating though when you have no armor, and even though Coddle's not really a notorious annoying hero or anything, just because your armor is so low and he's this movement speed edge on you, there's not a whole lot you can do.
Yep, you're absolutely
It reminds
right.
me of like when a Bane does this to you as Tiny. I guess at least the Coddle can't like completely make you miss all the last hits. Whoa, nice snag there from Mickey with the troll. Got that range creep.
And end of the day, right now, Radiant have the creeps pretty much where they want them in that top lane. Mid should be a sleeper for the most part, although Quakefa dominating out of the gate right now. 10-2 compared to the 4-1 Death Prophet. That's a big margin.
Yeah, it seems pretty high at this point.
Yeah, I would expect it to be more even.
Yeah, pretty similar tools to start with, right? Kind of the same hero, really.
Yeah.
On the one hand, you get a little bit of movement speed and attack, but on the other hand, you have the Spirit Siphon threat. So other than that, we're just spamming Crypt Swarm and Dragon Slave at each other.
Yeah, it's really exciting stuff. And down bottom, Spartan. They'll be just fine.
Really exciting stuff.
It is funny how mirrored these two heroes are in particular. Ooh, Tiny snipes a courier up top. That will be Mickey's courier.
Yeah, I thought you were fast, Coddle, huh? Uh-oh. Now, don't get his courier. All right, he's going to let it go. Yeah, hard time stabilizing the lane up here from Insania, though. Right, they body blocked the camps both times at the 1 minute mark, and then now he can't get a second pull going. But now Insania's doing his thing, going for his double stacking.
Yep. But so far, it really hasn't mattered for the Troll. He is out CSing the Lifestealer despite this lane positioning, and just a pretty beefy position one that has a solid lane presence in these early levels, especially with the blind. So Not too bad for Liquid. Now down bottom, Boxy and Focus trading some blows as we see the Tiny make a rotation towards mid, but Koikba makes it back. Taiga bottom lane, super low right now. Focus and Spartan trying to find a way to finish him off, but it might be Spartan that falls first. Indeed it is. Boxy abuses that low armor and finishes him off. Misses the spear, and that allows Focus to get the counter kill. A 1-for-1, but Boxy gets the bonus gold.
Yeah, couldn't quite figure out a escape path there. One of the things I've seen a lot of the IO players mid lane, actually. They got the toss and the Ava.
Koikster. That should be the end of him. The LSA's off the mark. Good split. And they get him. Wish finds credit. Big kill. Needed that to try to close this CS and net worth gap a bit.
Top Skylark's trying to put some pressure on Sania just to annoy this guy. The missed chances will come out, though. Give this guy a bash. Oh, there's a swing and a miss. Oh, I can't catch him now. How depressing. And now he's right back at annoying him. Actually goes for the stick before the Tranquils, too. Thought he might just go all in on the movement speed and keep being a nuisance. Oh, God, this is frustrating to watch. He just finally gets the bash. He just wants his creep wave so bad, but he can't really do anything. And now he's not in the lane, and Tiny's not there. And he's used that time to, I guess, TP back. I mean, that kind of worked out, right? He stopped the pull being done by the Coddle. The way it gets to the tower.
Yeah, exactly. Right back to the lane positioning he wants for the most part. So I'd say well done, Skylark.
Yep.
Out of regen now, so needs to be a little careful, but Courier will fix that, well, sort of, running out some boots. Meanwhile, bottom, Taiga, isolated by 3, and that'll be an easy setup.
Yeah, Tranquil Boots on the Tiny has him moving around fast, and has another obs ready. They've already gotten one. It's getting the bottom rune. They're going to at least get that bounty. Io's going to get the one in the river, but Insania has counterplay. They even scanned it to say, like, oh, damn, Coddle got her bounties. So a 2 for 2.
Yep. Insania on point, levels things out. 3-1 in kill score, but still it is Liquid with a small farming edge. Koikba unhappy to find mud golems.
Yeah, exactly. Only the double stacks here still, as Insania, of course, was a little bit busy with that Slider the whole time. So another benefit to what Skylark was doing, considering how much economy Liquid get out of that jungle. Now Taiga, caught again here by the Tiny. He has to wait for the targeting, but he's going to get him.
Yeah, absolutely, with Wish popping the ultimate.
He went early on the Ava, actually.
Yeah,
I don't know if he just mistimed it or...
Big reaction as well. 4 heroes now mid. Tiny on the run.
All right, does Boxy hit it?
Spear.
What do you think? Is he going to get it?
Nope. Nope. Yes. No. Yes. Oh, fuck.
Wow, you were so decisive.
Yeah, that was not one I would have bet on. That's not a prop bet I was going to take. Mars Spears.
Come on.
Yeah, one of my favorite. Oh, up top, Skylark. Is he going to live here? I think so. Just too fast. There's that Guardian sprint. Betting on final kill score, total kills being even or odd. That is the ultimate Dota gambler's choice.
It's a nice
Evens or odds, baby. Hey, it's a coin flip. Exactly. A 50-50. I don't even think the house has a margin on that because there's...
Well, I would hope not.
It's a true 50-50, so there you go. Maybe that's the best odds you can get.
Sentry there. He's making sure the Willow can't still see him. He doesn't have that much burst damage yet. It's only like 400-ish.
Yeah, level 3. It's not that scary.
Of course, he did have a tether pretty nearby from Spartan, but these IOs not getting the spirits right now. Got to level up that tether and the overcharge. Catching Boxy before the level 6. Oh, that was a really good play from the Tiny. He basically utilized that spear to get him further away from the tower.
Can Boxy find a path in the trees? He does have a Soul Ring TP, also a salve in the backpack, looking for a spot, trying to cut with his Quelling Blade, but they've found him. They've boxed him in, and Boxy will fall.
Packing him up. Send him back to the well.
Oh, yeah. First class. If it fits, it ships.
At the very least, Mickey is free farming up top. He's just hanging out. Skylark's forced to just hit a troll here as Insania watches. And again, classic Insania, at least as of late, very low level. It's still just level 2.5. Does not take anything from his safe laner. And might get punished if Koikba didn't show up right there. Oh, I'm sorry.
Hello.
Really now? You should have seen that coming.
Now down bottom, Boxy again, still not yet level 6. He TPs into the tower. There's 4 heroes on top of him, and they're going to put him to rest again. The first class ticket purchased in bulk, Trent. He got a 2-for-1 on that.
Oh, yeah. They got the 10-pack of stamps. Whew. Boxy, what are you doing?
Well, siege creep now, yeah, and this was somewhat predictable, like seeing that the Death Prophet off the map. They've even got a ward over here, Exorcism at the ready with the siege creep. Of course they're going to try to go for a push. That's what Death Prophet does, Trent.
Of course you're going to try and pull the creeps off the tower, though, because then maybe you can save it.
Well, that's also a fair point, I guess.
Taiga in behind gets the courier, but he can't connect on the brambles.
Dire's courier has been killed.
But overall, the 1 and the 2 on Liquid are doing great. I mean, Koikva's pressuring this tier 1 mid pretty hard, and right now he's #1 on net worth, closing in on a very timely Yule Scepter for this Lina. And of course, Troll, Mickey's up top, living the dream. He's just smacking creeps in a solo lane, thinking, guys, I'm going Battle Fury. Look at all this space I'm getting. I like it. If you can get a Battle Fury quick on Troll, it's amazing. It's those games where you go, ooh, I think Troll's going to have to fight before he can really utilize the Battle Fury, that it doesn't feel good. But if you can get it at 13 minutes or something on brown boots, hell yeah. We've seen what this hero can do with Cleave, man. He accelerates quick.
God, Insania's still level 2 right now. This guy really does take nothing from his carry. That is nuts.
Now, Trent, we did hammer this home yesterday, but reminder, single elimination here. This is the playoffs.
True.
No double elim, no safety net. So right now, Liquid are 1 loss away from elimination. High stakes here in this game 2, and certainly the game 3 if we get there. This is round 1. These are quarterfinals. So winner of this series goes on to the semifinals to face Khan or Yellow Submarine. Also going
production
on right now.
has also confirmed there won't even be a participation trophy. So it's truly, you got to win this.
Oh,
or
good.
there's nothing for the hardware back home.
That's good. At Beyond the Summit, we are not all winners.
I'm getting further combination. There's actually not any trophy whatsoever. It's online, guys. Get a grip. Have you heard about the Postal Service? It's not a great deal right now.
There was
They're a little busy at the moment.
There was a real feels bad moment at Midas Mode 2 when we had 3 regions and we ordered 3 trophies that were exactly the same, and then we just showed them on camera and went, this could have been the same trophy. Insania dies up top. So I feel for that. Yeah, the online tournament trophy life ain't great. Tiny now punished. They get a 1-for-1 at least, but relocate. Going to be a big commitment now from Brame, and they'll at least get Taiga as a follow-up, maybe even more. Nope, Koikva too far back, but maybe some pressure on this tower now.
Oh, I love me an Arcane Rune Exorcism. Oh, bring him back mid.
That's an arena. Here. They've got Spartan. Now Wish is alive, still with the ult on, though. This was an Arcane Rune Exorcism, so everything coming back faster for the Death Prophet. I don't think Liquid can really take this engagement. The Exorcism's overwhelming, although they do get that kill on the Wisp. So pretty solid. That also forces Brame back mid and does mount a defense at that tier 1 top for Liquid. So well played. I think they get the better end out of that, all
well
things considered.
Or poorly played. Why did we go back? I guess they didn't want to feed the Isle. Couldn't they have just left DP up top and left the slider and taken that tower?
Yeah, well played by Liquid. I'm sorry.
Yes, of course.
Well played by Liquid to pull them back. Yeah, I don't know why Brame overreacted like that. Let
Maybe
the Wisp
they thought
die.
they were going to lose mid, and if so,
well,
that's fair.
Now more action up top, though. Skylark falls alongside Koikva. Big trade, but Koikva going down certainly does hurt. Focus getting credit for that one as Taiga hits him with a fear, drops him in a bramble. Oh, it's brambles all over. Oh, it's another one. Okay, Focus, that's good. Just clean him up. Just get him out of here. That's one way to do it, and Taiga goes down. I love that. It's like, I'm Lifestealer, I've got a Wisp. Fuck it, I'm tanking these things. You just don't
can't
care.
Even see them in the creeps sometimes.
He's also got an armlet, too, so it really doesn't matter. And it is comical.
All right, well, either way, they do eventually get the top tower, and the Exorcism will be back very shortly. In fact, it's actually back right now because of that Arcane Rune. So now they can rotate and do the same thing mid as Skylark already starts to nuke the wave. I'm almost half expecting a TP from Wish, who, by the way, has that Faded Brooch and the Yules in another, like 1,300-ish. So feeling pretty good.
Okay.
Oh, not even. Only like 600 to go.
McKay coming mid. Looking to finish up the Battle Fury. Bottom lane now. Another relocate. Brame staying very active with this. Boxy drops an arena. Attempted to be defensive. But obviously Rage, a useful tool against the Mars. Big stack here. Holy Toledo, dude. What is that in the Ancients, Trent? I dare you to count that up. Is that a 4, a 5?
Well, we gotta we gotta find the biggins here. Was that the 2 big dragons?
Right now, Eosin's punching himself like, you blind bastards. It's 5.
Well, let's see. 1, 2, 3,
4,
4.
I think it is
5.
5.
I think it's 5. Oh, it's 6. Is it 6? No, it's 5.
Taiga solo tiny.
Too much.
Good thing,
No time.
Good thing Mickey went Battle Fury. Let's see how much gold he gets out of this. So he's got 133 at the beginning of this Cleave Fest. And with the blind, he can actually do this.
Yeah, it's like the PA blur.
Now he's buying items as he goes here.
Oh, he's really ruining this experience.
But yeah, it's like a good 1,000 gold. I think that's a fair estimate. He bought the 450 piece of the Yasha, the Elven skin. So there you go, 1,000 gold. The power of stacking, folks.
I think the funniest part is that Insanity is not even there for that for leeching or anything. He actually just gets a full wave to himself. That's actually better.
Yeah.
Getting XP for everyone. And he's getting all those creeps up top. Well done. So he'll be 6 soon. That should mean that they can save the mid tower from that exorcism play if they try and go for it then. Because now you're going to have the Will-O-Wisp basically syncing up with the exorcisms, right? I mean, there's a bit of a window.
So
well,
look
actually,
at the
no,
net
there's not.
worth graph.
145, so.
It went from 1.5k to almost 4k in 2 minutes. And that's just from shoving out the waves and killing all the stacks.
And now Tiny, I mean, there's a Yules here.
Relocate.
For the oh, nice timing.
Slardar coming down as well. Can they actually find something? Now Koikva on the run. They need someone to close the gap. Lifestealer on the way. Mars drops the arena.
Boxy's taking it.
He's standing his ground, and he will tank the gank. He's playing Sacrificial Lamb, and down he goes. Okay. That was a brave move. I got to respect it from Boxy.
That was pretty sick from Koikva, too, though. He had the almost perfect timing on the relocate, as well as the Yules on the slider, too.
Now the aggression getting cranked up from Brame. Exorcism ready. Wish holding it for now. I think they're trying to finish off this tier 1 without using it, but I think they might have to make the commitment if they actually want to kill it. Dragon Slaves and Crypt Swarms being traded mid.
When Sania just barely gets out. There was actually a primed bash up there, too. That could have been bad. But that's going to be Blink for Skylark now as well. So they're going to be looking for a smoke with this Exorcism and Inda's Rune. It's a really good Manta game for the Troll.
Yeah.
Corrosive Haze, the Death Prophet.
Silence.
Yeah.
Good item in general. BKB.
Top. Skylark
Do the
gets
next
caught.
item.
They already missed the spear, though. But it won't matter.
All right. Laguna, easy peasy. Needed kill for the Lina, but there is a trade. Brame see that commitment up top, and they go for the tower, and they do actually succeed in killing it without the Exorcism.
Yeah, now this opens up Roche when the Slider comes back, too. But
With
fighting in the Roche
Exorcism
pit
and
versus...
Haze, I don't know,
Yes.
dude. You could smoke in and kill it before Liquid can even react and get there if they're not already in position. It's one
But
of those.
what if they see and they have Will-O-Wisp in Arena?
You still have Exorcism, though. And
yeah,
if
but
you're
they have a
fighting
lot
in
of
the
burst
river-
damage if Lina's there, right? Like, she will just die in the stun duration between, like, Spear as well as... oh, my
Yeah,
God.
okay.
That's a dead Willow.
Yeah, that's the thing. BR still have the power to do that. So you're definitely right. Liquid have options around the pit, but so do Brame. I don't think Liquid just immediately win a fight around pit because they have Coddle and Arena.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Especially if the Death Prophet has BKB. If Brame wait until BKB comes out and then
Oh,
they
yeah,
go for that,
it's free.
then I think that's money. So, and they might do that. She's got it queued up next and about halfway there. So,
Oh, look who it is. Mr. Essence Ring for the IO lineup. Wouldn't you know? Oh, just in case your game wasn't going good enough.
Now, Trent, let me tell you about a fun card game I used to play called Go Fish. The hallmark of Go Fish is called Fish My Wish. And that's when you pick up the card from the pile of the random ones in the middle and go, oh, that's the one that I needed. How convenient. And then sometimes you win on a Fish My Wish. And then you realize Go Fish is a stupid game. And you
I was
should
more
do
partial
anything
to
else.
War in terms of stupid kids cards games. Was there any worse game than that?
Only Monopoly, I think. But yeah, War's pretty bad.
No, life's the worst. Board game wise, life is just awful.
I always went to
Shouldn't even be
college,
called a board
and
game.
I always lost.
It was just like real life.
But yeah,
was the
Essence
point?
Ring. Oh, it's so good. It's so good on Wisp. Especially once you have the mech already, too. It turns you into a healing god.
Well, I have to
Koikma-
laugh because they've actually given it to the DP. I mean, he already has mech on the IO, so all this
wow.
talk about it being amazing for. I mean, it is really going to DP. If you're not going to be tethering the DP, I get it. That's actually kind of fair.
Well, down bottom, it's a disaster for Liquid. Taiga feeds his courier to the Slardar, and he's also going to die while the Coddle got picked off in the other side lane. So Mars also
Lord.
not going to be safe. Boxy comes back in, tossed up. Skylark's there, even a relocate to make sure they get this kill. The Boxman will fall, and not even a team fight. Just 3 singleton pickoffs against Team Liquid. The lead starting to evaporate here. Most of it now resting in the Troll Warlord.
Oh my goodness, guys. 2-0? 2-0? Easy 2-0? I don't know. Liquid got to stabilize here. Of course, yes, they are still leading the net worth, and I don't know about XP, though. I haven't checked. Yeah, they're still leading XP for now.
Okay.
Despite the kills
Not
happening.
trending well, though.
No, a little bit of 5-manning happening. Koikva needs a quick Yules here. Gets it.
Okay. Koikva also going for the Ags. I don't know if you mentioned that, but great against Lifestealer.
True. Yep. I mean, even just the DP, too, of just like,
yeah,
get all the damage in, right? It's all about the burst this game. It's actually a fantastic Ags game.
Yep.
All right,
100%
Boxy.
behind that build.
You're up. Time to bring this game
is
back
big.
into the team's hands here.
Smoke rotation. Boxy sees it. It's
2 good
nighttime.
heroes.
Oh, Slardar, he's got the advantage there as they catch the Wisp. And it is Spartan that'll go down first.
Couldn't even get the mech off. No real hope. And they even just Yules the exorcism and say, like, yep, nope, we're good.
So now it's Liquid on the
Stadia?
run.
Why?
He drops the ult. Remember, Exorcism is still on. No BKB for the Death Prophet, but she gets a bit of a reset. Now the Troll comes in. Laguna drops
into
the
the
Death
infect.
Prophet. Sustaining. Nope, she's down. Focus, he'll also go down to boot. Not looking good for Brain. Without the Wisp, they really can't take these fights. Focus now comes back with the Aegis. Still alive. Skylark tossed back in. Focus actually playing like they want to take this. The Wisp is respawned now. A great spear from the Mars. That'll stun him up. Crush from the Slardar. There's the mech. There's the heal on the Wisp. And Focus is ready to fight. Now they're going to turn on to Mickey. It's Liquid on the run. And they're going to get put to rest. Godlike streak secured for the Lifestealer. He sustains through it all. Can they catch more? Tiny with a combo. They still get the bounty. Yes, they... No, Koikva gets it. All right, he's going to die. But he did get the rune. That's cute.
Why? Why, though?
I don't know.
I don't know why they fought that. Like, Exorcism's still running.
So
you
it
already
looked
used
like-
Arena. I mean, I get that you have Will-O-Wisp, sure, but is that really worth it?
It really looked like one of those moments where Insania got caught, dropped his ult, thinking, okay, I'm going to distract him, so now you guys can get out. And then his team saw him drop the ult and went, oh, this actually looks sort of okay. Maybe we should turn. And it was one of those miscues of like, no, I was trying to sacrifice myself.
I think it was a team ever because they stood on the stairs and it looked like Insania had like intentionally turned down to that tree line.
Well, they get the Wisp again.
I think that's what they wanted.
Yeah, maybe you're right. It looked weird though. It was. To
be fair, they did get the DP pretty fast, and the Laguna kind of got canceled out by a good play from the Lifestealer to like infest right after. So then he just like regen back up and then came back out and was able to keep playing after the Aegis too. He kind of had like 3 lives there between the infest and the Aegis respawn.
But at the end of it, it does not work out well for Liquid, and it's Focus that's the big winner. Now he has the Deso. He's really close to finishing off this Assault Karas, and he's only a couple hundred gold behind the Troll, who's been farming with this Battle Fury, and now has Basher coming up next. So
these wards down bottom, by the way, are so obnoxious. First they had the one over by the like the river, and now they have another one just camping right here, kind of spotting where Box and Quick are going, and yeah, they're gonna get him because of it.
They've got the Quakester. Good call on that ward coverage, Trent. Look at you reading the game and such. Can they get Quake?
Yeah, is it actually gonna pay off is the question.
Uh-oh. Thanks to Tiny, it will. Now Boxy, he also overcommits a little bit. Save your buddy syndrome, looking to TP home, and you've got an answer. That's a Yule Scepter. Boxy's dead.
The ward's like kind of broken because of how many trees that are down.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it's actually seeing so much down here.
100%.
Put in a lot of different positions.
So you're telling me that's the Wisp big brain play? You put wards in spots that they shouldn't go, but you just break the trees and then they're godlike?
There's a meta there. I mean, there's always been a tree-breaking meta with some heroes that you can get, like, really busted wards, like you're playing support Lesh or something.
Well, up
Tiny
top,
goes for the initiation.
Yeah, misses the toss, but they see that he's used the Bedlam already, so no threat of a counter kill, but he can TP home. So they biff that one.
Yep.
Radiant are scanning.
Tried to just go 100-0 with the silence, but yeah, missed the toss, as you said. But finally, the BKB's done for Wish. That feels like it's been a long time in the making.
Very tight game expected for these elimination series.
Insania now has the blink set up on the Coddle, but again, it's a 10-second BKB on a Death Prophet and a Life Stealer, so mostly going to be focused on trying to bring down Spartan, I would imagine, as well as perhaps Stoma there on the Tiny.
And Slardar is going for the Aghanims, which is also pretty handy against the Coddle ult.
Oh yeah, how good is it this game? Regen, armor, and status resistance.
It's
That's
solid.
pretty good. 12
It's
bonus
solid.
armor versus Troll, Lena. She got lots of right click.
Status resistance is great. Armor's great. I definitely stand by it. Tiny caught by an arena, but does live.
Spirit
At least
Vessel,
for
though.
now. Spirit Vessel's got him low. Koikva falls to focus on the other side. A couple of small engagements erupting, and with the Tiny living, it certainly favors Brame. Not going to chase for more, though.
I was, I don't know, so confident in the abilities of these arenas and everything to give some space to Koikva, but at this point, that's not even going to happen in the big team fights, especially once the Basher and Abyssal are out. But revenge on the Skylark.
They find one. Fight's not over yet, though. There's an Exorcism flying and still a BKB to be used. They're going to try to finish off Willow. The Shadow Realm, not enough. The Ghosties get her. They know the Shadow Realm well, Trent.
Yes. Should do bonus damage.
That would be
Right into the
awesome,
tower,
but
though, yeah.
so unfair to Willow. I don't know that she needs that nerf. Tier 2 also, so obviously this opens up outposts to be taken. More nice movements by Brame. This is becoming the troll show, and that makes me nervous for Liquid. Like, we're going to be getting to this point, if this keeps up, where they'll hold tempo from, like, a team net worth perspective, but a disproportionate amount will be on Mickey. And if Brame can control the Troll Warlord, these team fights are going to be hard.
It just gets hard versus, like, a Slardar, who's going to have the Aghanims, and then you have a Yules on the Death Prophet and a Yules on the Tiny, so he's just going to get, like, kited around when he ults.
Yeah.
I guess he can maybe hold out for like a later BKB and then use that in these like super crucial like third Roche fights.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of which,
Smoke
Roche very late spawn, 220 still left.
Yeah. Smoke from Liquid headed mid. We'll see what they can find. Also, an interesting solution from Spartan. He's got a Lotus Orb queued up. So Lena going for the Aghanims. That's at least a tool. You know, you pop that Lotus, and she might think twice before dropping the lasers.
Yeah, that's actually really nice.
Quick pause. He still needs some gold for it, so doesn't have it yet.
Is Perseverance really worth it over the plate mail, I wonder? I guess he is pretty low on mana, even just running around the map. He's constantly popping clarities, so I guess it is worth.
Yeah. Oh, Arena comes down. Swing and a miss. Failed smoke for Liquid. Brame make it out completely unscathed. And now Basher's up on Lifestealer.
Man, what does Koikva do now?
He says Shivas.
His team fights are going to be so hard.
It's rough because I want to say BKB, but I also get why it doesn't look good here. Lifestealer, Slardar, Death Prophet, all pretty solid anti-BKB heroes.
He needs a lot of help from Insania. Also, again, the vision game. They see them all right now because of this ward here.
Yeah, the one in the back.
Yeah, and they know that they've rotated back there.
Oh, toss. This could be big. They find the troll first. Mickey's the target that they want, but now a lot of counter damage onto the Slardar.
Not the hero.
He sustains for now. Skylark falls, but now Mickey, he's already popped the ult. Insania
great
pops
infest.
his, but he can't do anything else, and now Liquid are in big trouble. It's a 2 for 2, but they're going to get chased down. Koikfa should not live here. It's a big pack of ghosts chasing him down, and they do find it. A double for Wish, 2 for 3, but with the Troll Warlord dead, Brame should be pretty happy with that. No Roshan yet. Unlucky for the Radiant.
Man, that was a big infest. He
That
caught
was-
everybody with that. 400 magic damage plus the movement speed to just get the Death Prophet directly into the center of them with the ghosts running. They just got blended by the exorcism.
Oh, Tiny might get caught here. A 1v2, doesn't have any help. Yeah, do they have enough tools to slow him down, though? They have Arena and Spear, so it looks like it. Bedlam's got the damage. But meanwhile, mid, that's a tower down, and now big pressure onto the tier 3. There's a Desolator up on this Life Stealer, so he pushes fast. They won't commit for the barracks, but double
That's
towers.
Roche.
Yeah, baby.
Io Slider, fun combo, zoom.
Yeah, that's race car,
Yeah,
726.
Yeah, that's nothing, right?
No big. All right, so this should be a free Roche. Without Troll,
Oh,
I
they're
don't know
coming,
how.
buddy. Don't be
No-
so sure.
No Coddle ult and no Troll. No way. Yeah, they don't even get here in time. This is what we were talking about. Now the arena
Oh,
comes
cats
down.
and
They might
spells.
be able to kill Wisp. No, not quite. Spartan sustaining. He does fall, but he lives a bit longer than planned. Now Taiga going to go down after popping the Terrorize. Boxy on the high ground, trying to slow down Focus. He's stunned up. Laguna. Out comes the Aegis.
Not
And
bad.
now on the other side, DP, she pops the BKB. But Boxy, he's on the low ground. and
Skylark's
he's going to be
waiting.
the one left behind.
Skylark wants a big fish. He's going for one. He's angling.
He might find it. He might find it. Double buybacks now. Liquid come in. He finds something. They pack his lunch and send him home. Now Wish going to be on the run. Tiny here to try and back him up. Coddle also chasing. It's one long, drawn-out engagement. And Brame
Thistle
now
on
on the back
3.
foot. Does not want to use the cheese here, but Coddle jumps up, drops the ulti. That's Ignis. Now Wisp is in. Does not have an ultimate for a relocate. Cheese comes down. Wisp isolated. Almost falls. And
exorcising.
does. Can they kill the DP through Exorcism? Yes, they can. The Laguna cuts right through. Brame, they lose 3 now.
Now it's
and maybe
Brame
even
who have
more.
made a poor choice to fight. This is just like the bottom lane.
Focus jumps inside of a creep, and now he's going to get caught without rage. Speared up, and he's done. Oh my gosh, it turns on a dime.
Well, Troll did his thing. Oh, that's starting because Skylark went for the bonus kills. He tried to get the and one to further the advantage after taking Roche and a successful fight. And it ends up feeding all of his allies. Oh my god, that graph.
Radiant's middle tower has
Oh, we're plummeted down. The trench is opening.
That
Swallowing
is-
up Brame.
It's rare to see the graph go that vertical. I mean, that is just insane. That was a boxy buyback. So it did cost Liquid something, but they will certainly get a tier 3 tower in return. Now, safety structures on both sides. You got buybacks on the DP, on the Nakes. Do you choose to use it here? I don't think so. Looks like their call is going to be to save the gold, sack the barracks, take the hit in one lane, and then reset this game a little bit. But now an 8K net worth advantage for Liquid. Boy,
Wow.
do they punish that hard.
I can't believe that went so well considering how they contested that Roche. It started with like an arena onto the Io that just barely got the kill, and Taiga died almost right away after using the Bedlam.
Koikfa up top. On the run, no mana here, and not going to have an out. Certainly not with the Tiny. Yeah, now that golden experience graph is updated, Trent. You can see the full roller coaster, the log flume there. Well,
we're into the rest of the neutral items after all that battling. Liquid finally found their
Yep.
way to the jungle.
So what's weird about this, though, is even though it's an 8K advantage, it does still feel like a relatively tight game. Like I don't think
Yes.
Brame are out of options. This Life Stealer is still really scary. He's closing in on Abyssal. He's going to go for BKB next. We just got the Shivas out on Death Prophet. They're still in an okay spot. The gap between
gold-
the Troll is not that big yet.
Yeah, the gold's a little misleading because I think Slardar is worth more than his net worth, and Boxy's worth less than his net worth because of the just like the nature of Lifestealer and Death probably having the BKB, right? Like,
yeah, and also his
just-
items. Like he's got Lotus Orb, Ghost Scepter, Blink. Very defensive. Like I just want to not die when I jump in. So I would agree.
And then you also have just Troll being. I mean, well, I think the Lina is just not worth 14,000 right now because when the Abyssal's gonna be done, is it done after that Vanguard? It must be. No, okay, it's nearly done. He's got the recipe and a couple hundred gold, and then that's just like really rough stuff for Quakefa.
Yeah, and Focus getting the Paladin Sword, also amazing on Lifestealer, extra Lifesteal, and the Amp. Yeah, that works with Feast, buddy.
There's also an orb too, so someone's gonna need that. Looks like for now he's taking it. We'll
He's
see.
going to take the Orb over the Paladin Sword. Okay.
He might,
25%
he
slow
might
is
give it
pretty
to
significant.
DP, I think. DP
Oh.
takes the orb, and he takes the...
Yeah, he sent it back already. They're like, no, dude, seriously, you take the sword.
I mean, Slardar
Although-
also has Broom Handle, so there's a lot of stuff they can do here if they want to just give someone else the orb.
Yeah, their items are almost too good. Like, Paladin Sword is also dope on Wisp, and it's also pretty darn good on Death Prophet, but she's holding the Essence Ring, which could go to the Wisp, although he now has the Greater Fairy Fires, which are dumb good on Wisp, only
Boy.
balanced by the fact that it has 3 charges.
Is
So,
Broom Handle actually kind of worth on Slardar? It might
I think
be.
it is. The stretch, dude. The attack range is so good on him, although it's not going to save him in this situation. Skylark caught by this rotation. Great save from the Wisp.
Oh, it's short, though.
Oh, is it too short? Toss out from Tiny. They've got the double save. Wish jumps in the back lane now, trying to isolate Koikba, but Mickey, he's also doing the same. They're going to move back, trying to defend Koikba. They see that Wish is alone. They just want to disengage and get away from this exorcism. Now another fight or split fight breaks out. Boxy on one side and Mickey on the other, trying to fight Wish. Looks like Boxy is going to go down first, although Skylark has already
They've got
fallen.
themselves Wish, though.
And Wish dies. Boxy somehow lives through all that, and now this fight looks like Liquid's all day. Fear onto the Lifestealer. He's looking for the retreat, but they'll have the Abyssal, and the Lifestealer should die. No,
Control
they
too
need a little
much.
more. Yes, they've got the stuns. So,
10-second BKB at 34 minutes. That is nice.
what a wild fight that turned out to be, but at the end, Slardar buys back, and then it's the DP and Lifestealer both sidelined without buyback. Is this game over?
Yeah, the question is, does Liquid go all in? They probably saw the Abyssal. They might know, and now they could potentially get the Tiny here, but they're out of detection by the looks of it.
They just need to buy time. 40 seconds on DP. There's no glyph. It's up in 30 seconds, so we'll be coming up. Tiny dies down bottom, trying to
it's
isolate
done.
them, and now Skylark's going to die in the mid.
Oh, wait,
Wisp
the puddle.
healing him up. The puddle actually keeps him alive, but now Wisp is dead, and there's no way Slardar holds this off. That's it, the GG, and we'll go to a Game 3 decider. Liquid make the dream work after an insane sequence of unfortunate events for Brame. After a successful Roche, they get over cocky, and I don't know if I've ever seen a team punished so hard after a successful Roche. I've seen teams punished harder in the Roche pit with failed attempts, but never like that, where they finish the Roche, they get a pick, and then just completely overextend.
That was pretty rough. Hard to watch on that one. But, you know, to Liquid's credit, they were waiting for this troll to finally become the hero. It seems like they were waiting like, all right, I need this, 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 and this. Then I'm going to BKB, and then what are they going to do to me, right? Like, that was always the question that Brame had to think of some sort of an answer for. Because before the BKB, they could kite him a lot easier. After the BKB, not so much. Like Abyssal and Slardar, he's just going to chew right through you. After that happens. So the window for Brame kind of slammed shut on them that despite they were leading through so much of this game, again, this like classic Liquid of being able to pulley around the map and push these waves did delay enough. And also, despite a lot of the kills that were going in favor of Brame through that game, there was consistently a pretty high net worth value on Team Liquid. You know, they never fell behind like crazy far. Also, how many camps did they stack this game? Like, seriously.
That is a good stat to pull up. Yeah, the Battle Fury on Troll was super smart. It gave Mickey a lot of breathing room.
Just let's say 24 camps total, 15 of them by Insania. You had 11 stacked on the side of Brame.
So, all right, save some of it for the analysts, Trent. Don't do their job
my
for
bad,
them.
my
We got to
bad.
take a break, then we got to send it back. Let's see what Tsunami, Gods, and the other guy had to say. Lyrical.
Welcome back to the Monster Energy Dota Summit 13, where we're just it's just another day at the office for Team Liquid. They're showmen at heart. They're entertainers. They want you to think they're at the very brink, and that's where you're like, wow, you know, is Brame actually gonna get a 2-0 victory against Team Liquid? And then they don't.
It was like I talked about like last game being quintessential Liquid. This was quintessential Greek Dota. They won the game. They had the Roche. Suddenly Io gets caught over to the side in the arena, and they're like, "We're going in. There's no stopping us." I could hear Spartan yelling in my ear from like 5,000 miles away, wherever the hell he is. I know that he let out this like feral growl, and they just ran at him, and then they proceed to lose the game. And it was so disappointing because they were like so disciplined before that too. But that's just, you know, take the good with the bad.
Yeah, you can't have measured aggression without the word aggression. You know, there's limits to these kinds of things.
Yeah, and when it comes to Liquid, it's a true journey. They kind of soak up those aggressive opponents. They love to kind of end up in these chaotic games. They've had so many of them, whether it's crazy comebacks or sometimes they're on the receiving ends of throwing games. This time around, you know, they just hung in there, and then you go late enough with that troll, you can carry the game. So fun game.
Fun game for sure. And but game 3, unsurprisingly.
Well, I mean, going
after
into the best of
game
3,
1.
yeah, after game 1.
2-0 for Brame would have been pretty wild.
Yeah.
I do want to check out that graph if we can get a chance to look at it, because I think that like we didn't even get to see the whole scope of it in the game, how quickly it dropped down the other way. It was just nutty. And like I think that the draft, I think Liquid need to change something going into it, because I think that should have been a 2-0 as far as like the way that it looked. And I wouldn't be super look at that.
That's a precipitous drop.
Like, oh, that's the moment.
I mean, for what it's worth, they were. I mean, their lead never really exceeded that much on Brame. I mean, at most they were like 3K, 4K net worth up.
Right.
The game still looked done though.
Yeah, definitely.
But because there was no Meteor Hammer.
No, that's what it
never
was.
done. That was the condition. You laid it out, Tsunami.
I said. That's why I'm still here right now.
Yeah.
Because Boxy showed benevolence upon all of us, upon all the Liquid fans who I'm sure hearts were racing there. They're like, oh man, we're hot off that ESL 1 Germany victory. Can't wait to tune into the next tournament.
It's like, yeah, it's the Liquid Dynasty time now.
Yeah.
And then, it's a week later, it's over. No, they're hoping, it's time for Liquid to get some back-to-back first place finishes. ESL was the first one for that squad under the Liquid brand, and they're looking for their second now.
Well, we can't get ahead of ourselves quite yet, because this is just game 2. They were just barely holding on. We've still got a game 3 coming up. We're going to jump to a quick break, and when we get back, we are going to finish off this series, Brame versus Liquid.
thing I value the most at the end of the day is always going to be winning.
I thought that if like I lose TI, my career was in jeopardy.
For me, at least, that fire has always come through when I needed it the most.
Because if I gave it my all and I didn't win, then that's all I can do.
If you don't feel that fire when you need it the most, you probably don't want to win.
Do you think Insanio wants to win? Do you think he's feeling that fire right now? I think he is. And I think he does. As we enter game number 3, Brame versus Liquid. Monster Energy Dota Summit 13. BTS.gg/Monster No Surrender.
That's right.
BTS.gg/Monster MVP.
There you go. That's the good one, right up there.
So yeah, I'm curious to see who might be getting some MVP votes this series. We don't know who's going to win it, firstly, but some good performances here and there, some shaky ones from other individuals too. So definitely hard to predict game 3. I feel, which is a surprising thing to say considering it's Team Liquid versus Brame, who finished number 3 in their group. It's not like Brame were looking fantastic in the group stage leading into this. So.
I'm feeling like they need to do some more switch ups here. It's not necessarily that like the drafts were bad, but there was like specific weaknesses that were really well exploited by Brame, and I think specifically last game it was like the squishiness of those cores. Like how many times did they get jumped on by Slardar, comboed together with like a relocate in, and there was just no answer for it. So either like picking heroes that can 5-man, a la like the Lone Druid, and then you put some like defensive hero back behind him, or you just get some like bigger, badder, tankier boys, or just get rid of IO. Like that's another thing too.
Well, you got a lot of first phase bans, and you gotta get rid of IO, you gotta get rid of CK, you gotta get rid of Bloodseeker.
Let the CK through. Who
Let the
cares about
CK through?
Who cares? It's CK.
Oh, I didn't check the VOD. I still don't know how to pronounce his name.
I was like, oh, he's going for it. How's he going to do?
The Cthulhu Man CK?
Perfect. That was it.
I'll check the VOD. We'll figure it out because, I mean, Brame might win. I might need to know this guy's name.
Yeah, he could be the Monster MVP.
That's right.
For the series.
Oh, God help us if he is. If he is, hopefully we get an interview
with
him.
Yeah, so he could be our interview.
Because I think the only other Bulgarian player I know is Mind Control. And other than that, no, Nico Baby, that's right. Never mind.
Call.
So we got a variety of Bulgarian representatives, and I'm excited to add a third one to the list. I'm sure there are more, but those are the only ones that I've committed to memory. And now I'll have to commit
and
this
by
new
that
name.
you mean just the first, and the producer helped you with the
I don't know what you're talking about. I had that flash of genius.
I think she should be here, not us.
There you go. Good call. Am I crazy? Am I remembering right that Mind Control is he Bulgarian?
I thought he is.
Yeah. I thought it was Belarus. No? Okay, I'm wrong. Who's Belarus?
There's quite a lot of Belarusian players.
Yeah.
The one who was recently imprisoned.
What?
Remember?
Yep.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Not Mind Control.
Not Mind Control. What is his name?
I can't remember the name, but there was like the old Power Rangers team that was mostly Belarusian.
Yeah.
FNG is.
That's what I was thinking of.
Yep.
FNG.
Yep.
I'm looking up who the
very
player was.
diverse game.
Last
Dota
Hero.
2.
Last Hero was the one who was caught in a political struggle.
Oh yeah, that was crazy.
But he's out now.
Wow.
But yeah, let's see if we can add some more representation to the list, and the Greeks as well. You know, I'm always happy to see the Greeks be doing well.
Most definitely.
It's always exciting times in Dota when the Greeks are good.
Exactly. They're a fun group of guys. Spartan's just very likable, and they bring that energy and pizzazz to the stage. Watching them at the Boston Major celebrating and getting the entire crowd supporting them was a special moment. I think every Dota fan who was around them will remember. Yeah,
I can't remember any roster that had like such an electric charisma around them that everyone gravitated to instantly. That sound means it's draft time.
We're here. Yep. They banned out the CK.
I'm telling you, Cthulhu Man is just too damn good.
That's fair. Take out the Enigma.
They're sticking with their 2 bans, Void Spirit, Enigma, every single game of the 3. No changes whatsoever.
I like that.
Deviation.
Yeah, that Tiny was terrifying. It does leave open the Bloodseeker, but you could take that, and you're probably still fine with it. Yeah, so they take the Bloodseeker.
Radiant team pick.
And Oracle in response. Interesting. What do you think? Think the Oracle?
I'm okay with it. I think they just really wanted to get Oracle this game after it was banned last game in the second phase. They probably realized, hey, if we want this hero, we got to first phase it. I think they're, you know, experimenting a bit with what Insania plays. You know, the Rubik has been one of his better heroes. We saw Coddle, which I was not sold on. I think it, especially when you're playing against like the Life Sealer and stuff, it's just like, well, you feel so useless. And they just really wanted to support. You know you're going to get value out of this Oracle.
Right. And afterwards, taking that Spectre, so presents some pretty dangerous problems for this Lina, depending on what position it's in.
How have you guys felt about the Dark Willow? Not a hero we get to see very much, and Liquid have ran it 2 games in a row.
There's been moments where it's good. I think particularly like pair it with one other and then just like solo kill, or not solo kill, but like kill pretty easily almost any other hero on the map. I feel like Bedlam's just so much damage. But you need that specific player, and they definitely play it really well.
I've been struggling. I've been trying to get Google Translate to do speech output, but it doesn't have speech output for Bulgarian. So I was hoping I could punch in the letters and it would spit out some pronunciation, but I'm lost. Although his like you said, his alternate tags, insolent is one of them, and Stomanen. So, you know, who knows. Anyway, drafting?
Yeah.
Heroes.
Heroes, yeah. They didn't go for the Mars Willow again.
Mhm.
Still in the pool if they want it, because they picked it 3rd, 4th in game 1, first 2 in game 2, and it seems like Bremen just saying, you know, if you guys want it, you can have it. Not many teams are rating Dark Willow very highly, and it hasn't looked, you know, particularly against some of the popular cores and just against BKBs in general. It doesn't feel like Willow's that impactful.
So there's already going to be a good amount of pressure onto this Spectre, and like Oracle, I don't think necessarily solves the problem of Bloodseeker being in your lane if they put together like one other stun with it, you know, something along the lines of those like point and click stuns, keep them in place, and Spectre might struggle. But we'll have to see. I think for bans at this point, like, are you guys anticipating that this is going to end up being a Lina 4 or Lina mid?
I think it's open right now. Depending on what heroes Liquid get. Generally, I haven't liked Lina as a mid against Spectre. Just heroes that get on top of you cause problems. They force you to go BKB, and even then you're often just popping BKB to run away. If Liquid don't pick any other heroes that are good against like a core Lina, maybe go for the mid Lina.
It just, like, for me, it worries me putting in position 4 too, though, because like I kind of want more direct targeted stuns to pair together with the Bloodseeker to make sure you get that harassment out. So I don't know if I particularly love it in the 4 position either.
Is that just because of the lane? You don't like the Lina Bloodseeker lane, I say?
Yeah, I think that Lina is fine in position 4 just in general for the role she would fulfill, but the lane I feel like could be stronger.
Often in the 4 position lane, you see it paired with like the Tiny or some kind of setup stun for the LSAs and things. But we'll see what they have in mind, as it is going to be Liquid picking first. So time to see if they go for their 3rd game of Mars Willow or something new.
Wouldn't mind seeing like a Tusk. I think that's a pretty cool hero. It's a little bit of save.
Radiant team pick.
Oh, Earthshaker, the other
Wow. Liquid are just legit picking heroes that no one else is doing right now. Earthshaker, not a... I haven't been checking Americas too much, but...
NIP play it.
Okay.
I saw Era playing it just yesterday in the series after I won, but other than perhaps Era, I haven't seen anyone playing Earthshaker.
Yeah, I think the popularity of like Clockwork may have made it fall off.
Well, I kind of feel like there's a Boxy Shaker, right? Like that's usually where they play it.
Yeah. Definitely some flex to it, as Invoker comes out fairly, you know, early-ish Invoker. Usually if it's going to be a mid, you're picking it 4th, 5th, but...
Ooh, do they take Void now?
On Oh, and
Brain.
Brame. I was like,
Yeah.
I thought you meant now, like right now with for
Oh,
Liquid. I
no,
was like,
no, yeah, no.
that seems hard to put in, but yeah. Void Invoker. Yes, Void's still in the pool.
Good against Spectre, reasonably, I guess. But with an Oracle behind you, it could be a little bit harder
Yeah,
for a Void.
That's a good point.
You're not likely to catch Oracle in the Chrono. She's always going to be sitting further back.
So this could be a mid Doom or a boxy Doom.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. It's very, very wide open. I think mid Doom is fine against Invoker.
Which is good. Liquid finally showing that they can have some flex potential as well. Because aside from the Brood Lone Druid mix-up at the very end of game number 1, seemed very obvious who Liquid's heroes were going to be played by and what positions they were going to be played by. Here, there's a little bit of versatility.
I like this Liquid draft way more than the previous two.
Yeah.
And I think Rhyme needs something to kind of pull all of their draft together.
You know, game 1 and 2 is just Liquid making their plea to Ice Frog. Please buff this Willow. Please buff these heroes that we like to play. The Brood. Everyone wants to see Brood get buffed, right?
Coddle.
Yeah.
Where's Coddle been?
Yeah, Ice Frog. Come on. Patch coming soon. Show some love to some of our favorite heroes.
A lot of people, I think we had mentioned this earlier, but it's going to be very interesting how the patch is determined, seeing as how there is no one cross-international event happening where you can find out who the good heroes are from all the regions, put them all into one event, and then find out who comes out on top. Everyone's kind of doing their own thing. Like, Spectre might not even get nerfed, despite her popularity, just because, you know, Southeast Asia and Europe may like it, but I don't really think NA is playing that much Spectre.
Well, the other thing you got to wonder about is, like, to what extent are we going to see new heroes and, like, new wide changes? Because that tends to be the way that Dota is being balanced now, is, like, you do the general game changes, and then afterwards you fit and balance the heroes within the context of this, all of these, like, gold changes or XP things or whatever.
Yeah, you got to imagine the next patch is going to be the big one with the new heroes.
Yeah.
They said new heroes by the end of the year, right?
You guys keep using the word plural. Heroes. I'm pretty sure they only said hero.
You know, heroes. It's on tape. Valve, Ice Frog, at least 2.
At least
Plural.
2 minimum.
At least 2.
But yes, the end of November they
Come
said.
on, Neil, get on the same page.
Heroes. All
yeah.
the heroes.
Yeah.
Can't wait. It's kind of crazy to think that we have not had a TI with neutral items. It was supposed to be this TI was the first neutral item TI.
Really?
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And outposts.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
You just blew my mind.
I know, right? That's how much time has passed.
That's crazy. That's really upsetting.
And we now consider it to be like a pretty integral part of Dota. Everyone had a lot of beef with it at first, which is typical for new mechanics. And now we've just accepted it. And it's like, yeah, neutral items. Of course. Time flies.
It does. When you're hitting neutrals, getting items.
Well, you know Liquid's all about that. Oracle probably not as good at stacking as the Coddle is, but you know that Insania's still going to find a way to make it useful. Also, Spectre not great at taking stacks.
5 seconds remaining.
Okay, never mind. Maybe they weren't going to stack that much.
I really don't like Prime's draft right now. I don't know. I think that this is going to end up being a bad one potentially, with the lane maybe not being able to do as much as they would want. I feel like it. I want to see what their last hero is, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, presumably going to be their carry. I feel like they need something to match up against the Spectre, like that TB type hero. You know, if this is Southeast Asia, I feel like they're busting out the Terrorblade.
Yeah.
That's been the popular go-to there.
We did have one Slurk versus the Spectre, but I think against Doom and Shaker, that may be a bit nerve-wracking.
And the Void you mentioned, Lyrical, would be a great pick with the Invoker. And you've got Lina, Bloodseeker with Bloodright. Got a lot of follow-up damage for a Chrono, so no Void.
Since they ban it out.
10 seconds
What else really
remaining.
sets up for stuff? The Sven banned out also.
5 seconds
I don't
remaining.
know. Oh right, we got this little thing over here.
Team Liquid's turn to pick.
Drow Ranger.
Drow's looked really good this tournament.
Drow's looked really good with people who can stand in front of her.
Drow into Spectre.
We've seen Drown to Spectre, and it's worked okay.
Yeah.
It hasn't been, as bad as it was in the past, perhaps.
Okay.
But yeah, well, definitely there is the possibility of getting run over. But
Mike Snapfire? No, they have a Spectre already.
Yeah, I think this is a mid-doom. Or I guess it could be...
yeah, Boxy playing Snaps.
Yeah.
So,
Mid
and hey,
Doom.
you've got a Shaker to chuck it. So, or
Alright.
Doom.
That's true.
Good heroes to throw in with the Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like this Snapfire in the 3 and 4 role. So, you're playing against Drow. You want to get on top of her. Snapfire, every hero suddenly can get on top of her.
Game number 3.
We've seen 5 positions to get thrown in.
We
early
have. We
today,
saw that.
so
We see them get kills when they get thrown in there. But I want to hear predictions. Brame, Liquid, which way you guys lean, and Gods, will take you first.
I'll go with Liquid.
Okay.
They come in, they're favorites. I think they have just gone for a much more well-rounded draft here with Game 3.
100% Liquid.
100%. All right. That's the kind of convincing, emphatic response that I wanted. And I want an emphatic cast as well. We're going to jump to a quick break, and when we come back, more Monster Energy Dota Summit 13 by Zyori and Trent.
Hello there, Beyond the Summit fans. Welcome back to the Monster Energy Dota Summit 13. We've got game number 3, the decider, single elimination. It's all coming down to this, Trent. I couldn't be more
They're
excited.
hitting Taiga already.
Uh-oh, let's get into
They
it.
already got him with some frost arrows, but no, he gets away. They high five instead. They're
Close
feeling
one.
merciful. Yeah.
But this is what we sign up for, Trent. Best of 3, go in the stretch, elimination in the tournament on the line. Who are you favoring right now, bud? The Trent Packs guarantee. Who's taking
the
this?
old guarantee. I don't know. Spectre versus Drow always feels really good. I mean, Drow into Spectre can be pretty questionable, but I also get why it happened. As Spartan will fall on Undying as the first blood. That's a
All right, so
problem.
yeah, Boxy Snapfire gets the bonus gold. So you were saying something about Liquid likely winning Game 3.
Yes. That's a good start. Take down the Undying. So yeah, my initial thoughts were like, wow, this Undying pick looks pretty damn good because they had no way to kill Tombstone. They only had Oracle at that point, and then a bunch of melee heroes. But then they at least get the Snapfire in the end, so that gives them the little shredder to perhaps give them a little bit of help on the Tombstone. And also, it's just more gap close there too, as the core Snapfire has been absolutely popping off. More so in other regions compared to like Europe and NA, but like China and Southeast Asia, it's a extremely regular occurrence. It's like almost my assumed role for it with the bracer into the Ags, the BKB, the MKB. I think we did get one right in the EU or the CIS matches. So
yeah, we've
super
seen
strong
a little
at the
more,
moment.
A little more mid than off lane, but same concept, right? Same build, going for that Aghanims, BKB, turn into a right clicker if it goes on long enough.
So the Drown to Spectre though, it's like there are parts that are good, like the armor piercing versus Spectre is obviously pretty nice. It makes the blade mail really good though. I kind of wonder if Mickey is just going to go for that this game. I feel like that's a nice way to deal with the potential from the Drow.
I like it a lot. We've seen that build fairly commonly where you certainly can't get away with like a Radiance Rush. You don't necessarily have to like get Manta right out of the gate. It ends up being a really good build-up item that gives you some presence. Way better than Drum. We'll see Boxy fall down bottom, chase around in the trees a little bit, but that's a little bit of vengeance there for Spartan.
Yeah, they do have double strength into Undying. So even though the Snapfire was picked after, because I thought it was going to look kind of bad for Earthshaker and Doom, even with the blocking, but then they do the mid-Doom. Again, another thing that's extremely popular, more so in Southeast Asia and China.
And
But,
reminder to get out there and vote, gang. BTS.GG/MonsterMVP. Vote for the MVP. This has been a hell of a series. So show your favorite player, the best performer, some love. Cast your vote today.
Who was our MVP last game?
I think it's for the whole series. I don't think. It's
Yeah, I
game
know,
by
but out of
game.
curiosity, who do you think was the MVP last game?
Oh,
I don't even know who I'd pick.
yeah, I don't know.
The game kind of got swung so quickly. You're like, oh, I guess we had to pick something from Liquid now.
It was like it's like a team effort sort of thing of like, I don't know, Liquid just kind of seized the day and then pushed
Whoever
together.
made the call to contest that Roche,
Yeah.
you can have MVP at the end. I'll
Yeah,
give it to
I like
Tyga.
that.
He was first in.
I don't know. I could say maybe the Insania Coddle played pretty well. An expected underperformer. He ended up getting a refresher. That was there for the final fight. I'm down to give it to Insania.
Well, he just got a Benz. Come on, man. Can you
All right.
chill on the? You guys can't vote for Insania. I have a rule.
Yeah, maybe
He
I'm
just got
front
a
running
Benz.
too hard.
Leave him alone.
Okay.
Does he need a sweet Monster Energy fridge and car as well? I assume that they just give you a giant monster can
All right,
on wheels.
fine. Give it to Mickey. All right, what do you want? Close your eyes and pick one. Throw some darts. They all played well.
Well, mid lane. This is the Quaswex Invoker these days, right? Where you basically can just kind of survive anything. But Doom, kind of similar mantra. You know, you get Devour, you have Scorched Earth, you get a lot of creeps, you get lane gold. He's
Lena?
a happy guy. Oh, look at
Lena's
that. The
dead.
Frost Armor, too, is, well, the not mid Lena takes a tumble.
Yep. Up top, just a little too far forward. Insania knows the Oracle well and punish the Fire Lady.
Surprising to get a kill before level 3, though, like that. You know, that's usually where it pops off for the Oracle.
Yeah, just an overextension. Doom loving this mid lane. Pretty passive, but as we've seen, knocks out that Devour.
I was going to
and-
say, he can just do the Q here on Insania, right? Every time he's going to be blood rated, he can just go for the channel, but it still doesn't save him.
Oop, another LSA. It's actually pretty nice. Some extra damage into Mickey. Skylark drops another Blood Right. It's going to be close, but it does connect. Now worth the dive. They'll need 2 more, it looks like. Tower shots, not going to be enough, and they'll salve up. Great combination here from Brame.
Open
Meanwhile,
AI. Bottom lane as well. They're also chasing Boxy under the tower with the decays and the frost arrows. And the
Every
multi
lane
shot,
popping off
last
here.
hit. Oh, not quite. One more.
Boxy goes down. Now up top, it's Insania. They've been TPing in one at a time. Just as the Spectre died, Insania came in. Just as Insania dies, now the Spectre's coming in. It's a bloody disaster. At least Mickey gets a counter kill with the dagger here onto the Lena. But rough chain of events for Liquid in this top lane specifically. A lot of counter pressure onto Skylark, but the Blood Right, that'll be enough.
Okay, so Quakefoot killed Wish at the same time, though?
Yes. He
All
had a
right,
rotation
I see.
in from Taiga, I believe. So
Oh,
they blocked
okay,
him
yeah. I
out.
was watching bottom.
Yeah, that was all 3 lanes. So in the end, Brame, 1K advantage now at 5 minutes. We'll see what happens with the bounty runes. Looks like they're likely to go even, I think, 2 apiece. Yeah.
Spartan pretty close here to these two.
Has the tombstone, but still
Oh,
dead.
man. Didn't have a decay, though. Yeah, that was a
Yeah.
really greedy tombstone. What, Boxy?
Yeah, that.
Oh, he didn't want to get denied. I see. Yeah.
A plus 150. Now focus. He just TP's home. That'll be your smart play. Definitely in trouble there.
So what do you do now, though? Drow just TP'd out. You have Catapult. Does Quakefoot just stay and commit here since the Invoker can't really push your tower? Oh, no, he's going to go back mid because there's, I guess, potential with the Catapult for them as well.
Yeah, the Invoker's just annoying enough, and now he hits him with an EMP Tornado, so no more mana for the Koikster. And he's just embraced it. He's picked up phase boots.
Without the Doom, though, they can't really tank the wave or clear it fast enough, though, so that's also going to end the push in the bottom lane.
No towers fall.
They do have a good ward, though, for going after Focus if they want to do another rotation back down with that Doom. As he gets a regen rune, that is timely.
Yeah, they'll smoke up on the backside of that and look for something onto Focus. Only level 5 on the Drow Ranger, so this should be a pretty easy kill.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, not the place to be, my friend.
Well, sometimes you eat the bear, and sometimes the bear eats you,
deny?
man.
Oh, I can't get the time now. You
Almost.
just did too.
Now Spartan, it's the feed train. Woo woo! One at a time, baby.
Was that a siren or a train horn?
That was a train.
Stopping low.
That was. Oh man. Oh,
The 2-foot
Spectre.
haunt.
They're gonna grab it now up top. Insania very low. Lena committing for it and will probably fall in exchange, but maybe not. Wish is here. Tornado buys him a little bit of time. Has an EMP. Cold snap coming, but the LSA is off the mark, and it ends up being a great fissure. That'll set up a double for Mickey. So here's the problem,
after
Trent.
the death. Yes.
When I
please.
played World of Warcraft, every character had a /train emote, okay? And every race did it slightly differently. And I played a gnome for a lot of years, and the gnomes have a little high-pitched voice, and their train sounds exactly like that. Beautiful gust, and now they're going to commit the Tombstone. Spartan, he's probably going to fall again. That's a little baby soul rip. It'll help him out, but now Wish is here. Maybe they can turn it. Boxy's fallen, and now Focus is laying into Koik for the Tombstone. It's gone untouched. Spartan pushing it to the limit, does back out, doesn't want to die unnecessarily, and they will get a 2-0. Brain with the reinforcements find another fight.
That gust was kind of nasty, though. Like, sometimes drafts skip it, right? This early?
Mm-hmm.
That was good.
Yeah, I like this build on Drow. I think when you're having a lane that's contested, it just proves worth it. Sometimes for the knockback, sometimes for the silence. Honestly, sometimes both. Meanwhile, mid. Looking for Taiga here.
I couldn't
LSA.
hit the tornado LSA, unfortunately.
Yeah. Not going to matter, though. Skylark's here. And Taiga falls.
And there's an Arcane Rune here, too, so they'll have Tornado back by the time anyone else wants to rotate if they want to keep this pressure up.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, that ward still remains down bottom, so they know Undying is looking here at low HP. Potential play with the level 6. Foxy feeling lucky when he goes to the D ward. He's got 300 HP, I don't know. And there's, I guess the Drow's too close to the Gust. But it's damn tempting.
A tall order.
Oh, he's going for it. Whoa.
Uh-oh, that might not be the time. Taiga's coming in. He's only level 5, so no dunk. The Drow Ranger low, but the Cookie not going to connect. Boxy dies, and now I think Taiga is going to fall also. The LSA does connect this time, and it's a 2-0. Liquid not making the moves down bottom.
Sometimes you see that little bronze icon on top of the hero, and you just got to think like, have they been grinding Snapfire?
Are you judging the Dota Plus?
Insania's got a little bit of the platinum going on. It's like, yeah, that's right. That's an Oracle player.
That Cookie attempt there was ambitious as hell. That wasn't even really close to connecting with the stun. So, big commitment. One silver lining, though, Trent. This is some space created for Spectre. He is still contested in lane, so it's not absolute free farm, but still doing pretty well. Skylark also getting a lot of farm. He's going for Guardians first, getting pretty darn close to that mech.
And he has Blade Mail and the Iron Talon on Mickey now.
Okay.
So that's going to be really fast farm speed in the jungle. Blade Mail underrated for the farm speed because of the passive return now in combination with Dispersion too. It's pretty cool.
It's definitely more of a hybrid item than it used to be. Used to be an all-in fighting item, and now it's got some of those Maelstrom vibes. Certainly works both ways. Mid lane now. Doom set up on. Here's the Tombstone. The Koikster, is he going down? He does get cleansed by Insania, and now Taiga comes in to block him out, and I think the Koikster is going to live. Haunt from Spectre, though. Some counter plays, perhaps. Rupture as well. Skylark in the back line. Wish low, but he'll survive in the river. It's a cluster of a fight, but Boxy goes down to a Laguna.
An amped Laguna at that.
Truth. Tombstone falls, but so does the tower. Tornado going to be off the mark here. A lot of poke in this fight.
He has Sword to save.
Lena now committing pretty far. Even the Drow Rangers made the rotation. Focus in the back. Doom barely lives.
Skylark flying, though. And he's going to use that speed to get that top lane and continue that push. Because his catapult is still safe right now. Feeling pretty good about Brame right now.
Yeah. They're picking up some momentum. We also have to remember there's this dynamic where the gold is always going to be a little bit inflated on the team with Doom, right? He has this alchemist effect. So him being 300 net worth ahead of Skylark isn't really that great. You want that lead to be a good bit more.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
So,
and with the drums first, your usefulness does get a little bit delayed. I've seen quite a few different builds on Doom lately. I've seen the 13-minute BKBs. Just like rushing it straight up. Still see the drums blink into BKB. Still see the blink rush as well.
I think that's one of the things about Doom. He's like a blank canvas. He's sort of like nature's prophet. You've got a lot of options.
Wish with the Ghost Walk wants the assassination on a Boxy here.
Yeah, but Doom comes out the other way. Invoker should be fine. He'll survive this, no problem. Gets soul ripped. A very defensive Doom.
Boxy had nothing left, though, so no chance on a turn. So, yeah, not necessarily that great. And then turn it into a deny and could smoke out of here. They have one on Stoma. Yeah, they're going to pop it and head towards the mid lane where the Drow is going to find an Arcane Rune. Taiga going to try and draw them into a fight. So basically he's baiting on Drow and is like, guys, can you please hurry? Oh, soloed. Wow, excellent time. Did he have vision? Because that was perfectly timed.
Nope, that was just Drow
just
saw him at
knew.
the rune and just hit him with the frost arrows and the broken multi-shot. That's a level 4 multi-shot for you. Crazy good spell. Now Insania, he's going to be caught near his outpost, blown up. Only level 5, so not even a false promise to save himself if he were so inclined. Trent, this is falling apart quick. Liquid in big trouble here in this Game 3 decider.
I mean, he almost has those Greaves that you were talking about. That's, I don't know, that's a lot of 5-man.
Yeah.
That's pretty scary stuff.
But Skylark has had such an interesting series. Looked great in Game 1, had a rough Game 2, and now he's looking to have a great Game 3. Set up from the Undying. Mortimer kisses flying through. But there's the mech from up top, and Spartan's going to survive.
Blade mailing here.
Yeah, this is not the hero you want to start on. Spartan quite tanky, and he's going to continue pressing forward. Koikva coming in. They know there isn't a Doom, but they've overcommitted. Wish falls, as does Taiga.
They got so greedy on that Shaker kill. Like, they had pushed it off. They just had to just back it, you know?
Yep.
I mean, there was even a Haunt there. That was very dangerous. They're lucky they didn't lose more, I think, on Brame.
Agreed.
Hey, at least they slowed down the Blink Dagger, the Shaker, at the very least. Did catch him with the Urn kill.
Yeah, losing the Invoker's a bit costly, but the whole thing works out okay for the Drow. Focus got that kill, and he's had space in the jungle. Dragon Lance, Yasha coming. Manta style after that. All standard stuff for the Drow Ranger.
Oh, speaking of standard, Boxy heading straight for the Aghanims. How good is it this game? The main factor that I like about it is when the enemy team is pressured to like move into your towers and take them on the earlier end, which they kind of are because it's Drow versus Spectre, then it makes the Aghanims extremely strong. If you have like any decent hero to shoot out, and they have two very good ones in the Doom and the Earthshaker. Doom, probably the best one, I think. I'd rather send in the Doom, let him do the stomp, create the chaos, and then you get an even better Echo Slam after, right?
That's
Shaker
a good
doesn't
point.
want to be the first one in.
Well, and
Doom
Shaker's
is like down.
Buying a blink also, so there's some diminishing returns there on throwing him in, whereas Doom also has a blink. All right.
Yeah.
So, never mind. Scratch that.
No, send in the Doom, for sure. Because he's tanky enough to make it work, right?
Yeah, and he has the Scorched Earth, so he has a reset potentially. He could just run out if he has to.
Yep.
More so than Shaker can. So I'm with you on that. Get him to collapse, and then have the follow-up Echo for the big plays.
Oh, nice play up top by Boxy. He actually just cookies his way in on top of Skylark and steals the banner and TP's out.
Liquid, per usual, working the stacks. Mickey killing a big set right now. This looks like at least a triple. And just a couple minutes ago, we saw him in the Dire Jungle killing a couple of big stacks set up by Insania mostly. Classic Liquid, continuing to find that efficiency. A little ward battle here on the plateau in the Dire Jungle. And
They're going to lose that,
Brame
though.
that reigns supreme for now, but yeah.
They can choose to play around it if they want, but the second they decide to leave top, that ward is out of there.
It looks like that's the play, though. They are going to linger around mid and see if they can bait a fight into the territory they're looking for. Undying, this is good bait, but can they kill him? If he dies here, it's not what they want. Barely survives. Spartan gets the soul rip. Now this looks okay. Mortimer kisses, though, coming in. Can Spartan live through it? Oh, it's going to be close. He will fall. Can they punish this at all, or are Liquid going to get more? Taiga, silence, but cookied up. Oh, this is fantastic. Now the Tombstone's dead. Now there's no way, but he does get Sunstruck. Not enough damage. Multi-strike will do the job. A 1-for-1. Taiga, the worthy sacrifice, doing the heavy lifting.
Was that worth it, though? They just left. They're just like, well, how can they kill him? Sunstrike, blood, right?
50-50.
Arrows.
Yeah, I don't know. It's tempting. I definitely see why you want to get that tombstone out because you can't fight around it when it's on that high ground. But now Brame say, you know, guys, we kill Roche pretty darn quick. They have Echo, but no Haunt, no tombstone. Maybe we can just go for this, and I think it's going to be a good call. Roche dying fast, and Liquid not making the moves to get there in time.
Yeah, they want this fight with the Aghanims on the Snapfire, so taking this now is very good.
Oh, fantastic move from Brame. Still staying one step ahead in this game. Blink Dagger out on Taiga, though, so get ready for these Echo Slams, Trent. He's just starting to power up.
I still have a pretty big belief in Liquid, I think, this game. I think double Blink on these two heroes with Haunt is just extremely strong. And then if they get one fight and that puts them into Boxy's Aghanims, then I don't know. I think it's really hard to come back.
XP Graph definitely telling a story there. Things trending in favor of Liquid despite the gold lead for Brame. I see you, Eason. I got you.
Double Philosopher Stones.
Oh, nice.
Is under attack.
What do you think about Lina going Aetherlens instead of Yules first? Like, as a support, it's slow going. You kind of have to prioritize one or the other.
Dire's top tower is
yeah, I'm not sure exactly why. Seems like you can kind of just do either, and it's fine.
Invoker is going for Yules now after his drum urn.
I guess the Yules is like kind of bad versus a lot of their heroes too, with like the Oracle, the Doom potentially having War Stomp, Fisher. Doesn't really do much when you're getting haunted on.
I always think of it, though, for Lina, like, yeah, you sometimes have to use it defensively, but it's more of an offensive tool to set up and get free stuns.
Yeah,
bottom now. Spartan. I guess they're playing this way, though. Spartan's their initiator, not some stupid Yules. Taiga going for the TP, and it won't work. Way too much damage.
She's mid lane. Speaking of Lina, she is in there really deep.
Katoma. Not any backup on the way, or at least not going to get here in time. Freebie for Mickey. And now that he's got Manta, Mickey can also feel a lot more comfortable really joining these fights. It's like the Blade Mail's a starter, but you still need something to be able to handle the silence. Now he can look to like pressure this Drow in team fights if needed.
Yeah, now the question is, what can Brame do with this Aegis, right? Can they take a tier 2 and grab an outpost? They're not going to get it by 20, so that's not going to end up mattering. Partially because they lost that Lina. Might have actually been a path for them. Instead, they draw the line down bottom by the looks of it, but the scan confirms Liquid's suspicions that they're moving in here as focus pops out.
Tier 1. Gonna take some arrows from the Drow. Now able to outrange this thing. Compliments of the Dragon Lance.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Quite the siege engine she is.
400 gold until the Aghanims. They do not want to fight in the tower until that's ready. It's going to make it so much better for them. I tell you, the timings of Brame have been extremely good this game. Like, they're just getting things before Liquid really want to fight.
Yeah. And this is good, solid pressure here. Koikba, BKB still 500 off. Focus. He's got support, so happy to bait right now. Remember, he's got Aegis. About a minute 40 left on this Aegis.
Oh, guys, come on. You have Haunt. You have the Ags. TP home. Courier. Let's go.
They're going to sack it. Liquid
I mean,
don't
Bond
want to
Tower
take a
is
fight here.
worthless. I don't blame them. But it is the first tier 2, so it's not actually that worthless.
Well, there is this... Yes. Worthless is extreme, but there's this dynamic of you have big ults. If you have Doom, Haunt, Kisses, and Echo Slam, you don't have to completely commit, but you can threaten a little. You know, you can rotate one or two, and maybe they don't commit for that tower, and you just save
They were
it.
also getting a lot of farm, though, like on other parts of the map at the same time, so, you know.
I guess you are right on the cusp of these key items. The BKB. Spectre is looking towards Scotty. Still a little ways to go there. But that's Ags now on Snapfire. So let's see if it's worth it here, Liquid.
Oh, they can just sweep their way right into that top jungle and take the outpost if they'd like. Start prepping for that next Roche. But yeah, they're... Remember, that Aegis is still up for another 40 seconds. So
Yeah.
I don't think you want to overcommit quite yet. If they're not going to take that tier 2 with like a minute and a half left on the Aegis, then you can't go now.
Brame Seems like they're in a little bit of this. Hey, it's a scouting gobble.
Yeah.
Yuck's a creep in. Just to
Oh,
see
they're
if
after the
lingering.
big fish up top, though. And he
Okay, now
was
Mickey could
this
haunt
big. Where to, though?
Nope, the
Bloodseeker's
Drow
running
Ranger
in, too.
TP'd. Okay, mid. Can Bloodseeker find this kill? Ruptures out. There's the silence, and no.
Yeah.
Skylark almost gets turned on thanks to the blade mail.
Good call not trying to run out the Bloodseeker, though, because that guy has Greaves and Essence Ring. There's no way you're getting a cheeky
Correct.
kill like that.
All right, Taiga jumps in, so BKBs get popped. Nice dunk, wish down, Spartan follows. Liquid end up with a good turn.
They still have Gobble up for chase down, too, so gotta make sure that no one else shows here. Now, don't come and try and throw Dragon Slave at this wave, or you're just gonna die. It's not worth it.
Solid 1,200 swing as the tier 1 falls. A little extra for Liquid as now they take the net worth lead, and the experience boosts up to nearly 3,000 in their favor.
I think this is going to look a lot like last game, where all of a sudden Liquid are just like winning fights, and it just kind of seems over.
I think that's the dynamic of this Lina, Drow kind of lineup, where even Bloodseeker, it's a little hard to execute with. A lot of things need to go right, and in some of these fights, Liquid just have to press R on some of their key heroes. And there's just a clear ease of execution advantage. Being able to fight around the cover of the Haunt Chaos is huge for these heroes like Earthshaker and Doom.
They also just didn't fall into the trap that, like, I mean, we pointed a couple times, like, oh, maybe they can defend here, defend there, whatever, but they didn't waste time, like, half-ass defending stuff and dropping one hero or not. They just didn't send anyone, let the tower fall. Everyone's getting farmed safely on the other side of the map because they knew that these big items would come out, and then life's just going to be a lot better for them. And now it's up to Brame to find some initiation here. But look at their initiators on Brame. How do you actually burst someone down to death? Like, how do you kill the Spectre?
Yeah. And Mickey
It has to be a full Invoker combo or something. And then she's just going to buy back Haunt on you if that's up.
Yeah, absolutely. Even at moments where it looks like Liquid's not really reacting like that tier 2 bottom, it's all very calculated trades. They see what they're giving up, but what they're also gaining when the other team's 5-manning like that. So
here we go. Gobble up. They're ready to send him in.
All right, Drow.
That Drow's looking some juicy.
She's got Hurricane Pike. She's got Manta. 2 key items, but no BKB yet. Certainly killable. No Echo Slam, though. No Haunt. No Doom. All of them coming up in about 30 seconds.
And they don't see
Liquid.
anything over here. They have no vision.
Yeah, they still need to be a little bit patient, though. They don't want to gobble up without these ults. They're going to go in to try to hold this tower. The Drow Ranger, the first target. But now the turn.
Trying to hold his BKB here.
Koikba, and he's going to be successful. Trust in Insania.
Yeah,
and
that was good.
Yep, an easy save. Koikba Liz
Oh,
now has to
not so
pop
good.
it, though, as the tower falls. This
Not so
fight
good.
could turn. The ultis are coming up, though. They've got Doom. They've got Haunt. Echo up in 2. Trent, this could still turn. There's the Haunt. Let's see what Taiga can do. Is there an opportunity for a big Echo? Mortimer Kisses flying across. Spectre trying to get in the back line, but it looks like Brame will split.
Oh, good disengage. They have Blink Stomp, though. Oh, and they're sending in the...
oh, Shaker's coming.
dispel
There
on the
it
Doom.
is. This is the setup, still holding the Echo, but it's an amazing fissure. Koikba gets turned on, but maybe they can still get Wish. A 1-for-1 there, but Boxy falls in the back line. Now Focus, found by Spectre, looking for the TP. This will be close, but he makes it. Well played. Skylark now has a lot of damage, but Insania nearby. There's the Echo. Patience from Taiga pays off. They find Spartan. Skylark could still live. They've got the help up top from the Lina, and now they're actually going to turn onto Mickey. Skylark finds this one.
No.
And it ends up okay for Brame. After this long, drawn-out engagement, Liquid lose 2 big cores.
Just able to get the Blink TP out from Taiga here. No catch, but, man, Brame, that was such a hard fight. The way that they backed off during, like, that chaos from that mid-tower after taking it was very impressive. I thought they were going to lose way more there. That just seemed like a pincer maneuver coming into the fold where they're being collapsed upon from the sides, but maybe that initial play from Koikvo wasn't the right idea to try and just like wait for the BKB for the second go. Maybe he should have just like straight up committed for the initial kill onto the Drow. Either way, he has his BKB back up. Haunt won't be up for 70, even saying now, so 50 when the Spectre comes back. And that Roche is coming in 10 seconds.
All right, this will be a big battle.
Didn't get the gobble up they wanted either, obviously, right? Like to start out on the Drow, but then not fully commit with the BKB.
Yeah. It was a weird way for that fight to go. They wanted to defend the tower, but then they didn't. Lina in the bottom lane will get caught. A little freebie for Liquid. But This could be
Yeah,
tactical.
but look, it's a distraction. Yeah.
Exactly. No TP on the Shaker, and Insania doesn't have one, so at least 2 heroes stuck on this side of the map, and look at that.
even
Roshan
tuned
is
for it.
dead already. Well done by this Lina. Calculated trade.
Just maximum speed, right? Make sure the Roche is having his attacks tanked by the tombstones, and didn't even take the outpost to tip them off.
Yeah, I like that. Sneaky. Things feeling pretty good for Brame right now, especially since that Drow is closing in on the BKB. The way she set up the quick buy, for a moment I thought we might see the butterfly first, but instead she grabs the BKB and gets the telescope. This is a fantastic item.
I still kind of feel like she needs the Aegis, though.
She's got the Nether Shaw right now.
Yeah, trying to survive through like echoes and Snapfire.
I guess it makes sense. 25% magic resistance is damn significant.
Well, like so much of the damage is going to be pure from the Spectre anyway, right?
Haunt. Yeah, but there's still other magic damage. Who's actually going to be engaged on here? It's the Lina that they find. That's who Liquid have jumped on. Focus on the other side. Spectre doing big damage, but they might not be able to finish her off. The Lina does survive thanks to the Undying, and now they turn onto Koikpa. It's really 2 engagements. They get the Aegis up top, but now Focus is back, and Spectre needs to run. Starting to reassemble here as Liquid group up as 5. The Doom gets isolated by Yule's Tornado combo. Back up into the air he goes. And Insania, now he's going to be the target a little too far forward. Does get off the ultimate. The False Promise saves Koikpa, but now that leaves Insania vulnerable, and he'll be the one that goes down. So after all that, it's just Aegis for Oracle.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Take it.
That was it.
The only downside is that it's 60 seconds still on the False Promise, so even when he's back up, that's not going to be there for them. But yeah, keeping the Echo, losing the Haunt, I guess, is another big deal.
But they have Doom, so...
Yeah, they can save that now just straight up on the Drow. And yeah, no, what I meant by... Oh, actually, she's got the Titan Sliver now, but there it is.
There it is. Doom comes out, the Echo trying to stop the retreat. Mortimer kisses, the Glimmer Cape comes, but I think Focus is in big trouble. Spectre laying in the right clicks, and she is down. They do trade Taiga, maybe still a little bit of hope for Brame. Invoker and Lina on the high ground as Skylark presses forward. There is still a tombstone, never mind. There it goes, as now Skylark looks to be in trouble. Liquid starting to overwhelm this fight. They'll get at least the Bloodseeker. Can they find more? He's now on the run. Lina looking for a spot in the trees. Nice TP attempt, but Quake was there with the War Stomp, and she gets brought down also. Big time punishment as Brame overcommit, and no buybacks used by Liquid. Very big swing. That's like a 3K swing now. Look at the XP as well.
Oh, no. Different game, same story for Brame. Not hitting the timings that they needed with their lineup. I definitely think it was hard to do in this match, but they kind of were on pace at parts of it. It's just Liquid that economy management is very frustrating to deal with because it feels like you should be gaining more on them when it seems like you're winning fights, and they're the ones that are on the other side of the map all the time, and you're like pushing through these towers and stuff. But then one fight like that, and suddenly Liquid just plow through, and they'll take a couple towers, just like last game, and then the game just feels like out of your hands. At the very least, they didn't have a tier 2 yet, so they still got their outpost XP.
That is a silver lining. I mean, this game definitely far from over. But the later it goes on, the more items we see stacked up on Liquid, I think it starts to get progressively easier for them. I mean,
it just comes down to, do they Doom Drow?
Well, and before that, I think they have to fight around the Drow better. Like the fight where they lost the Aegis, that was mostly Spectre soloing Drow while a 4v4 happened in the jungle.
Yeah.
And that is the worst case scenario for Brame. They need to fight as 5, be around the Spectre, and be able to utilize all that healing they've got.
Yeah, I guess it's actually still 10 seconds on him. I didn't realize he got doomed like instantly the next fight before even the BKB popped, huh?
Yeah, exactly. It was a really weird... I think that was the throw, and then the real throw was sticking around after that, knowing that the Doom was still available. Although I shouldn't say throw. Like I said, it's 22-22, although
yeah,
Dota
big
Plus
punish.
Is 32% to 68%.
Well,
obviously favoring Liquid. Yeah.
So, Tsunami was saying that we haven't seen a lot of Earthshaker lately, and I think It's for good reason. I think for the most part, the hero's like a little bit weaker than he was, but Liquid have really utilized a lot of his advantages throughout this draft, right? They have the vision advantage because of the Spectre, so they're always looking to capitalize on that with the Earthshaker as well as the Snapfire. Plus, you have the primary initiator. When you have an Earthshaker, that's very important. He doesn't want to be the first one in, so having that Doom to do that is big for you as initiating. They might actually send Intaga first as he gets the root on top of him, but doesn't find anyone.
Yeah, looking for the opportunity. A good try. No punishment, though.
But, like, when you can get away with this Shaker and, like, when you have all these tools to still amplify the hero's abilities, he's always going to be good in the pro scene just because of Echo Slam, right?
And how well the hero scales. The longer the game goes on, the more items he gets, it feels like the bigger a threat he becomes. If you go super late, he can get Aghanims and be super mobile. He can get like crit Shadow Blade and actually start like one-shotting your squishy supports and stuff. And now
Doom Illusion here, driving fear into them as they go for the real heroes in the back.
Easy kill. Now the haunt comes. Who do they grab? It looks like the Drow Ranger's going to be the target.
Oh,
they find the
he's in
Lina
trouble,
in the meantime.
buddy.
Doom comes out and does drop it on the Drow, though she is BKB'd. Now she's stuck in the tree line. No escape. That's 3 down. A beautiful initiation from Liquid. And they'll obviously get a tier 2 tower to follow this up once the creeps push in.
That was so good. That Doom Illusion just running to the bottom right, and they're just like panicking and TPing out and glimmer caping, and then initiation right onto Wish and blown up.
Yeah, that was badass.
Just
It's such a clean kill, too.
Sweep. Yeah,
I mean
that pawn, right?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
So, and it's weird, like, Doom into BKB, it can go both ways. Sometimes you have these moments where you're relieved that you popped the BKB first because it still gives you some options to try to reposition and maybe get saved by a teammate. Then you have situations like that where it's sort of, well, I still can't do anything despite having used my 10-second BKB. I'm dead in the trees.
I mean, she took almost 850 damage just from Desolate. Just like pure, like, ripping through you damage, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Isolated like that. And then, of
That's
course,
the
once the
Manta.
Spectre and the Doom are on top of you, you take no damage.
Yeah.
Or, sorry, rather, you deal no damage.
And I guess most folks know by now, but Desolate works on illusions. So that's why Manta style is such a busted item on Spectre, why you'll see most pros prioritize Manta over Diffusal in any given game. Because you can do crazy pure damage like that. It's actually busted if you isolate someone. Skylark mid now, does have Guardian Greaves, so might be okay here. Pops that Essence Ring, but gets blocked out. Nice silence from the Drow, but a route to follow, and Skylark will fall. Meanwhile, Boxy, he finds a solo kill on Wish. And Mortimer Kiss is going to push back the Lina a bit here.
Yeah, looks like you got him with the creep gobble up.
Oh, okay. Boxy.
Oh, there's the ward there, Boxy. Oh, nice save by Tiger.
Okay.
Cost him the echo, but he did not want the turn kill.
Like stealing candy from a baby.
Like stealing candy from a baby.
Yeah, what is up with that voice line?
From a baby, and no longer living baby.
I don't know. I really don't.
All right, what year? Dead baby jokes are back?
Letter
like
to the editor.
2005 or something?
Valve, I don't like this. Get some free Reddit karma there, bud. That's got Trent packs written all over it.
That's funny. It's vintage. That's all it is. It's just like Dire Tide.
Oh, my. Of course, the Scotty's been out for a while on Mickey, but now he gets the Butterfly. He is looking pretty slotted here. Abyssal up next. Bad news for old Drow Ranger. Focus. Honestly, I think he's played pretty well this game, but this is what it comes to when you're against a Spectre. The Spec will start to overwhelm you. It's like a disease. The Spectre just takes over. I like that we're seeing more Aghanims on Spectre. What is it? The Shadow Step? Is that what it's called?
Oh, yeah. That one's good.
It's low-key.
It's still pretty late game, but
very
it is
solid.
It is good.
I would put that one as like a pretty amazing synth when maybe 2 or 3 key Ags have already been bought on your team. It's a pretty nice buff to be able to solo kill supports. You turn into a more broken Spirit Breaker when people show on the map.
I think the only problem, though, is that, like, you can't really use it that much in the late game because it's too risky to just throw away the entire game. Like, unless you're up by, like, 20k or something, I think that's why you don't see it that often.
It's very situational.
Yeah. more like a mid-team fight thing.
Just like, you know what else is situational? That Spectre talent at level 25 plus 32 Haunt illusion damage. You ever see that one?
Plus 32% on illusion damage? That seems like a lot of damage.
Sometimes the illusions become quite good at killing weak supports. He'll probably go Dispersion because I think it's better overall, but Bloodseeker, Skylark, he's in a world of hurt. He's broken, he's battered, he's dead. That's an Ags on the Doom. So now you've got this Infernal Blade that has a break.
I was going to say, who got the synth? It was actually Insania. I haven't seen this in ages.
So the super low cooldown on, what is it, Purifying Flames, right?
No, it's different now.
Oh, it's Fortune's End. Increases
Yeah.
cast range and stuns for a percentage of the duration.
I know. They mixed up Oracle.
That's my bad. Sorry about that. I missed that byline. So is this one better now? That seems pretty cool. A long-range stun. I mean, look at the cast range on this spell.
Yeah. I don't know. I kind of wish it would like be faster though.
Also, Lina pushing down bottom. There's some split push happening as they commit into the base. The Doom does come out. Drow in big trouble. She's dead. Does have buyback. Will probably need to pop it here, but things looking very bad for Brame. There are some siege creeps hitting that tier 3 tower in the bottom lane, but here up top, it's Liquid pressuring the tier 3 and looking to threaten barracks. Drow holding the buyback for now. Very patient. Undying, he'll throw his body at actually nothing. No buyback available on him either. Meatball. I mean, this is taking them a while to push, and they are going to lose that tier 3 tower after all. This is a really slow siege. Is this worth not buying back for the Drow? Maybe. But the barracks will fall.
Yeah.
It's a 30K
They
net
probably
worth
need everything for the fight.
deficit now. Well, if Undying didn't feed, they would have had everything with plenty of time to save the barracks. So
Yeah, but there's still an Aegis on the Spectre too.
Yeah.
And a cheese on the Snapfire. I don't
Alright.
know. I feel like maybe you can
let it
just
go.
hope you can push waves and delay long enough while you're getting tower damage in the bottom lane.
76 damage on that tower. Lena didn't do the math.
I think it was the Forward Spirit that was finishing it because she was gone from there for a while.
Yeah, well, she was mostly just shoving creeps. It was a really big wave, and there were at least 2 siege creeps there, so I thought they might.
It did pay off. She's going to have the Agnum soon.
Still a 30K deficit. I mean, this now is a big... We're at 1% win chance on the Dota Plus probability. So, I mean, this is now true dire straits. We need the Hail Mary of Hail Marys for Brame.
Dire straight to the victory.
Yeah, this Drow has been rendered ineffective for the last 3 fights now. Doom just completely... She didn't do anything. She's just dead.
No. Yeah. Drow into Inspector was a one shot, right? And they didn't hit it.
Yep. And now they'll get a freebie down bottom.
Oh, I wanted to see Boxy get here with the Daedalus. There's so much damage. He's got
Boxy
the
with a
rapier
Daedalus.
queued up.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, Boxy. All right.
Elimination, single elim, game 3.
Yeah, buy
No
a
big.
rapier. I agree. I hope he's pinging that to his team. Oh, there's the minus 20-second false promise cooldown as well.
You know, Trent, we were joking about the big shredder. If you get the Aghanims, it should be the DR. If you buy a DR on Snapfire, the text changes from Lil Shredder to Big Shredder. Because it is a big shredder.
It's true. It should really just be whenever it gets your talent.
Well,
Or
that's
use your attack damage. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. Then you get the big shredder. I like that. I'm into that. They'll just change it to Big Shredder, and we'll all know what it means.
All right, if Drow gets 100% procs on Spectre, they can do it.
Well, Mickey has 2 lives, so remember, they're going to have to do it twice. The upside of the Aegis being there is that his blade mail's in the backpack, so no return damage right now. Quakefoot jumps in, BKBs get popped. Drow trying to make it back. At least she's standing in the well this time, so she could possibly survive this Doom, and it actually looks good. They do lose Wish.
Can
now
he get a
buys
proc?
back.
It was like no bonus after. All right, it was enough.
That's okay.
It's all right. We're good.
He pops. He pops. The well is the counter to the Doom here, Trent. But oh, Taiga, he's the stopper. You shall. Okay, well, they will pass. They're just going to walk right back into the well. Almost the showstopper, and now Did Liquid write a check that their ass can't cash? It doesn't look like it. I think Brame might have walked a little too far away from their fountain.
Boxy.
And Boxy, the big shredder's here. He gets a triple, but does throw his life away. Now the bottom barracks, they will fall. So Liquid, they play with them. You know, they trade a Boxy for the bottom barracks. And ultimately, they get what they came for. Just an Aegis down.
Koikpo wants more.
Man, that was almost a Gandalf moment. If he had the fissure there, that really could have been it. That would have been one of the greatest role plays we've seen in a while. Damn it, Taiga.
He ruins everything for you, doesn't he?
Oh, Koikpa. This is where Oracle gets insane, though. The false promise cooldown, it's a 25 seconds. So that'll be the end of Invoker. That's his dieback now. Only 2 heroes remain, and we are on the verge, on the cusp, Trent, of a dire victory. Liquid, their dreams will survive in this single elim playoff, and Brame, despite a well-fought series, looking to fall here in the final hour. A 40K net worth favor now. Boxy will buy back. He's tired of watching his friends do all the heavy lifting. His business associates, if you will.
Not quite.
Well, this looks
Chilling
like
in
the
the
end.
well.
Oh!
All right. Dispersion fountain.
Well, they demoralized Koikpa. And now in the fountain, Drow will be put to rest.
Yeah, that's how you do it,
McKay.
McKay.
Yep, he's showing him who's boss. He says, you might demoralize Koikpa, but you'll never demoralize me. I will buy back and haunt on you all day, sons. That's what you get for taking us to Game 3. GG, well played. Liquid, secure the win.
Good luck further, says Spartan in our single elimination.
Yeah,
so
GG.
He's wishing the best to Liquid. That's tough, man. To win. I mean, obviously you proved yourselves because you got that game won. But then in the other 2 games, you had real opportunities. They just could not quite close it out with their lineup. Not able to get that speed that was required. And it was bold to go for the Drow into Spectre, but it was not beautiful.
It's like you said, this strategy, they had a clear shot. It was close, but Brame did fall short. And then that overcommitment top really was the beginning of the unraveling. And Liquid kind of had it.
Sounds like
from there
game
on
2.
out. Yeah.
Basically the same story. Very good patience from Liquid. They identified what Brame had to do to win, and they just ensured that that wasn't going to happen and that they were going to be prepared at the appropriate time for their own team to actually strike back with that Doom and Spectre combo. And yeah, excellent game from Koikfa. Perfectly just finding and getting on top of that Drow every time with the Doom.
I think Taiga also, some key moments from that Earthshaker, a couple of really patient echoes. I like waiting for that great moment to actually drop it. Even just that save down bottom, well fought. Now, update on the bracket, Yellow Submarine 2-0'd Khan. So that'll be the next challenger here for Team Liquid, and I'm pretty sure that one will be coming up next here on Beyond the Summit. So Trent, that is it for us. We're going to move into a break and then send it back to the panel. So enjoy the rest of the Monster Energy Dota Summit. We'll see you guys next time.
The thing I value the most at the end of the day is always going to be winning.
I thought that if I lose TI, my career was in jeopardy.
For me, at least, that fire's always come through when I needed it the most.
Because if I gave it my all and I didn't win, then that's all I can do.
If you don't feel that fire when you need it the most, you probably don't want to win.
Welcome back. Monster Energy Dota Summit 13, where we have begun the playoffs. We've already confirmed a couple of the teams. Now we're moving to the other half of the bracket where Liquid have now eliminated Brame in a competitive 2-1. It was a close
Very
one.
competitive.
Very competitive.
Very compelling series as well. Very enjoyable to watch. Brame put up a hell of a fight. And all three games, it's like they're the ones controlling the tempo. It was, you know, up to Liquid to kind of hold their own and bounce back.
Yeah, it's a battle between consistency versus experience, I guess, and unfortunately, Brame just still trying to find their footing. Liquid, on the other hand, they've got 5 players that you may have voted for your BTS.GG/Monster MVP. I want to know who it was. Was it Mike? Was it Koikva? Was it Boxy? Was it Taiga? Was it Insania? It was Insania!
That's great.
He already won the Mercedes, but he wins the much more prestigious award, the BTS.GG/Monster MVP. That's the one that people really care about. And, you know, he did it in style. Got an Aghanim Scepter on Oracle. We were over there in the green room. None of us have ever seen it before.
It's really cool, though, right?
Much like Zyra, I was like, oh, nice, purifying flame split. Oh, wait, that got changed apparently.
Yeah, it looked really, really good. And I mean, I think that, like, you come into this game, you anticipate that they're going to show up and play really, really well, but it's hard to keep up that consistency and, like, sort of bring it your all absolutely every series. And I think that, you know, they need a little bit of a wake up, a little bit of a knock in the back of the head, and I'm anticipating big things for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, and it is unfortunate that we don't get to see a little bit more from Brame. They didn't get to have a full round-robin group stage, really only got to play against Mud Golems, NIP, and Liquid, and so not the biggest test of their capabilities, but they look good.
Yeah, and they showed a very kind of unique look. Some different heroes that no other teams are doing that support CK. I heard BSJ talking about some of the other stuff they'd done, the Alchemist picks. They did a 3-position Lycan. These guys are doing creative, innovative stuff. Some of it's working, some of it's maybe not working, but they did make it through to the top 8. Losing to Liquid, nothing to feel bad about, especially given how close this series was.
So both of our invitees are chugging along. Viking invited on the other side, already secured for grand finals.
Yep.
And Liquid get their first victory here, but they will also be moving forward into the next series.
Against Yellow Submarines. They 2-0'd Khan, so convincing from Yellow Submarines. That was over on BTS2. But I think Liquid will have to probably step it up if they want to get past Yellow Submarines.
Yeah, that was, like you said, Gabe, I think that was just... We'll figure something out, and you're like, oh, yeah, we're playing a tournament again.
That's what we do this.
And we gonna have an MVP soon enough, but it's a special type of MVP. It's the Monster Energy MVP. And so I want to give a shout out to Monster Energy, our title sponsor of the event, for keeping us energized.
Yep.
And also for Insania for doing a sweet little piece that you may be able to see if you click below the stream, the No Surrender banner. It's the latest video with Arteezy and Insania. You've seen it, you've heard it. If you don't have that fire when you want to win, then you just I'm butchering it, but it was something like that.
It's cool.
Just go watch
it was a
fine.
really different, unique look into kind of some video content around some players. I really enjoyed it. It was great to see some, different, unique stuff around these individuals. Both, very different players and different roles on their teams. So it was great to hear different perspectives about how they approach winning, competing, playing the highest level of Dota possible. Especially given that neither's ever really, won at the highest level, being TI, of course.
It's true.
Right.
Do we have an interview with any Liquid players? All right, they gotta prep up for the Yellow Submarine series.
Study some drafts. Get
for
ready.
Sure.
Yep. No.
But I guess that'll be it from us here, the Southeast Asia / European coverage team We're going to go to a quick break. When we return, more Liquid games versus Yellow Submarine and more people, Suns fan Jenkins and BSJ here on the couch at the Monster Energy Dota Summit 13.
The thing I value the most at the end of the day is always going to be winning.
I thought that if I lose TI, my career was in jeopardy.
For me, at least, that fire has always come through when I needed it the most.
Because if I gave it my all and I didn't win, then that's all I can do.
If you don't feel that fire when you need it the most, you probably don't want to win.
Oh, greetings! Hello, friends! Welcome to the Monster Energy Dota Summit 13. My name is Sunshine Joe Jenkins and BSJ. Promo code BSJ.
Indeed.
The shirt.
Yeah.
Take that off.
Take it off right now. There's
That's
no advertisement
illegal.
allowed.
To advertise?
That's not an official sponsor of the stream.
It's true.
Take it off.
I'll take it off later.
Tell people.
Don't take it off.
Producer is telling us to take it off, so I
Yes.
don't know. We're getting mixed signals
Ken,
here.
Ken, are you sure you want me to take it off? Okay, he's
adamant.
insisting.
Very
Yeah.
sure about it. Yeah, I mean,
I think that's a bad idea.
I'll talk to him
producer.
after. That's a bit of a weird spot to put me on.
Yeah, very odd. Anyway, we got some good games here today coming up very shortly. But most importantly, friends, how are you guys doing?
Huh.
Let's just ask the most generic possible question.
All
And
right.
hopefully Jenkins just starts talking about something
Okay.
unrelated to everything for the next 10 minutes, and we can
Well,
all enjoy.
I guess we'll get this out of the way because Hotbit did say we have one of these per day. Bowel movements have been great for the last few days.
Oh, he gave you a limit.
Limit of 1. So that's it.
Okay.
I know you guys usually aren't. You should honestly get one like tentacle joke, and then you're done.
That's
'cause
true. That's true.
I mean, it's not my fetish; it's yours. So
Yeah, but
That's
you
it.
bring it up
That's
every
it.
time.
Okay,
That's the issue.
that's it.
You know?
Yes.
All right. Anything normal come to mind for Jenkins?
I'm good. I enjoyed our games of One Night Werewolf. We've been playing. Unfortunately, I don't know if this is private information, but unfortunately Brax couldn't show up last night. He ditched.
He was really depressed after his loss last night. He's like, you know what? I need a day to recover. The next day, I will come.
I don't think that's true.
I don't think he ever said that.
I don't think he really cared that much.
Yeah, not BSJ. Brax is like, you know, nothing can phase the man.
It
That's
seems
what
like
makes
the
him
wins
so
and the
great.
losses, like the emotional state, is not very high variance there.
Yeah, that's true.
I will say that Jenkins is one of the weirdest liars in all of One Night
Jenkins
Werewolf
is.
history. Yeah, he just straight up, like, he counterclaims everyone. Like, if somebody says, I was the robber, he says, no, I was the robber, and I stole from you, and I tell you that you're completely different something than you claim.
I would
That's
like
right.
I would like to point out that I had about a 90% win rate last night. That was my best night of One Night Werewolf. And the reason for that is because I realize you just lie. You
Yeah.
just lie no matter what.
Yeah, that's why you're so good at the game now. You finally figured it out.
Yeah.
I realized that, like, the difference between a game like One Night and Among Us, for instance, because they're both like deceit games, right? Where there's two bad guys.
Social deduction.
Well,
That's
no.
the
What I was actually gonna say is that I
Oh,
feel like
okay,
in
go ahead.
Among Us, the crewmates like team up and they try to work together to catch the bad guy.
Well, how
but
do you know who's the
but
crewmate?
in One Night, nobody knows if they're good or bad or not because you might have been
Right.
swapped away. So what ends up happening is everyone just lies as much as possible. Then you have to spend like a few minutes trying to figure out where the original
You gotta
lie.
weed through the bullshit.
Yeah, you gotta. Usually it's like some reverse engineering because you're like, usually one lie is caused by another lie, and then you're like,
Right. And
where
this-
is the truth?
One reason this is like it's not replicatable, replicatable,
It's
replicable.
It's replicable.
Replicable
that
via
sounds better.
online is because just being in person is so much different. Being able to read people's faces, like I
Yeah.
can look in. Usually, I can look in our observer Pop-Tart's eyes and know if he's lying. But
never
he's
li-
gotten so much better from literally a one. So for those that don't know what One Night Werewolf is, I'm very sorry, but we're gonna finish up this conversation very shortly. But Pop-Tart, the first night he played, he felt overwhelmed. He actually went home and read a guide on how to play One Night Werewolf.
I was gonna say he's just following a flow chart though, so he does the same thing every time now.
It's true.
He
It's,
he
it's
tells
a little scripted.
He tells one lie and then it comes back around to him, and then he
No.
tells the truth 100% of the time.
No, there was the one round that he literally told exactly his role and exactly what he did, and Suns fan said, "I think you're lying."
Yeah.
And he actually was telling the exact truth.
The reason I thought he was lying is because I asked him and I looked directly in his eye and his face twitched. Apparently, he just has a face twitch in general that he just can't control.
Maybe
so now
it's
I
you
gotta keep
staring
that.
at him that causes
he gets
the...
very anxious, I think,
Yeah.
with the staring.
I think
and
so as
that
well.
causes those twitches.
So speaking of twitches, wow, that's a bad segue. let's do some geography.
What?
Very good.
I thought you were going to mention something about, like, you know, Twitch TV or something like that.
Well, we are on Twitch TV, believe it or not, so that is a great segue.
You are
Thank
here.
You, BSJ.
Yes, you are here.
But I believe that we
Speaking of
want to make
TV.
up for some of the horrendous geography skills that we've shown so far.
Okay.
I believe we've done Dota events, which we did twice, I want to say. The first
Yeah.
time was atrocious. Second time was okay.
Yeah.
Mainly because...
a repeat answer.
Well, there was a repeat answer, and then the word Stockholm was in literally the shot,
One
so
of the
that helped
signs,
quite a
yeah,
bit. And then we did a U.S. one, which was probably the most embarrassing
That
moment
was-
of my career.
That was supposed to go better.
Yeah.
For you two. I mean, it's for me.
Like, we were supposed to
no
carry
stake in the
Jenkins,
game.
but to be fair, it was all like
trees,
Midwestern. Oh, I guess it wasn't all technically. It looked like Midwestern, just fields of nothing.
Yeah.
Trees were a godsend, honestly.
We're
Like,
supposed to know where the trees are, basically.
Yeah.
if there were trees, it was mostly just fields.
Yeah.
Because the occasional trees. But anyway.
Yes.
Yeah, I think we
We
are
are
now
ready to
ready
go.
for. I actually don't know what category this is. Let's see. Urban World. Explore the cities of the world.
600 locations.
Okay, I am down for some
All right, we're good-
cities
we're good
because
for
I don't
this.
know where the
Okay.
plants are. So
Okay.
Bro.
Do you guys think we're gonna do better than the U.S.?
it can't be worse.
I mean,
so.
it's very hard to do worse than that.
California.
Is that a city? That looks like a suburb.
What does this say?
Trafalgar
Trafalgar and Nassau.
Street.
Do you guys actually want to trust me on this one?
Well, can we look at the license plates? Or are those blocked out?
Oh, that's true.
Those would be blocked out, right? Yeah, yeah.
I know people are driving on the right. Never mind.
Wait. Are they?
You
want
want to trust me? Actually, see that car on the left? Can we zoom in on the license plate? No, that's to the right.
I think
left.
I think they block all
Left.
the license plates.
There. The car on the left. Keep going. No. Oh boy.
They're blocked anyway. I mean.
Well, you can see the color sometimes. It's just blurred.
Does everyone agree this is America?
Can we look at
Yeah,
the
I
sewer
think this
grate?
is the US.
I have a very deep knowledge of sewer grate.
Of course.
Oh,
Okay.
that's
What does that? What
yes,
does that tell you?
This is a Platonic style sewer grate.
Mm-hmm.
More of a Gothic sort of architecture, 1600s.
1600s.
I can tell you, this is not America.
All right,
From that
keep
sewer-
going. Let's
from the
keep
sewer
going.
grate.
I'm
Okay,
pretty
we're in a
sure this is
residential
America.
area. It looks very U.S. to me.
This looks very U.S. to me. I'm looking like southeast
That
U.S.
definitely looks like the U.S. to me.
I'm thinking southeast U.S. right now. I don't know what you guys are thinking.
Southeast?
Yeah, southeast.
If this is
Like
if it's
either
ever
like Georgia or like Alabama or something like that.
if it's ever Canada and I don't
Can we
call
get
it, I'm
behind a
gonna
car and just have to the right, that van? Can we zoom in? I just want to see the general shade. Okay, so you see the license plate. It's blurred out.
Yeah, it's
we
like
see bluish
blue.
text.
It could be Texas. Look at the star right there.
That's true. It could very well be. I don't know what the Texas license plate looks like.
I'm down to do like eastern Texas here. So if it is southeast, that we
Based off of one star that you're
yeah,
seeing.
I'm down.
All right, how many moves do we have left? Let's keep going. All right. Yeah. So producer is giving us more moves than usual. Thank you.
Tell them that. Come on.
All right. Yeah, let's go to that trash can. That's a good one. What does that say?
Jeez, that's a nice quality trash bin, actually.
I need to
Very
put my
large.
glasses
Would you
on.
like to give us the history on that trash bin?
Well, I have some friends that actually use those.
So yeah, the style of the house actually does look kind of Texan, I would say.
I honestly, I'm going with eastern Texas.
Eastern Texas.
Yeah, I mean it's a huge state, like literally huge.
Okay. So
like maybe
something
Houston?
This one's got to be more forgiving
Not-
because it's a world one,
not
right?
Houston. I would say more Austin, maybe.
That's western Texas, isn't it? Or is Austin east?
Austin is
okay,
a
okay,
little
okay,
south.
fine. We can go with Austin.
Yeah, let's go with Austin. God help us.
Yeah.
Final answer, Austin. Oh boy. All right. So it's Canada.
Oh shit! I knew it.
Okay, that's actually
That's Jenkins.
That's
I knew
Jenkins.
it. Oh god, I've never been to Charlottetown. Who the hell goes to Charlottetown?
Jenkins.
Jenkins is straight up griefing us
People
right
don't even
now.
live there.
Yeah.
Jenkins, the star. What does that signify to you as a Canadian?
God knows, nobody lives here. Nobody
I
This is
just
probably
wish
close
I
to-
knew. I wish we had a Canadian on the panel.
I can actually
Yeah.
insult people from Charlottetown because there's so few that literally none of them.
Wait,
are
where's
in
Trent?
chat.
How far is Trent from this location?
Oh,
wherever he lives.
He is a light
Okay,
year
this
away.
is Europe.
A
100%.
light year. This looks kind of like
This could be.
Croatia. I mean, look at the cars. The cars are tiny. Obviously, Europe.
I feel like it's the.
No American can fit in that car. They're just morbidly obese.
The cars are driving on the right. That's important.
Yeah.
Rear. Diaz Martins. Okay.
Are we
Bernardina Diaz Martins.
Spain,
Spanish.
Spain or Portugal or what?
Yeah. So far, that's what I'm thinking.
Well, look where the cars are. Where the cars are driving.
Okay, so
Materials de construcción.
Okay, that is definitely Spanish.
Okay, let's
I'm
keep going.
100%
I
sure
took
of that.
Spanish in high school, so let's keep going.
I took French in high school, and I can tell
I'm
you that
going
is
with
not
Spain
French.
or Portugal right now.
Well, I have trouble distinguishing between Spanish and Portuguese. So
I have no idea.
If we can get some more sample size
dog.
here.
All right, my in-laws are.
Are you sure that's Spanish?
Wait. I should know this. If this is Portuguese,
Okay, no, I see
know
the
this.
su familia. Okay, no, never mind.
Okay,
that's
okay,
Spanish.
okay.
There
If I
are
can
just so
see
many
more-
accents and stuff
I
that I've
think
never seen before.
They
Tilda's.
share some words, so don't get too cocky on that one.
The problem is, I do.
All right,
I
that-
do
that
know a
doesn't
bit
help.
Of, I
Swag
do know a
does
bit
not
of
help.
Portuguese, but it's only swear words in Portuguese.
Go to the left. That sign on the
I'm
left.
pretty
there?
sure
Yeah.
this is Portugal. I'm going with Portugal.
Wait. Let me see some words. Pecas.
Para vehículos asiáticos
Wait, could this be
y americanos.
I don't know. What does South America look like in terms of like city texture
Like
or like
all
architecture?
Of, like all of South America.
Yeah, I'm saying,
Oh,
could
you're
this be
right.
a South
It
American
could be,
country?
Yeah, it could be.
Because
like,
if it's South America, we're screwed if we go like Spain or Portugal right now.
yeah, that's true. All right, let's keep going down the road here.
I've never been to South America, so I don't know.
I have not either.
Wait. Where are they driving? They're driving on the right side of the road.
All right, can
Yeah,
you guys
right
stop?
side,
There's
right
not
side.
many countries that go on the left side, so you don't have to worry about that.
Was that you? Is that just UK or what?
It's UK and like 2 other countries, I think. It's like nothing.
Why are they doing that? Just make things so.
Isn't
complicated.
Australia? I think Australia is left side as well.
Bro, that's
Would you
good.
like to guess Australia?
I think this
Jenkins?
is. I think this is in Liverpool, guys.
Yeah, that's definitely a possibility.
I'm sticking with Portugal. I don't know if it's South America. I don't know where.
I think I just saw a shop that would only be in Europe. If I'm not
and
mistaken.
what was that shop exactly?
It was STIHL. Steel. Okay, they sell automotive parts.
All right, let's stay here and look at the landscape to see if this looks more like Europe or South America.
Holy shit, I have no idea.
I'm going with Portugal.
let's
I'm
just
going
go with our
Portugal.
gut.
Spain.
Portugal.
No, Spain. That is not Portuguese.
No, I feel like that it look. I'm leaning towards Portugal as
Okay,
well.
just go half
because
and
I
half
took
then.
Spanish literally 20
None
years
of those
ago.
words really look like
Yeah,
Spanish.
I mean,
other
they
than,
look
like, familiar.
similar.
Yeah,
but
that's what I mean. It looks similar.
yeah, so let
Well, it's close
whatever
enough
that
to Spain,
is.
but-
Lisbon the capital of Portugal? Let's go with Lisbon.
Yeah, Lisbon.
I would just put it on the border.
God, it's gonna be South America.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, you moved it last second there, Suns fan. He
All
actually had it like right there.
All right, you want the producer to
on the
guess for
border.
us then? Is that what you're
Yes,
saying?
yes,
Okay,
yes.
fine.
Or you just not specify anything.
I should have known that. I'm so
All right,
embarrassed.
this looks.
We need to move around a little bit here.
That
Yeah,
looks,
we need to.
That looks
No,
like
but
Asia
that's
to me.
that's
That's
U.S.
English. That's English.
Oh shit.
That's a no parking sign.
Well, that could still be like Malaysia or something.
Okay, let's keep going. That's a pickup truck. This is America.
This is most likely America.
What?
I see some Chinese, but that still
I-
could be America.
I
I don't know,
actually
dude.
think this might be
A bait?
like around
This
the
is-
New York area.
Okay, I was gonna say California.
That is not America.
This is not America.
Look
There
at the
are apps-
trucks. Look at these tiny trucks. Look at the. Oh come on.
I don't know. They look awfully American.
True.
Wait, what hotel is this? Is this a Trump hotel?
No, it's actually not America. I don't think.
Crown Legacy.
It says Trump Tower.
I take
think.
back my American claim. This looks like Southeast Asia.
Somebody's holding an umbrella. This is not America anymore.
Yeah, this is Southeast Asia, I think.
Oh boy. Actually, it does look a lot like the U.S.
Top Adventure.
Wait, so
Where do
this
they?
is gonna
Where do they have trees?
7-Elevens. I thought that was. Is that global?
Yeah, we
Oh.
got 7-Elevens in Canada.
Okay.
Hit up those.
I'm
ketos,
pretty
bro.
sure.
Do you guys
this
have
is-
Circle K's?
We do have Circle K's now. Actually.
Really?
I do. I love Circle K's. They got a good selection of energy drinks.
I
there.
originally thought this was like Chinatown-esque New York, but it's definitely not U.S.
If
So
New
I'm
York
thinking it's
has like
Southeast
a
Asia.
country-sized Chinatown, then maybe you're right.
Yeah, that's
Man,
why we've now moved around.
I
and
can't
said
stop
no.
thinking about that one pickup truck. I don't know if I've ever seen a pickup truck like that.
That was a dinky-sized pickup truck.
No, that was a luxury pickup truck.
Yeah,
what are you
a
talking
dinky
about?
I'm going
size
with
luxury.
Malaysia. You guys want to make a guess or what?
I'm down.
Keep the...
Well,
Okay. Yeah, I'm not saying that word
I don't
on
know.
stream.
Barangay. Where the hell is Barangay?
I don't know.
I don't know where Barangay is.
Yeah, New York City.
Yeah, shut up, Hobbit. You think you're so funny. Initially, it looked like a place I thought I had seen before.
All right, I'm down with
I mean, almost everything is in English. Like, almost all of it.
That's like
A lot of
Is that
Southeast
Olive?
Asia is.
That's
in
not
English.
a lot
Olive
of like
Garden.
major cities in Southeast Asia will probably have that. I feel.
I'm
like.
down for Singapore if we want to do that because their primary language
No,
is
I
English.
feel like Singapore is
It's-
like way
it's
bigger,
cleaner.
way bigger.
Singapore's way cleaner than
More
I'm
of like a
saying, well,
big city
Malaysia. Am I wrong? Isn't
Wait, what
Singapore
type of-
on
what-
the tip of Malaysia?
What type of religious
Yeah, let's
institution
zoom
is
in on
that?
those buses there, the back of the buses. Okay.
Magap Executive Eagles Club. Magap.
That sounds like Malaysia to
All
me.
right,
That actually
so-
sounds like Malaysia to me. Magap,
I'm feeling like
like the MA from Malaysia.
Kuala Lumpur, do it to
it's somewhere
Closer
it's
to
somewhere
Singapore.
in
Yeah, there you
Southeast
go.
Asia,
There you
at
go.
least. Somewhere in Southeast Asia.
Oh, we were kind of close.
Manila, that's
Philippines.
Not,
I was
that's not
gonna.
bad.
I was thinking
That's
Philippines as well,
respectable.
but when I was there, like everything was mixed in terms of text. It wasn't like all English.
Yeah, I went for Malaysia because Singapore speaks English and it's like right there. So.
I'm not unhappy with that one. I feel like we.
All right,
I-
definitely.
We're not completely ignorant after that one.
Definitely Europe. Definitely.
I agree.
Wait, what's that flag? Oh,
I don't
no.
know. I
Oh,
can't
wait,
tell.
Wait.
I don't feel
Yeah,
like
go
anyone.
back to the flag,
Wait,
bro. Go back to
I'm
the flag.
really bad with flags.
I'm also very stupid.
Do you
Here's
guys actually not know what flag that is?
No, I don't. Is it France?
Yeah, it is.
France.
Okay.
Okay, I should know.
I
that.
thought we were all
I
bullshitting
mean-
together, but you guys were
no,
actually
I'm.
not.
I'm
The
actually
problem
supposed
is
to speak
so
French.
many of these flags look the same. Like they're just like one color
Different
difference
color,
and
yeah.
different arrangement of colors.
So where in France is this, guys?
I was gonna say Russia, honestly. I was about to say Russia.
Where in France is this, guys?
I've never been to France
Me
other than the
either.
airport, so
Can we
can't
get
really
a
say.
Can we get a celeb shot from Seb here? Is anyone? No.
Very good.
Don't do
Great
that again.
joke, BSJ.
I'm
Thank you.
actually.
Isn't he the only French Dota player, or am I missing one?
I mean, Soshka.
Oh, is he really?
I don't know.
Oh.
He sounds French.
Okay,
to
well
me.
let's just go. None of us are gonna know, so we can just put it in France and hope for the best.
Wait. No, there's. It's okay. Let's think of French cities. Paris.
That's the one I know.
I'm not done.
Is there anywhere in Canada, because they do speak French in Canada?
Oh shit!
Would they ever
Oh,
have
no.
a flag of France in
I was,
Canada?
but no. Also,
No, they wouldn't.
They wouldn't.
Quebecers fucking hate France. They
Okay.
think they
No,
don't.
no,
They
my
speak,
question-
They think they speak unclean French.
Okay.
let's throw this out there. Could it be one of the Virgin Islands owned by France?
If it is, then
What?
we're screwed.
Where are even the Virgin Islands? I have no idea.
They're off the east coast of the U.S., like southeast.
We're never going to be able to guess that. That's fine.
Okay, go for France, and I'll laugh if it's the Virgin
I
Islands.
hear a buzzing.
Yes. Yes.
That means the draft has started. Let's go
right, pick
ahead.
France.
No, do that guess. I need to know.
We need to
Go
know if
France.
that
Need
was
to know.
France. Just pick anywhere. You can pick
Yeah, you
whatever
just
you want.
pick it.
It's
Go.
not Paris, but sure.
Oh, all right.
All right, not too
Nice.
bad.
We were 170 miles away. Nice.
Not
Easy.
bad.
Wait,
It
is that
wasn't Paris.
technically Germany?
No, it wasn't Paris. We guessed Germany.
Wait,
That's-
we guessed Germany?
Oh wait, no, it's in Germany. Oh.
It's across the border.
Oh.
Oh, Luxembourg.
Oh, okay, okay.
I see. Yeah, that's technically.
Oh, the borders are interesting
Okay,
there.
well,
Okay.
Whatever.
now
very
we've
nice.
got some more petty matters to deal with.
That's
We
all
must
right.
Talk about the.
We'll never
Dota
know how
draft.
we would have. I'm pretty sure we would have gotten a high score on
Yeah.
the next one.
I'm pretty sure.
Very sad indeed. Well, next match, which apparently is in the draft, or so that sound allude. There we go. Beautiful. Liquid versus
Amazing.
Yellow Submarine. Liquid, of course, just coming off that best-of-3 win against Brame, who are now out. I believe the winner of this goes to the finals of the EU bracket.
Is this to help us know what heroes are?
Oh,
on
this
the
is great.
table?
So, yeah, the viewers can't see this. But we
Yes.
now have the official list of Dota 2 heroes. If we could get this split screen with League of Legends heroes on the other side, that would also be very helpful to compare for people that maybe aren't too familiar with Dota. What do you guys think? Heroes of Newerth maybe on the third side. Gonna get like a 4-side segment here.
Yeah,
All right,
Huppet
producer
said they'll get back
they
to
would
us.
think about it.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. So Io versus Mars. Io first pick. Now, Mars in the EU region, when you've been looking at these percentages, are they mostly NA or is it all regions?
All regions. Mars is
So 30% win rate-ish?
Yeah. Mars is either the first or second most picked hero in pro level pubs currently.
Okay.
So he's really big in all regions.
What's his win rate in actual pubs? Because you always say you know the win rates.
In actual pubs, I think it's like slightly below 50%, like 47%,
Really?
something like that. Yeah, he's always had a fairly bad win rate. 44%, even when he's been like top 10. The Yule's build brought it up, but not by a significant amount.
I see. I don't like the Yule's build personally.
Well, it brought the win rate up.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
I think it's more the like availability of the build that people like.
Yeah, it's
realize
an
they
option
can-
sometimes.
That it's an option, yeah.
Yeah,
You're not
okay.
just like before you'd be completely hard countered by these like void spirits and storms and stuff. You
Yeah.
just couldn't do anything. And then it's like, okay, well I can actually deal with them now.
Yeah, it's a nice backup plan, at least in my opinion.
Yeah.
So they go for the Life Stealer against the Io Spectre. I've heard both sides of this coin about the Life Stealer versus Spectre matchup. Carry Specialist Jenkins, what's your opinion on the matchup?
Well, I feel like if you play Lifestealer very aggressively and you use his early game presence to take over the map, you can definitely beat Spectre with this hero. And if you have an item advantage on the Spectre, you can shred her, but you of course have to play with that item advantage. I think Spectre in an even game will obliterate Lifestealer because he's very not good at clearing illusions.
I like Lifestealer against the Blade Mail Spectre build. The thing is, usually the Spectre will still go Blade Mail because it gives armor, but the thing about the Lifestealer specifically is the open wounds makes the Blade Mail basically 50% effective because the entire team is life-stealing off of the Spectre.
True.
So it's kind of an interesting interaction in the sense that Spectre still wants to go for it because it's armor. But I personally think that the thing about Spectre that Lifestealer is good against is that he can play alone for the first 15 to 20 minutes of the game, usually. So I think the matchup's good for Lifestealer if you can invade the Spectre while the Lifestealer is allowed to farm. So a lot of it has to do with the other 4 heroes on your team and how well they're able to shut down the Spectre, or at least put a little pressure on.
Sure. Mars already setting up fairly nicely for that. That hero super active, as we've talked about, with the constant references to my Pudge picks, which, by the way, have definitely provided you a lot of free wins. Mars is an excellent laner, even if you have a hero that is extremely useless being played by the best player in the world on said hero.
See here, I'm a little bit surprised made it to the second phase. We've seen it coupled with Mars a lot. Basically gives almost a guaranteed egg for all intents and purposes.
Yeah. Fantastic against both Spectre and Io too, because they're fairly committal. You drop the 180 or whatever it is second cooldown ultimate on Spectre, and you relocate on Io, and then you pop the egg. But of course, you do get the attack speed as we talked about yesterday from Io. So
True.
It's a bit of a double-edged sword, but it's like the play style of Phoenix really likes playing into these heroes. I think.
Of course, it's not a true double-edged sword because to have that, you need Centaur himself, which in theory is good against the egg to disengage, but bad against Mars.
Absolutely.
So this is the situation I was talking about with Tusk. I love Tusk against the likes of Mars, and once Lifestealer comes out of Rage, because Tag Team does not actually go through Magic Immunity, but Punch does, so you can cancel his BKB or his Rage TP. We were talking about this literally yesterday, that we said Tusk. I said Tusk was not a good first pick. People were picking it really early in the draft, and I thought it was like an Undying, where it shuts down a specific type of set of heroes, and if they have like 3 mobile cores, the hero literally has no place.
It's awful. Yeah,
right?
It feels really bad.
So now, since they've drafted 2 of their cores, most likely, assuming the Mars is not a SVG 5-position Mars, that
I'm pretty sure SVG is not on Yellow
I'm
Submarine,
saying
though.
like that's the only other person.
I'm pretty sure he's not on this roster.
I'm saying that they're the only team I've seen
Brian,
5-position Mars.
I could be
from.
wrong, but SVG is an NA, and this is the EU
This
division.
is
my God.
European Dota, Brian. Anyway, getting back into the
But you're right,
draft.
could be an SVG 5 Mars.
Anyway, getting back into the draft, we can go ahead and see that there is indeed a Winter Wyvern.
It
being
is
picked
not
right
an
now.
SVG 5 Mars.
Double Dragon strategy.
You sure this isn't a carry Wyvern? Hmm?
I'm actually very upset that they picked a Wyvern. I feel like whenever the opponent picks Wyvern,
Wow.
and then they pick Enigma into Wyvern, I don't know what's going
well,
on.
That's the,
I'm not going to
countering
analyze.
the counter, and all right, okay, well,
Interesting.
Spectre is like the best carry in the game versus Wyvern. Because
Yeah,
Wyvern is all about disrupting like these hard initiating carries like Troll or Ursa, and you basically shut down their initiation and completely turn the fight onto them. And Spectre, and Wyvern's all about positioning, and Spectre just haunts on top of you.
But this is going to be a core middle lane Wyvern, and that's what you haven't been anticipating.
And it would
here.
be even worse because there's no item you can buy to prevent the matchup from being bad.
But Wyvern is going to be played in the middle lane in this matchup.
I
This
hope
is
so.
about what Jenkins sounds like when he's on One Night Werewolf. His
That's true.
BSing.
Very convincing.
That's very true. I'm convinced right now that Wyvern is a core. One thing that this Wyvern does do, since we're talking about the negatives of it, protects the egg again. I mean,
Very
Curse,
good against IO.
Essentially, yeah, that's true. It's a great counter to IO because of the tether target being able to just beat the crap out of IO himself.
Great against Enigma for some reason.
Yeah, great against Enigma, despite Enigma being picked into it.
Indeed. Yeah.
But
Interrupt that black hole.
I mean, so there are definitely benefits.
I'm convinced. It's a good pick.
Good, Jenkins, you did it.
As long as it's a core middle lane Wyvern, to which there is very little
That would actually
counter.
make it a very bad pick. So don't listen to Jenkins.
To which there
Yellow
is very
Submarine,
little
please
counter.
We could also see this as a Wyvern off lane with Mars position 5 still, the SVG factor.
But he's not in this game, so that's not possible.
But he's now affecting EU because he's that good.
Yeah, but that's not Quincy Crew, in my opinion.
In my opinion, you're wrong.
Okay.
In my opinion, what are they going to pick next in the draft? Jenkins?
That's a good joke.
Thanks, man. Came up with it all on my own.
Thank you. All right, okay, let's see. Well, I'll go ahead and figure out who's picking next by just looking at that little black box there. Don't have the draft on this side. Okay, so they're banning, so they pick next on Liquid.
You guys can tell Jenkins is literally never drafted.
Bro, I've never been the drafter on my teams, okay?
Maybe that's what they're missing.
Pick Podge. Need somebody who has some sort of relocation ability, who's somebody who can
Maybe
do
a
low
slow.
cooldown. Maybe a slow that's
Consistent slow.
yeah, consistent slow, some sort of BKB piercing disable, has a hook ability, is fat.
I think the obese factor definitely plays
It helps a lot.
is
Yeah.
a big deal.
Okay, let's see here.
All right, well, traditional mid laners, Spirit Brothers are out, but Void Spirit's actually no, he was banned first. So all the spirits other than Earth are out. But he's not really a mid laner unless you're Weehaw from
Or
6
Gunner.
years ago.
Gunner plays that stuff.
Oh, does he?
Yeah. I actually see a decent amount of mid-earth spirits in NA.
Yeah, it's somehow fairly popular, even though it's like super active.
All right, Queen of Pain. That's one of the active
I like
mids.
it.
Kind of one of the only remaining ones, like Puck.
Yeah, she.
Swap.
It seems like every time we see her, it's because everybody else is
other,
banned.
Yeah, every other mid is banned. Exactly.
Will they go for the Viper? Is this not the most beautiful Viper game in the history of
This
Dota?
is a really nice Viper game. I would agree with that.
Maybe I'm thinking too black and white, you know, but
Maybe,
it's like
maybe.
lane counter to Quap, game counter to Spectre.
I guess the problem is if they pick Viper, they don't exactly have somebody to run around and do stuff. Like you've talked about how Mars likes to follow things up.
He has the Wyvern.
It's something, but you know, usually
You're right. For that aspect of the game plan, it's one of
How's,
those where I'm willing to skimp out on it if the pick is that good.
How's Puck this game?
Puck would be much better for the game plan.
Puck
I
is
actually
good.
like Puck a lot
I like
here.
Puck. Yeah, Puck. It's
good against Quap.
BKB piercing. You can't link it disable for the black hole.
I don't
once
think
it
the
gets
coil
eggs.
cancels black hole, does it?
No,
It
the
does.
break.
Once you get the eggs.
It's just the
Ags-
break.
The break.
It's
yeah,
just the break,
just
not
break.
the initial coil.
Yeah.
Once you get the eggs. Oh yeah, that's true. That
Yeah,
that is
so you
true.
can't actually cancel black hole with it, I don't think.
Huh.
But you already have the black hole
BKB
canceler
black
anyway.
hole. Yeah, yeah.
That
I would like Puck though. I think the Puck's it's good against Tusk because he can't use anything when he's leashed.
And it sets up Mars ult. Obviously protects egg. I mean, they have so much protection for egg
I
with that.
love the Puck pick. You know, I'm down for that.
I think Viper's good too. Oh, okay, they
Okay,
did go
Viper
with
it is.
Viper.
So this gives them break for Spectre, and
Counters-
obviously mid lane
counters
against
Queen of
Quap.
Pain in lane, yeah, it's fairly good. It's a little slow, but anytime Viper loses, it's usually just like, oh, the hero was running around very slowly trying to get active, but they just ran away from him.
This is a core tusk, by the way. It's 3-position tusk from Boxy.
Oh my. Oh my.
Okay.
Pick your teams.
One Punch Man. I'm gonna go with Liquid, if they're trying hard.
I'm down for this
Aghanim
Viper
Scepter.
pick, man. It may ruin the game plan, and I'm willing to watch that happen, but I think it's pretty
I'm
simple.
glad that you're willing to see that. All right, so with that in mind, we'll take a quick break and get into game number 1. Welcome back to the Monster Energy Dota Summit 13. Suns fan here with Jenkins and BSJ and our amazing observer Pop-Tart, who is now a professional one-night werewolf player. He's also friends with Ice Frog, so you guys should hit him up for any advice on becoming a great developer. He codes. He will help us see if Roshan is up right now. Can you check that real quick?
Thank you.
And yep, we're good.
That's good.
Thank you very much, Pop-Tart.
What doesn't this guy do, Suns fan?
That's a good question. Nothing. He's perfect in every way.
He doesn't do nothing.
In my opinion, isn't Pop-Tart just one of the greatest people you guys have ever met?
In my opinion,
he's one of them.
Yeah.
I was just joking. He's awful.
Oh, right as
now
he,
how do you feel? How do you feel?
Awfully amazing.
Snapped in half. Awfully amazing.
Yes. Going for that old bracer rush on the Lifestealer. That's a
See,
classic.
this is what I like. Do you see the items queued up? I don't know about you guys. I know that this is not the case for good players. When I'm playing like Pango or something, I literally queue up my entire game worth of items.
That is one of my #1 tips for beginners as well as advanced players, is to literally just queue up their items.
Why?
Because it makes you remember to buy your items the second you get the gold for it. Like say you want to finish your bracer.
Interesting.
You want the game to ping you when you hit 210 gold.
Right. Okay. I can dig it. It looks like Mars is taking some heavy damage. Boxy as well though, so they end up trading. McKay in the meantime coming for some right clicks. He doesn't hit too hard right now, but has that spectral dagger, and that's going to be enough for first blood.
I think as he was getting knocked back, he was doing an auto. The Spectre.
Wait, so it's just a 4-position Tusk, but Boxy's playing it because Taiga is their Enigma player.
Oh yeah, they do that, man.
Yeah, they do this.
Liquid
I forgot
is
about this.
so interesting when they do this thing. Like, it depends entirely on the game whether or not they have. It's not like Taiga's just switching to offlane or something. It literally depends on the game.
I love the Pumpkinhead Wyvern. That
Yeah,
looks derpy. I wish the pumpkin showed up in her hero portrait. That'd be even funnier.
Yeah, that's true. That's a. We can make a bug report. Pop-Tart, can you submit a bug report to your friend Ice Frog, please, on Discord or whatever app you use to communicate with him? Not sure if you actually just write letters to Ice Frog at this point. Maybe it's one of those kind of things. A telegram, perhaps.
Pigeon. To Ice Frog.
Pigeon carrier.
Yeah.
Sure. So Viper versus Quap. Tell me why it's so bad for Quap.
You just can't level dagger, right? So your whole source of dominating the lane is
Because of corrosive
nullified
skin.
Because of corrosive skin, and so Quap basically turns into maxing Scream and a trade. Like you're just trading farm, and Viper kind of does it better than you since he can jungle and you can't really do that.
So he did get dagger, and he used it.
Interesting. He leveled it just now.
Yeah.
Which is peculiar.
And he might
He's
end up
gonna
dying
die.
here.
Possibly gonna die for it.
The creeps
He
give vision?
Pops the fairy fire.
Oh, I think Toronto Tokyo messed that up a little bit.
The deny on the range.
Yeah, and the salve's going to keep him nice and healthy.
So he took a second point in dagger.
Oh, he's going again. He's actually going for this kill. He's going to take a couple right clicks as he attempts to run behind his tower.
Well, it's because Viper doesn't have any points in corrosive.
Mm.
So he knows that. Because he was right-clicking him, and he's...
Yeah.
I see.
And you can also see when he uses the Q on you how much damage it's doing. So he must have checked the skill and saw that he had 2 points.
Well, I think the second he was level 2 and Viper used his W, that's when the quad then level dagger, right?
Yeah.
Ooh, what was that? Was he trying to stop that pull by doing that dive? I don't think the dive would do anything different about the pull.
If he kept vision from the outpost, it would have.
Oh.
Which is pretty sick, actually.
He's just been holding on to that dive for too long. He just had to use it.
Yeah.
I get in those situations a lot.
The nice thing is the Phoenix was actually using Fire Spirits on the stacked pole such that they don't kill the creep wave.
Yeah.
So that
He just gets
Collapse gets the XP for it. That's cool.
He just gets
Never seen that before.
The creep farm XP.
Bracer Phoenix.
Yeah, I've not seen this. Usually it's like, if you're going to go for some stat item, it's Crown into like Veil
Meteor
or
Hammer.
Meteor Hammer.
So looking at the mid lane in terms of the actual CS, 14-3 for Mr. Viper himself and 12-1 for Quap, which, as we can kind of see, is kind of middle of the ground in terms of CS in general right now. So just a lot of harassment, which
Yeah, you
means
saw the
leading to
you saw
some
the
missed
dive,
CS.
right? you
Yeah.
saw the crazy engagement underneath Koikva's tower. As Boxy is doing a little bit of drag work here.
I mean, with Enigma versus Lifestealer Wyvern, they really just play this lane to farm. I mean, they do this whenever they pick Enigma. They just do some like crazy creep shenanigans and play for the Taiga late game Enigma.
Well, the best explanation I have is that Lifestealer as a carry loves the lane to just be very normal. He wants to just sit here and say, if you walk up, I hit you. I control the lane. And this is why dragging is usually very good against Lifestealer.
Yeah.
Would you agree from your experience on Lifestealer, the
Big-
vast experience?
Big Lifestealer carry player here, and I would definitely 100% agree with that. Quick click to Boxy real quick and see what he has. I think he's doing the Tranquil Boots trick. Yeah, he is. So he's reassembling it and disassembling it based on if he needs Tranquil Boots, and then he's going to
Broken mechanics.
It's actually really sick. It's actually, if you... Or maybe he'll just keep the Tranquils.
So does he disassemble now, or when? How? If you were to, he'd have to do it now.
You would
right?
do it now, and then you would lock it again, but looks like he would
What's
just do it.
what's the time limit?
I think it's like 12 seconds.
Something like that, yeah. The reason you do it is because Tranquil Boots broken give you no regen, and so the Ring of Regen will will give you some regen in the lane. So
interesting.
It's pretty sick actually.
That must be efficiency you've learned being a carry player.
Yes,
See,
yes.
it's
Not being an Axe player.
Things
I
like
promise.
that, things like that, I wish didn't exist. Actually, I feel like that's an unnecessarily convoluted.
It's a
mechanic.
It's actually super broken on Axe because you can like, you can like jungle without.
You get the
taking-
regen, then you turn them off,
Yeah,
or then you
exactly.
disassemble.
And then also you're getting the Ring of Regen while getting hit by the creeps, which you wouldn't get
Yeah.
with the Tranquil Boots.
That's like an extra 20 health per camp.
Yeah, which seriously adds up. Like back when Jungle Axe was a thing, you like jungle stacks and stuff. That was what you did.
I miss Axe, man.
He's decent.
I mean, we haven't seen him this entire tournament, have we?
Surprisingly, yeah, I feel like he's decent.
I mean, I wish Manta Axe would come back and actually be good.
That was a Brax strat, bro. He was.
I saw it in EU as well.
That's my strategy when I don't trust either of my other two cores to carry me.
Yeah.
I go Manta Axe.
I would like to see your win rate. In these
Wait,
games
does it
where
actually
you,
feel good for you though?
Well,
like when
what
you're actually successfully building it.
Well,
at
the thing
decent
is
times?
that the games that I built it are the ones where I don't trust my other cores. So usually it's like, my carry has no items. So
Right.
I don't know what to do, and I just give up, basically.
So that's you griefing, essentially.
It makes the game really fun. My K to D and damage output's insane, but
Right.
then I'm an Axe with a Manta instead of like, Blade Mail BKB.
Yeah, understandable. Spear not enough to take out Insanity here in the top lane.
very close though.
Indeed.
I have won games where, as an offlaner, I remember I built Moonshard on Slardar. Stuff like that where you don't trust your teammates and you just gotta take matters into your own hands.
Man, Moonshard Slardar does feel really good.
The permabash is awfully satisfying.
Speaking of stupid mechanics, that's a dumb one.
And you just gotta buy some status resistance on the other side. You're fine.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, that's a very easy career kill, but the Midas was
Wow.
delivered to Mickey, so that is a 6. That's 10 seconds later than the Midas we saw yesterday.
Yeah, the thing is that Midas yesterday was Enchantress support against a Darkseer, so
completely
he should.
free-farm,
Yeah,
yeah.
this is crazy. He's against a Mars Phoenix, a lane that's not exactly amazing, but it's by no means what I imagine him having free farm. But maybe the regen from Io made it so he could skimp out on some other items, and he's just playing the chillax. I don't really care about shutting down this Mars. I'm just going to get my own situation here.
Yeah, IO spec seems to be kind of like the Warlock spec thing that people are doing, where you just win the lane by having dispersion and a ton of regen.
Plus a heal, yeah, because every bit of heal is just that much more valuable, right?
Yeah, for sure.
So I talked about him likely going Blade Mail anyways. It seems that he's elected. Usually Midas replaces Blade Mail.
Yeah.
You usually get like that one, either the drums, the Midas, or the Blade Mail. Drums kind of fell out of favor after they nerfed it. So it looks like he's elected to go Midas, which against Lifestealer makes sense because your Manta Midas timing's pretty insane. You remove the open wounds, and also the Desolate goes through Rage. So you can do a shit ton of damage with that attack speed. I like it.
And what about Yataro's side here? Going to be going the Armlet into Deso.
That's just annoying to be playing against Enigma. Lifestealer pretty much always wins his lane, so he is out leveling pretty vastly, but you're just missing 1 out of 4 creeps. So even though he should, as a hero, have a better start than Spectre, that Midas already starting to pay off as Spectre does take #1 net worth. But the Viper is kind of like a Slardar, right? We talked about how the Slardar kind of makes you win the carry matchups. Maybe Viper will be that X factor that shifts the matchup in favor of the Lifestealer because he gets that free break.
This is true. This is true. You do eventually get a...
Oh!
Nice dodge.
Oh,
that was
shit. Tip him,
Still
man.
inside the creep, will
Tip
pop out, and
him.
he's literally full HP.
Tip
that
him.
was super
Wow.
high skill.
No tip. That was so perfectly timed. Oh, my. That was actually impressive.
He's too focused to tip, dude. Like, there's no way you do that if you're not...
Dude, you're literally No, I'm saying the Enigma should... I would tip the other guy out of respect.
Enigma, out of respect. I see.
Yeah, out of respect, I would tip there.
Yeah, I feel that. I feel like you should have tipped.
And you're, like, sitting there channeling the black hole, so what else are you doing with your time?
Yeah, exactly. I mean...
Yeah, that's true.
I love how he finishes it, too, because it's like, well, I may as well kill the whole creep.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is a farming black hole, kind of similar to my patented farming Echo Slam.
Yeah.
Sonic Wave in the top lane, and the Phoenix will drop as a result. So
Quake was so happy to just be out of his lane. He's like, please request ganks,
I
team.
mean, no hero feels worse to play against than Viper, probably.
Yeah. And the Viper's surprisingly getting pretty farmed. This is not
Surprisingly.
well, it's not the old Viper build that people used to do where you'd max the W. Like, it's not as potent as it used to be for farming. That's kind of old Viper.
It's a 1-point wonder spell, though. It does so much damage.
It is.
Just for...
Yeah, it is.
Max DPS 80 per second.
It mauls me when people max this.
Ice Shards keeping Toronto,
Boxy?
Tokyo in place, but that's going to set up an easy kill onto the Tusk.
I feel like you just ignore the Viper, man. Like, no, dude, look at this hero. How do you...
Sania! Oh, he dies in the fountain.
This guy's effectively like a Timbersaw.
Yeah.
Just let him go.
Leave him alone. He's not going to do anything if you leave him
But the thing is, then you also have Lifestealer who fits that description as well.
Play top, bro.
Yeah,
Hit
and
up
then it's
that
like,
top
what,
lane.
you going to pick on the Mars or
Yeah,
what?
hell yeah, dude.
You going to make plays to your Midas Spectre? I don't know. It's actually a bit awkward
It's
now.
pretty awkward. Yeah, you're definitely right.
They don't have playmaking heroes. It's only Quap. And since the one thing I liked about the Viper pick specifically is usually, you know, we've been seeing these picks that are just hard lane counters, but Quap is the sole momentum carrier for Team Liquid. So by shutting his game down, you're actually shutting all of Liquid down.
Yeah. And you know, the crazy thing is, like, they actually could play to the Lifestealer if Black Hole was up. But because he made that sick play bot, they can't just go to Taiga and play bot.
It's true.
So they actually have no options on Liquid other than to just hold their towers.
We're down by
until Black
3K at
Hole's up.
11 minutes in.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's... I mean, they were down a majority of last series, though, to be fair.
Hit up that top lane, boys!
Yep, this is their only play.
This is the only play.
Yeah, Koikfa and company all surrounding the poor Mars. They will get it 4v1.
Do you think this is like, as an offlaner, should you die here? I feel like you're okay with dying because it's like 4 people, but you shouldn't because you should know it's the only place to
my
play.
favorite is when I'm like an offlane Bristle, you know, another one of these heroes that just the enemy team never wants to mess with, and then my safe laner's a Lifestealer. Guess what happens then, Jenkins? If I'm an offlane Bristle and the safe laner's a Lifestealer.
They run at you and you get rampages.
No, they get they 4-man my mid lane guy.
Oh, you're saying if the mid is not a...
What I'm saying is, like, in this case, it's Viper Lifestealer, and they're going to 4-man the Mars.
Yes.
It's like, I have an SF mid. They're going to 4-man the SF mid, and my SF mid gets ganked 5 times in a row, and he proceeds to be surprised every single time.
Yeah, what if there's 3 of these heroes, though? What do you do then?
I mean, at that point, you have to all-in one of them. You have to choose one and just say which one would be the easiest.
Yeah.
It's just like, I don't think Mars is particularly surprised here. You know what I mean?
Nope.
Like you said, you're happy with that death. I love the Viper Boots of Travel build, by the way.
Wow, yeah.
Oh, that's
He's
also,
similar
that
to
solves
Batrider.
mobility
He's
issues.
similar to Batrider in the sense that all he needs to be able to do is also be able to farm away from
That's a big kill.
TP into the spear, and down goes
Wow.
Enigma. Did have Black Hole, but obviously died before he could do anything. And Insania tried to save him. That'll cost his life.
Just such a passive lineup from Liquid is the problem I have here. The Viper is such a good punish, and because you have these Boots of Travel, you're going to be able to play away from your team, and then even in fights itself, the movement speed is incredibly useful, because that is Viper's biggest crutch.
Yeah, 100%. Like, he's just slow. He's just literally, as physically, literally as possible slow. That's the hero's main problem.
Love this rotation from Lifestealer. Nobody wants to mess with you, so why not put yourself in front of an opponent objective? Enigma had just TP'd top and died. He's the only threat to you, so you can go wherever you want, and he takes a mid tower. This is the opposite of AFK farm, people. Take notes.
The thing is, Liquid has like a quote-unquote greedy lineup in the fact that they have an Enigma and a Spectre. But if you look at the side of Yellow Submarine, they also have 2 supports who are very capable of taking lanes. They have Wyvern and Phoenix, who if they get farmed, like these are effectively core heroes.
These are incredibly greedy support
Yeah,
heroes.
these are greedy supports. And then Viper has Boots of Travel, so he's going to scale. He can play one side of the map. Liquid will play completely away from it, and then he can still TP to his team. Like right now, they actually have the ability to just play the entire map, but still simultaneously like be together. This is super nice from...
They have to get a
Yellow
Black
Submarine.
Hole kill sometime in the near future from
Yes.
Liquid. Ideally, I would think bottom lane would be the play, but then, like...
What does he have on Enigma right now, item-wise?
He's going Greaves.
Okay.
All right. He backtracked a bit.
Do you like this?
I don't
you
even
talk
think he
about how he
finished
needs
the
that
mech,
Black
right?
Hole.
Yeah,
I think that's the backup plan. The Greaves would have been like the normal game plan, and I think he's quickly realizing the normal game plan ain't gonna work.
This is the we are losing game plan.
Yeah.
We need to literally kill someone with this hole, and he's not going to be able to just walk
Well,
up to the
Yellow
mid to do it.
Submarine have smoke. This is going to be the Blink Dagger reveal for Mars. And Viper right now has an Atos in addition to the Boots of Travel, so extremely farmed.
Spectre even went for the Blade Mail because he knows he needs to fight.
Quap, there's the Atos into Mars ult.
No
IO
level 6 on
attempting-
IO.
That's true.
Oh
Level
my
5
goodness.
at 15 minutes. Ay. Liquid crumbling right now.
This was a
And this is
Jenkins
look at these
Liquid
stacks.
approved draft, I believe.
Look at these
This
stacks.
was not a Jenkins Liquid approved draft. This was a Team Liquid just won a major tournament draft. But
I mean, that's some bias I hear in the draft
Taiga
analysis.
is going to get Atos, does have Black Hole. Malefice is going to force out the egg. And Taiga is just going to get casually right-click down here. And this stack looks to be going the way of Yellow Submarine. But Mickey and Boxy want to try to contest. Insania is up. That's one benefit of being such a low level. You come back pretty much instantly. Wyvern level 6.
Might be in some trouble.
Curse.
Oh!
Nice save onto the Viper for now.
The
They haven't
Infest!
lost anybody yet as the Infest coming into play as
For
well.
400 extra health.
And now the break onto Spectre, who has to force Haunt. Trying to juke them left, right, and center. He's up top now, but there's the level 6 from IO. Saving Spectre. So that entire stack is still going to go the way of Yellow Submarine.
And the
Liquid
entire
lose several
team fight.
heroes.
Yeah.
They see Spectre again, too. Oh, they brought
Oh,
Taiga
they
back
brought
in.
them both back. What?
They were trying to get a surprise Black Hole.
Insania.
And,
yeah, this is just disastrous. They're crumbling.
Oh, no, he's going to die anyway.
Oh, he went Blade Mail after the Midas? Oh, God, that's when you know the game's bad. 'Cause
Yeah.
You don't want to do that.
Right. Oh,
Taiga?
my God.
Wow.
Soloed, just like that.
Just bursted down.
Good
Do you think
lord.
this is a case of overconfidence, perhaps? From
In the drafting
Liquid
stage
side?
or what?
Either that, well, itemization, I was thinking.
Like on the Midas.
Midas, I mean, you could say draft as well with having an Enigma. I mean, it's kind of greedy.
Yeah, I think the problem I have with the Midas is that it was similar to the Morphling yesterday, where his other 2 cores were having a bit of a rough time. And with his absolute free farm on Eternal
He
Envy
needed
Morph,
to
he
do
went
stuff.
Midas
Yeah.
instead of being active. And even though Spectre isn't like your ideal active hero, you can be a part of the game. Like, you can actually, with the IO, run around, just be up in the face of the opponent. We're not
Right.
talking like ganking or anything like that. Just drawing attention away from your other cores.
Well, and with the Blade Mail build, like that old idea that Spectre doesn't contribute in the early
Without
game.
Haunt.
Yeah, it's just not true anymore. That's just not how it is. It's like, I remember for a long time people were also saying Spectre's a bad laner, just punish Spectre's bad laning. That just hasn't been true.
Yeah.
Like, Spectre's a good laner.
I think Midas is a trap item that people are going to quickly realize, if they haven't already, is largely dependent upon your teammates' game, not your own.
After watching this and a few minuses that we've seen here, I would feel like the Spectre Blade Mail build is just better. Gives you farming as well. But Viper.
Yep. Looks like they will find that very important kill. Reinforcements have arrived, though. Mars ult is still down, but okay. Well, Boxy gets 2 shot.
Yeah, it's funny because initially I saw the Midas and I said, wow, for his game this seems really nice. Against the lifesteal, you want that attack speed. He has absolute free farm step and Midas. But then, like, once the laning stage ends, you see how the game plays out, and I no longer like it anymore. And that's why I think it's such a hard decision to, like, pass up on.
Insania has a mech, so Enigma, I'm assuming, will not be going Greaves ever.
Yeah.
So
They do have the blink.
yeah, they're going to TP in.
They have a
Mickey.
Wyvern, though, so he's just...
No Haunt for a bit. Black Hole still online. Not sure if he has his blink online right now, but there's the curse. Egg is to follow. And actually, Spectre beating the crap out of Io as a result of that. But they killed the egg.
They got the egg and lifestealer.
Onto one, but here's the Mars ult to try to counter it. They find the kill on the lifesteal. That's really important for Liquid.
Where's Viper? Oh,
Box
he's coming
is
in
gonna
late.
get traded, though.
Oh, Viper cleanup crew.
And the Mars, actually, look at this damage from Toronto.
Oh.
So much damage to the Spectre, and there's the break from the
Midas
Nether
value.
Toxin.
Midas value.
That's true. That's the most important thing.
Well, 3 for 3. I think you're
Yeah.
cool with that. I mean, you're definitely cool with that if you're Liquid.
I don't know if you are. I don't even know if it's enough. Like, you're happy, right? Like, that's the best you could have done, but does it change anything, really? Like, aren't they just going to walk into Roche on the side of Yellow
ult?
Submarine?
Yeah, sure.
You have
I
nothing.
think
You have no Haunt, no Black Hole.
Black
and
Hole.
I think when the team that's ahead by 10K, neither team has ults, you'd rather be the team that is up by 10K.
Sure. Also,
Really? That's
the ults are lower
very
cooldown.
profound.
Well, I'm saying, you know, like, ults could be viewed as kind of like net worth, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I know what you
Kind
mean.
of like value. It's all just resources.
And
Just like
there you
Havoc
go.
Hammer is worth 22,000
Yeah,
net
it's
worth.
a,
right?
it's a resource that has a very clear
It was
gold
19 is
value.
what we did.
19,000.
Don't overestimate the value of Havoc Hammer.
But with the Undying, it's plus 10k.
That's
Yeah,
true.
what it was,
Undying
right.
is in quite a few games, actually.
So this will set up the free Roche. In terms of Aegis Stealers, I mean, they technically have a little bit of that, but I don't think they're going to attempt anything.
The old Haunt Aegis Steal. Haunt in,
That's
Haunt out.
classic.
They don't have Haunt, so.
They have their cooldowns.
I like the medallion from the Mars here. He knew that they were going to look to Roche with this lead, so. And he knows they're going to try to turn this into an early high ground
They're gonna
push, and the
siege, yeah,
Solar Crest.
exactly.
Like, this is the type of thing you need to have as an offlane player. The vision of the game. And that was a really cool, like, how often do you see Blink Solar Crest on Mars, right? Like, just
rarely,
straight
yeah.
Solar Crest. So that's a really cool,
Almost never.
like, we're ahead by a lot. This is how we plan to extend our lead. And I know it's Lifestealer in front, hitting buildings, and I need to make him do that as best as possible. Boom, Solar Crest.
Yep. Their tower sieging is really not all that great. It's like Lifestealer is just barely enough, so the Solar really feels great with this hero.
He's actually queuing up SNY Scotty. That's crazy for Lifestealer. I get Spectre. I guess he's like, I do plenty of damage since we're so far ahead. Let's just ruin his game by being up in his face all time and reducing his heal.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And it looks like Enigma is working towards an eventual Lincolns as the pumpkin-headed Wyvern is taken out.
Is that a rare item? I've seen it a few times,
Pumpkin
but I
head?
haven't seen it a lot. Yeah.
Don't
I mean,
click buyback pop turret.
it's
You don't wanna buy 'em back
some
in the game?
sort of a rare. I don't know how rare it would be,
Yeah,
though.
I'm just curious, how long would I have to play to get that?
The Morphling Replicate one that turns every hero into a Morphling Replicate is very common. You see that all the time.
Oh, yeah, I like that one. Oh, you get like 30 heroes at once. I think there's like 3 bundles that have to drop.
Yeah.
But like when
I
you
got
get a
one of
bundle,
those,
you get a
and-
shit ton.
And I don't use it out of principle.
I was
Why?
gonna say I don't use hacks either. So
Because, yeah, I want to win fairly. I don't want people to be confused. I'm not trying to confuse my enemy. I want to win on merit and
You
skill.
can't tell that's Mars?
No, that looks like Morphling Replicate. Well, the issue I really have is when there's a Morphling in the game. And you're like, that is kind of dumb.
Okay, I see.
If I look quickly, it could be like some crazy Tidehunter set.
I think with those cosmetics, it's like some cosmetics make it worse than others. This is fine. This is obviously Mars with blue skin.
Yeah, I liked it on Mars. He's one of the few heroes I play that has it, and I use it.
Now, from Enigma's perspective, has the Headress Buckler, and then obviously changed pace to go for the Blink because they're so far behind, and then Io ends up getting the mech. How bad does that feel to have those in your inventory? I mean, it's not like they're useless.
Buckler's a decent value.
Yeah, they're okay.
Headdress is kind of mad, though.
Whatever.
2 armored all your allies.
It's not the biggest investment, obviously, but you don't see this every day where they just, you know, go a different direction when they're literally a recipe away.
Wow, and he's not going for the Lincolns anymore. He's actually just straight up going Refresher. He's going full, I need to epically wombo combo.
Yeah, it's not the we need to get 1 sick black hole. It's the we need to also catch the Wyvern and get 2 sick black holes.
Lots of pressure on this Enigma now.
The thing is, with this Solar Crest, the Mars will legit just like 2-shot people.
It's an interesting way to think about it, though, because the Refresher is cheaper than what you would need. You need a BKB and a Lincolns to counter the Wyvern ult.
Yeah.
So instead, just get a Refresher. Just
Yeah.
blow one, make them, just trade your ults, and then go for another
No,
black
I mean,
hole.
no. The thing is, if he gets his first hole canceled, he's gonna die.
This is like
I'm saying, like,
for
he's
the
either getting 2 or 0.
potential buyback, I guess, as well.
Oh, okay, potential buyback. That's true. Yep, 2-shotted.
Yeah, this Lifestealer is doing some damage with that Deso.
Deso Solar, that's minus 14 armor. And Quap probably doesn't even have 14 armor. We'll check the armor of Quap in a second here.
Oh, Mickey.
10 armor.
Atos applied. Viper Strike, but Io will save, which will...
It's a pretty low cooldown, but Io will be donezo.
Yes, indeed. No Glimmer Cape shenanigans.
Surprised he's not buying out for, like, a cloak here.
Overcharge. I hear a curse.
On to Box.
Oh, Boxy was wrapping around.
I think Boxy was TPing.
I think he was trying to go into the trees for the tether out and then TP or something. He does have the TP off cooldown though, so or the no TP slot. So probably he did try to TP and he was getting caught.
Can't imagine why else you'd curse a Tusk just to cancel the TP, right?
Yeah, I think he was probably trying to tether the IO out and then he got.
I know this is a bit of a loaded question, but is there a support hero that you guys think, once they get luxury items, is just so much better than the rest of the pool? Because I have
think
one
Wyvern is one of the scariest late game supports in the entire game. If she gets like Blink Ether and a Glimmer, that hero is incredibly powerful.
So Wyvern's definitely on my list. I would say Phoenix might be the top though.
Yeah,
I think
Phoenix is up there.
Getting like a Shiva's into Ags is just you literally will never kill the egg.
I know you
and you can save your
never.
teammates.
I know you have the same idea about this as I do, Suns fan, and that you just completely tune out Jenkins during the cast. But he did earlier mention that these are 2 of the best greedy supports.
I did
in
hear
the
him
entire
actually,
game. And that's kind of the similar idea, right? These are 2 of the best supports that feel amazing with just like 2 or 3 larger small items that make them just that much more impactful. So that is what we talked about with this Yellow Submarine draft, where you're not just like, let's imagine the impact of Tusk IO compared to Wyvern Phoenix. I'm not saying Tusk IO are like bad heroes, but at this stage in the game in terms of scalability. Oh, to destroy the trees with the arena. And he's telling him to fight him. Taiga says no, but he still dies anyway. Almost BKB
He didn't
on
even
Mars.
attack.
Yeah, he didn't even try. You gotta admire the voice line while you're arena spearing somebody.
Yeah, that's actually next level.
And Boxy getting right click down in the meantime. So Liquid's lead, or sorry, Yellow Submarine's lead continuing to just snowball. As there is a BKB now on Quap, so Koikva should be able to survive a little bit longer, but obviously
Still
needs
has only
a lot
10
more.
armor, so he'll die if he gets gone at any point. He has to pop that BKB very swiftly.
It always feels really rough going for these defensive items when you're behind like this. This is why I do like the Refresher Orb on Taiga, just because it gives you options to actually kill the enemy team. You have to play perfectly, but it gives you options. You have a BKB, you just survive and then lose after the BKB.
I think it's even rougher to buy a BKB or like another defensive item, say like a Lincoln's, when you could just die to silences, like an AoE silence. Like it's like you buy the BKB to live against like their stuns, but then you just die to their physical damage.
Yep.
Like if there's multiple sources of threat against you, but you still have to buy a BKB or some other defensive item. As we see Mars looking, he's hunting. They just showed bottom, so this is quick, but Quake was onto him. Good map awareness there. They even scanned to see if he like kind of sat to the left and didn't abandon the area yet.
Look at
oh that tree. Who moved that?
Oh, Mars ult. McKay has to
Insania.
haunt. Insania drops it in to say hello.
Where did he go to?
We'll have to buy back immediately into the game.
Oh, they killed the Wyvern, I see.
Oh, Ishar.
Oh, he's
Yataro's actually stuck. That could be.
Oh, the force staff.
Force step to safety.
Good coordination there.
It looks like Liquid might want to fight here. Taiga jumps in with that black hole, gets canceled by the curse and the spear. The egg is destroyed immediately, along with Wyvern's life. They're both going to buy back into the game, though. Taiga taking a lot of damage from Mars, as the Lifestealer is attempting to go ham now. Enigma finally falls.
Is he going to live?
It's only the first death so far in this fight for Liquid, but Spectre, IO follows suit. That's the dieback onto Insania. Actually started out okay for Liquid.
Yeah, they've used both the curse and the spear to cancel the black hole, so the egg went uncovered. But that just shows. I think that fight would have been perfect for them if they weren't down by 12k. 13,
I agree.
14K.
I think their coordination in that fight was amazing. The shards saving the Spectre there for a second.
Yeah, you know, when he barely dies at the end, that's just the difference, right? Maybe he has 2,000 more net worth. That death doesn't happen, and then suddenly you're at, you know,
Lifestealer getting caught in the shards too.
And then maybe Lifestealer goes down, and suddenly the Spectre's in the lead.
Right.
It's crazy how there's just so many small things that add up in the game of Dota.
Yep. Extra 200 HP. You die. You live. It's very binary. You're either alive or dead.
That's very deep.
Thank you.
That's a very limited view of the world.
Initiation onto the Mars.
He still has a BKB.
And the Essence Ring to boot.
Essence Ring feels so good on Mars. Such a nice item. It lets you skip Vlads and have no sustain, and you still get mana regen outside of fights, and then in fights you have that extra sustain. Feels really good.
He's going for the Abyssal next too, just to hard counter that Enigma.
It's not as satisfying, though, if you have lifesteal.
I mean, it's free, so it's like
nothing's free in life.
It's
TSJ.
True. You did have to kill a creep for that.
You had to kill it, which, you know, you don't know the family history of that creep.
That creep was probably someone's pet.
And you're potentially taking the item away from teammates. You know, there's a lot to it.
Are not pets. They have their own lives, their own autonomy, their own system of ethics, okay?
Well, they're restricted
so
to a certain area, though.
you would never consume a creep, is that
I
what
would
you're
not
saying?
consume a creep.
So you don't play Doom or
They are
Lifestealer or anything
capable
like
of
that?
existing within an ethical system.
I think they're more like Ice Frog's pets, because he restricts them to this area. They're prisoners of Ice Frog.
And if Ice Frog wants to eat them, he can. But the way I see it, creeps in Dota are moral agents.
Okay.
I see. All the people in EU that are watching this are like, what the hell are they talking about?
Yeah, welcome to Jenkins Cast.
Oh, the Lotus Orb Snowball!
Uh-oh.
Boxy is dead.
I don't think Collapse knows he can cast spells during the Snowball.
You can?
I would have really liked to see a Mars Sphere during that Snowball.
You can cast spells?
I mean, cast shards, dude.
Yeah, but that's true. So it's whoever did.
Have you never seen a Rubik that snowballs and then lifts somebody during the snowball?
I've not seen that
Yeah,
before.
it's really cool. Yeah.
Because he's the person that started the snowball. Obviously, people who are in it can't use it. Only Tusk. Right?
Yeah, only the
person
person
that uses it.
Yeah, only the person that uses
That is
the
so
snowball.
funny that it's coded because I was thinking like they just coded that shards would work in snowball.
Yeah. You just can't punch because you can't auto attack.
Yeah, sure.
But yeah, Tusk can use all of his abilities. And
Yeah,
so
of
can
course.
Mars.
That's hilarious.
I would love to see an arena out of the snowball.
That would be sick.
All right, 18K net worth lead for Yellow Submarine, triple man smoke. They have the blink Mars ult if they want, but the spear
The ward on
into
the high
the
ground.
barracks, but the snowball's going to keep him alive for now. You can see the damage coming from Phoenix on the backside.
Buyback?
Taiga
No buyback.
not able to get the black hole off, and like you said,
100 seconds.
no
dead,
buyback
too.
for him. So this is going to be minimum racks, if not potential game.
Public service announcement for all the people that haven't played Lifestealer in a while and they're coming back to Dota. His ult is basically a heal, guys. That's all it does now. So notice how every time Yataro's been in fights, he just ults inside of somebody and they heal for, in this case, 1,200 health. The Mars was like 30% health, and then you just infested him, and now he's almost full. So, speaking to players that may have forgotten that is what Lifestealer ult does, Jenkins.
It's weird that your tone of voice changed very
Yeah.
specifically for that one sentence. And you look towards me, so I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
I usually don't like screaming at my pub teammates when they won't infest me, but I had to do it for you, Jenkins. It's okay.
Oh, you scream at me all the time.
All right, attempting to go for Mega. Still no Enigma for 40 seconds, so this will be uncontested. And I just see no avenue for Liquid, even in best case scenario.
Do you see a street, though?
I see... I guess I could see a street, maybe.
I see a street, but it leads to a cul-de-sac.
I see.
A cult-de-sac?
Cul-de-sac.
I was going to save Spectre for now, but the building's still taking tons of damage. Mars infested. They're going to leave the tier 4s for now as the Haunt comes in. Trying to set up a potential Enigma black hole, but he's still not up for another couple seconds. Sonic Wave dealing decent amount of damage in the meantime. Will they be able to kill the egg in time by the Mars ult? They do get it, surprisingly enough, and there's the black hole onto
This is the avenue.
The avenue, the road, whatever you want to
No
call it.
cul-de-sacs
Cheese is
here.
popped, but for pretty much no reason. He does get a kill in the end. Does cost
Wow.
Liquid a couple buybacks.
Queue up the Battle Fury, Mickey. Queue up the Battle Fury.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is not a cul-de-sac. That's a hacky sack if I've ever seen one, because we're bouncing this boy back the other way.
Wow.
That was actually
not bad.
A decent line you gave there.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Is he actually going Battle Fury? I said queue up the Battle Fury, and he has a Perseverance. What's Spectre's career? He's actually going Battle Fury! That's good shit.
Dude, he's going to get
Dude,
giga-farmed.
Mickey and I see you, man.
All right,
I see you.
let's talk some economics here, okay? I know people don't like that.
That's a lot of big words.
There's
Yeah,
a lot of big
continue.
words coming out here. Macro, micro, these sorts of things. And here's the deal.
That's a big word.
And
You're
these
right.
are big ones. About 5 letters. Here's the problem. Whenever you got mega creeps coming into your base, you actually farm much faster than the neutral creeps, because really most of the gold in Dota, it comes from those lane creeps, but you don't get any if you're Radiant. So Liquid, they've been playing this for the late game. They knew this was going to happen.
They were playing for the 34-minute
That
Battle
is
Fury
next
timing.
level. They killed a Wyvern, who's actually dead for 45 seconds, no buyback.
So now, I know most people flame a 34-minute Battle Fury, but guys, this isn't your 1K pubs where the guy has treads, and that's it. He's got Manta, BKB, Blade Mail, Midas.
This is a
with the
fourth item.
Fifth item.
Fifth item battle. This is his final item of the game. That's Viper. Is that half HP is going to get punched
Yes,
into
Titanic.
the air?
Yes,
BKB
Titanic.
popped onto the Mars. As you can see, the egg is going to be uncontested, and the Sun Ray to follow as well. So they do find the Spectre, the Battle Fury, not able to help him survive, which is really surprising considering the amount of HP regen you get from it. But 4 dead for Liquid.
I will say, the Battle Fury into Force of Fight play seems a bit weird.
Oh,
but
Taiga. He wants the black hole. It's a big one!
GG out
Big
immediately.
and
Just GG out.
juicy, and he's going to
Just GG
GG very shortly as he explodes just as he uses the refresher.
Not gonna lie, a little bit disappointed there wasn't in a snap GG the second the black hole started. The second it started.
Well, he couldn't use it on the second one because he doesn't even have enough mana to use the second one with his current items.
That's true.
Oh, boy.
That's funny.
All right, so Liquid get mega stomped.
Yeah.
Which they were down 0-1 in their last series and then came back with a vengeance, if you want to call it that. Quick thoughts on this game before we go to break.
Well done, Yellow Submarine. They went straight for the jugular when they smell blood in the water.
Pretty good.
I like their overall vision of the game from all their heroes. The itemization, playstyle, and the last pick Viper really showed that sometimes counter picks can be enough to just seal up the game plan too. It's easy when you win all 3 lanes.
Yeah.
All right, so with that, let's take a quick break, and we'll talk a little bit more about this amazing start to the series as Game 2 looms ahead of us.
The thing I value the most at the end of the day is always going to be winning.
I thought that if I lose TI, my career was in jeopardy.
For me, at least, that fire has always come through when I needed it the most.
Because if I gave it my all and I didn't win, then that's all I can do.
If you don't feel that fire when you need it the most, you probably don't want to win.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Monster Energy Dota Summit 13.
You're going to introduce anybody?
Introducing Banana Slam, Sunsfan, Jank the Man. Can you tell me what we're going to see in this next match?
I think Liquid's going to win 2-1.
Wow.
I think they're going to turn it on.
Is that real?
Yes.
Did you think Insania queued up his own video from the Monster Energy website?
I don't know.
Or BTS.
I mean, the moral of that video is that he hates to lose.
Yes.
And it motivates him.
The agony of losing is the driving, not the glory of winning.
Right. So what just happened? He just lost the game.
That was an agonizing defeat, I believe.
Yeah, that was actually pretty bad. We talked about the Midas choice. I mean, from like a draft perspective, are you okay with the draft in theory if they itemize a little bit differently or maybe lane differently?
So, like, if I was a captain here and I saw that game, say it was a scrim, and I was like testing a strategy, testing an idea, I would say the Midas definitely hurt them. And then I would say, well, maybe I'd be willing to run it back with some more active items from the Spectre, see what happens if we make some plays around the Spectre while the Enigma gets his own. But I wouldn't be confident to say the draft was good. But
Okay.
I'd be willing to try it again.
Jenkins, do you agree, disagree?
That sounds...
Do you hate BSJ?
Well, a couple
Yes,
of those
yes,
things.
and yes.
A couple of
Yeah.
those things, yeah. Yeah, no, I agree. It didn't, it didn't seem like some epic, crazy, good draft where it's like we want to repeat that again and we want to try it again. Like with, going to your analogy, it's like I don't know if you would want to run it back necessarily for any good reason, but you wouldn't be like opposed to doing it because I do think like the Midas didn't help. The Viper pick into the Queen of Pain really hurt, specifically because there was already a Spectre, right? It's similar to like the Alchemist when
Countered by like the same hero counters
the
multiple
same
heroes.
hero. Like that's always something I think as a captain you can just kind of forget or have like a whoopsie on a certain pick. It's like, oh, this is countered by the exact same hero. It makes the game so
The bans
insanely
are
hard.
more important than the picks. I say that every time, and I think when you say would you run the draft back, they might. Now that I think about it, good point, Jenkins. Surprisingly, they might actually just say I would be willing to run this exact draft back with our 10th ban being a Viper.
Viper, yeah.
Okay.
Or a 7th ban.
I would.
Well,
agree to that.
let's shift focus a little bit here because I think maybe we're being a little disrespectful. Yellow Submarine, I mean, we can talk about the mistakes that Liquid made, but Yellow Submarine took advantage of those.
Oh, yeah.
And they were aggressive. I mean, I think the Liquid strategy would have worked against a lot of teams.
It is.
I feel like.
It is easy to talk about Liquid because they're this like big team. They just won a major tournament, so it's easy to be like, oh, what do they do wrong? But Yellow Submarine for sure. Like when I said they went for the jugular, and you kind of expanded on it. Like basically, they did play really fast Dota, and like you were saying, they also itemized for really fast Dota. Like they seem like a unit. Like everything was working together to let them do that. They had like the Mars constantly hunting in the side lanes and constantly playing in front whenever they were like taking the enemy triangle, walking up high grounds. Like they really felt like when you see good Dota, it seems like there's like an AI that's playing all of the heroes at once, and that's what it kind of felt like with them, where they felt relatively impenetrable. Now, can they repeat that in a second game where the lanes go differently? That's a different question. But in that particular game, I can't recall any like big mistakes, like any actual mistakes that aren't just, oh, he got 5 men smoked on or something like that.
It seems like such small things to commend. We talked about some of the support plays, like walking into the opponent team. But like as a carry, the life stealer, even just there's a huge engagement that went on top. And most life stealers, they just want to sit in their own safe lane and be unkillable. But he actually walked mid, took the tier 1 tower. So he's like this really powerful hero that he knows the opponent doesn't want to deal with right now. So he walks and takes their mid tower, and then he knows the only way back in the game for the opponent is to take his own safe lane tower. Where do you think he went? He went bottom after giving his Wyvern the lane. So now she's level 6, and the only way to kill him is the black hole. So he puts himself on the most dangerous part of the map with Wyvern sitting behind him. And this is an example where they first know what the enemy team doesn't want to deal with, and then they know this is the only way back in the game for the enemy team. So like you said, it is all about them. Like maybe a weaker team wouldn't have executed the advantages that Yellow Submarine had here.
Yeah.
I was very impressed with their swift, smooth rotations. I could make an entire like educational lesson out of the way they played this
Yeah,
game.
for sure. Like we even saw a fight there where Liquid played like nearly flawlessly, and I think if Yellow Submarine wasn't also playing flawlessly,
If they were only up by 7K.
and if they were only up by 7K, like that would have gone the way of Liquid. So that's all it takes, like 2K gold, something like that. You can lose to a team like Liquid.
All right, so we're going to take a quick break, and then when we come back, we will resume talk of game number 2, which is coming next. Oh, Monster Energy Dota Summit 13 Sunset here with Jack and the BHR. Oh my god. All right, that's a GIF waiting to happen right there.
A GIF, yeah.
What, you say GIF?
No, GIF. I said GIF, yeah.
Do you actually say GIF?
Of course. The creator wanted it that way.
Oh, thank God.
Sounds like we have a draft,
Thank
gentlemen.
God.
Is that what it is? I thought it might be the League of Legends bunker.
God, I hope not. That was depressing.
It's the noise I hear in my head when Shannon enters the bathroom. Is that nuclear?
I thought, hey, that's number 2 of the day.
Yeah,
no pun
that's
intended on
funny.
that one. That's my number 1. Okay, that's my first. That's your second.
you have one. You have one left.
I do.
Okay, I got a tentacle.
Yeah.
Got my poop out of the way.
Okay.
Did you actually, though? As we have a draft now, Oracle versus Mars. So Mars was successful, despite his win rate being completely atrocious in this tournament.
Yes.
This is reversed, though, in the sense that Yellow Submarine has first pick.
Okay.
Well, last game, Team Liquid went IO, then they picked Mars, and then they picked Spectre, then they picked Lifestealer. So the Lifestealer got the good matchup for Yellow Submarine, right? So this time around, they're not going to get that. So maybe the dynamic of heroes being picked drastically shifts when it's between first and second pick, is all I'm trying to say.
This is true. This is true. Don't get those block bans. Very important.
Phoenix is available and picked.
Oracle's kind of a block pick to that. I was going to mention that.
Well, that's
and
a
I'm
quick
surprised
response.
That they still picked
Instant Jug.
Phoenix into Oracle.
Very quick response.
And then Jug just shuts down this whole game plan. They picked 2 heroes to have this team fight wombo that is just shut down completely by Spin hitting the egg.
I was
So
gonna
I'm
say,
sure they're
yeah,
going to
they-
just ban all these BKB piercing Jug counters, right? Like, one's going to be probably bad carry matchups, but I think on top of that, Wyvern should be a consideration for them to ban, because while Jug completely shuts down Mars Phoenix, if you throw like a Wyvern in there, suddenly it's like reverse Wyvern shuts down the Jug, who shuts down the Mars Phoenix, so now Mars Phoenix will be able to operate.
So you're expecting that to be a ban then?
I'm expecting that to be considered. If they are willing to give Yellow Submarine the upper team fight advantage, like upper hand in the team fights.
And the exact same thing they picked last game.
Yeah,
too.
basically.
I seriously doubt they're going to let it through. I would be surprised.
Did they pick Wyvern 3rd or 4th?
They picked it 4th. 7th overall.
All right, getting rid of the void. So, like, a lot of these bans and what I assume Yellow Submarine is going for is something to protect the egg just, like, on top of Mars.
Yeah,
ult,
so
right?
the Drow is just a really good matchup against Jug, and then the Void is that BKB piercing AoE that I said could come from Wyvern, but Void's definitely a better ban there.
It's a carry that does the same thing. OP carry.
It's a good carry matchup, and it does that. Very cool. They banned the
Death
Death
Prophet. Okay, I mean, great combo with the Oracle, as well as you have the Jug Healing Ward. That would set up for like a pretty solid push
It's an
lineup.
annoying hero for Mars to go on, because you usually don't have quite enough damage to burst them down.
And
You
she
know who
sucks
else is a great combo with Oracle and great at killing the egg, gentlemen?
No, I really don't know. actually.
Huskar.
Oh, yes.
Oh, no way.
Bring it out today.
Garbage.
Yes, the
He
offlane
can do
Juggernaut
it.
into the carry Huskar.
Honestly,
Yes.
Quickfoot does play Huskar.
Well, you could do
so
mid Huskar, though.
maybe
Do not pick Huskar.
You could do it.
back in
Liquid,
back in the day.
Liquid, Shannon said that you were going to win 2-1, so if you pick
Yeah.
Huskar, that's not going to happen.
Now this draft looks to me this looks like entirely different from the last one in terms of like the priority in picks. So I feel like Liquid recognized their mistakes. Will it work? Who knows?
What I like when I have a Jug on my team here, it's a first-round Jug, is that it's similar to that Void we saw yesterday, where he's going to be threatened. Whatever they pick on the side of Yellow Submarine is most likely going to make Jug have to itemize defensively. So no, he should not go Mask of Madness Battle Fury. He'll probably go stuff like, Manta Scotty if they choose to threaten him. What I'm getting at here is Team Liquid needs to draft one extra hero that is a damage threat to the side of Yellow Submarine such that the Jug can afford to do that.
Shadow Fiend.
Well, it's probably going to be 10th pick, right?
Lone Druid.
Lone Druid would be
is
really
banned.
nice, actually. Oh, it's actually banned already?
Unfortunately.
Yeah,
Oh,
first
first
ban.
round. That's
Quake for
respect.
the only team that does anything with Lone Druid is this one right here.
Yeah, Quickfoot does love his Lone Druid, no doubt.
So what's the ideal lane partner against Enchantress with a Earth Spirit? Is Batrider on the table? Seems like a decent Batrider game. Lifestealer's already banned out. Faceless Void's already banned out. You've
Only
got
issue is you
Jug.
don't see the carry yet.
They would almost certainly pick Lifestealer if you do that. Are you okay with... Oh, Lifestealer's banned too. I already said that. Wow, I'm good.
Brilliant.
I'm
So the
early
bat
onset dementia.
the bat would block out the Sven pick. It would block out Morphling to some degree. It would block out TB. I actually feel like bat just is good against
what's good against what they already have.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's a very solid bat game. This is a Brax level draft right here, boys. Let's see.
Well, the Brax level drafts didn't really work out yesterday. So what does
worked
that mean
for one
exactly?
game, but then Eternal Envy picked was Morphling.
Yeah, it was almost.
So the only counter to Brax God tier drafting is Eternal Envy.
Yes, that is the counter. I think Eternal Envy might have played 1 or 2 pubs this week, and that's why they lost.
Get back to TFT, young man.
Yes.
Timbersaw. Okay.
Really?
Very interesting.
I'm not a fan. It does cover the Terrorblade base.
But, I mean, Timber's not good against any of these 3 heroes.
Anybody down for some Slark? Dead serious here? Slark it up?
Slark is very good against all of their heroes, actually.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
You munch on whoever Oracle saves, you can just press R when Jug ults, you own Timber in lane, and then you can eventually kill him and take a shitload of stats from him. Earth Spirit, it's hard for him to get a spell.
They might go Ursa. Oh, Anti-Mage. Ugh, I feel like Slark Ursa, even though they're off meta, are so much better against those heroes.
Well, I mean, AIM's still decent. It's like, you know, you can't get Omni'd, for one.
It's true.
You're not going to die to the magic damage. Basically, Jug has to Omni you right now if you're going to have Anti-Mage die, or Timber needs to be completely snowballing.
They're gonna pick a mid laner, like I said, that does the damage. So TA's on the table. What else? Physical damage mid laners do we got?
Is Ember still
Monkey
there?
King.
Ember's not bad.
Monkey King's reasonable.
Ember. You mean for Liquid?
Yeah, for Liquid.
I feel like Ember's pretty solid right now with what they have.
They do have very little lockdown.
Like, they
and
need
if you were to go like Deso on Ember, it would actually be very good against the Anti-Mage and the rest of the lineup too. You'd like 2-shot the Enchantress.
They need some fighting lockdown guy in the mid lane.
You know, hero we haven't seen this series.
We haven't seen PA.
We haven't seen Pudge.
Or Bloodseeker.
Those are all correct answers.
Is that your answer, Bloodseeker?
Yeah,
Okay.
That was the desired answer.
Sure. Oh, Broodmother, of course. It's Quakeva. You have to ban this thing.
Yeah, I was curious if they were going to ban it out.
Even though there's a Mars.
Yeah, it's like...
It's still just respect. Like, a lot of these bans are disrespect. Lone Druid, Slardar. And,
well, Slardar is just a good hero.
He
man.
is, I know, but it's like when Slardar's good and there's Boxy on the enemy team, it's like you have to ban it. Like, this guy's the single best Slardar in the world.
Well, remember how I said that they could pick a mid laner that also does physical damage to enable the Jug to go more, defensive items. Slardar is an offlaner that allows your carry to just build less damage because you get free damage. So it's kind of funny how.
Does anybody play Ricky mid anymore?
I've seen Bryle do it a lot in pubs.
For fun?
I think it's personally only good against like the spirits, pretty much, because you farm decently and then you the only problem with Ricky mid is that you don't wave clear at all, so you kind of just lose your tower to any hero that pushes. But against the spirits, it's pretty nice. They go for the Kunkka.
Okay.
I was gonna say Kunkka's not so bad. It's kind of weak against like the
though.
Mars and the Phoenix in terms of like.
Speaking of the Spirit Brothers, though, Ember is still available, and Void Spirit. No, wait, Void Spirit's gone.
I feel like Ember.
So Ember and technically Storm.
Ember would be like the very vanilla pick to pick here.
If Liquid picks Storm, I'm gonna throw
Anti-Mage.
No way.
Yeah,
Might
I'm
counter
saying
Storm
I'm
a
gonna
bit.
throw my
No way.
That's a
my
confidence
draft book
pick.
out the window.
I mean, you could double down on like the Jug and go Mag, but then it's so
Liquid has
inactive.
run out of time as well. They're taking this to the... All right, so Leshrac.
I like the Lesh ban. He's a hero that solo kills the Timber.
It's also here they could not pick, I would assume, because there's an AM on the other
Yes,
side.
really good in F4 Protect
So
one.
they go
pick
for the
Storm.
Storm. This is a pseudo Ember.
Immediate Visage. Wow.
Wow.
Okay.
Woo!
Huh.
I like that Visage pick.
Okay, so
I'm down. I am so down for that Visage pick.
great 5-man from
Completely
Liquid.
shuts down the entire concept of how Yellow Submarine want to play that 8 to 15 minute mark, and that's exactly how they won last game. So I like it. I'm going Team Liquid all the way.
Jenkins?
I'm going to go Yellow Submarine. I feel like their laning looks pretty solid last game, and I think if Liquid doesn't have good lanes, that 10 to 15 minute mark's not going to matter too much.
All right, Jenkins says 2-0. BSJ says 1-1. After this break, we'll find out. BRB, friends.
Start it up.
Welcome back to the Monster Energy Dota Summit 13. Remember, friends, if you want to vote for the MVP of this series, you can go to bts.gg/monster MVP BSJ Jenkins and the very esteemed Pop-Tart who eats frozen Pop-Tarts, which I can actually, sadly, personally recommend. We are now in game. Can we check Roshan, please?
Oh, thank God. Thank God.
Thank you.
Honestly, every time you ask that, my anxiety kicks in for like that 2 seconds that
Yeah,
it takes
I mean-
Pop-Tart to pan over. Pop-Tart, if you
Yeah.
could work on your timing there, make
Yes.
it maybe a second and a half or less, that
Pop-Tart,
would be very much
You
appreciated.
need to understand, good Dota is fast Dota, okay? I can't have you wasting 1 to 2 seconds at the start of every game when we ask for the Roshan check. Get your shit together, man.
You know, something you might want to... He's been playing a lot of FPS games with you, so he knows a lot about not only trigger control, but cursor placement, crosshair placement.
Yes.
So if you could put the cursor over the Roshan on the mini-map at all times during the game, just to prep for any time that we may bring him up, that
While
would be
also
much
seeing
appreciated.
every kill and checking every hero's items, that would be greatly
Yes.
appreciated. Thank you.
I mean, he's a professional observer. He should be able to... And we are starting the game with the bounty runes, which is no
Oh my God,
different
the
than any other game.
Enchantress Pumpkinhead.
Yeah, there's
Jesus.
another replicate there with a pumpkin on her head.
Wait, who?
What is
Oh,
Dota?
wow.
Look at look at this. What game
Remember
do we
when
play?
that cowboy hat on Ursa really just destroyed the community from the
Yeah,
inside?
that was
Now this is two different cosmetics. This is Dota now.
This is like the only reason I can tell that's Enchantress is the walk. That's the only reason.
Yeah.
The sproink, shall I say?
And it's funny because since I do have a lot of experience with like the workshop cosmetics and whatnot, I believe that the requirements still say the silhouette must be similar to the default set of the hero. And now I'm looking at these sets, I'm like, lol. Lol. There's Yaturo.
I gotta say, I don't really mind being against anti-mage in lane that much as Timber. You just eventually
use all of your mana to start.
Yeah, you just use all your mana. He does no damage to you.
Yeah, he
And
can't
then
kill you.
You get a soul ring. You just off cooldown, press your pure damage on him.
Yeah, and most of the time against agility carries, you just take your Timber Chain as opposed to your Whirling Death.
Yeah, or the passive. You just
No, you don't take your passive against anti-mage, dude.
well, and I'm saying sometimes you take the passive against other heroes.
Well, what I'm saying is that since he has to use all of his mana, right? And he's against an agi carry.
Yes, I'm
then he
100%
levels
following
his
this.
chain.
At no point was I
But
not
you
following.
are confusing the viewers at home.
The viewers are 10K.
I really
more.
liked that
They know-
that random chain out in the middle of the lane. He did that literally to save health. Because he knew he was going to get all of his
Right.
mana burn in the first place. So it's kind of funny that like usually you lull at that chain, and I'm sure most people did because they
Oh
didn't understand
God,
why.
I don't know about that, dog.
Whoa
Now I'm questioning
there.
Boxy.
Yeah,
Now I'm
Okay.
questioning-
you're making us look bad, Box.
Come on, Box.
So wait, explain this to me again. You do not get any levels of reactive armor?
No, you get it just at level 2. Like
Oh,
People
right,
are
okay.
in most games now. People are leveling W first, just because it's really low mana cost, high damage, 4-second cooldown.
It's a way to secure the range as well.
That too. Yeah, it's actually an extremely good level 1 nuke, and this is one of the big reasons why Timbersaw is not just being picked into like strength hero. Like Timber started trending not just as a reactive armor guy, even against like quote unquote counters, because he's just got a good nuke. Like any hero that has a good low mana cost nuke is going to be decent.
I still think Timber's a pretty mediocre hero, personally.
We have differing opinions on this hero.
Well, it did lose yesterday, as we're going to have a gank on Toronto Tokyo mid.
Very
That
nice
sounds like
play.
the new Fast and Furious franchise.
Visage winning his lane, that's not good. I know he's losing in CS, but that kill will get him level 6 most likely before the Storm does. Which means that's all Visage needs to be successful.
Oh, Spear actually misses, so not that they could have gotten a kill, but harassment is definitely really important right now, as Collapse is sitting on extremely low HP.
Spear is a ton of mana. If you miss it, that's pretty much the most detrimental part of it.
Yeah, it's like half your mana pool. You really don't have many spears. More importantly, it's a bunch of God's Rebukes that you could have used off cooldown.
Yep. That is 4 mangoes on Enchantress. Interesting. With the level 1 impetus. Or impetus. How do you say it?
It's impetus.
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 Yeah. Jenkins says it the way that literally no one does.
So Mickey
Right,
would have
the
died
trade.
before the Mars if he had been hit by that spear earlier.
Yep, that is true.
So we'll chop that spear up to causing him to feed there, even though Mickey did go down anyway.
Yeah. You know, on both sides, you're kind of like, well, you know, we needed to go back to base and go ahead and snag some items from Fountain, but I think obviously you prefer to get the kill first.
Can I just say the Enchantress taunt is one of the best ones as well?
It's a good one.
What do you think, Sunsfan?
I'm trying to remember what it is.
I can't even...
She like spins her thing and then does like a
She
dance.
like dances to some music. And spins
I would
around.
say that's very average.
It's a pretty good taunt.
I think if you look at the full list of taunts, as we're going to see some action here, onto Koikva to start it out. He's starting to tick down. Getting really low by the tower. The next Fire Spirits does connect. Another one on top of that. Will he tick out? The other one hits from long range. Koikva
That south tick saved him.
will live.
But he has to go base. So he might not get level 6 before Toronto Tokyo now. Because of this base. Oh, he has level 5. Never mind.
Anyway, back to my very important point on taunts. I think you may think a certain taunt is good until you start comparing it to the field.
Kind of like Brother Bear.
And, well, that's actually exactly like Brother Bear, because Brother Bear does not compare to half the movies on the tier list.
Yeah.
As we're going to see the first kill here, Oracle top, and Collapse getting spun on right now. And it looks like he will follow suit as well, but he gets the spear first onto the Juggernaut, and Mickey. That's a double kill for Collapse, and he lives.
I'm kind of surprised they're trying to force so much here. When I think of the Jug Mars matchup, it's like it's a good game matchup, but the lane is kind of mediocre. So I feel like you should just be chilling. Top.
Mediocre for who?
For the Jug.
For
Like
Jug?
I would rather be the Mars than the Jug in that lane.
Yeah, it would depend on the supports, I think. Well, you can spin the Mars down. Like that's one of the heroes that can actually kill Mars, which is pretty nice.
All I'm saying is if you fall behind on Jug, it gets really hard in this lane. So if you just wait till like you're level 5, 6-ish, you kind of just win the lane. But
True. Because any physical damage guy against Jug is...
Koikva coming in hot with the Visage rotation, level 5. Back in Taiga up here, that level in the Soul Assumption, pretty potent.
It's like 285 damage at level 1 as an ability.
It's quite good. Another missed spear, but that's because of the Blade Fury, as Mickey will get some sort of revenge here.
This is when you know it's EU Dota, when it's been like 5 kills in one lane.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
By the 6-minute mark. And it's just like a regular dual lane, you know? Not some fancy tri-lane. As, let's see how much damage Soul Assumption is. I believe it's about 180, level 1. Oh, they buffed the shit out of it. Holy crap, it's 245. You were closer. Wow.
Incredible.
It's a big one.
That's a lot of damage. 245, what the hell?
It's a good ability.
I mean, I knew it was a ton of damage, but that's like a metric ton of damage.
Yeah, this is why.
Stupendous.
Do you not say metric shit ton because you thought that would take your one poop thing for
Yes,
the day?
yes. It's
That does not count.
That counts as your third, by the way, Jenkins.
No, that doesn't count.
Jenkins,
That's a saying.
You're already over the cap.
way over the quota.
That's a turn of phrase. That's a turn of phrase. From what I've heard.
Wow. That's CSing from Mickey. That crit, that was hype.
Beautiful, beautiful work.
I was actually anxious as he was like pump faking that range creep a bunch.
I mean, you're talking about how you'd rather be the Mars, but would you expect the Mars to be out farming the Juggernaut?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I'm saying I think Mars wins the lane.
It's annoying as the Jug because when Mars like fakes the spear, you either spin and then he just doesn't cast it, or you don't spin and then he actually spears you. So you can pretty easily bait out a spin, just because of like the risk factor of it. And then if he
yeah,
does
that's true.
spin, you can just easily kill him after.
This is the Mars build I know and love. None of this Tranquil Boots crap. Double bracer phase.
You just like to be a beefy boy?
Yeah, man.
You don't like Yules?
In matchups where you are strong, this is the correct build, I think. And against Jug, even though he's behind in levels here because he did feed a kill later on in the lane, you should feel very good about consistently contesting the Jug in lane.
Oh, Royal Jelly, gentlemen. This is my tier 1 item
Ooh, on
that I love
Storm,
to
AM.
see.
Very nice. I mean, not so good on AM, but Storm, Royal Jelly.
I'd rather have that than a mango tree because I want the mana regen and health regen. And I don't care about my teammates.
You could probably do the math on how much mana and HP it gives you over an entire game.
Yeah.
I bet it's pretty
Assuming you are never full health or full mana.
Right.
true. Well, you could factor that in, get a pretty
Well, you have to
decent
factor
average.
in how often you actually use the mangoes from the mango tree.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
A lot of them go to waste, I feel like.
You could come up with some. That's a video. There you go, BSJ.
Thank you.
Oh, we got the spin.
Unlike you, I don't run out of random content to post.
Mars ult. This looks to be Oracle's end, but the healing ward is placed on the outside. It matters not. It is the kitty healing ward, which is important. That is top tier.
What's worth $1,000?
And the Pushka taken out by Boxy in the bot lane. And gonna see some TP support. Yeah, Mana
Level
Void
silence.
still only gonna be level 1, but this should be enough with this the jump in from
If he had a
Toronto,
bracer
Tokyo.
There, if he had a bracer. He did get the value cloak early, which I liked, but he should have had a bracer.
But this opens up the mid lane for Koikva, so we'll be taking down this tier 1 tower, at least getting it low enough.
This is
that
the
force them to try to
dream
deny.
Visage game, by the way. I don't know if like,
Supreme?
we talked about that, but like all Visage wants to do is spend the first 15 minutes walking from one lane to the next, killing tier 1s, and they have nothing to stop that with Anti-Mage Stormforce. Yes, they have Mars and Phoenix, so they might be able to all in once, and even if they all in him and kill him, he'll just do it again.
I bet his next item is Orchid.
You think so?
On Visage, yeah.
I'm
bet.
down. I'm down for that. That's the kind of the new way of building Visage. Instead of like this Helmdom Aura crap, you go for like the Drums Orchid.
Yeah, I like it.
Man, it just sounds like you don't like auras or things that help your team.
Well, no, like
Very
Classic
selfish.
carry-
that type
carry
of no,
player
that type of
BSJ.
Visage is very boring. Let's be honest. But the new
Yeah.
Visage is like you're treating him like an active mid, but instead of being mobile,
Right.
he's just.
Well, I mean, I think I've been tainted by days of old. Visage essentially picked in literally every tri-lane. So just automatic, I think of Visage as just a boring
Oh,
hero.
we got the deny. That's so funny.
Really? Wow.
What I will say
gonna
that
steal this one.
yesterday when we saw Timbersaw, there was no tower rotation threat on the team with Timbersaw. So if you remember, all they did was distract the Timbersaw for
ran
like
circles around him.
Yeah, for like
the classic
3 minutes. But in this case, the minute you bring a hero to the Timbersaw's lane, you know they're not going to mess with you. 'Cause
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
Timbersaw. And in this case, it's the Visage who kills the tower almost instantaneously.
This is
That's a cool part to note about Timbersaw's weaknesses and such.
This is precisely why they banned out that Death Prophet too, for the same reason that you're mentioning. Timbersaw.
Yeah, he's going to be jumped. Attempting to timber chain away. Still relatively healthy. Support from the Oracle. Should be good to go. Now the counter initiation.
Silence.
As Yaturo. He's taking a lot of damage.
He's dead.
Looks like he'll tick away. Now the chase is onto the Mars. Magnetize is still applied to both him and the Phoenix. The egg trying to keep them at bay. See if this will be enough. And then Sena attempting to run away now. Will get stunned though. And Taiga in the trees. Looks like he'll be finished off or ticked off very shortly there. Now Toronto, Tokyo Drift. Can he get out in time? Mickey with the Omni Slash though. He's completely out of mana. Nope. Had a little bit of sliver of mana left.
Oh, he has the mana boots. Don't usually see that very often
Yeah,
anymore.
that's pretty rare. Bloodstone first storm, it looks like. I don't see why you would go for mana boots unless you're rushing the Bloodstone.
Yeah, he has the kayak queued up as well, so that's pretty obvious, Jenkins.
Yeah, well, just for anybody in the viewership that maybe
Hasn't played Dota in the last 20 years.
I just think your voice is pretty distracting. Maybe they don't look at the bottom
I
of the
see.
screen.
I see. I love that play by Boxer, by the way. As Timber saw, you have two choices. One, to do the thing where you walk at towers and kill them, or two, you stand in front of your own tower and say, I dare you to come at me, bros. And in this case, they've got the Oracle backing him up. They knew that the opponent could potentially threaten the Timber, so they brought as many heroes as they thought they needed on the side of Liquid, and defending that tier 1 against split pushers like Anti-Mage is so important, because the map is just going to close down so quickly.
Yeah, they've got this mid tier 1 tower, bot tier 1 tower, so really the next objective is either tier 2s, which probably aren't going to happen, or Roshan, which probably isn't going to happen soon, or just defending your towers. Well,
I think Roshan can happen somewhat soon.
Yeah, within 5 minutes. I mean, I'm like, you know.
He's going straight Assault Cuirass.
Oh,
my goodness.
I've never seen
actually. I'm down. Against Anti-Mage, you just mass physical damage.
Collapse will be able to TP out.
You know what we talked about with Slardar, right? Where you win carry matchups because your carry just has like 20 more armor than theirs. Why not just do it from Visage? Just go AC Solar and just make your carry have way more armor than the other when they both have the same amount of items.
It's a valid point, you know? Not something people do very often, so it might actually be pretty good, just generally speaking.
I actually tried a similar build on Sand King where my carry was against an Anti-Mage and I just went AC Solar and it worked out nicely. So I think it's kind of like not something I'm sure about, but it seems like Quakefa's on a similar thought process.
You don't see it, so it's hard to say like, oh yeah, that's great when people do it all the time because nobody really does it.
The GG
He's got the tree, yeah, super nice. He was checking for a ward up there.
That's actually really cool.
Well, the Timber Chain also gives vision, so you can just chain without.
Wait, can you chain without actually going? Wait, the chain itself.
The chain itself gives vision, yeah.
Even if you don't land the chain.
Yep, gives vision.
Really?
Yep.
That's cool.
Huh.
You can use it to like scout Roche and stuff.
So anytime anybody in the pubs they mistime it or misjudge how far the Timber Chain is, it just looks like a whiff. Dude,
Yeah.
that's for vision.
No, the thing is, people are going to take that and they're going to be like, I'm going to go scout with Timber Chain, and then they're going to forget there was like a tree at the very end of that Timber
chain
Chain.
right in.
Chain right in
Yeah.
the opponent team.
Why does Timber Chain give vision and goddamn Pudge Hook doesn't give vision?
Here we go again.
I'm so sick of
Honestly,
this bullshit.
Pudge needs something like that actually functions in top tier Dota, where it's like some way of scouting or something, whatever.
Yeah. It only gives vision if you
That
hit
kind of shit
somebody.
actually matters at the highest brackets. Like, if you have a hero that can scout. I remember Dazzle back in the day was picked because his ult gave like 8 seconds of flying vision.
Yeah, that's pretty.
All right, would
damn
you
good.
be happy if Pudge Hook range was doubled?
Yes.
Would that bring him back?
Yes, absolutely. That would make him completely
You could
broken.
literally be sitting underneath a tier 2 trying to snipe someone at a tier 1.
That sounds great.
That would make Pudge literally the best hero in the game.
You get Aether Lens
instantaneously.
and then Telescope and then replace it with Seer Stone later, and then
Honestly,
it's like global hooks.
I feel like you don't even need those because it's such a long range.
Yeah, that would actually just be so dumb. It'd be pretty funny, though. I'd hate it for about a week, so then they could revert it. Wow, he had no trees left. The only way he was getting up there was the GG tree.
It's funny he remembers like the tree situation up there. Because
Such a low cooldown on it, too.
4 seconds.
Oh, Phoenix gets stunned up and then silenced after the fact. No egg for you.
Dude, this GG tree's broken.
But it'll be a trade for the Timbersaw. I think they'll take that any day of the week. And now the arena comes to fruition, and Toronto Tokyo gets another kill to his name.
I feel like Boxy's playing really well on the Timber, like with his positioning and his mechanics, which makes sense. He's a other than Slardar, like this is the other hero that you think of when you think of Boxy. But the problem is, like, it was picked into a bunch of heroes that are like soft counters to Timber. Like Mars doesn't really care, Phoenix definitely doesn't care, Storm doesn't really care. Literally none of them like care that much about a Timber. Like it feels a lot better when there's only one hero that can really kill you, or none.
The thing
obviously.
is that he does, like, the thing about Timber, I don't know if you feel the same way when you play him, is my job is to make space for like 15 to 20 minutes.
Yeah,
and
he's
then,
done his
like,
job, yeah.
And then the rest of the game, you're just like, team carry me, please, because I do literally nothing. Like, that feels like what Timber as an offlaner does.
I feel
You're
like
just going to
that's-
buy items that do stuff for the
I
team,
feel like
right?
that's
You go
why
grease
people
pipe.
people think it's bad though, is because that's mostly the way that it's played. But I don't think it needs to be that way.
You don't think Timbersaw needs to be played as like this aura building,
Oh
sack
my
hero.
goodness.
That
All
is-
right.
that is Visage versus Anti-Mage, by the way. It is a very good matchup for Visage. Very good matchup.
40 seconds on the deck. He does have Battle Fury working towards Yasha, I
AC's
do
almost
believe.
done. That should be the cue for Roche when they get that.
Level 2 birds too, like that doubles the damage on them. It is super important.
Is it actually
But Pushka almost gets brought down immediately. Insane is going to have to pop the ult on himself as Toronto Tokyo pretty much out of mana I hear an egg go off. But
Does he have
Taiga.
Bloodstone on Storm? No, not quite yet. Okay. Would be nice to start racking up those charges because they're going to have to default to the split push game quite soon here on the side of Yellow Submarine because once this Visage item comes out and maybe like the Greaves from Timber, I don't see how they 5-man. Like, even with their Mars Phoenix, just because Enchantress, Anti-Mage, and Storm offer absolute zilch to team fights.
They need to probably create pressure in 2 lanes and then take a fight when somebody goes back.
The thing is, how do you kill this Jug, though? Right? Even though it's a first-round Jug and he's against heroes he can't necessarily kill, he can just clear any lane he wants. Like, look at his build. That says so much about his survivability this game. He has no stat items other than a wand.
Straight Battle Fury.
He has Battle Fury, Yasha, and a Windlace.
Well, Phoenix is done. No egg to work with. Had just used it previously off screen.
Taiga, for the most part, has been in like every single gank.
Yeah, that's true.
His Earth Spirit's sick, man.
He needs to. I think otherwise they don't kill these heroes. This game could look a lot worse if Taiga wasn't playing so well right now.
Well, this will be a tier 1 tower and maybe a Roshan. I mean, they do know the egg is down. It's a decent cooldown.
Dark, can we go ahead and get a Roche check there real quick, make sure it's still there?
He is
Yeah, that's good timing. Good timing there.
Well done, Pop
Pretty
Tart.
good reflexes
Jug
on Pop Tart
actually
today.
just TP'd straight mid. He's going to push 1 wave and walk in. This is great map movement by Liquid.
Don't get too excited there, BSJ.
Dude, no, these movements are so clean. It's the same as last game. Yellow Submarine did it really well. Liquid's doing it very well this game. Boxy messed up his chain. I think he meant to put a tree in the middle of
No, it was just Vision, Pop Tart. Or BSJ.
Now he's actually trying to play the tree.
Pop Tart Vision! Vision! All right, we got a counter smoke on the side of Yellow Submarine. Will they get here in time, though?
The AC.
Yeah, down goes Roche. No contest. Collapse. Doesn't have a Blink Dagger yet. Still a couple hundred away, so not able to surprise them. At least not yet. So McKay will immediately counter ward. And just take over the enemy circle. But here is the initiation on top of him. That is Aegis.
Dude, that was...
And he is still alone.
I mean, he's going to be fine because he has spin, but, like, that was just so stupid.
That is definitely something that you mauled at your carry for.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, good. Great. We got the Aegis, guys. Let's go ahead
Well
and
done,
play
well
bot.
done.
I mean,
Carry's
I
just in
understand
there
that he's
triangle.
been chilling all game, but he has literally no stat items.
I mean, to be fair, if you know somebody's going to die in the next minute, you give them the Aegis, right?
How
That
the
was
next,
a farming Aegis.
How about the next 20 seconds?
That was a farming the enemy ancients
Yeah.
and dying Aegis.
That's right. That was 3 Triceratopses that he killed for that Aegis.
No, he didn't even kill them.
All right, well, he got to experience a dinosaur in real life, which is more important than
That
anything
is
else. So we're going to have
true.
a fight breaker out now. Sunray
Oh, the Oracle
starting to tick its damage there as Mars ult comes through, but Taiga, he is ulted with that false promise. Will he live through the day?
Wait, can you roll through arena, or did
barely.
you do that before the arena?
It might have been towards the tail end, or, yeah, he could just be able to go through. I'm not sure.
You can roll through arena.
So it must be before the arena formula.
He must have just gotten through. I mean, it's a pretty fast.
Yeah,
jump
that's why
dial.
I was like,
Koikvat. Spear's
He's
going to
dead
miss,
on
and he
Mars.
is just going to turn this around on top of Mars himself. Tries to mitigate as much damage as possible, but it's not really to
healing
be.
award, hype.
Yeah, Boxy was getting quite low, but
Storm?
they're able to turn this around again onto Storm Spirit. Now Phoenix on the run, attempting the TP out. Will not be successful.
Wow.
And that is 3 dead. Make it 4 with AM, the sole survivor. Of course, he's not even with his team, but he shouldn't be. It's an AM.
That's the thing is, like, they use their volley of spells to win the initial fight on the side of Yellow Submarine. And that takes a lot of discipline to say, okay, we won that fight, but we used all of our stuff. Just farm. And instead they went for the tier 1. That's actually a bit of a slip up strategically. And now they are paying the ultimate price because Visage, just like all these other
This
summon
AC,
push
man.
heroes, will obliterate your buildings.
And
With
that
all
is
the
going to be a
Visage.
full set of racks in all likelihood, at the very least the melee. Here's the Mars
going
ult to
in.
try to counter this as much as possible. Sunray to follow, able to take out the Oracle right off the bat, but the trade is going to be for the Mars, who essentially evaporates inside his own walls. And now Liquid on the run. Mickey already expended the spin.
Healing word is so good this game. That's why Jug's so good against Phoenix. Not only do you kill the egg, but Phoenix is meant to like bring everyone down to half health from the combo.
It's crazy. They're only up 3K though.
Yeah, it's just
It's so deceiving.
It's like the fact that they have this like
Visage, man.
visage push lineup is that you die once in front of your base, he just takes your barracks. Like they weren't winning, it's just that they lost that fight right in front of the base, and the barracks gets shredded.
I know Jenkins didn't think this in the draft, but it is just a strategical advantage to have Visage against heavy split pushers that require like 2 or 3 items to fight you, because he just doesn't let you get those items. He's going for the solar after the AC, as mentioned earlier. Just so much physical damage on single targets. As Timber, he has Greaves pipe here. I don't think he's gonna die.
Really? Percentage-based damage as another spear misses. Collapse kind of having a rough game in the spear department this time around. Yeah,
And he's going
Boxing
for
at full HP.
Yules maybe. Looks like
Yeah,
with
quite
that Void Storm
possibly.
queued up.
I've had so many people go Yules first on Timber, and they are the
And
most
you just want to report
useless-
them. Yeah.
I want to specifically call people.
Oh,
I'm not
the
gonna
zip
do
in
it.
by Storm, but thinks
Sacred?
better of it.
No. They are in this tournament though, but
Okay.
jeez. Sumail legitimately told them to quit Dota because of the Yules first.
So
on
yeah,
Timber.
I understand you guys didn't give Jenkins any credit on his saying Yules is bad, but Sumail said it, so that means it means something.
On who? Timbersaw or just?
Yeah, on Timbersaw.
Okay.
Like first item, right here, the whole idea of Yules on a hero like Timber at this stage in the game is that they're gonna try to commit onto you in fights. With a hero like Anti-Mage, they're gonna burn all your mana and blow you up, so you just buy
boy.
that extra time.
Oh, he had the illusion rune.
Wow.
That is very lucky because he was silenced, and
Is it luck though? Didn't he just know? He was
that's
allowed to
true.
do that?
He put himself in position to be able to use it and look cool.
Yes.
All right.
Manta dodge as Storm. That's the closest you're ever gonna get.
Yeah, very true, very true.
Well, these mid players, man, they just play for excitement. You know, that's all they really care about. They just want to have a good time.
On
Grabs
collapse.
the wave from mid, very nice.
Birdie's continuing to do damage, but backdoor protection does kick in. But the creeps have arrived, and away it goes. So that's going to be a tier 3 tower at the very least. But I don't see Liquid stopping anytime soon, especially with this lineup.
Like to point out, if Boxy had not grabbed that wave from mid, Storm will just zip this wave. So him doing that actually means that they can get this Rax.
It's a very big deal to clean up 2 waves at once when you're against split pushers like Storm, because you'll suddenly find yourself with that backdoor protection screwing you over.
Did they
As-
actually just 5-man smoke? I guess so.
Yeah, Yataro's just doing whatever you can on Anti-Mage, which is not engage at all and fight the...
I mean, this is like cookie cutter AM. There's only one way to play him, which is kind of what makes him a bit polarizing, I suppose.
I had a guy in a pub the other day, some super high rated player, and he said like, I was surprised to hear him say this. He was like, I hate having Anti-Mage. Like, Anti-Mage is so bad on my team. He was malding. Somebody picked Anti-Mage. Please don't pick AM. I was like, dude, AM's a good hero. I'll finish that after.
I'm really interested to hear the conclusion of that story.
Yeah, that's good.
As the Mars ult comes out,
Phoenix
the egg on the other side. This could be successful with the Mana Boy doing massive damage, but they're only going to be able to kill the Earth Spirit, at least to start. False Promise applied to Boxy,
He's gonna die. I think.
but he should die thanks to that percentage-based damage. Still alive from the tail end of this fight.
Anti-Mage blinked
Attempting
in
to
and
get out.
died.
There's the spear finally finish him off. The AM did not do his job, aka ignoring his teammates, and instead came and died with his team.
It's just this AC Solar. He blinks in and dies almost instantly on the side of Anti-Mage.
As a classic AM player, you know, this is what they do. They
Please, I'd like to finish you to finish this story.
Okay, well.
It's riveting.
So this gentleman, he was just arguing. I hate to say him here, and I was like, bro, it's a good hero. Like, what's wrong with you? Why are you like threatening to grief because of this hero? And then he's like, well, because even if you win with AM, it's not fun because he just ignores you for 25, 30 minutes and then makes the entire game about him, or he blinks in and he feeds. Like that.
Which is true.
And
of
I was
course.
like, yeah, you're actually right. You've actually convinced me to support your griefing.
He's the reverse techies, right?
Yeah. I
Where
actually
instead of
didn't mind.
winning his team the game, he's... Yeah, I see.
Because it's like, I actually hate AM players too. If they win, it's not fun for anyone.
Right.
If
Are
they
you talking to
lose.
Ritsu right now, or what?
What?
Like, you hate AM players? I'd say Ritsu's the most notable North American
Well, not
anti-mage
anymore. I mean,
player.
he used to do next level shit, but now everybody does it. We're all the same in NA, aren't we?
Yeah, we are. It turns out if you have the same playstyle for like 5 years, eventually other people will copy you.
Wow.
If it's good.
Well, I'm saying
That's
you
not
got-
even true necessarily.
I'm saying, like, if they do it really well, what's going to happen is other people are going to learn to do the playstyle because you taught them how to do it, but they're also going to be well-rounded players because...
I mean, we're seeing that come into fruition with Bloodseeker. Nobody's winning with it, but they continue to pick because they see
That is
BSJ hate
actually
it so much.
That is actually false, and it's a 54% win rate in this tournament, and I would not like the viewers
Yeah.
to have this libel and slander directed at this beautiful hero.
For all the super
Beautiful.
For all the super
Fantastic.
high MMR viewers out there, you are welcome to pick Bloodseeker when you are on the other team. You are welcome to do it.
For all the super high MMR players out there, I wouldn't trust somebody who's on about a 20 loss streak. Lost 20 of their last 25 games.
Is that true?
Jenkins? I think that's Jenkins.
Tiger going to get initiated on by Toronto, Tokyo. They're able to get him out. That's the buyback onto Mars, though. So
The bird stun, though. The
Yellow
bird stun
Submarine, they do have the advantage. Oh, that's a Storm Spirit Aghanim Scepter. The black hole is available.
The non-BKB piercing black hole.
Yes. I mean, it's really good,
No, it is.
especially
No,
as
it
a
is.
surprise. Not sure if he's shown yet,
They have damage issues, though, and the axe doesn't really help that.
but they have percentage-based damage with Sunray.
How many times are you going to mention that?
Well, until you realize it's percentage-based
I will formally acknowledge that it is percent-based damage.
Okay.
So the problem is that Dire is such high HP, and I'm wondering if there's any sort of damage. That
Oh, yeah, Turo. Oh, my God. He is just dead.
That
we'll
is an
probably have to
anti-mage
buy
player
back.
special. The healing ward on the high ground.
What does the healing ward do?
Huge
What does
healing
that
ward on the high
do?
ground. That heals them percentage-based HP.
Percentage-based HP. Unbelievable.
The Timbersaw
Mars dieback.
The Timbersaw with the Whirling Death, percentage-based damage coming in hot from the Timbersaw, from that Whirling Death.
You know, the greatest counter to percentage-based damage is percentage-based healing with the healing ward from Juggernaut.
But then on the flip side, you have the percentage-based damage turned right back around from that Timbersaw.
That's true.
Did you know that AC
Unreal.
and solar lower your armor, which makes you take more percent damage from physical?
Wow, that is actually incredible. What are the percent chances that Liquid wins this game?
I'd say about 95 in the draft, as Jenkins called for Yellow Submarine to win it.
Here's the zip, but a huge black hole from Storm Spirit into the Sunray, into, well, Storm Spirit just dying. So that should end game number 2 as GG's come out. We're going to a game 3, boys.
Who has Jenkins predicted to win both
Yeah,
games this
as
series?
well, you know, some of us aren't blatantly insecure about our predictions because we always get them wrong. But that's okay. You can, you know, live your life. It's 2020. Looking at that game, you know, fantastic play by Liquid. They cleaned it up quite a lot. Yellow Submarine even having relatively decent counters to the Timber, I would say. They couldn't deal with Boxy's Timber. Taiga, he was all over the map, crushing it with those silences. I think he was the only one that could really do that needed to be there for everything, and he was. He maybe didn't come through in the first game, pull through, but he did in the second.
I want to chop this up to a draft air from Yellow Submarine. Anti-Mage and Storm are both countered by the same game plan, which is to just walk and barrel down buildings. And Koikfa is a summoning building damage killer specialist.
He really plays all of those ones.
Yes, he
Nature's
does.
Prophet, the Bear, the Bird, the Death Prophet. I couldn't think of anything to call him.
Broodmother, the spider.
Broodmother,
As
yeah.
we continue to think of other heroes that Koikfa may or may not play in both past, present, and future, we will go to a quick break as Game 3 will be coming soon.
The thing I value the most at the end of the day is always going to be winning.
I thought that if I lose TI, my career was in jeopardy.
For me, at least, that fire has always come through when I needed it the
Because
most.
if I gave it my all and I didn't win, then that's all I can do.
If you don't feel that fire when you need it the most, you probably don't want to win.
Welcome back, everybody. It's been quite a while. What are you laughing at?
Somebody posted a typical BSJ coaching session on the Dota subreddit, and it's pretty funny.
Would you like to describe it, since you've wasted our time and ruined the intro?
Basically, it was me, saying if a support ever does this, I will slap them across the face IRL, and then it proceeds to show me like the Photoshop faces on top of an actual scene with a dad slapping a bunch of kids. There's like a Sammy Boy one and a Looky one.
See, the problem with Brian is that you have to listen to him when you're on panel, and then he just immediately is like, oh, what is in the world for BSJ right now?
Dude, it
BSJ
tagged
on
me on
Reddit,
Twitter
BSJ
telling
on
me there's this
YouTube.
Reddit thread, man.
He just
tagged me.
Look at. I'm not done talking about me. Let me go look at more me.
Very good. Well, the producer
I thought it was really funny.
The producer has just reminded us that we're at a Dota tournament, actually, and the series is in fact
Tell us more.
tied 1-1 between Yellow Submarine and Team Liquid.
I do believe Jenkins predicted Liquid to win one game and Yellow Submarine to win one game, so that's pretty cool.
That's
that we're at
right.
this 1-1.
He just flip-flopped them, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I did predict that Liquid would win 2-1.
That is true. I remember
After
that.
their loss of Game 1.
So you technically predicted them to win Game 2.
That's correct, even
so
though I'm
that's
not
more predictions correct than Jenkins.
That is technically
can we
correct
talk
as well.
about what is going on in the comms with Liquid? Like what? I mean, I suppose if they do hypothetically win, we could possibly ask them that in an interview. But what is happening where the first game looks like that, and then the second game looks like this that we just saw?
Well, it feels like the previous series where they're just playing a little looser maybe than they're playing outside their comfort zone just to see how things feel.
Sure.
And then when they're down and out, they come back and win.
This legit feels like tier 1.5 Dota to me because both drafts, I believe the favorite team won, and the favorite team had to execute very well to make their draft work that well. And both teams did that. Yellow Submarine first game, we talked about it. Second game, Liquid, the Visage, the Timbersaw rotations. You have to get those 3 early towers into the Roshan. That's what you have to do to win that game. The atomization and the rotations, it sets it up perfectly, and it makes it look like the Anti-Mage Storm lineup is just fragile and weak and exposed.
Fragile, mobile, all of that stuff.
Mobile, fragile, agile.
You don't say fragile?
I actually do say fragile.
Agile.
Fragile?
Agile.
Agile.
Somebody's very
Agility.
agile.
I for sure say agile.
Okay.
For sure.
We should make a full list of words that BSJ pronounces the less popular
Inconsistently,
way.
yeah.
I would go out and say.
Always devil's advocate.
Anywho, we'll be back very soon after this short break with the beginning of the end for one of these teams, because this is the lower bracket of the Monster Energy Dota Summit EU Division. We shall return, friends.
The thing I value the most at the end of the day is always going to be winning.
I thought that if I lose TI, my career was in jeopardy.
For me, at least, that fire has always come through when I needed it the
Because
most.
if I gave it my all and I didn't win, then that's all I can do.
If you don't feel that fire when you need it the most, you probably don't want to win.
Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to the Monster Energy Dota Summit 13. Nobody heard. Oh my. Okay, we have a draft.
Already. The alarm
For
has-
once, I have not been interrupted by my panel, but instead production ruins the intro again.
Well,
It's on them.
congratulations to Team
Wow.
Liquid on their victory. They did end up getting the Quick of a Lone Druid.
Yes.
That is a 100% win rate champion for
Now-
this character.
Tell me this. I know obviously he's really good with this hero and he plays it a lot. They've picked 2 cores right off the bat. Is that any sort of disadvantage?
Boxy plays 4-position Void Spirit.
Oh, okay, so it's a 4 Void.
Yes, he does.
All right, never mind.
Which is funny because that's their offlaner, but whenever they pick 4-position Void Spirit, he does play it. It's very what a hard team to draft against, actually.
They lost with Lone Druid earlier today.
That's too bad.
We were let know by our
Well, that
Level
just
8
means
production.
they're due to win one.
They may have had a blood.
I just
Seeker on
remember
their
he
team.
claimed his one thing about the hero was it's 100% win rate champion.
Well,
for his
I mean,
players,
100%. Obviously, that's not.
Before today.
No, I mean that's not 100% win rate. You think he's won every single game that he's Lone Druid?
Yeah, 100% loss rate for Bloodseeker. You
How-
think
okay,
like it's
tell me-
possible for the hero to lose
How
every game?
old
Well,
were
it's not
you-
100%. You did lose the bet
How old
after
were you
all.
I'm saying that like it's obviously not possible, even how bad the hero is, for it to be 100% loss.
That is true.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The flip side of that. For
Yeah,
Lone Druid.
I'm the one saying the flip side to your.
All right,
Yeah,
guys, this
thank you
is
for that. I appreciate
literally almost more or less interesting than the pet thing. So let's just move on. So we have Io Mars. Phoenix is still in the pool, and we talked about the importance of percentage. That's going to be the new meme, by the way. Are you surprised that Phoenix has fallen to the second stage of potential picks? There's still a couple more bands to
It is
go.
really surprising, especially when you see the Io who has a percentage-based heals coming out.
That's true.
From the Yellow Submarine squad. You know, that's
Would they pick Phoenix? It used to be a really good counter to Lone Druid. Is that still the case?
Yeah, definitely. You just shred through the bear. His hero, if he does get the ult off and gets 10,000 armor and HP, you can tear
Now, if we're
through it.
talking about percentage-based things, of course, you do have to bring up the bear having a percentage-based fear. It's 100% fear.
Yes.
For 2 seconds, 2.5 seconds.
This is
something like
What
that.
is the definition of a 70% fear?
It's like where you're...
So 70%, that's interesting you bring this up, because there is something similar to this in Heroes of Newerth.
Okay.
Where there was this character named Malakin, named after the person that owned the company. Yes, narcissist, I know.
That's crazy.
Where his ult, when he activated it, it would fear people around him, except they wouldn't run away. They would run in random directions in the area that they were feared. I would consider that a not 100. If you're 100% afraid of something, you
You're
will run
running.
away from it.
Yes, but that expresses uncertainty of your fear of it.
Exactly.
I see.
So it's an undefined amount of percentage-based fear that is not 100.
I was curious how you would come to a less than 100% of fear. So that honestly, you brought it back, and I'm happy.
Thank
with
you,
that.
thank you.
That I'm.
And
I'm
thank you to
thirst
Malakin
quenched.
for
Yes.
literally nothing.
I actually disagree with that because, from my understanding, the psychological studies I've read, fear of humans has no limits. There's no upper bound to fear. And so I would say that 100% fear, this would be a logarithmic growth tending to 100%, but never truly reaching 100% fear because that is not possible within the human mind.
You see, in America, we round up. So it doesn't matter what you just said.
True.
Okay. So moving on to the end of the second phase of the bans. Still Phoenix available, gentlemen.
Yeah.
And it's actually really good, technically speaking, on the side of Yellow Submarine with the Mars and all.
It is awkward, though, because your other
Yeah, that's
support
true.
is the Wisp, so, you know, not having any really stuns, lockdown.
Well, if you really want to
shit.
think of it that way, the egg is a stun, and it's a little bit more guaranteed with the Mars Arena, plus
That
something else you would
is
pick. you know?
Definitely true. I think if you are going to pick the Phoenix, you probably want a mid laner that is going to be one of those active stunning heroes. Of course, arguably the best one is already on the side of Liquid. in that
Void is
Spirit.
also available, though.
Oh, that's true.
Void is very good.
You could just Phoenix Void and call it a done day. You
Yeah,
know?
you don't even need a fifth hero in that case.
Okay, what do you think is the hardest counter in the game to Faceless Void?
To Faceless
I'm asking
Void.
Jenkins. We talked about it yesterday.
Pudge, because you can hook out.
Other than Pudge, of course.
More fear.
Specific hero?
Yeah, we talked about
Why
it
do
in lane.
you ask me these like 1 in 150 questions?
No, we talked about it in lane. We talked about the lane.
Faceless Void, Beastmaster?
Yeah, Beastmaster.
I don't think that's the best counter to Faceless
But
Void.
like, okay, but why is he a good counter to Faceless Void?
Well, because the boar just slowly chips you down in lane. If you ever jump away, he just runs after you with the Orb
So
of
to
Venom.
you, it's not the heavy single target
Well, the
burst
heavy single
damage.
no, I was going to
physical damage, low cooldown push.
I was
that
going
Lone Druid
to
also
I was
offers.
going to continue to say that if Faceless Void, if he gets roared, he will always die. And then, of course, the fact that you are a persistent, pushing, fighting hero.
So
against
you'd
a long
want to
cooldown.
pick Faceless Void into Lone Druid, who does almost the exact
No,
same
not
thing.
not well with the Phoenix, sure, I would say.
I see.
But
I'm just curious why you can't draw these parallels between Beastmaster and Lone Druid. Here.
Well, it's just because most reasonable people don't view the world in a very black and white way.
That's not black and white at all. I feel like that's more abstract.
Okay.
That's not even a color. It's
Yeah.
just abstract.
Yeah. Well, a lot of people look at abstract art and it's like looks like somebody defecated.
All right, that's number 4 for you. So
Yeah.
CKIO, the old school combo. I'm assuming this is a position 1 now. Of course, things can always change with the way that teams have played this hero.
They picked
The
CK into Pango.
Reality Rift. That's true, they did.
Who cares? It's an
Reality
offlane
Rift
CK.
with IO.
There's a mid Mars offlane CK.
Mid Mars against Lone Druid.
Yes.
Against the one hero whose unit you can't spear. You can't spear the bear. You know that, right?
Yeah, that's perfect because then you hit the hero.
I mean, when you're dying to heroes, you want to spear them away, but you literally can't spear the bear.
So why can you not spear the bear if it can pick up runes?
Honestly, the bear is one of the dumbest
Bear's
mechanics in the
stupid.
game.
Bear's actually stupid.
It's actually just dumb.
Yeah, I disagree with
Like
bears.
you ask a great why there, Suns fan, and I have no response to you.
I think
Absolutely
Lone Druid
not.
should be able to consume the bear.
As indeed pets are. That is what they are good for.
You ready for number 5, Jenkins? You gonna take the bait? Very good boy. Snapfire's picked for Team Liquid.
Another pet hero.
So at this stage, Phoenix just isn't gonna happen, I guess. They've already picked their supports.
Yeah, and if
that I
Phoenix
can
does
see.
come out, you do have a Granny here to deal with that bird.
Exactly. You have the hard counter.
Yep, yep.
Okay, so we're looking at mid laners essentially. Where does Koikfa play Lone Druid? I've seen him play like every lane, mid and safe
I'd say
lane.
it's his best matchup, right? Like you just play
You just-
wherever
okay.
wherever the hero matchup lies. So if they put the Mars mid, they'd keep the Lone Druid mid because that's a great matchup and a dumb idea to put Mars mid. But if they put it off lane, you might put the Lone Druid off lane or safe lane. They do ban the Jug again. I would say like a utility carry would just be nice here because Lone Druid really is the center of your draft usually. So Jug not only is hard for them to kill, but he's also the healing ward for the sustained push we saw last game. The Jug is a nice ban. Counters like the game plan Liquid's going for.
Jug Lone Druid. That's an old classic.
That's a classic, yeah.
Radiant team back.
All right, Storm Spirit last ban for Liquid.
Yeah, they don't have the
Not great
best
to disable.
tools to catch mobile.
Mobile. So Ember Spirit is still a thing.
What about Ember Carry for Liquid? I would actually be down for that.
10 seconds.
Yeah, with the Lone Druid mid, that sounds pretty good.
Maybe it's only good with Coddle, I don't actually know. EU runs a lot more Ember Carry than NA does.
I feel like Yellow Submarine are missing a lot of damage right now.
CK eventually will do a lot of damage.
Eventually, yes.
But I'm pretty sure Lone Druid will itemize Mask of Madness into the Radiance because you're against the CK. Or that's at least an option because I've seen him do that.
Of course, we didn't really talk about the Wombo combo potential from Yellow Submarine. You got the Mars Arena into the 100% Fear from Dark Willow, which counters the Fear from
According to Jenkins, it's
Lone
more like a
Druid.
98%.
Repeating with
Yes.
with 9.9.
You know, you could argue that it's 101% Fear if you're comparing to Lone Druid. Because it's AoE, a larger AoE.
I was about to say Lone Druids is also AoE.
It's
but
not as big.
But it's large.
To me, it would be like 99.99 versus 99.98.
Okay, that's fair.
Repeating.
Repeating, of course.
Yes.
Okay, 8 seconds or 17
They're
seconds
pretty low
left.
here. Whoa!
Shadow
Looks like a
Demon.
mid-void
Interesting.
spirit for probably Mick A, because I know he plays that. And then a safe lane Lone Druid. They're assuming the Mars is not going to go mid, because that would just be so bad of a suggestion from Jenkins. And looks like
They only have 16 seconds to respond to this as well.
they go for the
They don't need
TA.
I think Lone Druid does fairly well against that hero, right? You just
I mean, it
Rooter
is
peel
going
off
to
the
be
refraction
a
tur-
Void Spirit mid. Actually, it could be Void Spirit carry, I guess. They've done that too.
We'll have to wait and see.
Boxy.
4 positions shadowed even.
Wait,
Alright.
Mickey's playing Snapfire.
Wait, what?
Oh my
Oh,
god.
we saw this in the last series. It ended up
Insania
getting-
is playing Pangolier.
Yeah.
What is happening?
All right. So with this in mind,
What?
who are you guys taking? You can nerd out once we start the match itself.
I actually don't know.
I'm gonna go Liquid just because I think what they're doing is cool. I'm just gonna go
That's a
Liquid.
great
Style
reasoning.
points will go to Liquid,
Yeah.
but
What the hell?
I have to go with Jenkins on this one, even though it makes it less likely to work.
All right. Well, we'll see if they can both be incorrect or correct together. We shall return with game number 3 after this. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and remember, my name is Suns Fan. Joining me is BSJ and Jenkins, and the most important person on this entire broadcast is Pop-Tart. Can we take a look? Look at that! I didn't even have to finish the sentence. Roshan himself is there.
Pop-Tart
Woo!
is stepping up his game,
Damn.
rising to the occasion.
What a god. One of the greatest one-night werewolf players in existence.
I'm really
Yesterday,
looking forward to him doing the Roshan check when we're not casting. And the caster's just being like, what the hell?
What is he doing? Of course Roshan's there.
Yeah, we need to beat him into submission to just make that like a muscle memory type thing. So, how do you like CKIO these days? Because I was bringing this up before. It was a little bit better, obviously, when the tether used to stun. But either way, Reality Rift basically guarantees, as long as you don't break the tether, that you'll get the slow onto the target. What do you think of this combo?
Stunned. I forgot about that.
Isn't
Good
tether
lord.
slow like 5% or something?
What? No. It's a decent slow.
12% maybe.
It doesn't last very long, but... let's take a look. Let's read the tooltips
It
here.
is. Oh wait, no, 5%.
8% slow.
Yeah, you said 5. It's
Pretty
not
rough.
5.
It is almost twice as much.
That is worse than rot slow, actually.
It's
surprisingly.
something. I mean, you have to understand that CK is also on a horse. So with that extra speed that is reduced from the enemy, you'll be gaining traction.
I think
CK is a very fast hero.
Mickey.
Yeah, let's talk about this for a
mid-snap.
second. So I can't even remember who played the Snapfire in the previous series.
Boxy.
So it wasn't Mickey.
It's core Boxy Snapfire.
Right.
And he went for the Daedalus like third item.
He's been demoted.
What do you guys think of this, the idea of this hero? Because, and I love theory crafting and all that, I feel like this hero,
Wow, the denies. Sorry, continue.
in general, is not super viable as a carry type because you have to get level 20 for it to start going online. And then 25, it might be the best talent in the entire game, the 3x Little Shredder. It
So-
is disgustingly good.
My argument is it's similar to Alina, where you're like the spell casting damage dealer in the first part of the game.
And you never become tanky.
So you transition eventually.
And then you transition to be more of a right clicker.
Yeah, that's
Track.
an interesting point.
So it's like a timing thing, which is why I think mid works really well for Snapfire, being in that like 2 position, you know,
Mhm.
not being the one that has to explicitly carry, But like eventually you will be a semi-carry.
Right. As we're going to see the reality rift come into fruition here. Miposhka trying to block Taiga, but doesn't look like it's going to result in a kill as Shadow Poisons continue to stack up.
Boys, that is not where the creeps are. It's just
yeah, very true. They're ignoring the creeps right now.
Jungle.
But another interesting, so the Snapfire talk here is interesting as well because you're doing magic damage for the most part until you make that transition at level 20. So it's actually mixed damage overall, which is kind of cool because typically you'll see people itemize against cores based on what kind of damage they do. That's in theory nice.
Yeah, that's true. That is very true. I think the fact that MKB is such a good item just on its own is a big reason that it works. Moxie?
No?
It's not enough to assimilate.
Chaos Bolt. Is this going to result in a kill? It's going to be close. The horse and that 8% movement speed. And it will result in a kill. Very anticlimactic, but again, he is on a mount.
Oh, I like the disruption because the creeps are underneath tower dying right now. So he made him miss like 2 creeps with that disruption.
But Io got one.
True. So Io appreciated that disruption.
Yeah, Miposhka's like, oh no, not my carry. And really
Who killed those trees?
Good question.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And what do you think of support Pango? Because I've never been a huge fan.
You have to have a ridiculously favorable core matchup to make this work.
Yeah.
And in this case it is, so.
Well, he's going to get speared and brought down by Collapse.
Yeah, that just about expresses my opinion on it.
Yep.
This is what I've seen in pubs as well.
You know, the sad thing about playing Pangolier is that swashbuckle, you're not invulnerable during the swashbuckle jump. So if you get speared in the middle, you're screwed. If you get stunned by anything in the middle.
If you get knocked back,
yeah,
even knocked back.
So he can just get W'd
It's
by
horrible.
Mars.
It is absolutely horrible.
But Pangolier is actually very good against Mars in game because
you can just roll right out.
Yep.
I mean, what do you, as a position 5 Pango, what do you even buy?
Daedalus.
Daedalus on Pango is funny because it does almost nothing.
I think you go Monkey King Bar.
You crit off of the amount that you're doing on Swashbuckle,
Yes,
right? So
very good amount.
was it like 90 damage crit?
It's 96, yeah.
Huge crits.
Well, but then you get the talents that increase the damage of the
And it
Swashbuckle.
becomes like a 140 damage crit.
That is absurd. That actually should be rebalanced.
Could be 4 of them, too.
Oh, the cookie connects onto the TA mid. Support from Taiga as well. Will they be able to take it out before the TP comes through, and it is canceled, and the death cometh.
And those deaths might stack up now that Mickey is going to hit his 6, because that damage over time from the globs with the setup from the Shadow Demon.
Boy, I like the way you said that. It's like you were talking, and then you just globs.
Globs.
Radiant's middle tower
I mean,
is under
it's a
attack.
word that I feel like pronouncing it like that makes sense.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, it does fit the theme.
Yeah. Very well done, BSJ.
So Mickey, in terms of CS, definitely in the severe lead, 29-12 versus 23-1, and got the kill there. So off to an incredible start.
What's with these 10th pick TAs losing their lane?
I was going to say, I don't feel like this is a crazy... I think TA's favored in that matchup. Nothing to peel off the refraction.
Good timing there by Insania. Because the Curse Crown did find him in the end and won't actually be able to get the kill into the Dark
Gotta
Willow.
be careful.
He better be very
Low
careful.
armor hero. 2 armor, which I definitely knew BSJ was going to ask me about.
That seems to be a common trend. How much armor does he have? Jenkins is Boxy. There's some like going, but
nice.
Disruption will help. Miposhka still
the
tethered
body
onto the horse.
Oh, the
All right,
jukes.
tries to juke, but remember he's on the horse. I don't know how many times I need to say this for you to understand, BSJ.
creeps bottom that
Chaos
he is
Bolt.
missing.
Yeah, actually, so he misses like let's say a full wave minus probably the siege, although the tower is
Druid
hitting
also
it
went
now.
down top, by the way.
Yeah, that's true. Koikfoot likes to play with low HP. He's pretty cocky.
If Brian was paying any attention, he would have realized that this CK is indeed on a horse, so we can get back to the bot lane fairly quickly.
Radiant structures are fortified.
You know, in Dota 1, I used to get really triggered because I don't even know what his move speed is now, but Abaddon used to be so slow, like 280, 290 move speed or
You know
something.
how fast he is now?
He's fast.
How fast?
He's like 330.
Yeah, so he used to be like one of the slowest heroes in the game. They just get so tilted. I'm like, he's on a literal horse. It is dead.
It's a dead horse.
But
That's
it's
the
alive.
problem.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's still got the bone structure needed to be a fast animal.
I feel you're kind of beating a dead horse here, Huntsman.
Literally.
I've actually never heard that saying be so literal.
So appropriate, yes.
Dude, Mickey
He's
is
owning
farmed.
so hard.
I have actually heard that be literal.
On
That's-
Snapfire, she's like probably the fastest farming core in the game at this stage if she's allowed to hit creeps. It is insane. That scatter shot.
Double nuke, yeah.
What's it hit for? It's like 400 or something? Yeah,
With the-
435 when you get the 50% bonus. It's crazy.
I mean, it is a shotgun. She keeps good care of it in the basement. Can you name the mount's name?
Pierce.
I feel like I'll recognize it when I hear it.
Why would you do that, Pop? Pop-Tart ruined it.
What did he say?
Okay, good. You guys still don't know the name of the mount.
Chris.
Chris?
Yeah.
All right, I'll give you a clue. Chris's Kisses.
Mortimer.
Very good, BSJ.
Tom.
Thomas Kisses. It's close.
I didn't realize Mortimer was actually the name. Oh, yeah, she
That's
does
right.
talk
Shotgun to
his name a lot.
Yotaro. He's just going to go into melee range for Mickey, so he'll be able to dodge all those kisses.
Yes!
But the Aether Remnant will stun him, and a shotgun takes his face off.
Jenkins just said he learned about that mechanic that Snapfire
Oh,
has
come
a
on. I was trying to be
minimum
funny.
range
No, I was trying to be
to
funny.
her
Don't throw me
ultimate.
under the bus.
I'm throwing you so hard right now.
I absolutely
Just
knew
like
that.
you
I
throw
was.
my games with Pudge.
We win. I don't understand what's wrong with you.
I mean, just because I carry you, still managed to do so. That was an Arcane Rune ulti by Mickey, so it's a lower cooldown than normal, up in 40 seconds.
Very nice. He's actually going straight Brown Boots Axe. This is
Double null.
a Sir Action Slack special minus the null talismans.
I actually dig the double null. I usually see bracers, but because she's a strength hero, the mana regen is quite nice, and you have a bajillion spells, so
That is true.
fascinating. It probably enables the earlier Ags rush. With usually I'll see like double bracer drums, because the drums give you that little bit of mana regen to work with. But the double null seems like a cheaper version of the same thing.
Chaos Bolt onto the bear. Still quite healthy indeed as the spear misses again. But mass TPs from Liquid, which means mass retreat from Yellow Submarine. Io might be in a little bit of trouble if he gets ensnared, but looks like nothing will actually happen.
Gobble up the bear. 'Cause,
Probably.
Like, I know Jenkins would want to know if you can consume someone's pet.
True. That is clearly the pet, by the way. They have a very close connection. As Mickey is going to get some damage applied by
He might die on
Toronto,
TA.
Tokyo.
Yeah, he's going to turn and do it.
And here are the kisses. He's going to get a double kill with it. And Liquid is just running away with this game so far, it feels like. Despite the score being, I feel like it's not even right now. Am I crazy?
CK is level 5 as a hero that's meant to like snowball his laning phase. He's actually forced to leave despite the fact that Boxy died twice bottom. He's level 7.
Yeah, I'm surprised. You wouldn't think a Void Spirit would push CK Io out of lane, really.
I don't even think it's the Void Spirit. It's the threat of the Snapfire
Yeah, of course,
rotations that's doing it.
It feels really bad to leave a Void Spirit alone, solo.
Reality Rift into the spear, so they find another kill. So again, technically they have more kills, but they're not resulting in really anything that the cores can take advantage of. I mean, part of it is Snapfire is just literally taking over the game right now. Mickey is owning so hard.
I don't know, Pegler, sure.
Nice positioning from Insania. Both times when TA gets aggressive, he's there.
And only 1,500 away from Aghanim Scepter, which will provide them a nice initiation. I mean, that is one thing they're kind of missing, right? Other than the Pango, which is a position 5, not going to be able to get anything like a Blink Dagger anytime soon. They don't really have great initiation, but the Snapfire provides that.
He's 1,000 gold off of the Axe.
Yeah, he will have the Axe soon.
It's going to be like a 12.5-minute Axe.
That is very impressive. Cursed Crown. Very interesting spell. Very interesting design concept on that spell. You're going to be stunned in 4 seconds.
He's using his courier to stack. That is cool.
Really?
Yeah, he was using it for vision so that it could attack up the high ground.
Yeah. I think he was just getting an item, and he said, oh, "All right, I guess I'll use this."
That's something I've slowly noticed a lot of players doing, so I've tried to do myself. The courier giving vision allows you, if you're like a PA, to randomly blink to a camp.
Yeah, yeah.
There's a lot of uses of it.
Tiny toss to Roshan. That's a classic right there.
Yeah, can we check out Roshan, please?
Get a Roshan.
All right, a little slow there.
Still there.
Little slow.
Pop-Tart, you gotta expect these things.
On your toes, Pop-Tart.
Why is it when you kill CK, it doesn't count as a double kill? The horse does not count as a being?
No, he is. The horse is simply consumed.
It's a pet, so it has no more. It's not a moral agent. It does not exist.
All right,
within
this
moral
was a
system.
mistake. This was a mistake. That's number 1 for me. My bad.
It's okay. Just don't do it again. Quick was silently farming up a storm here. He's got that Mask of Madness coming in hot. What's he going for next? Probably a Majolier.
It really could be the Radiance. It's either the Deso for the early building damage, or in the Roshan potential, or the Radiance.
I mean, when you get the Snapfire Axe, what's your target? Is it actually the bear to gobble up?
It could be Pangolier as well. Void Spirit's pretty decent.
Void's decent. Void can get in and get out. Pango.
Oh, the beauty of Void is he's going for Ag, so he actually can silence after the fact.
You know what would be kind of cool? If you throw in a Pango who's already rolling. Like, he starts the roll.
Yeah, you could probably do that.
And then you eat him as he rolls through you.
Yeah, and then you could also do what I like to do if I'm mid-snap. If one of my supports isn't warding properly, in this case it may be the Shadow Demon, you just gobble and throw them in there.
Yeah,
you guys have seen that, though, right?
You can shoot their courier, too, if you really
I wasn't listening to anything BSJ. He's smiling now like he said something very clever, but nobody actually listened to him. So we'll have to go back and watch the VODs, I guess, to find out what he said.
I did listen, but I'm down to not respond to it.
Okay. But back to your point, as
Boxy's doing some boxy things right
Boxy
now.
is dunzo right
now.
now.
That is such a boxy thing to do right
He
there.
loves Dow. It's always on this hero, too.
That's actually such a boxy play. You're like, what the hell is this guy doing? Is his team like smoked behind him or something? No, he's actually just completely alone, dying.
I actually think the Snapfire Gobble Up on Rolling Thunder is broken.
In theory or actually?
No, in actuality, it's incredibly good.
You are a Pango player, so
You've seen it, right? Or no?
I've not seen it in a
I'm
game.
telling you, it is actually incredibly
hypothetically,
good.
I was thinking with my big brain that, yeah, probably pretty solid.
You asked what 5-position Pangos go.
Yeah.
The answer is Javelin.
Jeez.
All right, so nothing changed. Well, he has mana boots.
He'll
so.
probably go Greaves. He'll probably go like Javelin to clear some waves and then Greaves. Aposhka might be in some trouble.
All right, Pango gets... That's the reveal of Aghanim Scepter for Snapfire.
Will they nerf that ability, you think?
Yes.
The cooldown, the damage, what do you think they'll do?
I think the length, the cast range.
The distance? Okay.
I feel like the distance is what makes it a good item, though. Maybe just nerf the cooldown.
I mean, it doesn't need to be that far, though. Like, you're
far
saying
is
that...
it?
I mean, I don't know what the range is.
I know it's like 2,000 or something. It's ridiculous.
It's 20,000.
Like, you're saying if this was not like 1,500, 1,200 range, that's not good still?
Well, we don't...
1,200 would be bad. 1,500 might be okay.
All right, here we go. And there it is, the exact
there
combo
it
we
is.
talked about.
Oh my god.
Disgusting.
Oh my
Io does save
God.
somebody, but the TA dies
They actually
in the
did
midst
it.
of
Oh my
chaos.
God.
The memes have been actualized in real life, friends.
Oh
Boxy.
my god.
Dude, as he's
half
flying
HP.
through the air, he stuns people because he's not...
Yeah, it's broke.
Because he's technically still the ball. Wow.
Is that what happened there?
He stuns people as he's flying through, so it's this massive AoE stun for the whole...
In like a long
Oh,
line.
that was a
In the
nice
whole line.
cookie. Curse Crown does connect.
Wow.
So
That's
bad, though.
insane.
Is dead.
That might be one of the coolest things I've seen in Dota in a long time.
That's actually broken. I had no idea it worked like that.
Why don't you guys just trust me next time?
I mean,
See,
I believed you, but it's like one thing to hear you and like another thing to see it.
I mean, that was sick.
Yeah, that was dope.
It's like a bowl.
disgusting.
So this is one of the more satisfying things to take part in as well, because you're a literal bowling ball.
You're bowling.
Yeah, you're playing a different mini game within Dota. You know that crappy mini game that they made when it gets paused? They should just have like a separate screen pop up where you're the bowling ball in this Rolling Thunder / Snapfire Ags combo while the game is paused.
That's not a bad idea, dude. That's really not
Valve
a bad
will
idea.
take it and not give me credit. That's the typical way about it. Is the bear is going to get destroyed right off the bat, so CK starting to do a little bit of damage here. Taiga, Curse Crown activates.
Oh,
And there's
again,
the
he wasn't
Snapfire
rolling ahead of
combo
time, though.
again, but yeah, he Rolling Thunder's after the fact, but it matters not because Liquid just feels like they're on another level right now. They get 2 kills. All it's traded for is the Shadow Demon. And Io is going to survive. Being chased by Boxy, though. No more Astral Steps.
I will say, I think the win rate of Snapfire as well as Pangolier in pubs will go down after that.
Well, of course. I mean, this was a Reddit post a while ago as well, so it's not like it's been an unknown thing. You guys don't read Reddit enough,
My
apparently.
MMR is not high enough to go on Reddit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they only allow 7,500s and above.
I am 7,500. I've recovered.
7,600s and above.
For the record, this is your fault. You are a sick individual. God, don't even get me to the serial killer stuff with Banana Slam Bundy here. God damn.
Banana Slam Bundy.
Yeah, him and Slacks are calling me that all of Omega League.
Don't get me started. Don't get me started. Get us banned from Twitch.
4K net worth lead now for Liquid. Feels like it's more.
It feels like they can kind of do whatever they want in this game, right?
Yeah, pretty
I heard a
much.
Snap ult.
Yeah, Snap. Well,
Or
the
Aghanim
Snap Gobble Up was already used. As Mars ult is used in conjunction now. And that's going to be Shadow Demon
nice
right off
fear.
the bat. The fear on a couple heroes.
The 100% fear.
Yep.
99%.
99.9.
Repeating.
Not
Yeah,
bad.
CKTA are just not like comeback cores, right? They're not Spectre type heroes that you're behind like this and you win one fight and suddenly the map blows wide open, right? It's kind of awkward, I would say, to be fighting from 4K down with these two.
Do you remember our discussion about the 8% slow from Tether?
Yes.
Well, now you have Echo Saber slow on top of that, my friends, which we'll get to in the next conversation. But first, Rolling Thunder and Boxy combined for a kill on Dark Willow.
All I'm going to say, guys, is this 5-position Pango is only working because he had Lone Druid versus Mars matchup. Please do not pick it.
Snapfire.
Out here.
That is a lot of damage.
really
Is
gonna
actually
solo?
just going to get the kill on TA. That is
Yeah.
unreal.
He picked TA into that.
Yeah.
I feel like even
Well-
if that was a support snap, it wouldn't be that good.
Well, you're not expecting a support Snap to have a level 2 ult right now.
It's true. And an axe.
And an
The
axe,
lone
yeah.
Druid Bear there chasing.
Actually,
Please
went
do.
Boots of Travel.
Yeah, that's usually the follow-up if you're having a really good game on Snapfire.
Yeah.
Same
Now,
idea as Viper.
this is
She's
like
pretty-
So, what about Blink, though? Why the Blink?
You blink in, gobble somebody up, shoot them out. You can save people.
It's
you can
not only
blink
a
farther.
team fight item, but it's also a survivability item. Like, when you get caught when you're split pushing, you actually just can't do anything as Snapfire.
Yeah, the creep now activates the combo
He
and the
died
shotgun
while
blast
in
to the
Shadow
face.
Realm.
Yeah, that was sick.
All the damage from the gobble plus the cookie and the scatter shot
Yep.
were enough alone to kill
It
him.
is damage over time.
I didn't realize that for the longest time, and I was wondering. I knew Nyx was a hard counter because you could like run into a glob intentionally, but you can literally just run into the puddle and cancel the ult. That's how I learned about that being damage over time.
And Jenkins, how did you learn about Lifestealer's feast being percentage based?
How many days need to pass before this is a thing again? I'm so done with this.
You can add it to the ban list if you'd like.
I would like to propose that is added to the ban list.
Okay, fair enough.
So
that's
like
the last time I will mention
That's
it.
your
No,
one.
we get
That's
we
your
get one per day.
Well,
We
that
get
doesn't
one-
count as one because it wasn't added to the ban
Okay,
list
Brian,
beforehand.
you have one. Shannon, you have one.
Okay, fair enough.
God, I've ran out of all of mine.
You have like 5, though. You're losing today.
Yeah, I don't know. What's the punishment for that?
We'll think of something. All right, collapse.
the net.
Double net into the spear. Arena Mars,
Oh
but
my
there's
God,
the
the
Snapfire. Aghanim Scepter coming into play again. And
Oh
Insania
my
continuing to
God.
just perpetually stun everybody.
Oh my
So it's a 2 for nothing.
This Pangolier almost has a mech. Has a 5-position Pangolier.
No, he doesn't.
Wait, click on Pango, please.
He's literally got
Got to
the
keep
mech.
Pop-Tart on his toes here. Could you kindly check Roshan? Okay, check Snapfire now.
Get a BSJ
All right, back to Roshan, please.
lie counter put up on the screen
All right,
there,
looks like we're
please.
good. I think we're fine.
Okay, yeah, just in case we blinked and he was quickly gone.
There would actually be an integer overflow if we had to count those. Jump for Pop-Tart there.
All right,
That's what
Boxy
shows the crowd.
will get stunned by the Cursed Crown, as we're going to see a lot of damage coming from the CK
What is
again. They're going to
Shadow
blow up the
Demon
Shadow
doing there?
Demon.
What is he doing there? Did he get launched in? Was he not warding properly? No, it was not used.
The
Okay.
BSJ. The strat.
No, the net again being used to set up the spear. And this looks to be another kill going the way of Yellow Submarine. You've noticed every time I want to say their name, I pause because I literally have to just think of their name. It's not completely obvious based on the logo.
It's actually a song by the Beagles.
Like, the Beagles?
The pets.
Okay.
I believe should be eaten as a delicious dessert.
Good to know. Koik, that's add one
Shit,
to the
that
list
does
for
add
Jenkins,
one. God
please.
damn it.
Well, you're
God
going to be
damn
double
it.
digits before long now.
I've him so many times.
Mars taking a lot of damage on the backside here. The fear comes in, but it's not going to really hit anybody. Mars ult does come out just in time to potentially save his life. Boxy still has an astral spirit or astral step, but not looking to use it there. And Roshan is the top priority, of course. Mjolnir on the bear for Koikva. And without the Mars ult, not sure if you can contest this.
It really is a great Majolonier game because they have the Chaos Knight illusions that you can take out. There's the TA
Oh my.
reflection.
Well, they're going to find an easy kill onto the Void
Oh,
Spear.
the
There's a
gobble up.
Snapfire ult and the Goblet, whatever the hell you want to call it. Wasn't
That
the
TA
true
literally
combo,
just
but
melts. Literally
Insania
melts.
ends up taking out one, and it is the TA, a very, very important one. Koikva with the Aegis. And the Shadow Realm TP looks to be successful.
Yeah, there you go. Okay. Well, Harry's
Never
dying.
mind,
That's
it is
so
not
bad.
successful
got
because he
feared.
died.
I think he got feared.
Oh, he died. Yeah, what the
That
hell?
was quite the fear from the bear then.
Yeah, I'm
The
confused.
fear, the 99% fear, 100% canceled that TP.
Yes.
That's true. So Insania is essentially the 4-position Pango, which is something a little bit more common. Thus, the actual farm levels, prioritizing the farm.
Taiga kind of made that happen with his
Repeated deaths.
repeated
The theme of these
feeds.
games, it seemed like greedy support heroes have paid off. Like the first game with Yellow Submarine, they won with the Phoenix Wyvern, who were just getting a ton of farm. And this game, the Pangolier is rich. And even the Shadow Demon's pretty rich. Like, they're pretty much a 1-1, 5-5-5 lineup going on right now on the side of Liquid. Or 4-4-4, maybe? I don't know how you distribute that farm. Stop this. Okay.
Radiant's middle
Sorry,
tower
who was
is
talking?
under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
As the Aghanim Scepter is almost online now. For Boxy on the Void Spiritu. Very, very close here. So that's going to provide them with the extra damage. And wait, does it add damage to?
It does
Pulse
not
as
add
well?
damage.
It's
He
just
just has
silence
the
and the
15
2
talent.
charges then. Okay.
Yeah, but they gave him the Slark treatment where the cooldown of the charges is actually longer than the cooldown of the ability.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, that was how they nerfed the...
Hmm.
The cooldown itself is 16. I think the charges are like 18 or something.
All right, when are we going to see the bowling ball again? The way they've been doing it recently is not really
yeah, they
satisfying my
haven't
needs
had
right
to
now.
go bowling.
All right, Mars Arena into, yeah, that's a lot of damage from the Dark Willow.
Would you like them to spare us and give us some bowling action? Maybe land a perfect strike with the...
Oh, you went too far. The spare was fine, and then you just went too far with it. I think we're going to add just a terrible joke. Put that on BSJ's list.
I think that's pretty fair.
Add
I'll
a counter
agree.
to that.
I'll agree to that.
If you attempt a joke and it's just that bad, it needs to be added
What's the
to the
official
counter.
name of this list? Like dumb, like saying dumb things.
Well, it's the ban list / occasional dumb things
Okay.
that we say.
They actually type that exact occasional dumb
So right
things.
now, my count is 1, BSJ is 4, Jenkins is 6, and apparently Pop-Tart is 1. I'm not sure what he said,
He probably
but they must have
deserved it.
really hated
No,
it
no,
back
leave it at
in
1, leave it at
production.
1.
I guess he did miss Roshan once.
Oh,
That's
yes,
true.
of course, of course.
Okay. Actually, Pop-Tarts is easy. It's just any missed kills in general.
Yeah.
So his is going to be the top of the charts by the end of the day, no doubt.
Well, okay, sure.
Got to hold him to a high
If this was like rants at BSJ, 100% top that.
Well, we
Thank
can
you.
add all of that to the list for BSJ. He's got another thing coming, I think.
Well, you're saying that's an occasional dumb thing I say. Would you say my rants are dumb, Jenkins?
I don't know. I'll go ahead and avoid that conversation for now.
Okay.
That was close. He almost got
Sammy had a
baited again.
neutral item on that, I think. Because he doesn't have a neutral item.
Assault Kuros is now picked up by Mr. Koikva. So the damage on that bear, Mjolnir,
It's a lot of attacks.
Mask of Madness, AC.
His brother bear is really big in this game right now.
I'd say it's like a D.
Actually, I'm pretty sure you said it was a B. So B as in bear, by the way. So Liquid now with a 10K net worth lead despite only having 5 more kills than the opposition. I don't know what it is about CKIO, but when you're behind, it just doesn't feel like there's a huge comeback potential.
Feels like dog, because CK's a dog on a leash, that IO tether.
I mean, he does have a dog cosmetic, actually, that I use.
That's true.
So it's pretty accurate. That's the best one. Made by the great Terracotta. Shout out to him. There's a jump in with that gobble and the Void Spirit silence to follow. Mars is dead. No buyback. That is the combo we actually brought up at the beginning of the game. And of course, we're refreshed with the bowling ball. As we're going to see Insania turn into that right now. Going to go on top of the CK. Continuing to silence Miposhko on the backside. The ult is coming through. I don't think he'll be able to tether, though. This will be close. But the CK looks to be fine with the TP. The gobble, though, connects from long range. That is a Steph Curry three-pointer, gentlemen.
He's a basketball player. I know
That's
that much.
right.
Is he short?
He's quite short,
I mean,
yes.
Short for basketball.
Yeah, he's might be about my height, actually. Maybe slightly taller.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm pretty sure he's 6'2"-ish.
Yeah, close to my height then.
I do know him, actually. It's the first sports reference I think I've gotten. Sports ball.
That's great.
Thanks for that. I appreciate that one.
0 entangle cooldown talent. Not sure who thought of this talent and thought that was a good idea.
With the ridiculous attack speed he's got going there.
Yeah.
That's probably a perma root.
The BAT reduction, though, used to be like quintuple that. I'm pretty sure it's 0.5 at a point.
And now the bear is going absolute ham on this barracks. And there's the jump in again. The gobble. It's actually avoided.
Ham on the barracks?
He's going ham. Delicious ham. I don't know what bear meat is actually called, so we're going to avoid that right now as the Mars Arena comes into fray. But you're seeing the silence come into play as well. But beautiful fear into the arena. I believe that's the first time they've actually successfully done that combo this entire game. And now Insania creating a lot of space with Rolling Thunder, Mickey with the BKB, and spitting fire from the depths of the bowels of that animal that he rides on, that Jenkins wants to eat more than anything in the world. But the CK is dead.
List right there. If that goes on some
Okay, that's fine. I'll take it. I'm in the lead. So the bottom barracks is down. Middle racks looks to be next. No CK for 30 seconds. They cannot go for megas, though, because the tier 2 top still exists.
Yeah, TA's literally just hitting ancients.
You gotta get those tier 3 neutral items, man.
Mickey is now level 20. I believe he most likely took the little shredder attack.
That is that one, yes.
So we won't be able to see the 3x version of that, most likely, as this game continues to snowball in Liquid's favor.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It's so sad seeing that Dark Willow every fight die in the Shadow Realm from full HP to such simple spells. It's very rough. Feels like Chicken Little in here because the sky is falling for.
All right, add that one to Jenkins' list, please. That was a horrible joke.
Very forced.
I was really waiting. Hey, don't give me 9. You can't just +2 for that.
That was 3.
I mean, that was that bad, honestly. Is Roshan up? Pop-Tart. All right, we're going to need to add 1 to Pop-Tart. He didn't even react to what I said.
He's good.
I just laughed to myself because the description at the top says occasional dumb things, and it's more like frequent dumb things.
It's very true. Miposhko, they're trying to go for some backdoor shenanigans, but he actually dies. Was he in Fountain there?
Yeah, sometimes like
Goodness
damage
gracious.
can linger in a weird way where it lets you TP.
Yeah, I think that's twice this game now. Mars ult buyback onto the IO.
The bear's just
they
killing
are
him
doing
meanwhile.
no damage whatsoever to anybody.
Gotta love perma-stunning the hero and dying to his pet that he should have consumed.
Yep, add 1 to BSJ now, please. As look at that damage from Mickey. The little shredder GGs are called. So as expected, Liquid take this series, but it was a 2-1 victory overall. And on to the finals they go.
And is Liquid just going to lose the first game and then win the next few games for the rest of this tournament? Is that what's going to happen?
Seems like a valid strat.
That's
very possible. And they're going to be facing Viking in the finals.
I think Liquid was
tomorrow.
the team they said, like, self-proclaimed, like, the worst game 1 team.
I mean, we saw it here today.
Yeah. It shows. First game of the day or first game of the series, you know, same idea.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, we saw it in the Monster film as well, short film.
The losses fuel the passion to win.
Yeah, I mean, it's a real thing, you know?
All right, I don't want to listen to you anymore, so we're going to go to a quick break, and we'll be back with the Monster MVP.
The thing I value the most at the end of the day is always going to be winning.
I thought that if like I lose TI, my career was in jeopardy.
For me, at least, that fire has always come through when I needed it the most.
Because if I gave it my all and I didn't win, then that's all I can do.
If you don't feel that fire when you need it the most, you probably don't want to win.
Welcome back, friends, to the Monster Energy Dota Summit. Suns fan here with BSJ and Jenkins as we just experienced a 3 full game series between Liquid and Yellow Submarine. Liquid took it in the end off the back of a big, fat, juicy red bowling ball.
That was
and
hype.
the Monster MVP, gentlemen, who would you give it to?
Be
Jeez.
Mickey.
I agree.
From that last game, it's got to be Mickey. That was.
It's
that
either
was
him or Insania.
beautiful. Yeah, Insania was.
If
Pretty
they give it
nice.
to Quake, I'll be tilted.
Is that how to spell Insania?
I don't think
Does he have
so.
two
No,
Ns?
there's only one end.
There's only one end.
Production. Step it up.
All right, production gets to go on that list now. That
Yeah.
that puts you on the list.
You guys are the
Production
That
with
is a
1
plus
point.
one. That is a +1 right there.
Yep, absolutely. So Insania is your MVP. He was the bowling ball last game,
Yeah,
which was very exciting indeed.
So that means if I'm a professional bowler, the MVP would be my ball.
Right. I think that's fair, as we're going to see some highlights here.
I'm so glad we
that's
got
the
to see this
first
one
one.
again.
Can we run that back?
That was just
Pop Tart, can we run that back,
Pop-Tart?
please?
Pop-Tart.
Pop-Tart.
Pop-Tart's
Okay,
definitely running the
Put him,
replays.
give him another one up there.
Can you see a replay of the replay in the corner? and then perpetually repeat it. So it gets smaller and smaller.
Thank you.
each
Add
time.
one to. You don't subtract one from Pop Tart. Oh my gosh, they're actually.
Pop Tart, can we
collaborating.
see Roshan, please, on this replay?
You can't.
Can we see the replay of you showing Roshan?
That better be in the highlight reel. Production's getting a +1.
Well, this is just game 3 that we're seeing here.
They
but,
just had so much damage with their raw
yeah.
spells on Team Liquid. So even though they weren't up by that much net worth, only 3K at the time, it's just like
Nikkei's-
ridiculous.
The Mortimers were always just right on point. The toss-ins, the gobble-ups, I should say. Those were always so on point.
Yeah, if you get the item early enough, the only weakness of that item is that you offer yourself like no utility survivability. But if you're allowed to like sit in the back throwing people in, it's like actually bonkers.
It's nice when you have heroes, too, that are like popping off that you can throw in. Like, it really helps in Insania's game was so spectacular. Yeah, he was always there for those early ganks and counter ganks, so he got a lot of kills and got a lot of gold.
So we got Liquid versus Viking
here it is.
tomorrow.
Is this it again? Oh, is this it again?
Is
Yes.
this it?
Yes.
Here, the roll in, the bowling ball. The bowling ball of death, the belch of death. Look at this. Oh!
The stunning projectile.
Oh, yeah.
That is actually insane.
Yeah.
A stunning projectile.
It's literally Insania.
Okay, they put Pop Tart down to 0.
Wow. Who is rigging this counter that we're looking at that
Did I see Jenkins
viewers
at
can't
12?
see?
That's crazy.
This is
There's no way.
unbelievable.
I have not. I have been very tame.
So Liquid versus Viking in the finals. Who do you guys like based on what you've seen so far in the tournament?
Jeez, Liquid when they're in game 3, they look like complete gods, and Viking they look very consistent. But I would say possibly 90% of what Liquid is at when they're in god mode. So it's actually really hard to say.
I'm rooting for the sponsors to be able to advertise the tournament better. So I'd say Insania needs to take it down for the script to really fulfill it.
That would be perfect.
Yeah.
Really would.
All right, I believe production told me to go to commercial break.
Yes.
Hopefully that's correct. Thank you for joining us, friends, for this series. We got another one coming up, though, so stay tuned. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Production deserves a point of error, as apparently the draft was before the intro even began.
Yeah, so that's their timing issue, not ours.
Very well, let's get to the draft then. That's fine. We have Thunder Predator versus Infamous, game 1 of this best of 3. Io and Mars versus Ancient Apparition.
Cheers.
As BSJ pops open. Hey, I'm going to open my monster too. So right here, I know this is going to sound very sell-outy, but this comes from truly the heart. There are some drinks that you just put on another level. The nectar of the gods, as they say.
Yes.
And my personal favorites are the Monster Energies with the juice inside.
Yes.
My favorite is mango, which we don't have right now, but there's this new flavor, which I tried, which is really good. It might be second or third on my list. It's called Chaotic.
I disagree.
With?
The fact that you rate those highly.
What do you mean?
I believe that the list contains all the sugar-frees first, and then all of the sugar-filled.
No, the sugar and the sugar-free are on different lists entirely.
No, they
They
aren't.
can't be prepared. Or combined.
Compared.
Compared.
Compared. You combined those two words and you get compared. As we see the draft, as we are being reminded that we are actually here to be talking about Dota. The Sven Ancient Apparition, a very classic duo. We've talked about how AA likes to be paired with stunning carries. Sven, a very stunning carry against the IO as well with the AA.
That's a point for BSJ,
That's
please.
a point. That's a point. I would agree. These are a
That was 2
solid
points. Put it back down to 6, please.
solid pairing.
Thank you.
You know, if you have a Sven that goes into a fight with that Aghanim Scepter, oftentimes you get a couple of hits on somebody, they're left at about 20% HP. And then they run away from you, and it's the kiting factor, and you have to come in and out, and then go in again with the stun. With AA, it actually prevents that entirely. Like, often you can literally just full to zero somebody. With the AA, they pair really well together in the laning stage. Great counter to the IO, so I can understand if they thought they were going to respond with AA Sven to this Wisp, why they picked this. Because they're going to pick the Sven.
That's very interesting. You know,
Thank you
the
so
AA
much.
also, the healing reduction, or preventing from healing entirely, is really good against the 25 Mars talent.
Which is not percent-based.
It's 100 HP regen
80.
in... Is it actually 80?
Yeah, all the talents got reduced by 20%.
Okay. I'm on a patch notes from about a year ago.
Yep, it was
So
100,
80 HP regen. Jenkins, I know this is hard to understand, so keep up.
Okay.
I know this is fascinating as well because you don't know this.
Slower.
80 HP regen
Slower.
in the Mars
Slow down.
arena.
That's too fast. Repeat it again.
Only at level 25 though.
He actually sped up there.
I don't know what he's saying.
I can't slow down. I'm just too good.
Okay.
Ignore
Keep
me.
going, Mr. Fast and Furious.
Don't speak of such a terrible movie franchise. One of the worst of all time, by the way. That's probably going to trigger
Not
a few people.
besmirch Vin Diesel.
Good God. Good God. What a horrible
You
series.
just call him Van Diesel?
Van Diesel.
I've never heard that one.
So Earth Spirit, third pick for Team Thunder Predator. By the way, before we get started, let's just back up here a second. Let's pretend we didn't talk about anything. Which team do you favor in this best of 3?
Thunder Predator.
In general. Thunder Predator for you?
Jeez. You know what?